Chapter 287. Gu Hai and Sima Chongkong turned their heads and looked over. However, they smiled slowly. They weren't worried that Mo Yike would report them. Smart people had their own pride. They wouldn't do something so despicable unless it was a life or death situation. Moreover, Lu Yong was suspicious of Mr. Mo. It doesn't matter if I'm bold or not. Mr. Mo, it's been a while. Sima Chongkong smiled. Mr. Sima, you still owe me an explanation for what happened in Silver Moon City, but you keep slandering me? You still dare to come? Mo Yike smiled. Don't. I'm not the one who slandered you. It's Mr. Good. If you want to look for someone, look for him. Sima Chongkong smiled. Mr. Good, I've been waiting for you. Not bad. It's almost the time I calculated. You still came. Mo Yike said with a smile. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Sima Chongkong, who was beside him, also looked a little confused. Both of you, please take a seat. Oh, yeah, Lord Chun, since you're here for the banquet, you should go to the banquet hall. Mo Yike said with a smile. Lord Chun looked at Sima Chongkong. Sima Chongkong nodded. Lord Chun bowed, respectfully, and left. They're going to the banquet. What about you? What about you, the main character? Sima Chongkong asked curiously. It's okay. I'm not going. My substitute will go. Both of you came from afar. How can I be rude? Both of you please take a seat. Mo Yike said with a smile. Substitute? Sima Chongkong's expression changed, but she didn't care. Since Mo Yike had thought about everything, what was there to worry about? The three of them sat down. Mo Yike poured a cup of tea for the other two, and himself. Why don't the two of you have a taste of my tea? Mo Yike smiled. Sima Chongkong and Gu Hai both picked it up and took a sip. Good tea. It's fragrant and refreshing. Gu Hai said with a smile. Good tea. Sima Chongkong nodded. However, Mo Yike looked at Sima Chongkong and said with a smile, Mr. Sima, you're not as generous as Mr. Good. Do you think there's poison in my tea? As he spoke, Mo Yike took a sip. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. Sorry, I got used to it and couldn't control myself. I should be punished. Sima Chongkong finished the tea in one gulp. Obviously, although Sima Chongkong took a sip, she didn't really drink it. Mr. Mo, this banquet is a good guest. Lu Yong restricted your freedom, but you used this banquet to gain access to the world? Gu Hai said with a smile. For example, Gu Hai and Sima Chongkong came, but no one knew about it. No one stopped them, but this banquet was able to deceive so many people. Mr. Good, you're joking. Isn't this all thanks to you? Mo Yike said with a smile. Mr. Mo, you don't have to say that. I didn't have a choice. Who asked Mr. to be too capable? Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Mo Yike looked serious and sighed slightly. Sigh, I tried to persuade the emperor. Unfortunately, my words weren't enough. That's why Long Wanqing, she... Oh, Mr. Mo knows? Does that mean that we haven't gotten rid of all the spies in our camp? Sima Chongkong frowned slightly. Mr. Sima, don't worry. Those spies only serve me. They don't interfere with your military affairs, and they don't have the ability to do so. Mr. Mo shook his head. Mr. Mo, you're so smart, Sima Chongkong exclaimed. Mr. Mo, Gu Hai can only say sorry for your situation today. However, perhaps it's not a bad thing to get back what you lose at the swings. Mr. Mo, you're a great talent, but it's a waste for you to stay in the Ying dynasty. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Mo Yike picked up his teacup and looked at the two of them. He took a sip of tea and smiled slightly. Oh, if it's a waste for me to stay in the Ying dynasty, then where would it not be a waste? My king, Takashi Ryushin, leads the Southern Army and unifies thousands of troops in the world. If you can join my palace, you'll definitely be my king's #1 strategist. I'm willing to give up my position to you. What do you think? Sima Chongkong immediately tried to persuade him. Oh, I'll be Takashi Ryushin's #1 strategist? Mo Yike smiled slightly. He looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled slightly and said, perhaps Mr. Mo won't like me, but I'll still shamelessly recommend myself. My Han dynasty is in urgent need of a wise person like Mr. Mo to guide us. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. Ha! Mr. Good, I didn't say that I wouldn't like your Han dynasty. With Mr. Good in charge, even if the Han dynasty is a pile of mud, it'll be as solid as iron. Oh, you're willing to join my Dahan? Gu Hai probed. Mo Yike drank his tea and looked at the two expectant people. He smiled slightly and said, You two, are you so sure that I've fallen to the point where I'll be picked by others? Mr. Mo, you've misunderstood. You're a treasure. No matter who it is, they'll fight for you. Why would I be picky? Sima Chongkong shook his head. Mo Yike smiled and said, Mr. Sima, Mr. Good, you don't have to persuade me. I'm just at a low point. There'll be a time when I'll rise again. You two don't have to worry about my future. Let's talk about the purpose of your trip. Sima Chongkong looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. It was as he said before. Mo Yike was really stubborn and couldn't be persuaded. All right, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here because I have something important to ask you. Mr. Mo, you said before that you guessed my identity, so I'm sure you've guessed it, right? Gu Hai said with a serious expression. Oh, Mr. Good, tell me. I'm listening. Mo Yike's expression also became serious. Liu Yang controlled Li Haoran to kill Long Xiaoya back then, but he obtained the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya. He used the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya to threaten the unborn man, so that the unborn man could assassinate me. I'm sure Mr. Mo knows about this, right? Gu Hai said, solemnly. I found out later. Mo Yike nodded. The human soul was given to the unborn man. I want to know the whereabouts of the Long Xiaoya's heaven soul and earth soul, Gu Hai said solemnly. At the side, Sima Chongkong also looked at Mo Yike with a grave expression. Mo Yike remained silent for a while. Then he took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. I asked Mr. Good. Back then, you played Go with the 9th young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion on 9-5 Island. When Mo Yike changed the topic, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Since Mo Yike changed the topic, it meant that he had some information and wanted to negotiate with Gu Hai. That's right. I played Go with him in the dragon pinning sect. Gu Hai nodded. I also played Go with the 9th young master. Mo Yike recalled. Oh, Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. After that, the 9th young master wanted me to be his substitute. Unfortunately, I did not agree. Mo Yike said with a smile. However, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. The 9th young master's substitute. The 9th young master was extremely picky when looking for a substitute. Furthermore, he only looked for experts in the Go Dao. Back then, he looked for Xiao Chun, but Xiao Chun rejected him. At that time, the 9th young master played a game of chess with me called the 29-line pair worlds chess game. Unfortunately, we did not finish the game. That game was truly marvelous to the extreme. It was the 29-line pair worlds chess game. Mr. Good, you know how to play it as well, right? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. Back then, we did not finish the game. However, that game has been lingering in my mind. Mr. Good, this Mo is not talented, but I have done some research on the Go Dao. I have read countless Go records in my life. However, that game moved me the most. If Mr. Good does not give up, I would like to solve the original game that Mr. Good played. Mo Yike said NNLY. The 29-line pair World Go game. Of course, I do not know much about Long Xiaoya's heavenly soul and earthly soul, so I will tell you the truth. However, I do know a clue. If you do not find it troublesome, you can go and investigate it. Is that all right? Mo Yike smiled at Gu Hai. Since Mr. Mo likes Go, I am naturally willing to tell you. It is my dream to meet a match in Go in life, be it friend or foe. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, please. Mo Yike immediately took out a Go board. There were 29 lines in each direction. Beside them were white and black Go stones. Gu Hai waved his hand. The black and white Go stones were immediately arranged on the Go board. It looked extremely complicated. Mr. Mo, look at this. This is the perfect state of mind for the 29 Heavens and Earth chess game. It is the life chess game from the life and death chess game. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike immediately immersed himself in the game. Sima Changkong watched from the side. Seriously. Sima Changkong knew a little about the four arts, but her main focus was still on writing. She was not as obsessed with Go as Gu Hai and Mo Yike were. However, she knew a little about it. Looking at the Go board, Sima Changkong frowned deeply. Gu Hai sat at the side and drank tea. Mo Yike stared at the Go board carefully. His mind was immersed in it. They sat there for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Mo Yike slowly took out a white Go stone and placed it on the Go board. Pa! The white Go stone was placed. It was different from when Gu Hai played the life chess game. Back then, Gu Hai had solved it before the Go stone was placed. Mo Yike did not solve the Go stone at once. Gu Hai saw through the game. Naturally, he played along and placed a black Go stone, changing the game. Mo Yike raised his eyebrows slightly. He sat there for another 2 hours. Pa! Another Go stone was placed. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Mo Yike was indeed not an ordinary person. He could see the general idea of this Go game. Pa! Gu Hai placed a white Go stone. Mo Yike continued to look at the Go board. After sitting there for another 2 hours, Mo Yike's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Could it not be solved? At this moment, Mo Yike suddenly closed his eyes and relaxed. He didn't want to think about this game of chess. After some time, Mo Yike took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and placed another Go stone. Pa! Walala! The entire Go board trembled. Ha! Ha 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 ha! So that's how it is. That's how it is. Mo Yike seemed to be possessed by a demon as he excitedly shouted. Gu Hai, however, looked at Mo Yike. Although Mo Yike was not like Gu Hai, who could decide the game with one Go piece, he was able to solve the 29-line pair world chess game with 3 Go pieces. That was already an extremely terrifying skill. Congratulations, Mr. Mo. You've solved the 29-line pair world chess game in just 6 hours. Gu Hai exclaimed. Mr. Good, you're too kind. It's not 6 hours. It's been almost a year. When I saw the 9th young master set up the Go game last time, I've been thinking about it. Just now, Mr. Good's 2 Go pieces guided me, and I was able to solve the 29-line pair world chess game. It's a great white. Mo Yike said excitedly. Gu Hai smiled slightly. He was not uncomfortable because Mo Yike had solved the 29-line pair world chess game. Instead, he was a little happy. Mo Yike had just solved the Go game, but it would still take some time for him to join the society. However, it was only a matter of time. Mo Yike got up and bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Thank you, Mr. Good. Don't, Mr. Mo. You don't have to do this. I also have something that I need Mr. Mo's help with. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike nodded and said, about the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya, I'm not sure either. I didn't know that they killed Long Xiaoya back then. Sai, if I knew, I would have stopped the emperor. Oh, the emperor has a longevity master called Mr. Dongfang. Although the emperor has not allowed me to get in touch with him, I still know some news. This Mr. Dongfang is now in Pejuan's military camp. If you want to know about the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya, you can either go to the emperor or Mr. Dongfang. Mo Yike said solemnly. Mr. Dongfang? White-robed longevity master. Sima Changkong raised his eyebrows slightly. White-robed longevity master? Guhai asked in confusion. Yes, there are 8 longevity masters in the world. 4 of them are white-robed, and the other 4 are black-robed. The white-robed longevity master is called Mr. Dongfang. No matter how many generations it has been passed down, it will always have the compound surname Dongfang. I don't know what this generation is called. Sima Changkong frowned. White-robed, black-robed? What's the difference? White-robed longevity master and black-robed longevity master dies. White-robed longevity masters are mostly children. They cultivate their longevity by relying on a tyrant and bewitching the tyrant to kill, just like how they followed Lu Yang. Lu Yang killed, and all the souls were collected by Mr. Dongfang. However, most of the sins were taken by Lu Yang. If there is divine retribution, the first thing they will look for is Lu Yang. That's why these longevity masters are the most sinister and cunning, Sima Changkong said with a frown. I can't help you with that. Here are 2 of Mr. Dongfang's soul seeds. Take them with you, and you can avoid the interference of Mr. Dongfang's longevity array. Otherwise, once you get close to it, you will definitely fall into his longevity array. Mr. Mo handed over 2 black seeds. Oh, Guhai took them with a puzzled expression. It's up to you whether you want to find him or not. This was given to me by the emperor in the past to prevent me from accidentally entering the range of the longevity array and getting hurt. You should keep it. At least it will keep you awake in the longevity array. Mo Yike said solemnly, No wonder the assassins we sent disappeared without a trace. Did they really fall into the longevity array? Oh, Mr. Dongfang? Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Guhai carefully put away the 2 soul seeds and bowed to Mr. Mo in an extremely solemnly manner. Thank you very much, Mr. Mo. Mr. Good, you're too polite. You and I benefit from each other, so you don't have to thank me. I hope you'll be fine. We'll play chess again in the future. Mo Yike said with a smile. Sure, Guhai said with a smile. After chatting for a while, the banquet hosted by Mo Yike's substitute also came to an end. Guhai and Sima Changkong followed Lord Chen out of the Mo mansion again. At the same time, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, the 3 of them left Beiwang City overnight. Chapter 288. Lord Chen, Guhai, and Sima Changkong left Beiwang City and went straight to Jinan City. Mr. Good, I don't know how many generations Mr. Dongfang has passed down, and I don't know what his cultivation is like, but he's definitely strange and unpredictable. Our experts from Kaitian Palace entered and never came back. Are you really going to investigate? Sima Changkong was confused. I think it's more difficult to get Long Xiaoya's 2 souls from Lu Yang, right? Guhai smiled bitterly. But Mr. Dongfang is master show. Although you have Mo Yike's 2 soul seeds, if Mr. Dongfang finds out about them, there will definitely be problems. At that time, it will be difficult for you to come out. Sima Changkong said worriedly. Guhai was silent for a while. Then he shook his head and said, I have a way to come out. Oh, Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. Why was Guhai so confident? After thinking for a while, Sima Changkong's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be? Mr. has seen it before. Ha ha. However, I will need Prince's cooperation when I return this time. When the 2 armies clash, I need to interfere with defeating army. Otherwise, my whereabouts will be too dangerous. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, is it worth it for you to work so hard? After all, they are Long Xiaoya's two souls. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai smiled and said, Wan Qing is my wife. If she's still alive, will she ignore it? Huh. Sima Chongkong was slightly stunned. Wan Qing won't ignore it. As Wan Qing's husband, I have the obligation to help her fulfill her last wish. Gu Hai shook his head and said affirmatively. Okay. Sima Chongkong sighed, slightly. They soon arrived at Jinan City. Sima Chongkong went to Jinmu of Silla to explain and asked Jinmu of Silla to cooperate with Gu Hai this time. Long Wanyu's residence. Long Wanyu looked at a plate in front of her. Demon Ghost Spirit, the formation you said is really useful. It can monitor Gu Hai's residence. Fortunately, Gu Hai wasn't at home a few days ago. I set up a receiving formation in advance. Today he's back. Ha ha. Long looked at the plate excitedly. Of course. How many people in this world do you think know as much as I do? The voice of the demon spirit in his body sounded. Humph, Gu Hai is a bad guy. This time I'm going to make him suffer. He won't expect me to set up a sky pepper pit in his house. It'll burn him to death. Long Wanyu's eyes were filled with excitement. Once the sky pepper is ingested into the body, his eyes will turn red and tears will flow uncontrollably. But isn't yours trap too low level? Only make him cry? I have an even more powerful one that will directly cripple Gu Hai. Demon Ghost Spirit said persuasively. I want the sky pepper. I want the sky pepper. He made me cry a few times, so I want him to cry. When the time comes, I'll laugh at him. Don't talk nonsense. What does it have to do with you? Long Wanyu glared. Demon Ghost Spirit. I'm helping you come up with a plan, okay? Moreover, this receiving formation and the sky pepper pits arrangement were also taught by me, okay? Gu Hai is back. Ha ha ha. As long as he reaches the back courtyard, he will be in trouble. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Long Wanyu looked at the disc in anticipation. Just at this moment, Gu Hai invited Venerable Lu Nian over. Baldy Lu Nian, why are you here as well? Long Wanyu frowned slightly. Perhaps we are discussing something? Demon Ghost Spirit said. Let me hear it. What kind of lousy formation is this? Why did you turn up the volume? Long Wanyu called out. Demon Ghost Spirit. After tidying up the disc, Demon Ghost Spirit heard voices on the other side. In the disc, Gu Hai spoke with Venerable Lu Nian for a while in a guest hall. You're telling the truth? Long Xiaoya's heavenly soul and earthly soul? Venerable Lu Nian said excitedly. Indeed, I don't know what the outcome will be. However, there is always hope, right? Gu Hai smiled. Good, good. Gu Hai, give me the other soul seed. Give it to me. I'll go with you. I'll go with you to find Xiaoya's two souls. Even if it is hell, I have to give it a try. Are Long Xiaoya's two souls still there? Venerable Lu Nian asked excitedly. In that case, I will have to trouble Venerable. Gu Hai said with a smile. It's no trouble, no trouble. Venerable Lu Nian said excitedly. There might be some arrangements to find Long Xiaoya's two souls. Sima Chongkong is going to meet the Grand Marshal. I hope that the three armies will cooperate with us. There is only one chance, Gu Hai said solemnly. At Long Wanyu's residence, Long Wanyu's mind suddenly buzzed. Venerable Lu Nian is going as well. Should the two of you fall into the pit together? Fiend Ghost asked with a smile. Long Wanyu ignored Fiend Ghost. Her earlier excitement vanished, and her expression turned blank. They are talking about my mother? They are looking for my mother's soul? Isn't Long Xiaoya dead? Fiend Ghost asked, feeling bewildered. Shut up. I want my mother. Mother? Can mother be revived? I want my mother. They are going to look for my mother? I want to go too. I want to go too. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Bang! Long Wanyu kicked open the door, and she immediately jumped out. Cluster Lord. A group of subordinates immediately rushed forward. Scram! Don't block me! Long Wanyu immediately kicked aside the person who came forward and ran out. The subordinate who got kicked away appeared speechless. However, Long Wanyu went out and pulled a red-crowned crane carriage. She kicked the general on it and sent him flying. Let's go to Gu Hai's residence. To Gu Hai's residence. Long Wanyu shouted to the red-crowned crane. Screech. The red-crowned crane answered and flew over with Long Wanyu on its back. The general who did not check the almanac flew to Long Wanyu's residence and was kicked to the ground. He stood up in confusion and shouted angrily, How dare you kick me? If you have the guts, come out. I want to fight you one-on-one. After shouting, the general saw that the red-crowned crane carriage had already flown far away. There was a woman sitting on the crane carriage. She looked familiar. At this moment, Long Wanyu's subordinates chased after the general. However, one of them stayed behind and looked at the general. This general, you are really gutsy. Our cluster lord likes to fight one-on-one. However, everyone avoids her. You actually took the initiative to challenge her. What is your surname? Which army do you belong to? Which battalion do you belong to? Oh, don't mind me. I am only in charge of the cluster lord's paperwork. I help the cluster lord record some things so that I can remind the cluster lord. Tell me where your house is. The cluster lord will definitely pay you a visit in the future and fulfill this unfinished challenge. Cluster Lord Wanyu? The general's expression changed, showing some fear. That's right. The cluster lord never avoids challenges. Where do you live? What is your surname? The general. Don't run. I haven't recorded it yet. Hey, don't run so fast. Don't. At Gu Hai's residence. Gu Hai was discussing with Venerable Lu Nian how to get to Mr. Dongfang's residence when the doors to the Gu residence opened. Boom. Long Wanyu kicked open the doors. The loud sound made everyone's expressions sink. Gu Hai, come out. Gu Hai. Long Wanyu suddenly roared. It's you again. Gaochen came out to check. When he saw Long Wanyu, his expression changed. Clearly, the memory of Long Wanyu using the demon, subduing, hair whip to chase after Gaochen in the South Town Hall was still vivid in his mind. Scram, you damn pervert! Long Wanyu shouted while glaring. Gaochen really did scram. Even if Xiao Chun could not afford to offend him, could he not avoid him? After all, Long Wanyu saw the position of Gu Hai's image in the disc earlier. She quickly found the hall where Gu Hai was. Bang! Long Wanyu arrived. Cluster Lord? Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. You are going to find my mother's ghost? I want to go as well. Long Wanyu immediately said excitedly. Huh. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. How did you know that I was talking to Venerable Lu Nian? Don't worry. I want to go. That is my mother. Long Wanyu shouted. No, only 2 people. I already discussed this with the Venerable. Furthermore, how did you know that we were talking? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Huh. Venerable Lu Nian raised his eyebrows and immediately saw a bunch of spirit stones on the ceiling beam. Gu Hai also noticed that the spirit stones only gave off a faint mist. The color actually blended in with the ceiling beam, making it hard to notice. She should be using this thing to transmit images, right? The cluster lord used it once in the past. I was wondering why she came to your residence when you were not home. It turns out, a surveillance camera. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Then, he looked coldly at Long Wanyu. This has nothing to do with me. Gu Hai, where is my mother's ghost? Tell me, Long Wanyu said, anxiously. Sorry, you had better not interfere in this matter. Only 2 people can go. I already discussed this with the Venerable. Just wait for the news. Long Wanyu said, anxiously. Gu Hai shook his head. Soul seed? What kind of soul seed are you talking about? Long Wanyu suddenly cried out. As Long Wanyu spoke, she suddenly saw 2 black seeds on the tea table at the entrance to the backyard. This is it. With this, we can find my mother. I want one. I want one. Long Wanyu immediately wanted to charge over. Gu Hai's face sank. His figure flashed as he rushed over to the soul seed. This was a rare opportunity. He could not let Long Wanyu waste it. The 2 of them rushed over to the soul seed at almost the same time. Long Wanyu rushed over with all her might. However, Gu Hai was still a little closer. His explosive power was shocking. In an instant, he grabbed the 2 soul seeds in his hands. Long Wanyu tried her best, but she did not manage to grab the soul seed. However, she could not stop in time. In an instant, she crashed into the tea table and rushed into the backyard. Oh no! The voice of the demon ghost was suddenly heard. However, only Long Wanyu could hear it. Bam! The tea table flew out, and Long Wanyu fell into the backyard. Boom! A large hole suddenly appeared in the ground of the rear courtyard, and Long Wanyu fell into it. The pit was very ordinary. However, there was a faint red aura. In an instant, it went into Long Wanyu's nostrils. However, no one else saw it. Oh, you even dug a pit in my backyard. However, what's the use of this pit? There's nothing. It's only half a person's height. What are you trying to do? Gu Hai said with a puzzled expression. It's over. The celestial pepper. You've sucked in the celestial pepper. The demon ghost said in shock. Long Wanyu's eyes turned red when the celestial pepper entered her nostrils. Woo 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 woo. Wah 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 wah. Gu Hai, I want the soul seed. I want to find my mother. I want to find my mother. Her teary eyes were instantly filled with blood vessels. Tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. That was an expression of grief. Those were tears of despair. They were filled with infinite sorrow. Gu Hai's expression froze when he saw Xiao Chun crying bitterly. Why is she crying so sadly? A trace of guilt flashed in Gu Hai's heart. Wan Qing asked him to take care of Long Wanyu. However, he bullied her again and again. Did he really go overboard? Chapter 289. When the heavenly pepper entered her nose, she cried bitterly. This time, she really did not feel like crying. Long Wanyu was just flustered and exasperated. She did not feel sad at all. She felt angry and anxious, not sad. However, the heavenly pepper was not something she could control. She could not stop her tears and snot from falling. Long Wanyu felt very anxious. She wanted to stop herself from crying. However, she was the one who set the trap, and she was the one who placed the heavenly pepper. To mock Gu Hai, she even put in the largest dose. At this moment, Long Wanyu kept wiping her eyes, trying to stop her tears from falling. However, she could not stop them. When Gu Hai saw Long Wanyu's miserable appearance, he felt guilty. Wan Qing asked me to take care of Long Wanyu, but I bullied her again and again. Did I go overboard? When Venerable Lu Nian saw Long Wanyu's sorrowful and despairing expression, he also felt somewhat bitter. Gu Hai, although I really want to go, I think the person who cares about Long Xiaoya the most in this world is still Long Wanyu. After all, she is her daughter. Love can be connected. Look at her sad appearance. Venerable Lu Nian sighed softly. She is still young and insensible. I'm worried. Gu Hai's tone softened somewhat, but he still felt worried. Danger lurks everywhere in the lifespan array. I won't be of much use even if I go. Long Wanyu is a prophet. She has the ability to seek luck and avoid calamity. Perhaps she can point you in the right direction. Venerable Lu Nian sighed. Clearly, Venerable Lu Nian felt very regretful that he could not participate in the investigation of Long Xiaoya's two spiritual souls. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at Long Wanyu in the courtyard. Long Wanyu had already climbed out of the pit. I don't want to cry. I don't want to cry. Sob, sob, sob. Wah. Long Wanyu cried. Long Wanyu really didn't want to cry. However, when the celestial pepper entered his nose, he could not stop it. This feeling of crying was very uncomfortable. He had to stop it. I can't do anything about it. Who told you to put in so many celestial peppers? Why don't you try washing your eyes and drinking some water? Demon Ghost was speechless. However, in the eyes of Gu Hai and Venerable Lu Nian, Long Wanyu was very sad, but she still had to be strong. She shouted at me not to cry as she ran to the small pond in the backyard. She used the pond water to wash her face, pretending to be strong and enduring the sadness. Pity flashed in the eyes of Venerable Lu Nian and Gu Hai. Sigh, Gu Hai, forget it. You should take Long Wanyu with you. Xiaoya only has 2 daughters. Wanqing is already dead, and Wanyu is in great grief. Since she wants to go so badly, just fulfill her wish. Venerable Lu Nian could not help advising. Not far away, Long Wanyu drank a few mouthfuls of the pond water. After washing her face with it, she finally stopped the vile effects of the celestial pepper. Long Wanyu let out a long breath and turned her head. The moment she turned her head, her face mixed with tears and the pond water, looking exceptionally miserable and pitiful. All right, never mind. In that case, there is no need for Venerable to go. Let Long Wanyu come with me. Gu Hai sighed softly, finally relenting. Huh. Long Wanyu felt slightly stunned when she turned her head. What just happened? Is Gu Hai's brain damaged? Why is he suddenly willing to let me go? Long Wanyu, go wash up and get ready. We will be setting off the day after tomorrow at the latest. This soul seed is for you. Remember, this is proof that you are going. Don't lose it. Gu Hai said in an incredibly solemnly manner. Long Wanyu received the soul seed in a daze. 2 days later, outside Jinan City. At this moment, Long Wanyu was in high spirits as she looked at Gu Hai, who was still giving instructions to Sima Chongkong and Venerable Lu Nian. Gu Hai, hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. Long Wanyu called out in a good mood. Gu Hai, Sima Chongkong, and Venerable Lu Nian turned their heads and looked at Long Wanyu, who was carrying a small bag, as if she was going on an outing. The 3 of them were speechless and continued to talk. Mr. Sima, everything depends on you. The biggest threat to us this time is Pujuan. Pujuan's hearing is as strong as Gauchen's. Gauchen can set up a sound barrier for us, but he can't keep up with us for long. Only by attracting Pujuan's attention can we safely reach the longevity array. Gu Hai said in a solemnly manner, I have already spoken to the Grand Marshal. I will fully cooperate with you later. Gauchen's zither moves the heavens and earth will confront Pujuan head-on. When the time comes, the army will be noisy. Pujuan will definitely not notice you. Sima Chongkong said in a deep voice. That's good. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai, Long Wanyu will have to go through a lot of trouble on this trip. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. At this moment, Venerable Lu Nian suddenly had an impulse to regret letting Long Wanyu go, right? Don't worry. I promised Wanqing that I will take good care of her. Gu Hai nodded. Are we going or not? Gu Hai? Long Wanyu asked anxiously. Gu Hai was speechless. Gauchen, come here. Gu Hai called out. Master, Gauchen said respectfully, do you remember what I told you yesterday, and the song I passed to you? Guhai asked solemnly. Master, don't worry. I won't forget the song after memorizing it once. Gauchen nodded affirmatively. Good. If anything happens later, Venerable Lu Nian will tell you how to deal with it. Just listen to Venerable Lu Nian. Guhai instructed. Yes. Gauchen nodded. I remember that at Silver Moon Sea, Yun Mo used your state of the zither Dao to tie up a string with a state of intent to bind a group of zither players. In the end, Yun Mo controlled it, and all the bound zither players in Silver Moon Sea were instantly pulled back to Silver Moon Island. Guhai said, Oh, that's easy. Only the two of you can touch the zither string with a state of intent. Others can't see it or touch it. Gauchen nodded. Now, use that string with a state of intent to bind Long Wanyu and me. As long as you receive my signal, no matter what happens, immediately pull Long Wanyu and me back. Guhai said, solemnly. This way, even if Guhai and Long Wanyu entered a quagmire, they would be instantly pulled back. Gauchen nodded. Long Wanyu, come here. Guhai called out. What are you doing? Long Wanyu asked with a frown. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 golden threads appeared in Gauchen's palm. Then, he handed them to Guhai. Guhai tied one to his waist. The other was tied to Long Wanyu's waist. What are you doing, Guhai? Long Wanyu stared at him. If you want to go, don't move. Guhai said, solemnly. Long Wanyu looked uncomfortable, but she still allowed Guhai to tie her up. Wung. The golden threads trembled slightly and disappeared. Other people couldn't see or touch them. Only Guhai and Long Wanyu could see and touch them. Add a layer of insurance. Don't break it. This is life-saving. Guhai said, solemnly. Humph. Long Wanyu snorted coldly, but didn't move in the end. Everyone were leaving. Solemnly, Guhai said, Guhai. Everyone nodded. Screech. Guhai and Long Wanyu rode on 2 red-crowned cranes and flew close to the ground, heading towards the fog-shrouded Pajuan military camp in the distance. On the red-crowned crane, Guhai looked at Long Wanyu and said, Long Wanyu. What? Long Wanyu said fiercely with a straight face. I don't care what attitude you have when you come with me, and I don't care how much you hate me. But I hope you remember one thing. Today, we're not going to play, and it's not the time to be angry. I hope you can cooperate with me. Today, we're tracking your mother's ghost. There's only one chance. Don't be stubborn and listen to me. Cooperate fully with me, okay? Solemnly, Guhai said, Guhai. Long Wanyu frowned, slightly. Speaking of which, her resentment towards Guhai still hadn't disappeared. But maybe Guhai was right. No matter how much resentment she had, she couldn't vent it today. Today, there was only one chance to track down her mother's ghost. Solemnly, Long Wanyu said, Humph, don't worry. I won't find trouble with you today. Okay, when we enter later, you can seek luck and avoid misfortune. I hope you can inform me in advance if you encounter great misfortune or great fortune. Don't lie to me, and don't act on your own accord. Guhai said, solemnly, Don't worry. In order to find my mother, I won't be angry at this time. I'll cooperate with you. Long Wanyu nodded. Thank you. Guhai smiled. You're actually thanking me? Long Wanyu stared at Long Wanyu with wide eyes. Guhai shook his head and didn't say much. On the other side, Sima Chongkong watched as Guhai's group disappeared into the distant forest. Then he turned to the group and said, All right, it's time for us to return. Prepare for battle. All right, Venerable Lu Nian, Gauchen, and the others answered. Then the group entered the city and prepared as they had discussed. Jinmu of Silla stood on the city gate tower looking into the distance. Grand Marshal, it's about time, Sima Chongkong said respectfully as he stepped forward. You take command. This marshal will not interfere in this battle. Jinmu of Silla said indifferently. Yes. Sima Chongkong waved his hand, and a nearby subordinate quickly waved a small flag. Dong, 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 dong. Woo, 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 woo. The surrounding soldiers had already gathered at the city gates and on the city walls. A great battle could break out at any moment. The sound of the war drums and the sound of the horns was a challenge to the distant military camp in the clouds. At the distant military camp in the clouds, there were not many ordinary soldiers. Pajuan's army was mainly made up of the 1 million zither figurines and 1 million bronze men arranged neatly in a huge plaza, looking incredibly awe-inspiring. In the distance, the sound of the war drums and horns immediately caused Pajuan, who was in a large hall, to raise his eyebrows. General Takashi Ryushin's army actually issued a challenge. A subordinate ran in shock. Pajuan stood up and walked out of the large hall. Then he looked into the distance and frowned slightly. Takashi Ryushin, you are finally willing to face off. Huh. With me around, your southern subduing army can only be a coward. You can forget about leaving southern subduing city. Sound the drums and prepare for battle. Pajuan cracked his neck, showing some disdain. Yes. Chapter 290. Gu Hai and Long Wanyu rode their cranes quickly through the forest. Although defeating armies could hear their voices, he didn't care at all. It was like standing on top of the city gate tower and looking at 100 million people walking around. He could see everyone clearly, but how could he see everyone's face clearly? According to the information that Sima Chongkong gave me, Mr. Dongfang should be in that direction when those people disappeared after entering the cloud zone. Gu Hai said as he pointed into the distance. Then why aren't we moving? Long Wanyu shouted. Long Wanyu, remember, we're not going to fight. We're going to have a good chat with Mr. Dongfang. As long as he's not a difficult person to communicate with, there shouldn't be any conflict. You should pay attention to your attitude. After all, you're asking for help. Gu Hai solemnly emphasized. I know. Long Wanyu said impatiently. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Perhaps bringing Long Wanyu along wasn't the right thing to do. Rumble. All of a sudden, a strong gust of wind appeared above their heads. So many bronze men. Long Wanyu looked at the sky in surprise. Let's go. It'll be troublesome when Les Miserables appears. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Screech. The two immortal cranes let out a long cry and immediately rushed into the distance. In an instant, they rushed into the cloud area. Pajuan's military camp didn't have many human subordinates, but Gu Hai and Long Wanyu managed to get in very smoothly. Pajuan stood on the peak of a mountain and looked coldly at Jinan City in the distance. Takashi Ryushin, your army is finally not a coward and is willing to come out and fight with me? Defeating armies said with pride in his eyes. During this time, Pajuan had forced Jinan City's army to stay in the city, not daring to come out. This achievement made Pajuan very proud. Boom! 1 million bronze men flew to the outskirts of Southtown City. They lined up in a very neat formation. The aura of peak nascent soul stage gushed out, rolling up clouds of dust. The expressions of the soldiers who were leaving the city changed. After all, the great battle of the past was still vivid in their minds. Those comrades were still deaf and blind. Pajuan showed a trace of disdain. Just as he was about to continue shouting at Takashi Ryushin, a voice suddenly sounded. Oh my, the loser has learned to be cocky. A complacent voice sounded from the tower of Southtown City. Pajuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. his face darkening as he said coldly, "It's you, Gauchin? I was wondering why Takashi Ryushin hadn't left the city for so long. So he went to invite Gu-hai? Gauchin, are you here to die as well?" The sound of the two heaven-grade zither naturally had a strong penetrative power. The conversation between the two could be heard from afar. "Die? Are you kidding me? Pajuan, you and I have competed twice. When did you beat me? A loser dares to yell at me?" Gauchin said disdainfully, "When did we compete twice?" Pajuan said coldly, "Isn't it? In the first round, your shattering east wind lost to my 10-sided ambush. In the second round, you and I competed in singing. Didn't you lose to me?" Gauchin said proudly, "Bullshit, who competed with you in singing? You idiot, you dare to mention songs. Believe it or not, I will let you die without a complete corpse." Pajuan suddenly said in exasperation. Others listened to Gauchin's songs and found them unpleasant, but Pajuan was 100 times more sensitive to notes than ordinary people. Before Gauchin sang, he was ready to taste it carefully. Who would have thought that Gauchin's songs were tone-deaf to such an extent? The unpleasant sound almost made his musical sense collapse. Even now, that demonic sound still lingered in Xiao Chen's ears. Every time it echoed, he could not help but shudder. Now, Gauchin did not find it shameful. Instead, he felt proud of it. How could I be defeated by this idiot? Also, this group of Qin figurines is the same. Back at Silver Moon Sea, they were leftovers. I don't want them anymore. But you picked them up and played with them? Gauchin said in disdain as he looked at the 1,000,000 Qin figurines. Pajuan, what do you mean by leftovers? You did control more than 1,000,000 Qin figurines, but now the Qin figurines have changed owners. They are now my soldiers, not leftovers. You can't beat me, and you like to learn from me. How about I teach you how to sing? I've created quite a few classics recently." Gauchin exclaimed. Pajuan was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he found that he could not keep up with Gauchin's thoughts. Is there such a jump in thought? Who wants to learn from you? Scram! Go to hell, idiot! I am not going to learn from you. 1,000,000 Qin figurines. Attack! Pajuan said in frustration and anger. Rumble! Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from afar. Gu-hai and Long Wanyu, on the other hand, found the longevity array, because the soul seeds that the two of them carried suddenly vibrated, as if a wave of mysterious power was suddenly transmitted into their bodies. The two of them immediately felt refreshed. Longevity array? We're here? Be careful! Gu-hai whispered. There is a sound barrier here. We can't hear anything from the outside world. Long Wanyu said in surprise. Maybe they are afraid that the Qin will accidentally hurt Mr. Dongfang. Gu-hai shook his head. Let's go in. Gu-hai shouted to the red-crowned cranes. Screech! The two red-crowned cranes immediately rushed in. The news of my mother's ghost is inside. Long Wanyu's eyes became firm. Buzz! Suddenly, Long Wanyu's body trembled. An array of blue light suddenly appeared above her right eye. It's an ominous sign. Girl, you can't go in. It's an ominous sign. Suddenly, the voice of the demon ghost was heard. However, only Long Wanyu could hear the voice of the demon ghost. Gu-hai flew in front and did not notice anything unusual. Long Wanyu raised her eyebrows and bit her lip. Little girl, go back quickly. This is an ominous sign. A very strong, ominous sign. People will die. Go, go. The demon ghost shouted. Long Wanyu's face was very pale, but she still bit her lip. What are you doing? Girl, what's wrong with you? Go back quickly. The demon ghost said anxiously. Demon ghost, I remember you said that although the future can be predicted, the future is not always fixed. As long as we work hard, we can change the future. Long One Yu said in a low voice. Of course. Only the demon ghost could hear her voice. What, little girl, you haven't learned how to walk yet. And you want to run? You still want to change the future? Seek fortune and avoid calamity. Calamity can only be avoided, not changed. Even I don't dare to say that I can change the future. You are still far from that. Go quickly. The demon ghost said, anxiously. I'm not going. My mother's news is inside. I have to know. I don't have a single relative in this world. My elder sister is gone as well. I miss my mother. I miss my mother. Long One Yu said with reddened eyes. You bastard. Little girl, don't go. I beg you. Kneel down, okay? Sob. Sob. If you die, I will die too. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Why am I attached to a girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Heavens, are you playing with me? Sob. 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 The demon ghost said in despair. However, Long One Yu did not care at all. Gu Hai turned his head at the right time and said, Long One Yu, since you are a prophet, you should be careful. If you encounter a very dangerous situation, inform me in advance. Don't worry. It's a very auspicious situation now. Long One Yu said. Gu Hai nodded and continued to fly inside on the red-crowned crane. Little girl, you have sinned. Not only are you courting death, but you are also going to kill me. Not only did you kill me, but you are also going to kill Gu Hai? Is this considered taking revenge on Gu Hai? The demon ghost said in despair. Long One Yu did not care at all. Boom. The two of them seemed to have rushed through an area of thick fog and immediately fell into the inner part. Ah, help. Don't refine me. I am a general of the Da-ing dynasty. The emperor will not refine me. I don't want to become fertilizer. I don't want to help. In the thick fog, there was suddenly a burst of ghostly wailing and howling. Gu Hai could not see clearly. The red-crowned crane he was riding suddenly let out a scream. Screech. The two red-crowned cranes suddenly turned into a pool of blood amidst their screams. Bang! Gu Hai and Long One Yu fell to the ground. However, the spirit seed protected the two of them. The surrounding air was filled with black. A chilly wind blew continuously. The two red-crowned cranes were disintegrated by the black, chilly wind. Long One Yu. Gu Hai looked at Long One Yu. Auspicious! Auspicious! Long One Yu immediately shouted. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Auspicious? He saw a huge ghost pond not far away. In the ghost pond, countless ghosts were screaming in fear. Each of them had a ferocious expression and were in extreme pain. Endless flames were burning them. Above the ghost pond, there was an energy pot lid. The millions of ghosts were sealed in this big pot to cook. No matter how they screamed, no one responded. There was a white fog area above. There seemed to be something hidden inside. Not far away, there was a high platform. On the high platform, the figure of a white-robed child was making hand seals and continuously casting spells into the pot. Is it really auspicious? Gu Hai looked in front of him and looked at Long One Yu with uncertainty. Yes, it's very, very auspicious, Long One Yu said with a slightly stiff expression. Auspicious my ass. Extremely ominous. Gu Hai, quickly take Long One Yu and escape. Damn, you can't hear my voice. Why am I so unlucky? The demon ghost shouted in despair. Gu Hai saw Long One Yu's stiff expression and raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Suddenly, a voice came from the high platform in the distance. Keek, keek, keek. There are actually two uninvited guests. Keek, they are safe and sound in my array. These two brats, who are they? The white-robed child suddenly shouted in surprise. Gu Hai greets Mr. Dongfang. Gu Hai said, solemnly, Gu Hai? Oh, isn't that the brat that the Emperor of Great Ing has been troubled by? You're really Gu Hai? Mr. Dongfang said in surprise. Yes, it's really me. I hope you don't blame me for disturbing you this time, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Keek, keek, keek. It's not strange at all. You've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Brat, you're really brave. You actually dared to barge into my array. Good, good, very good. Keek, keek. Where's the other little girl? Mr. Dongfang said with a hint of joy. My name is Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu said. Long Wanyu? Oh, the Long Wanyu of the Deqian Celestial Empire? Keek, keek, keek. What a rare guest. You too are bringing light to my humble abode, aren't you? Keek, keek. Mr. Dongfang's voice was full of joy. Long Wanyu's right eye was twitching wildly. It's over. This ominous sign has already made your right eye twitch. This is bad, really bad. Boo-hoo, I'm so unlucky. The demon ghost said in despair. Chapter 291. In the ghost pool, the group of ghosts screamed and struggled, but they couldn't escape at all. Gu Hai frowned slightly. He was unhappy. These were the souls of the soldiers who had just died in battle. They couldn't even rest in peace after death. Although he was unhappy, Gu Hai couldn't do anything about it. At least there were more important things to do. Ha 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 ha, how did you two get in here? My longevity array is full of illusions. There's even a chilly wind that can cut bones and flesh. Yet, you all made it here safely? You weren't affected by the array? How rare! Mr. Dongfang looked at the two of them. His tone was still very calm. Mr. Dongfang, sorry to disturb you. I want to ask you something. Long Wanyu said, anxiously. Long Wanyu was eager to get her mother, so Gu Hai couldn't stop her. Oh, you want to ask me something? Then show me your sincerity first. Tell me first, how did you get in here safely? Mr. Dongfang asked with confusion. We have 2 soul seeds. Look, this is it. Long Wanyu immediately took out the soul seed. Long Wanyu! Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Mr. Dongfang had already seen the soul seed in Long Wanyu's hand. Ding Mao's soul seed. This is what I gave to the Emperor of Grading. You two are really good. How did you get it? Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. It was a coincidence. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Hers is Ding Mao. What's the number of your soul seed? Let me see. Mr. Dongfang said lightly. Gu Hai, let him see. Hurry up. I want to know about my mother. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Mr. Dongfang in confusion. Why did he have to see his soul seed? No matter how long Wanyu urged, Gu Hai didn't take it out. Instead, he stared at Long Wanyu and said, Long Wanyu, are you sure? Are you sure it's Ji? Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He knew that he shouldn't have trusted Long Wanyu. Sigh. Gu Hai, where's your soul seed? Let me see. Mr. Dongfang shouted. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Mr. Dongfang, I hope you don't blame me for disturbing you. We are now representing the Deqian Celestial Empire. This is Princess Wanyu, the most beloved daughter of Deqianqing. If anything happens to her, Deqianqing will definitely be furious. This time, we are against Deqianqing, not against you. When you go to Deqian in the future, Princess Wanyu will definitely treat you as a guest of honor. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai? Are you threatening me? Mr. Dongfang suddenly sneered. No, I just want to be on good terms with Mr. Dongfang. Gu Hai said with a smile. There's no need to be on good terms with him. Master Shou of Deqian has a grudge against me. Do you think I'm afraid of Deqianqing? Ha 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 ha, the two of you barged in today. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Ha ha. Mr. Dongfang said with a proud smile. Gu Hai's expression changed. Mr. Dongfang, I want to know where my mother's heaven soul and earth soul are. You know? Long Wanyu shouted anxiously. Oh, so you barged in because of Long Xiaoya's 2 souls? Ha ha ha. Good, good. Come, you want Long Xiaoya's 2 souls. Come to me, I'll give them to you. Mr. Dongfang said with a smile. You really have them? Long Wanyu took a step forward. Slap. Gu Hai grabbed Long Wanyu's arm. What are you doing? Long Wanyu frowned. Gu Hai looked at Mr. Dongfang and said, Mr. Dongfang, sorry for disturbing you this time. We'll leave now. Huh. He said that he has my mother's 2 souls. Long Wanyu said, anxiously. Shut up. Gu Hai glared at Long Wanyu and stopped her. He grabbed Long Wanyu and was about to retreat. My life array is a place where you can come and go as you please? Mr. Dongfang sneered. As he spoke, he pointed his finger. Boom. Billowing black wind suddenly gathered from all directions and surrounded Gu Hai and Long Wanyu in an instant. Dingmao ship? Haha, my soul seed is for you to use? What a joke. Break. Mr. Dongfang snapped his fingers. Slap. The soul seed in Long Wanyu's palm exploded instantly and turned into a cloud of smoke that surrounded Long Wanyu. It's over, it's over. Girl, you've committed a sin. Let's see how you're going to get out now. You'll melt if you touch this cold wind that can cut bones and melt flesh. The ghost shouted in despair. You, how can you do this? Long Wanyu stared at Mr. Dongfang with wide eyes. Why can't I do this? Mr. Dongfang sneered. Gu Hai shielded Long Wanyu behind him. He looked at Mr. Dongfang and said, Mr. Dongfang, the 2 of us didn't come here today to incur enmity with you. We just want to ask for your advice on something. Moreover, if you have any requests, please state them. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do it for you. Please calm down. Calm down. Ha ha ha. You want me to calm down too? But I'm not angry. I just want to arrest you. Also, I want to make Deqian's teacher show angry. Ha 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 ha. I don't know how angry Deqian's teacher show will be after I kill Long Wanyu. Mr. Dongfang sneered. How can there be such a bad person? How can there be such a bad person? Long Wanyu's eyes suddenly turned red. Long Wanyu was unruly and willful, but she grew up in the Deqian palace and was protected by the Deqianqing. She didn't expect the people outside to be so bad. Gu Hai's face darkened. This Mr. Dongfang was not reasonable at all. But there was no such thing as the worst, only worse. Mr. Dongfang suddenly said in surprise, Hey, what's that tied to the little girl? Huh. Gu Hai's face darkened. Oh, fortunately, the soul seed scattered and enveloped you. That's why I saw it. Ha ha ha. You are really well prepared. Century, lifespan, immortality peach tree. Move your roots for me. Break. Mr. Dongfang waved his hand. Boom. Not far away, the clouds scattered, revealing the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The moment the century lifespan immortality peach tree appeared, its roots turned into a large net, instantly enveloping the entire space inside. Even if Gu Hai and Long Wanyu wanted to escape, they would be blocked. Are these zither strings? Little girl, you have zither strings tied to your body? Ha ha ha. You came prepared indeed. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Oh no. Gauchen. Gauchen. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and pulled the willed zither strings on Long Wanyu's body. The sudden pull on the zither strings instantly alerted Gauchen in the distance. Bang! Gauchen pulled hard on the zither strings. Ah, Long Wanyu was pulled back, and she was about to be dragged back to South Town City. Bang! However, the large net formed by the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots was like a sturdy wall, instantly blocking Long Wanyu. She could not escape. Ah! Long Wanyu screamed in pain. Escape? You can't escape. Break this zither string for me. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Bang! 2 tree roots collided with the zither strings. Tuck! The strings of the guqin broke with a loud bang. Woo-woo, you are a bad guy. You are a big bad guy. Long Wanyu was so frightened that she started crying. I am doing this for your own good. Little girl, without your soul seed, you escaped into my Wind ritual array. Your bones and flesh will soon melt. If I had not used the tree roots to block you, you would have died already. Escape? You can't escape. I will find a decent way for you to die. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Dongfang laughed sinisterly. Woo-woo-woo. Mother, elder sister. Long Wanyu screamed in horror. For the first time, Long Wanyu felt fear, incomparable fear. Long Wanyu had never experienced this kind of threat of death before. Now that she had experienced it, she was scared witless. She deeply regretted her previous willfulness. The century lifespan immortality peach tree. I heard that the century lifespan immortality peach tree's nourishment is ghosts. It turns out that Mr. refined these ghosts for this peach. Gu Hai is untalented, but he coincidentally has a century lifespan immortality peach. I am willing to use this peach to redeem the two of us for our offense. Mr. Dongfang, what do you think? Gu Hai looked at Mr. Dongfang. Oh, Mr. Dongfang felt slightly stunned. I remember now. That Gu Hai from the innate puzzle world is you, right? You do have one. Ha ha ha. Give it to me, and I will consider it. Mr. Dongfang sneered. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Then he stretched out his hand as though he wanted to take the century lifespan immortality peach. However, he moved closer to the frightened Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu, I suffered a great loss because of your mistake this time. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Woo-woo-woo. Long Wanyu was still frightened. She no longer had the energy to refute Gu Hai's accusation. Just at this moment, Gu Hai suddenly picked up Long Wanyu. Huh. Mr. Dongfang felt slightly stunned. Long Wanyu also cried out in alarm when a man suddenly gave her a bear hug. Gauchen, let's go now. Gu Hai shouted. Then his waist trembled as he pulled on the willed zither strings on his body. Suddenly, the North Star felt a pulling force. Whoosh! Gu Hai instantly got pulled up. Then he carried Long Wanyu and crashed into the tree root wall again. At this moment, Gu Hai also took out something. It was not the century lifespan immortality peach, but a crimson saber. Break for me. Gu Hai roared as he glared. Boom! Under the powerful force of the crimson saber, a hole appeared in the tree root wall with a loud bang. Gu Hai carried Long Wanyu and was instantly pulled out of the hole. How dare you bully me, brat? Mr. Dongfang suddenly stood up in shock and anger. He waved his hand. Rumble! The rolling tree roots instantly expanded. Gu Hai had a soul seed. It stuck close to him and Long Wanyu, so they would not be hurt by the wind. The pulling force of the zither strings was especially strong. In an instant, the two of them were pulled far away. We're saved. We're saved. The demon spirit cried tears of joy. At this moment, Long Wanyu did not care about being bear-hugged by Gu Hai. Instead, she widened her eyes. She had escaped just like that. Bang! Before the two of them could celebrate, a tree root suddenly wrapped around Gu Hai's right foot. Bang! He slashed with his saber. However, in an instant, another 100 tree roots wrapped around Gu Hai. Even Gu Hai's right arm, which was holding the saber, was wrapped up together. His right hand was instantly unable to move. This was not the most terrifying thing. Then, an overwhelming number of tree roots enveloped them. It seemed that the two of them were about to be completely swallowed by the sea of tree roots. It's over. We can't escape, the demon spirit said in despair. Long Wanyu was also scared silly by this scene. Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. Could it be that he couldn't escape, he pulled his waist with his left hand and untied the strings on his waist. In an instant, he put them on Long Wanyu's waist. The soul seed in his hand was stuffed into Long Wanyu's palm. Long Wanyu, who was scared silly, was slightly stunned. Suddenly, she felt a cold soul seed in her palm. Her waist suddenly tightened. Her soul seed was broken by Mr. Dongfang. Her strings were also broken by Mr. Dongfang. Now what was this? This was all Gu Hai's. Long Wanyu, don't be too willful in the future. Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile and pushed her. Whoosh! Long Wanyu was pulled by the strings and instantly shot into the distance. While being dragged by the strings, Long Wanyu's eyes widened. She watched as Gu Hai was drowned by the tree roots that were like thousands of arms and dragged into the formation. Whoosh! Because of the soul seed, Long Wanyu was not affected by the cold wind. The powerful dragging force in an instant was pulled out of the formation like a fishing line. We're saved, we're saved. The demon spirit cried out excitedly. The demon spirit was excited, but Long Wanyu was completely dumbfounded. In the end, Gu Hai gave her the hope of life. He gave her the soul seed and the strings. She was saved, but he was swallowed by the sea of tree roots. Long Wanyu would never forget that scene for the rest of her life. Even though she was pulled into the air, the scene of Gu Hai being swallowed by thousands of roots was still vivid in her mind. Other than her mother and sister, no one had been so good to her. Previously, she wanted to kill him, tease him, and lie to him. But in the end, in order to save her, he was killed by that bad guy. In a short period of time, Long Wanyu had seen the worst person in the world and suddenly saw the best person in the world. The contrast in this instant stunned Long Wanyu. Only Gu Hai's last words were left in her mind. Long Wanyu, don't be too willful in the future. The demon spirit celebrated for a while. Long Wanyu shouted with red eyes, "Brother-in-law!" Whoosh! Long Wanyu was instantly pulled into the distant sky. Chapter 292. After sending off the Long Wanyu, Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was instantly surrounded by rolling tree roots. The tree roots were not the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing was the cold wind that cut through his bones and flesh. The flustered and exasperated Mr. Dongfang saw that the Long Wanyu had escaped. He did not care about Gu Hai's life and death. He instantly controlled a large amount of cold wind to rush toward Gu Hai. Walala! The cold wind rushed over. Even though Gu Hai had raised an energy shield, it was still instantly washed clean by the cold wind. Whoosh! The cold wind immediately rushed toward Gu Hai's clothes. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's clothes rotted. Gu Hai's expression darkened. A large number of bone armor quickly covered his entire body, preparing to block the cold wind's attack. However, Gu Hai was also extremely worried. After all, the cultivator, who opened the Sky Palace back, then had cut through his bones and flesh in the end. Could this armor block it? At this moment, a faint black light suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's arms. The black light suddenly covered the surface of his body as if forming a protective shield. Whoosh! The cold wind hit this black protective shield and was immediately blocked. It could not go any further. Gu Hai revealed a look of surprise. What's going on? Where did this protective shield come from? Gu Hai's chest felt cold. His expression changed. He immediately understood something. In the past, the unborn man asked Master Lu Nian to give the black jade talisman to Long Wanyu. The master could not give it and asked for his help. He did not have time to say anything. He had been holding it in his arms all this time. It seems like it's all thanks to Long Wanyu's blessing. Ha! Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Rumble! The rolling tree roots and endless cold wind rushed toward Gu Hai, with the bone armor protecting his body and the black jade talisman protecting him. Gu Hai was still considered unharmed. However, Gu Hai still shouted. It sounded like a scream that resounded throughout the array. Keek, keek, keek. Gu Hai, is my longevity array comfortable? Yo, you actually saved the damsel in distress right in front of me. You let Long Wan Yu go, but you stayed behind yourself. Ha 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 ha. You're really looking for death. Mr. Dongfang yelled sinisterly. Walla lala. Gu Hai was pulled into the array by the tree roots, but at this moment, Gu Hai's face was filled with weakness, and he was extremely dejected. Not dead yet. How lucky. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Gu Hai was bound by countless tree roots like a huge dumpling. Only his extremely weak head was exposed. Mr. Dongfang. I've fallen into your hands today, but there's one thing I still don't understand. Where exactly are Long Xiaoya's two souls? Gu Hai asked weakly. Oh, you're already in this state, and you still want to know about Long Xiaoya? Mr. Dongfang said in surprise. I know that I can't escape, but I will reincarnate eventually. Perhaps the unborn man will find my earthly soul. I want to know. Please help me. Gu Hai said weakly. Help you? You still want to reincarnate. Keek, look at this ghost pool. They also want to reincarnate, but who can escape from me? None of them can. Look, Mr. Dongfang said with a smile. He extended his hand and pointed. A root of the century lifespan immortality peach tree rushed into the ghost pool and crazily absorbed the souls. No, don't absorb me. Monster Dongfang, you will die a horrible death. Monster Dongfang, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Monster Dongfang, the heavens will take care of you. If I don't die, I will take your life. Mr. Dongfang looked at the ghost pool coldly and said, You won't let me off even if I become a ghost? You guys are ghosts now. Come on, come and bite me. Keek. There will be no afterlife. You will all melt away soon. No. The group of souls screamed mournfully. Mr. Dongfang, I'm already about to die. Are you still afraid of telling me? Ha, master show? Dongfang's master show? That's not much. I'm even afraid of a person about to die. I'm already about to die, so why should I be afraid? Ha. Gu Hai laughed weakly. It seemed like he was about to close his eyes. Why would I be afraid of you? Brat, you don't have to provoke me. It's useless. I've walked on more bridges than you have. Keek. So what if I tell you, Long Xiaoya's three souls? Back then, they were already scattered by Li Haoran. Oh, right, it was Lu Yang who made him scatter them. 3 souls? Where are the 3 souls? The heaven soul was destroyed long ago, the earth soul was destroyed long ago, and the human soul was completely shattered. I was the one who pieced together Long Xiaoya's human soul in the past. Keek. I was going to use it to ridicule that Deqian, Celestial Empire's master show. I didn't want to borrow it from the Emperor of Donging and use it to kill you. Keek. Are you satisfied now? Mr. Dongfang laughed. Long Xiaoya's heaven soul and earth soul were destroyed. Her human soul was also shattered. Was it pieced together later? No wonder the unborn man said that all the memories of Long Xiaoya's human soul were gone. It's all shattered. It's already shattered, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Kid, weren't you weak just now? Mr. Dongfang was slightly stunned. Suddenly, hundreds of sharp bones appeared around Gu Hai's body. They were like the spikes of a hedgehog and instantly pierced into a group of tree roots. Bang! More than half of the tree roots in his body were shattered in an instant. Gu Hai instantly struggled and jumped out. Oh, you tricked me? Mr. Dongfang glared. He waved his hand. The rolling black wind rushed straight toward Gu Hai. Boom! The black wind hit Gu Hai's body and was immediately blocked by the black jade talisman's protective shield. You still have my soul seed? Humph. So what if you have a soul seed? No one has dared to trick me like this. 60 soul seeds. Break all of them. Mr. Dongfang roared angrily. Boom. In the distance, the soul seed in Long Wanyu's hand suddenly exploded. Long Wanyu, who was crying, suddenly showed a look of horror. Brother-in-law, Pajuan was fighting against Gauchen when the soul seed in his arms suddenly exploded. Bang! What? Something happened to Mr. Dongfang? Pajuan's expression changed. Beiwang City. Lu Yang was sitting in the study, reading documents on a shelf beside him. Bam! 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 All of a sudden, a series of explosions rang out, causing Liu Yang's expression to change. Soul Seed, something happened to Mr. Dongfang? Liu Yang's expression darkened. At this moment, in the longevity array, Mr. Dongfang thought that Gu Hai still had soul seeds, so he instantly exploded all the soul seeds he gave out, thinking that Gu Hai was finished. Unfortunately, Gu Hai didn't block the Yin wind because of the soul seed, but because of the unborn man's black jade talisman. Rumble! The Yin wind rushed at Gu Hai again, but Gu Hai was still safe and sound. Gu Hai didn't want to continue fighting. He jumped up and prepared to escape into the distance. What? It's not a soul seed. Kid, do you know how difficult it is to make a soul seed? You actually made me destroy 60 of them at once. And you want to run? You can't run away. I haven't refined a living person for a long time. Humph! Mr. Dongfang snorted coldly. He waved his hand. Countless tree roots rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai held the bone knife in one hand and the blood knife in the other. He slashed out with a bang, and his body was covered in hedgehog-like spikes. The tree roots couldn't stop Gu Hai at all. Gu Hai rushed forward with all his might. As long as he rushed through the longevity array, he would be fine. He sped up. It looked like he would charge out soon. Do you think that the century lifespan immortality peach tree is just a rotten tree root? Mr. Dongfang sneered. Then he formed hand seals. A black hole suddenly appeared on the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The moment the black hole appeared, it formed a strong suction force. Gu Hai, who was about to jump out, got sucked into the black hole by this suction force. Gulp! Gu Hai instantly arrived in a pitch-black environment. Black liquid filled the surroundings. This black liquid sealed Gu Hai's breathing and all of Gu Hai's paths of escape. The black liquid was extremely viscous. Gu Hai found it extremely difficult to move in the liquid. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed. At this moment, the black hole on the century lifespan immortality peach tree disappeared. Humph! You want to run? No one can run from my ritual array. I'll suck you into the century lifespan immortality peach tree's stomach and let the century lifespan immortality peach tree's stomach dissolve you. Back then, when the people who opened the heavenly palaces entered, no one could escape. You want to run as well? Humph! Mr. Dongfang sneered. Mr. Dongfang showed some disdain as he turned his head to look at the ghost pool. Outside, Pajuan felt worried. However, he still sent a voice projection over. Mr. Dongfang, are you all right? I'm fine. Do what you need to do. Mr. Dongfang's cold voice came out of the ritual array. It's good that you are fine. Pajuan stopped paying attention. Everything in the ritual array returned to normal. Mr. Dongfang continued to refine the ghosts in the pool. In the end, the century lifespan immortality peach tree was not ordinary. The stomach that Mr. Dongfang mentioned was a furnace that the century lifespan immortality peach tree gave birth to. All living humans and ghosts were turned into nutrients here. Gu Hai was already a golden core realm cultivator. He could hold his breath for a long time. However, he could not move at this moment. What could he do? Outside, a strong corrosive effect eroded the black jade talisman's protective barrier. Guhai showed an anxious expression. Buzz. Suddenly, in the pitch-black environment, something seemed to light up in an instant. It was like a beam of light entered Guhai's forehead. The instant the beam entered his forehead, Guhai felt dazed, as if he was about to fall asleep. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal suddenly trembled, jolting the drowsy Guhai awake. Guhai's consciousness suddenly discovered a white-clad old man sitting in his sea of consciousness. This old man's face was blurry, and his entire body gave off a faint white light. A go board was placed in front of this old man. This go board had 30 vertical and horizontal lines. The board was filled with black and white go stones. I invite you to solve the 30 vertical and horizontal lines go puzzle. The white-clad old man across from Shaoqin said indifferently, "Old man Guanxi?" Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this the same scene that he saw in the innate puzzle world? That circular go board contained a heavenly go stone fragment and a strand of consciousness that old man Guanxi left behind to record the go board. Is it the same now? That makes sense. Old man Guanxi left behind more than 1,000 treasures. This century lifespan immortality, peach tree, had to be a treasure among treasures. How could it not have a heavenly go stone fragment? The 30 vertical and horizontal lines go puzzle. Guhai's eyes turned grave as he looked over. Chapter 293, 30 vertical and horizontal chess game. I invite you to solve it. Old man Guanxi invited him again. However, this time, old man Guanxi seemed to have his own thoughts. Old man Guanxi? Guhai asked in confusion. I'm just a fragment of old man Guanxi's thoughts. If someone can solve this situation, I'll disperse. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Oh, another legacy? Guhai asked doubtfully. The inheritance is only this go game. The old man Guanxi said with a smile. Just this game of chess. That's right. If I can solve this chess game, I'll also have a world-shaking array. However, why do you want to set up these chess games for others to play? Is it just an inheritance? Guhai was confused. Old man Guanxi smiled and shook his head. In the chess game of 29 heavens and earth, if you can't win, you'll die. What about this game? Guhai asked seriously. What do you think? Old man Guanxi laughed. Guhai's face darkened as he smiled bitterly. It's still death in the outside world. My body has already sunk into a swamp, and I can't move at all. Furthermore, there's a powerful force breaking down my protective shield. I don't think I can hold on for much longer. Also, I can't hold on forever. If you can solve this situation, you can leave easily. If you can't, I can only wait for the next person. Old man Guanxi said calmly. Waiting for the next person? Of the 9 sons of Guanxi, one of them will be able to solve it. Old man Guanxi said calmly. Guhai was silent for a long time. So, time is limited, please. Old man Guanxi said indifferently. How does this game compare to the 29 heavens and earth chess game? Guhai asked in a low voice. It's like the difference between 29 and 28. Old man Guanxi said calmly. Guhai was speechless. Guhai longed to meet an opponent. If it were any other time, Guhai would definitely be overjoyed to encounter the 30-world vertical and horizontal chess game. This was because Guhai was confident that he would be able to solve it. It was only a matter of time. But now, he was not given any time at all. Back then, he had gone through the elementary, intermediate, and advanced stages of the 29 line pair world chess game. Furthermore, he had sat at the life and death chess piece for an entire day before finally solving it. Now, do I have a whole day? He could only hold his breath for 3 to 4 hours at most. The viscous liquid outside was constantly destroying his energy shield. Did he have that much time? The difference between 30 and 29 was like the difference between 29 and 28. 29 and 28. That was the difference between heaven and earth. Time is limited. Please make your move as soon as possible. Old man Guanxi repeated. Guhai. Not daring to hesitate, Guhai immediately looked at the Go board. The 30-world vertical and horizontal chess game had 30 lines in each direction, instantly becoming countless times more complicated. Furthermore, old man Guanxi laid out a powerful Go puzzle. Guhai looked around and saw a profound world. If 29 was just the frame of a house, everything was hollow. However, the 30 before Guhai's eyes were filled with bricks and tiles. Guhai sealed the surroundings and formed a complete house, a complete world. Gasp! Guhai took a deep breath. At this moment, he did not know whether he should be happy or sad. As old man Guanxi said, this Go puzzle before Guhai was incredibly profound. It was not impossible to solve it, but there was no time. Guhai wanted to use his heart to investigate it. However, he did not have enough time and did not dare to delve too deeply. What should I do? What should I do? Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Guhai's consciousness. It came from the 100,000 Go puzzles he brought from Earth. In the past, 80,000 Go puzzles were merged into 20,000 extremely complicated Go puzzles with 19 Go puzzles. Then, when he solved the life chess, he once again merged them with the other 20,000 complicated Go puzzles. It was a slow merging process. Finally, at this moment, all the Go puzzles were merged into 10,000 extremely complicated Go puzzles. The 10,000 Go puzzles that merged into 4 contained Guhai's boundless wisdom and Guhai's boundless understanding of the Go Dao. Every Go puzzle was a condensation of Guhai's wisdom. 10,000 Go puzzles merged. Please make your move. Old man Guanxi called out again. Guhai could not easily make his move without seeing through all 30 Go puzzles. However, he did not have enough time. What should he do? Suddenly, Guhai raised his eyebrows as he thought of something. These 10,000 Go puzzles are the condensation of my wisdom. Can I merge my consciousness with them and control the accumulation of my wisdom? Guhai's expression changed. Thinking of this, Guhai did as he said, and his consciousness slowly scattered. Boom! Xiao Chen's consciousness scattered into 10,000 parts of his consciousness. Then, each part entered a Go puzzle. Splitting one's consciousness sounded difficult, but it was not. It was like an ordinary person using only their right hand to work. It was a mental exercise. However, when one used both hands to work, one's consciousness split into 2. When one used both hands and legs, one's consciousness split into 4. Right now, Guhai split one part of his consciousness into 10,000 parts to control the Go puzzles formed by his wisdom. A blurry Guhai's figure slowly appeared on each of the 10,000 Go puzzles. It looked like a projection, appearing extremely faint. The 10,000 Guhai's figures slowly opened their eyes. Xiao Chun controlled the 10,000 Go puzzles and flew over to the old man Guanxi. In an instant, old Mr. Guanxi no longer faced one Go player, but 10,000. 10,000 Guhais. At this moment, all of them were using their own intelligence to analyze the 30-sided Go puzzle. The wisdom of the 10,000 Guhais seemed to be connected. 10,000 Guhais played against the old man Guanxi. The old man Guanxi also revealed some shock. Go Soul, you actually used such a method to condense a Go Soul? 9,999 Guhais looked at the Go puzzles. Only one of them asked curiously, "What is a Go Soul?" You and I took different paths. Back then, my main body was a Go Soul, continuously growing stronger and expanding my consciousness. However, you used 10,000 consciousnesses to merge into one and condense a ghost soul clone. Perhaps one day, when your 10,000 consciousnesses merge into one, that will be the time when the ghost soul is fully formed. A ghost soul? Ha! You will be the second person in this world to condense a ghost soul, the old man Guanxi exclaimed. Oh, the second? Then who is the first? The first is me, the old man Guanxi said indifferently. What is the use of a ghost soul? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That is your seventh soul, the old man Guanxi said indifferently. What's the seventh soul? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Everyone knows about the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. However, ordinary people only find the 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls. The old man Guanxi said indifferently. Gu Hai immediately recalled. The 3 spiritual souls were heaven, earth, and human. In the Yuanying state, the nascent soul was the soul. There were only 6 nascent souls in the Dantian, and the nascent souls in the heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney. However, there was no 7th soul. Was he condensing the 7th fragment? Old man Guanxi didn't say anything else. Instead, he suddenly looked at the chessboard as though he had discovered something. Gu Hai, who was the only one talking, stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the chessboard with the remaining 9,999 copies of himself. 10,000 Gu Hais had solved 30 world vertical and horizontal chess games at the same time. This analytical ability was extremely terrifying in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Boom! Suddenly, one of the large chessboards that Gu Hai was sitting on suddenly shrank. It was a 4x4 chessboard, which meant that 4 chessboards had been put together. It was 4 times the length and width, and there were many chess pieces. At this moment, it was condensed and slowly shrunk into a chessboard with 19 lines. Removing the useless pieces, the complicated situation of the previous 4 chessboards was slowly condensed into one. Boom! The second large chessboard Gu Hai sat on was condensed into a small chessboard with 19 lines. Boom! 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 More and more chessboards condensed. After analyzing the 30 world vertical and horizontal chessboards, although they had not made any moves yet, they instantly gained countless insights. The 10,000 Gu Hais seemed to have entered this world at the same time. They spread out, each looking at 1/10,000th of the chessboards, quickly analyzing the entire world. As they looked at the chessboards more clearly, they all gained great insights. After 2 hours, the 10,000 large world vertical and horizontal chessboards completely condensed into small chessboards. At this moment, the 10,000 Gu Hais figures seemed to instantly become a little clearer. Buzz! The 10,000 Gu Hais looked up at nearly the same time. In that instant, it seemed like the entire world suddenly lit up. Old man Guanxi smiled bitterly. Congratulations, you solved it. Rumble. The 10,000 small world vertical chessboards suddenly merged into 4 again. Boom. 4 of the world vertical chessboards suddenly merged into 1. As for the 4 Gu Hais on it, their figures touched, and the 4 merged into 1. Their figures were still blurry, but they became much clearer. Presumably, when the 10,000 Gu Hais carried the wisdom gathered in the Go puzzles and merged into 1, that would be when the ghost soul was fully born. The others continued. However, it was clear that there was still a long process. The only Gu Hai that merged into 4 picked up a black ghost stone. Old man Guanxi, no matter what your ultimate goal is, Gu Hai will be eternally grateful. As Gu Hai spoke, he slowly placed a ghost stone on the world vertical chessboard. Clack! Boom! The entire world vertical chessboard suddenly trembled. If someone who understood Go looked at it, it would seem like the entire Go puzzle world instantly collapsed and was destroyed. The entire world vertical chessboard immediately turned into a cloud of smoke that surrounded Old Man Guanxi. You don't need to thank me. One day, you will know that I should thank you, too, Old Man Guanxi said with a faint smile. Bang! Old Mr. Guanxi suddenly exploded, turning into smoke and dissipating into thin air. Suddenly, a heavenly Go shard appeared in the smoke. This shard was even larger than the 3 heavenly Go shards Gu Hai obtained earlier. Another one? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Then his consciousness returned to his main body outside. At this moment, Gu Hai suddenly felt that he could move. Although this viscous liquid did not change, a layer of light from the heavenly Go fragment covered his body, allowing him to move freely in this liquid. Move freely? Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as his figure suddenly rushed forward. When Gu Hai arrived at the inner wall, is this the century lifespan immortality peach tree's stomach? Or is it the furnace inside? Refining living people, refining ghosts, and preventing reincarnation is not something good. It should be destroyed. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Xing. Gu Hai suddenly thrust the life ender saber at the inner wall of the furnace. The century lifespan immortality peach tree is a rare treasure in the world. Go ahead and absorb it. Help me destroy it. Don't transfer the energy you absorb to me. Just turn it all into bone energy. I want to destroy this entire hell. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. The life ender saber pierced the inner wall of the furnace. Countless skulls surged out of the surging black energy and quickly gnawed at it. Chapter 294. The life ender saber released black energy and crazily gnawed at the century lifespan immortality peach tree from the inside. Boom. The feedback of 1,000th of the life ender saber's energy made Gu Hai's expression change. It felt like the yellow river washed over him. This energy was too vast, so much so that if he tried to absorb it, he would explode in less than 5 breaths of time. The energy of this century lifespan immortality peach tree is that high. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Rumble. The century lifespan immortality peach tree shook wildly as if it felt intense pain. Outside, Mr. Dongfang looked into the distance. Long Wanyu had already disappeared into the horizon. Humph! Mr. Dongfang snorted coldly. He no longer cared about Gu Hai's life or death. After all, no one could escape once sucked in, including the Heavenly Palace expert from earlier. Xiao Chun waved his sleeve, and the ritual array returned to normal. The century lifespan immortality peach tree continued to land on the ghost pool. Mr. Dongfang looked at the ghosts screaming miserably in the ghost pool. However, he revealed a cold smile and said, "It is useless even if you scold me. Since you enter my ghost pool, you can forget about running. Obediently help me grow the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Old monster, you will die a horrible death. If I come out of my ghost pool, I will definitely eat your flesh and gnaw on your bones. Ah, old monster, I want your life. Ah, the blue flames burned the ghosts, inflicting extreme pain on them. More than 2 hours later. All right, most of the impurities in your bodies have been refined. Now, you are the best nourishment for the century lifespan immortality peach tree." Mr. Dongfang sneered. "I want to kill you. I want to eat your flesh, gnaw on your bones, and drink your blood. Old monster, I will fight it out with you." Millions of ghosts howled in despair as they stared at Mr. Dongfang with eyes that were about to burst open. Above the ghosts, there was even a black aura gathering. Overwhelming resentment. Good. The more overwhelming the resentment, the more it can help the century lifespan immortality peach tree grow. I want your resentment. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Dongfang said excitedly. Xiao Chun flung out his sleeve, and one of the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots stabbed into the ghost pool. Then, a surging suction sucked in the group of ghosts. Ah, old monster, you will die a horrible death. The group of ghosts howled. Curse me to die a horrible death. When you enter the century lifespan immortality peach tree, call them. The humans and ghosts that enter will quickly become nutrients. Gu Hai is waiting for you inside. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Right after speaking, the century lifespan immortality peach tree trembled. What's wrong? Mr. Dongfang paused. The tree root that had just reached into the ghost pool suddenly turned pale white and revealed a trace of metallic luster. Why did the roots turn white? Are those bones? The roots of the century lifespan immortality peach tree turned into bones. Mr. Dongfang was slightly taken aback. The suction force that was sucking in the group of ghosts suddenly stopped. The roots of the tree were reduced to bones, but the rest of the tree was writhing madly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. He extended his hand and formed hand seals. Rumble. The tree shook rapidly. As it shook, countless roots emerged. However, the roots that emerged turned into bones in the blink of an eye, unable to move. Not only that, but a white energy rushed to the ground below. The ground below quickly turned white and turned into bones. It was like a ripple in still water, spreading out in the blink of an eye. This is... Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. Ka, 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 ka. The white color of the ground spread in all directions. In an instant, it reached Mr. Dongfang's feet. Boom! Suddenly, a bone-like spike emerged from the ground and rushed toward Mr. Dongfang, as if it was going to skewer him in an instant. Bang! Mr. Dongfang's expression changed as he jumped away. Boom! 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 On the ground, one after another, spikes emerged crazily. They grew rapidly, growing taller and taller as if they had formed a giant mountain that soared into the sky. They chased after Mr. Dongfang crazily. Beat * starred. Bones? I have an een wind that can cut bones and flesh. Cut it for me. Mr. Dongfang glared and shouted angrily. He waved his hand, and a rolling een wind whistled. Roar. The een wind seemed to transform into ferocious beasts. However, the moment it rushed over, the power of bones spread and instantly turned the een wind into bone. It turned into countless bones floating in the air, surrounding Mr. Dongfang and chasing after Mr. Dongfang. The sky was full of bone spikes. It was like a world of bones. What? Mr. Dongfang screamed and wanted to jump away. However, the enormous bone spikes from before had already soared into the sky, forming several tens of enormous bone mountains. Furthermore, they were encircling the entire interior of the cave. It was full of bones. The sky and the ground were full of bones. Mr. Dongfang's array was instantly turned into bone, forming a large sealed space. Mr. Dongfang suddenly had no way to escape. The bones in all directions instantly reduced Mr. Dongfang's space of movement by a lot. No, how can this be? My array, my century lifespan immortality peach tree. Move. Mr. Dongfang shouted in shock. Whoosh. Suddenly, a bone spike pierced through his right shoulder and nailed him to a bone mountain. Mr. Dongfang instantly couldn't move. Boom. At this moment, the ghost pool below was also turned into bone and instantly exploded. Countless ghosts were instantly free. Ah, crack, crack, crack. Old monster, I'm going to eat you. Old monster, I'm going to kill you. The group of ghosts rushed out of their cages and headed straight for Mr. Dongfang. Be * starred. Be * starred. Mr. Dongfang angrily slapped the bone spike on his body. The bone spike shattered. However, there were too many bone spikes in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 20 bone spikes nailed Mr. Dongfang to the bone mountain wall. He couldn't move at all. Seeing that the million ghosts were about to reach him, Mr. Dongfang finally revealed a terrified expression. How can this be? Century, lifespan, immortality, peach tree. Follow my orders. Come and protect me. Come and protect me. Mr. Dongfang roared. Boom. The century lifespan immortality peach tree in the distance suddenly exploded. It turned into fragments that filled the sky and disappeared. What? Mr. Dongfang was stunned. After the explosion, black fog appeared. The black fog suddenly disappeared, revealing Gu Hai, who was in a sorry state. Huff, 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 huff. The moment Gu Hai came out, he gasped for breath. Clearly, he had been holding his breath for too long. Gu Hai, it's you. Ah, no. Mr. Dongfang roared in despair. This was because the million ghosts had already closed in. Roar. I'm going to eat you. Old monster, die. The group of ghosts howled and crazily gnawed at Mr. Dongfang. Ah, don't eat me. Don't eat me. Ah. Mr. Dongfang screamed miserably. In the blink of an eye, the million ghosts gnawed at his flesh. Whoosh! Only a pile of withered bones, with their marrow sucked out, fell to the ground. Roar! The group of ghosts let out a roar to vent their resentment. Gu Hai suddenly came out. When he looked up and saw that the surroundings had turned into a world of bones, he revealed a look of horror. Just 1,000th of the century, lifespan immortality peach tree's strength can actually turn such a large area into bones. Gu Hai said in shock. However, before Gu Hai could marvel at his masterpiece, the scene of 1 million ferocious ghosts gnawing at Mr. Dongfang made his scalp tingle. Aren't these ferocious ghosts too ferocious? The group of ghosts roared. After venting their resentment, they felt much better. Then, they turned their heads to look at Gu Hai. Many thanks, benefactor. Solemnly, the group of ghosts bowed to Gu Hai. The million ghosts expressed their gratitude at the same time, and surging providence instantly gathered in Gu Hai. After the group of ghosts expressed their gratitude, Gu Hai sighed and nodded. Never mind. You should reincarnate. Go and reincarnate. The million ghosts shook for a while, but they stood in place, not moving at all. They all showed confused expressions. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. I don't know. After we were refined by the blue flames of the Dongfang demons, not only can we be seen by the living, but we can't enter the netherworld for now, one of the ghosts said with an unsightly expression. I can't either. I can't either. What should we do? I feel that my soul's energy is slowly diminishing in this state. Could it be that we still have to turn to ashes after our soul energy completely drains? The group of ghosts showed horrified expressions. For a time, everyone was talking at once. The world of bones was instantly filled with noise. Everyone! Everyone! Gu Hai called out. The group of ghosts stopped and looked at Gu Hai. You can't reincarnate. How about you come with me to Jinan City? Someone should know how to help you, Gu Hai suggested. Oh, all right, I'll listen to benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. Gu Hai nodded and changed his clothes. Then he looked at the surrounding mountains of bones and smiled bitterly. After ossification, the mountains and trees would become real bones. It was possible to restore them to their original state, but it required more energy than the ossification to transform them back to their original state. Gu Hai didn't have the energy now. He walked around the valley. He let the group of ghosts find a gap in the bone spurs. Following the group of ghosts, Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the Valley of Bones. Gu Hai left the Valley of Bones for about 2 hours. Buzz. In the Valley of Bones, The void trembled slightly. A gust of cold wind swept past, and a white-robed little boy walked out of the void ripples. The white robe was embroidered with golden silk. The white-robed little boy looked at Mr. Dongfang's skeleton in front of him. He took out a small bottle and poured a drop of liquid on the skeleton. Buzz! The skeleton strangely emitted a trace of light, and then the bones quickly grew little bits of flesh and blood. Gradually, the flesh and blood condensed into a bloody little boy. It was Mr. Dongfang, who was saved by the white-robed little boy in front of him, bringing the dead back to life, flesh and bones. It was done with just a drop of liquid. Mr. Dongfang trembled violently and was resurrected. The white-robed little boy threw a white robe to him, and Mr. Dongfang quickly put it on. Dongfang number 7, you died again. If I wasn't near the underworld, you would have disappeared. The white-robed little boy said lightly. Mr. Dongfang immediately knelt down. Forgive me, original body. I was careless this time. The white-robed little boy was silent for a while. I made 10 bodies and let you spread out to help me seize life. You are the most troublesome. Humph. Forgive me, original body. Dongfang number 7 said worriedly. Well, you made such a big commotion that you will alarm the Deqian Celestial Empire. It's not good to stay here for long. Follow me. The white-robed little boy said lightly. Yes, original body. Dongfang number 7 said respectfully. Buzz. Suddenly, the void in front of the two trembled slightly. Dongfang number 7 stepped in with the white-robed little boy and disappeared. Chapter 295. Gu Hai and a million ghosts walked out of the Valley of Bones. There was still a thick fog in the surroundings covering the area of bones. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with endless dark clouds, and there was a rumble in the distance. Gu Hai stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. The dark clouds in the sky were the dark clouds of fate in misery. They were played by Pujuan, and they seemed to be even more tragic than before. The sky was gloomy, and the world was filled with bleak, cold winds. Thousands of miles were sealed in ice, and thousands of miles were fluttering with snow. It was a scene of bitter cold and despair. However, the loud sound came from outside Jinan City. Outside Jinan City, there were 1,000,000 bronze men. All of them were at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and they were extremely powerful. The soldiers who left the city in the past would definitely not be able to resist 1,000,000 bronze men. However, those soldiers were just in disguise. In the distance, there were 4 copybooks hanging in the sky, 4 super huge copybooks. The copybooks hung vertically in a square space, and dazzling white light bloomed on the copybooks. At this moment, about 600,000 bronze men were trapped in the square space by these 4 copybooks. The dazzling white light on the copybooks was like 4 huge walls, sealing the sky and earth, and trapping the 600,000 bronze men inside. Those copybooks is the righteous energy of calligraphy on the copybooks. A ghost beside Gu Hai said in surprise. Righteous energy? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes, the 4 arts are based on books. Calligraphy is the most basic. Those copybooks must be righteous energy. Using 4 copybooks to seal 600,000 bronze men, so the Grand Marshal was already prepared. I see. I was wondering why he went to the major academies to find people last time. The ghost said in surprise. The major academies? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Look at those armored soldiers. They are only here to confuse Pujuan. They are all calligraphy experts. Look at the 4 pieces of calligraphy. A group of calligraphy experts are constantly writing on the pieces of calligraphy that is pouring in the overwhelming righteous energy. However, the general principles on the 4 pieces of calligraphy must be even more powerful. Otherwise, it would not have been able to seal the 600,000 bronze men. The ghost explained. Guhai looked over. Sure enough, the group of soldiers were all holding brushes and writing in front of the 4 gigantic scrolls. Hum, 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 hum. White light soared into the sky, and the calligraphy was filled with righteous energy. Borrowing the power of the 4 calligraphy pieces, it formed a cage that overflowed into the sky, imprisoning the bronze man that was constantly colliding inside. Guhai narrowed his eyes. However, he saw countless fairies flying around in the morality cage. The fairies kept colliding with the bronze man's head as if they wanted to seize control of the bronze man. Sima Chongkong used people to seal the bronze man. She wants Gaochen to take back the bronze man. However, how can the bronze man be taken back so easily? Guhai frowned slightly. The 600,000 bronze men were sealed, but there were still 400,000 that were attacking the South Town City's formation. Gaochen, Sima Chongkong, you are indeed cunning. You think you can take back my 600,000 bronze men by sealing them with calligraphy? Dream on. Pajuan roared. On the city tower, Gaochen looked at Sima Chongkong and said, "This method won't work. My fairies are outside the bronze men, and Pajuan's fairies are inside. More than 10 of them are needed to restrain the enemy. However, they can only restrain the enemy. They can't enter at all. It has to work even if it doesn't work. This tragic world is even more powerful than the one in Silvermoon City. Didn't you play Pathos earlier? You can't break tragic world at all. Last time, you could break it because of the combined willpower of the entire city. This time, it's only your willpower. This is a spiritual Guqin Dao concept. It can't be broken. Let your fairies take back the bronze man for me to use. Then, kill Pajuan with all your might." Sima Chongkong shook her head. I still have a song here. Master passed it to me before he left. However, I need to use all my strength to play it. Gaochen explained. But now, we've already sealed off the enemy's 600,000 bronze men. Of course, sealing them off isn't only the work of the 4 copybooks, but also your contributions. Without your 6 million little spirits interfering with the bronze men inside, the 4 copybooks wouldn't have been able to stop them. Because of your interference, they weren't able to focus on breaking the formation. If you had used all your strength to play the new song, the trapped 600,000 bronze men would have broken out. At that time, 1 million bronze men would have attacked together. I don't know how long our defensive formation would have lasted, Sima Chongkong said with a frown. But I want to play that song. Gaochen showed a hint of bitterness. Master Lu Nian smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Sima, from a purely rational point of view, you are not wrong. After all, you want to play it safe. You are worried that Guhai's song won't be able to achieve the desired effect. Everything we have done before would have been for naught, and the bronze men might even have broken through the city. However, after this period of time, I realized that I trust Guhai's song more. I suggest that Gaochen try." Sima Chongkong frowned slightly. The 4 calligraphy pieces were shrouded by the nature of righteousness. The calligraphy experts holding the calligraphy pieces were protected by the nature of righteousness. The group of bronze men could not touch them at all. Moreover, with Gaochen's sound barrier, they were not affected by misery. The cage of righteousness was very special. Its interior was incomparably sturdy. The 600,000 bronze men attacked in all directions, but could not break through. The bronze men outside could not touch it. They wanted to destroy the calligraphy pieces, but with a dash, they entered the cage of righteousness. 400,000 bronze men attacked the city, but could not break through. Pajuan was also a little anxious. He looked coldly at the cage of righteousness in the distance. Humph, you want to divide my army into two so that I can't break through the city? Then I won't break through the city. I will destroy your 4 calligraphy pieces first. Pajuan shouted coldly. He waved his hand. Boom! The 400,000 bronze men attacking the city suddenly stopped and broke into the cage of righteousness. Oh no! Sima Chongkong's expression changed. The power of 1,000,000 bronze men gathered together was too great after all. The interference of 6 million Gauchans, little spirits, was limited. He suddenly attacked with all his might. Boom! With a loud noise, a crack appeared on the 4 walls of nature of righteousness. Ah! The group of calligraphy masters were immediately sent flying by the powerful recoil. Oh no! Quick, block it! Quickly write! The calligraphy experts rushed forward in horror, grabbed their brushes, and quickly wrote. Break! Pajuan shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise shook the sky. Under the full force of 1,000,000 bronze men, the cage of righteousness burst open. Tear! 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 With 4 loud noises, the 4 super-huge calligraphy pieces suddenly turned into pieces and drifted into the air. The 1,000,000 bronze men were suddenly free. Ha 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 ha! Calligraphy? Calligraphy is only SOSO. Pajuan sneered. On the city tower, everyone's face darkened. Break through the city, Pajuan said coldly. Boom! The 1,000,000 bronze men attacked almost at the same time, bombarding the city tower. Boom! The city tower shook violently, and the soldiers were suddenly in an uproar. Gauchan, perhaps I was wrong. Why don't you give it a try? Guhai's song. Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile, You should have let me do it earlier. Although Master's song isn't as good as mine, it's still very effective. Gauchan didn't forget to flatter himself for a moment. He waved his hand. Boom! The 6 million little spirits were immediately put away. Oh, not interfering with my bronze men? Pajuan, who was in the distance, was slightly surprised. It was because of these little spirits that his bronze men couldn't reach a consensus, and the destruction caused by them would be much less. But now, what was the North Star trying to do? Ding! Gauchan reached out and plucked. A huge heavenly zither appeared in the void, amplifying Gauchan's voice. Playing the zither? Ha! Is it pathos or 10-sided ambush? Gauchan, I already know your song, and you still want to compete with me? Pajuan sneered. Ding, ding, ding. Gauchan's zither sounded. Along with the sound of the zither, there was suddenly a loud sound of war drums in the sky. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, making everyone tremble. Dong! Dong, dong! Dong, dong, dong! Dong! Dong, dong! Dong, dong, dong! Dong! Dong, dong! Dong, dong, dong! The war drums shook the heavens and the earth. Under the powerful sound of the war drums, the floating snow trembled with the war drums. And there was a murderous aura in the war drums. The soldiers in the city, who had been in an uproar, suddenly felt their blood boil when they heard the sound of the war drums. Not 10-sided ambush. Pajuan raised his eyebrows. Dong! Dong, dong! Dong, dong, dong! The sound of the war drums became more and more frequent. Slowly, in the void, green illusory figures of soldiers were condensed, as if they were continuously beating the drums. There were especially many people beating the drums. At a glance, there were 1,000,000 people beating the drums. 1,000,000 drummers? Is this an army? Countless people were surprised. The sound of war drums could be heard during the battle, but there were only a few people beating the drums. However, what kind of scene was the North Star going to play? 1,000,000 people beating the drums? No wonder it was so shocking. However, 1,000,000 people beating the drums. What kind of battle was this? 1,000,000 people was a huge fighting force. How could he just let them beat the drums? Sima Chongkong frowned and looked at the drummers in the sky. Ding, 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 ding. As the sound of the zither continued, the scene displayed by the zither Dao kept changing. There were 4 million illusory figures of soldiers standing around the million drummers. Humph! These illusory figures condensed by the zither Dao are at most similar to the power of the innate realm. What's the use of them? 100 of my bronze men would be enough to annihilate them all. 1 million drummers and 4 million trashy soldiers? Gaochen, is that all you can do? Pajuan sneered. The 4 million soldiers stood respectfully in all directions. The million drummers beat the drums and looked at the huge military tent that slowly appeared in the center. It was a military tent that was 300 meters tall. The general is mighty. The general will win. The general is invincible. The 4 million soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs, shaking the sky, along with the earth-shaking drumming. A huge aura of the general is mighty surged out, and a belief of victory suddenly soared into the sky. The belief of victory seemed to have infected everyone in an instant. In Southtown City, everyone's blood was boiling. What kind of general was in that huge military tent? 1 million drummers and 4 million soldiers are just background. They just need to shout and gather the power of a peerless god of war for the general in the tent. How can there be such a strange song? What's the name? Sima Chongkong said in surprise. General's order. Gu Hai answered the question of the ghost beside him. Chapter 296. Talk, 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 talk. General is mighty. 1 million war. Drums beat in unison. The shouts of 4 million soldiers shook the world, making the blood of countless soldiers in South Mountain City boil. Those bronze men who were attacking Southtown City also suddenly paused. A huge tent 300 meters tall appeared. All the zither cultivators bowed, respectfully, as they called out to a powerful war god in the tent. Although the tent with 4 million soldiers and 1 million war drums had not been opened yet, it already gave off an unrivaled and austere aura. Furthermore, as the war drums continued and the shouts continued, a huge aura seemed to gather in the tent. A storm surged out of the tent. What a ferocious and austere aura! Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. I have never seen such a ferocious war song before, gathering the aura of millions of soldiers into one. A general's order? What kind of general is that? Sima Chongkong asked. On the other side of the city gate tower, Jinmu of Silla sat on her throne. She did not interfere with Sima Chongkong's battle, but just watched quietly. Even when she felt extremely anxious earlier, Jinmu of Silla did not move at all. However, when this general's order came out, Jinmu of Silla narrowed her eyes and looked at the tent. Is this accumulating power? What a strong song! Jinmu of Silla revealed some doubts. Ding, 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 ding. As Gaochen continued playing the zither, the storm outside the tent grew stronger. In the distance, Pajuan's expression turned cold. Humph! Trying to be mysterious. Go and destroy it. Pajuan shouted coldly. The bronze men in South Mountain City immediately paused and turned their heads. The ones closest to Pajuan quickly flew to the entrance of the tent. Ding, ding, ding. Gaochen's complexion turned ashen. Master, this song is not difficult to play. However, how can it be easy for me to infuse all my mental energy and aura into it? I'm exhausted. Roar, roar. Hundreds of bronze men charged at the entrance of the tent. It looked like they would destroy the tent if they got close. Talk, 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 talk. General is mighty. The sound of battle drums and roars resounded throughout the world. The hundreds of bronze men were about to reach the tent. Raise the tent. The 4 million soldiers roared in unison. As he shouted, he saw the tent suddenly open. Hundreds of bronze men also instantly approached. The instant the tent opened, a huge river suddenly gushed out from within, gushing out ferociously. However, what the river carried was not water, but many ferocious saber chi. It tore through everything, sweeping away everything before it. Hundreds of bronze men sent out manifested palm strikes to meet it. Boom, 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 boom. The palm force was completely crushed by the saber river. Even after it was crushed, the saber river was still ferocious as it charged toward the hundreds of bronze men. Boom! With a loud bang, the several hundred bronze men that were charging over were sent flying out like scattered flowers from a celestial maiden. He didn't even have the time to scream before he was sent flying in all directions by the rolling river of blades. Hiss! Saber chi? No, it was the aura. The moment the aura of this general was released, he sent hundreds of bronze men flying. Just how strong is this general? Countless soldiers in the city revealed looks of horror. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the zither contained a kind of earth-shattering charm that could only be displayed by the Swona. In an instant, the aura fermented. After the saber river sent hundreds of bronze men flying, it immediately soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth. Countless saber chi surged in all directions, wreaking havoc ferociously. At the tent, the saber chi was the most abundant. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, making it blurry. General is mighty. The 4 million soldiers shouted in unison. However, they saw that the tent disappeared in the smoke and dust, gradually revealing a figure that was 10 feet tall. They could vaguely see the outline of the figure. It was a general in armor. The general wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown, golden chainmail, and lotus silk cloud-walking shoes. On his back, there were 4 large flags. On the flags, there was a large golden word embroidered on each flag. Invincible. The large flag fluttered in the wind, giving off a rustling sound. However, the words invincible on it shocked the countless soldiers in Jinan City. More importantly, it was the general's face. In the distance, when Gu Hai and the millions of ghosts saw the general's face, they gaped in shock. On the city gate tower, Jin Mu of Silla, Sima Chongkong, Venerable Lu Nian, and the soldiers all showed strange expressions. Gu Hai, Pajuan said in shock from the distance. The general carrying the banner that read, unrivaled, under the heavens, actually looked like Gu Hai. This scene stunned defeating armies for a long time. My master created this song. Of course, I have to use my master's face. Gao Chen explained to Venerable Lu Nian, who was beside him. The general slowly charged out of the smoke, showing a ferocious expression. He raised his head to look at the sky, at the dark clouds of fate that misery had gathered. General is mighty. Thud, thud, thud. War drums and shouts echoed. The general pinched a phoenix wing on his head, showing a ferocious expression. With this general here, you dare to be impudent? The general glared and pointed to the sky. Boom! The saber chi in the surroundings suddenly gathered, forming a long saber chi dragon that charged at the dark clouds of fate in the sky. Roar! The long saber chi dragon roared ferociously. Everywhere it went, the world suddenly turned cold. The dark clouds of fate trembled, and surging lightning struck the long saber chi dragon. Rumble! Millions of lightning bolts struck, but not only did the long saber chi dragon not shatter, it even swelled up. Suddenly, it grew 100 times larger and gave off boundless lightning bolts. Bastard! Pajuan's expression changed. Roar! Boundless lightning bolts suddenly gathered in the dark clouds of fate, forming a huge lightning dragon that was equal to the long saber chi dragon. The lightning dragon showed a ferocious expression as it roared at the long saber-chi dragon below. The two dragons roared at each other and clashed in the blink of an eye. Roar! Roar! Hung! Under the huge collision, the world suddenly brightened up. It was so bright that countless people couldn't open their eyes for a moment. The huge shock wave seemed to kick up a storm that blew in all directions. From Jinan City to where Pajuan was, tens of thousands of kilometers away, sand and stones were blown up by the storm. Dust soared into the sky, making it hazy. Broken! The dark clouds of fate are broken. General, the dark clouds are broken. Guhai broke the tragic world again. The countless soldiers in the city immediately cheered. However, the dark clouds of fate in the sky had already shattered. The long saber-chi dragon and the lightning dragon exploded. I can see it. I can see it. I'm not deaf anymore. The tragic world cut off my five senses. They're all healed. The countless soldiers in the city who had been affected in the past cheered in excitement. No, impossible. Pajuan goggled in disbelief. General is mighty. General is invincible. General is mighty. The 4 million Zither Dao soldiers continued to cheer. General, to catch bandits, first capture the leader. Capture the bandit leader and return to the court. A shout suddenly came from the void. Yes, sir. The general abruptly replied. With this shout, Pajuan suddenly felt a great threat enveloping him. What? To catch bandits, first capture the leader? To capture me? Bastard! All bronze men, attack this general. Destroy him! Destroy him! Pajuan cried out in alarm. Rumble! All of a sudden, 1 million bronze men pounced at the general. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the general was buried in the center of the tens of thousands of bronze men, surrounded by them. Break! The general roared. Boom! The tens of thousands of bronze men were suddenly sent flying by a powerful force. In an instant, they exploded, shocking the countless soldiers in Jinan City. How is this possible? That general sent tens of thousands of bronze men flying with one punch. Someone exclaimed. No, the general's fist must have hit the little spirit in the bronze men. The little spirit was sent flying. Isn't that right, Gauchen? Sima Chongkong narrowed her eyes. At the side, Gauchen's face was pale. Previously, it was extremely difficult to play this song, especially when he had put all his focus and energy into it. Gauchen had no energy to speak to others. It had indeed hit the little spirit, but to outsiders, it looked like it had hit the bronze men. Boom, boom, boom. The general ran quickly toward the army destroyer. Not to mention his nimble body, the power of his punches shocked countless soldiers. With one punch, hundreds of bronze men were sent flying. With another punch, hundreds of bronze men were sent flying. With another punch, hundreds of bronze men were sent flying. Taking the general's head in the midst of an army of 10,000, the general was so fierce. Along the way, more and more bronze men appeared, but they were no match for him. He could send hundreds or thousands of them flying with one punch. For a moment, the area from Jinan City to where Pajuan was filled with bronze men sent flying. Quick, go back and kill him for me. Kill him! Defeating armies roared as he glared. The general was getting closer and closer. Misery was useless. 1 million bronze men were like paper in front of him. Smash, explode. Smash, explode. They were sent flying with one punch. Huh! The general continued to run toward Pajuan. His speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he was halfway there. Along the way, at least 100,000 bronze men were sent flying with one punch. That invincible scene was extremely shocking in the eyes of the countless soldiers in Jinan City. Those were bronze men at the peak of the nascent Soul realm. They were like ants being sent flying by the general. It was a defeated army. One man defeating 1,000 soldiers with 2 fists on the fierce battlefield. Only the general's figure could be seen, because nothing else was important. The general's 2 fists had defeated everything. Invincible. Chapter 297. Boom. Once the general appeared, no one dared to challenge him. He charged toward Pajuan among the 1,000,000 bronze men as if he was walking on flat ground. Before this, who would have thought that he could charge through the 1,000,000 bronze men army? This was an invincible army that could not be defeated. However, before the general, they were like a bunch of chickens and dogs. He could send thousands of them flying with one punch. On Southtown City, all the soldiers looked into the distance and clenched their fists as they listened to the music. We can win. We can destroy Pajuan. The general is mighty. On the city tower, the Southtown City army cheered excitedly. At this moment, Gauchen's face was pale. Obviously, this music was not easy to play. Damn it, hurry up, Gauchen said anxiously. It was not difficult to play the music, but it was extremely difficult to focus all of one's attention on it. Gauchen did not know how long he could last. The general shouted and sent a group of bronze men flying with one punch. He was getting closer and closer to Pajuan. For the first time, fear appeared on Pajuan's face. Block it! Block it! Bastard! Pajuan shouted in fear. The 1,000,000 bronze men immediately surrounded Pajuan, forming a thick human wall to face the charging, peerless general. Ha 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 ha! The general was in high spirits as he roared toward the sky. The 1,000,000 bronze men stood in front of him, but the general had a look of disdain. General's order, Army Destroyer. The general's face was ferocious as he roared and punched out. Boom! He hit the group of bronze men again. Ka! 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 The bronze men blocked one another. This time, the bronze men were not sent flying. Instead, they were pushed back slightly. This was because the 1,000,000 bronze men blocked the general at the same time, preventing him from advancing. He blocked it. The soldiers on the city tower in the distance were shocked. He can block it now, but not forever, Sima Chongkong said with a ferocious expression. Gauchen, keep playing, keep breaking. Victory is in our grasp. Sima Chongkong turned his head with a smile. Gauchen was sweating profusely. I can't hold on for much longer. Master's song is too exhausting. It's not as good as my song. Sima Chongkong frowned. Boom, boom, boom. Under the general's series of attacks, the 1,000,000 bronze men worked together. Although they could send 1 or 2 flying with a punch, as a whole, they managed to withstand the attacks. Mighty general! General is invincible! Shouts could be heard from afar. Pajuan let out a long sigh. Ha 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 ha! I understand. Gauchen, you really are going all out. You can't break through my 1,000,000-strong army. You can't hold on for long. Ha 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 ha! General's order! Army break! The general roared again. This time, he used all his strength and punched forward. Boom! The bronze men's surface emitted green light. The general's body also emitted golden light. The 2 sides were in a stalemate, and there was no clear winner. Where Gu Hai was. Everyone, according to what you said, this general is a spirit that is attacking the bronze men from a distance. The group of spirits is being held back by the general. Spirits are spirits, and so are you. I'll have to trouble you to give it a try. Gu Hai looked at the 1,000,000 ghosts. Benefactor, you're too polite. We'll give it a try. The 1,000,000 spirits answered. Boom! The million spirits flew toward the battlefield. In the distance, Gauchen was sweating profusely. It's over, it's over. I can't hold on for much longer. Sima Chongkong's face was anxious. He immediately found a subordinate. General Ma, I'll have to trouble you. The subordinate had a bitter expression. I just opened the Celestial Palace. If I can't even deal with the invincible general, how can I deal with the million bronze men? Gauchen, continue. Ha 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 ha, this is your limit, right? General? What's the use of a general? Pajuan guffawed, smugly. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate. Boom. Suddenly, 1,000,000 spirits appeared on the battlefield. That is, Venerable Lu Nian revealed shock. Mr. Sima, look, General Ma exclaimed in shock. It's Guhai? Sima Chongkong exclaimed in shock as his eyes lit up. The 1,000,000 spirits instantly arrived at Pajuan's side and entered the bronze men's bodies. The spirits inside the bronze men were bitterly dealing with the general. How could they have the energy to defend against the outsiders? The 1,000,000 spirits squeezed out of the bronze men's bodies with a gentle squeeze. Without the 1,000,000 spirits, the 1,000,000 bronze men exploded with one punch from the general. Hung! 1,000,000 bronze men exploded in an instant, filling the sky with figures. The scene of explosions was 100 times more shocking than all the previous battles. No! Pajuan roared in despair. The general instantly arrived. Boom! The punch landed heavily on the general's body. Die for me! Break! Gauchen roared. Boom! The punch sent Pajuan flying. As he flew through the air, Pajuan's body shattered into pieces, filling the sky. Buzz! The instant Pajuan exploded, Gauchen reached his limit, and the zither music stopped. The 1,000,000 bronze men immediately scattered on the ground. After all, these were bodies forged for the spirits. Although the 1,000,000 spirits obtained the bronze men, they could not control them. Hence, they came out in the blink of an eye. The spirits that were squeezed out showed despair on their faces. With Pajuan dead, they would not live for long either. The spirits still wanted to charge at the bronze men. Pajuan is already dead. You spirits are all mine. Quickly come to my mouth. Gauchen shouted excitedly. From a distance, there was a sudden suction force in his mouth. The 1,000,000 spirits fled in fear, but they could not escape at all. In the blink of an eye, they were sucked into Gauchen's mouth. Gauchen's face was originally pale as he had used up too much energy. However, after swallowing the 1,000,000 spirits in one gulp, his complexion immediately improved, and there was a faint glow on his face. Roar! The general is mighty. The bronze men army has been defeated. Guhai is mighty. On the city gate tower, countless soldiers shouted. I was the one who played the song. Why is no one praising me? Gauchen said with an ugly expression. Beiwang City, Mo Yike's residence. Lu Yang led a large number of officials and angrily stepped into Mo Yike's residence. Your Majesty, Lord Chun has been missing for a period of time. According to our investigation, the last time he appeared was at Mr. Mo's residence. At that time, he brought 2 servants with him. Your Majesty, I have sorted out the portraits of the 2 servants that Lord Chin brought with him. After a series of comparisons, it is confirmed that they are Sima Chongkong and Gu Hai. Your Majesty, Sima Chongkong and Gu Hai stayed at Mo Yike's residence for a long time, but Mo Yike did not report it. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is right. Mo Yike is the spy. A group of subordinates reported anxiously. However, Lu Yang's face was gloomy. He did not say a word until he reached Mo Yike's residence. Your Majesty, 10 servants came forward to welcome him. Where is Mo Yike? Lu Yang asked in a low voice. We don't know. A group of servants said blankly. You don't know? I arranged for you to stay in the Mo residence to watch over Mo Yike. You say you don't know? Lu Yong said coldly. The 10 servants had bitter expressions. We might have been discovered by Mr. Mo. We don't know why, but we fainted together. When we woke up, Mr. Mo was gone. Search. Lu Yang's face was gloomy. A group of subordinates quickly searched the Mo residence. On the side, an official frowned and said, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince might know where Mr. Mo is. Lu Yang turned to look at him. The Crown Prince, Lu En, has been holding a grudge against Mr. Mo ever since he was sent to prison because of Mr. Mo. He has said many times that Mr. Mo is a spy. We didn't take it seriously at first, but Lu En has been keeping an eye on him. 2 days ago, the Crown Prince mentioned this again, and the Emperor reprimanded him. The official said respectfully, Where is Lu En? Lu Yang asked in a low voice. According to reports from the camp, the Crown Prince took 10 giant dragons out of the camp last night. Maybe he went to chase after Mr. Mo? The official asked curiously. On a flying boat in the south of Ing province, Mo Yike stood on the deck with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. A group of men in black stood behind him. One of them knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Sir, these days you've been fishing in the day and holding banquets at night. You've used the time at night to arrange missions for us. We've already spread the word and arranged everything. I've arranged everything, but whether it can be done well depends on the results. Mo Yike said calmly. Yes, sir. All right, stop the flying boat for a while. We've been following it for half a day. There shouldn't be anyone here. Mo Yike smiled coldly. Boom. The flying boat suddenly stopped. At the same time, there was another flying boat hidden in the clouds high in the sky. Seeing Mo Yike's flying boat stop, they stopped as well. Come out, young master, and Mo Yike said calmly. Roar, roar. A series of giant dragon roars sounded. The flying boat in the sky was put away. The 10 Sin dragons all looked ferocious as they swooped down. Lu En stood on the head of one of the Sin dragons. Mo Yike, you're indeed a spy. Today, I've finally caught you. You can't escape. Young Master and said with a ferocious expression. Ever since you got out of the heavenly prison, you've been going against me. As long as I'm right, you're wrong? Young Master, and these days I've been reflecting on myself. My biggest failure is you. Mo Yike took a deep breath and said calmly. Oh, young Master, and revealed a trace of unexpected pride. He thought that Mo Yike was praising him. In my plan, I could have helped Lu Yong conquer Yong province. Unfortunately, everything was lost at your hands. I did not lose to an opponent like Gu Hai. I did not fear Gu Hai. I lost to a pig-like teammate like you. Unexpectedly, you alone put Lu Yang's army in such an awkward situation. I should have replaced you long ago. I should have done that long ago. Mo Yike showed a regretful expression. However, young Master An's expression turned sullen. You spy! How dare you say that about me? Humph! Mo Yike, none of you can escape today. I will not give you a chance to slander me in front of my grandfather. Today, I will leave you all here. Oh, these are the 10 Sin dragons that escaped from 9-5 Island. You want to use them to kill me? Mo Yike showed a cold smile. Roar, roar. The 10 Sin dragons roared, showing ferocious expressions. So what if they are? Eat them all. Young Master and said with a ferocious expression. Mo Yike smiled faintly but did not move. However, the 20 black-clad men behind Mo Yike suddenly released dense, black energy from their bodies. The black chi carried with it a sinister aura as it gushed out, suddenly dyeing the surrounding sky and earth black. The dragons paused for a moment. Then, the 20 black-clad men's eyes suddenly released a red light, and 2 blood-red fangs appeared in their mouths. "This is—" young Master An's expression changed. "Mister, this insignificant one has never drunk dragon blood before. This time," one of the black-clad men said with a smile. "Go, then. Be quick," Emoyike said indifferently. The 20 black-clad men immediately ran towards the dragons on the deck. As they ran, the black energy around them suddenly swelled again. Bang! The 20 black-clad men immediately exploded, instantly turning into countless bats that surged out of the black energy. Squeak! 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 The 20 black-clad men turned into 200,000 blood-sucking bats and charged at young Master and the dragons. "What?" The dragons' expressions changed. "Blood-sucking bats? Emoyike, you are from the Day One Imperial Dynasty? You are indeed a spy. You—" Young Master and cried out in alarm. Boom! The dragons and young Master and were immediately surrounded by countless bats. Roar! Roar! The dragons cried out in pain. "Ah! Run! Run! Save me!" Young Master and cried out in horror. Black energy surged in all directions as countless bats madly gnawed at the dragons. The dragons wanted to escape, but after struggling for a while in the black energy, they could not break free. In the blink of an eye, all the dragon blood in their bodies was sucked dry. "No! No! Ah!" The black energy was filled with despairing cries. Emoyike stood on the deck and watched indifferently. "Young Masterin, because of you my plan failed. Because of you, Liu Yang's army could only stop at Ing Province. Sai, I did not want to kill you, but you kept biting me like a mad dog." After a series of miserable cries, the black energy gradually fell silent. Squeak! 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 As the rolling bats cried out, they all returned to the deck. Their figures shrank, and they turned into 20 black-clad men again. "Many thanks for Mister's blood," the 20 black-clad men said respectfully. Not far away, young Master and the 10 Sin dragons turned into withered corpses. "Pack up. We should return," Emoyike said indifferently. "Yes," the group of black-clad men said respectfully. Chapter 298. Outside Jinan City, Guhai's general's order, and 1 million ghosts defeated Pajuan's misery and 1 million Qin figurines. After the battle ended, a large number of experts flew out of Jinan City to clean up the battlefield. A flying ship carried a large number of soldiers to hunt down the other living people in Pajuan's camp. The bronze men were weapons of war. However, they could not end up in the hands of others so easily. This was especially so after this huge battle. Everyone had a better understanding of the bronze men. The most elite soldiers were in charge of cleaning up the bronze men. Guhai did not remain idle. Instead, he headed to the battlefield and picked up Pajuan's pieces. Defeating armies had already turned into a pile of minced corpses. When the elite soldiers came over, they treated Guhai rather politely. After all, Guhai contributed the most in this battle. No one dared to stop Guhai from picking out Pajuan's pieces. After placing Pajuan's corpse in a coffin, Guhai gave instructions to the 1 million ghosts. Then he took out the white cloud flying ship and headed for Jinan City. Whoosh! The flying ship soon arrived at Jinan City. "Master, I'm incredible, right?" Gauchen jumped over excitedly. "Mr. Good, it's all thanks to you this time," Sima Changkong said with a smile. Guhai nodded. Then he looked at Venerable Lu Nian and asked, "Where's Long Wanyu?" Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly and said, "Guhai, fortunately, you are here. Long Wanyu is fine. However, when Gao-chen brought her back, she went crazy, desperately calling for people to save you. I had no choice but to put her to sleep for a while. Now, she is resting in the back. She went crazy, desperately calling for people to save her. Guhai revealed a warm smile. Although Long Wanyu was willful, she was not a bad person. It's good that she is fine. Guhai smiled faintly. Just at this moment, Jinmu of Silla slowly walked over. Mr. Good. Jinmu of Silla smiled. Grand Marshal. Everyone around bowed. Greetings, Grand Marshal. Guhai smiled. What an amazing general's order. In this battle, Mr. Good has made a great contribution. Jinmu of Silla said with a smile. Grand Marshal, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Guhai said politely. 1,000,000 bronze men need to be dealt with by His Holiness. You, Pujuan's corpse? Jinmu of Silla looked at Guhai. Guhai flipped his hand and opened the lid of the coffin that contained Pujuan's corpse. Inside, Pujuan's corpse was already torn to pieces, causing everyone to frown slightly. Pujuan's corpse is already in pieces. Grand Marshal, don't worry. Guhai smiled. After that, he flipped his hand and put away Pujuan's corpse. Jinmu of Silla smiled, but didn't say anything. Mr. Good has made a great contribution this time. I need to report this to His Holiness. As for the song, General's order. Jinmu of Silla looked at Guhai. It's fine. It's just a song. Gao-chen, send the complete song to Grand Marshal later. Guhai looked at Gao-chen. Oh. Gao-chen nodded indifferently. Once the general's order was played, it was no longer a secret. Most Guqin masters would remember it. They just had to describe it again to prevent missing anything. If that's the case, thank you for your trouble, Mr. Good. Jinmu of Silla smiled, slightly. Grand Marshal, you're too polite. Now that Pujuan has been defeated, it's time to follow up on the victory. Grand Marshal is very busy every day, so I won't disturb you any further. Guhai smiled. Jinmu of Silla nodded and left the tower. Just as Guhai said, this was the time for all the armies to attack with all their might. Jinmu of Silla still had a lot of things to arrange. The blood chi in the army is too strong. I was afraid that it would hurt those ghosts, so I had them stay far away. These ghosts have been smelted by Mr. Dongfang, so they can't be reincarnated now. I wonder if Mr. Sima and Master Lu Nian have a way to let them reincarnate in the netherworld? Guhai asked solemnly. Oh, Sima Chongkong squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. These are the dead soldiers of the two armies. Lu Yang gave them to Mr. Dongfang to be smelted, Guhai explained. Lu Yang's army? Mr. Sima's eyes lit up. That's right. Mr. Sima can ask them for help. Go to Lu Yang's army and spread the news that Lu Yang is cold-blooded. This will destroy the morale of the Dao-ing dynasty's subjects. However, after this, I hope that they will have a good home. Guhai said, solemnly. Ha ha ha, Mr. Good, this Dao-ing dynasty, from the beginning to the end, you were the one who destroyed it. As long as these ghosts appeared in front of Lu Yang's army, the morale of Lu Yang's army would drop. Good, good, good. Sima Chongkong said, good, 3 times in a row. Guhai, don't worry. I can release their souls. This way, they can be reincarnated. Master Lu Nian explained. Then, I will have to trouble Venerable. Guhai nodded. It's just that. Master Lu Nian looked at Guhai expectantly. Guhai felt a little bitter. Master, you care about Long Xiaoya. It's a pity, sigh. Guhai told Master Lu Nian about the news he had gotten from Mr. Dongfang. Long Xiaoya's heaven soul and earth soul had been destroyed. Her human soul was even more shattered and had been forcibly pieced together. Ha 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 ha. Master Lu, Nian put his palms together and looked up at the sky. He revealed a sad smile. He did not speak, but 2 streams of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Then he turned his head and walked away dispiritedly, leaving behind a bleak figure. 2 feelings are not fated in this life. The ancient Buddha lamp will accompany me for many years. Sima Changkong sighed softly. Gu Hai sighed softly as well. When Gu Hai returned to his residence, he found Mu Qinfeng and gave her some instructions. Then he went to Long Wanyu's residence. Mr. Good. Long Wanyu's subordinate greeted respectfully. How's the cluster princess? Gu Hai looked at that person. The cluster princess is fine. She just fell asleep. However, she kept calling out for Mr. in her dreams. That subordinate said respectfully. Oh, under the guidance of the subordinate, Gu Hai saw Long Wanyu on the bed in the room. Long Wanyu was asleep, but her face was filled with horror. Elder sister, mother, I'm scared. Elder sister, when are you coming back? Long Wanyu's sleeping face showed some horror. Gu Hai sighed softly. When is Wanqing coming back? I don't know, either. Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu suddenly screamed and woke up. As she screamed, she broke out in a cold sweat. The moment she woke up, she jumped up. Quick, save my brother-in-law. Quick, save my brother-in-law. Help! Help! Long Wanyu screamed in horror. After calling out twice, Long Wanyu suddenly discovered that she was in her room. She felt slightly stunned. However, she still showed an anxious expression. She turned her head and wanted to rush out. Then she happened to see Gu Hai standing nearby with a smile. Ah! Long Wanyu suddenly screamed. Long Wanyu, you're finally willing to call me brother-in-law. Gu Hai smiled. Long Wanyu rubbed her eyes. After confirming that it was Gu Hai, her face suddenly showed great joy. However, just as she was about to smile, she felt embarrassed. Humph, who's calling you brother-in-law? Long Wanyu suddenly pouted and said with a straight face. After saying that, she secretly glanced at Gu Hai. Well, I'm relieved to see that you're fine. In the future, if you feel a great danger, stay far away. Don't force yourself. Gu Hai said with a smile. It's none of your business. Long Wanyu's eyes flashed with regret. Elder sister, brother-in-law, how did you escape? Long Wanyu finally called out her brother-in-law. Thanks to your token. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mine. Long Wanyu revealed a confused expression. This is it. Your father left this for you. Gu Hai took out the black jade talisman. Initially, Long Wanyu was in a good mood. However, when she saw the black jade talisman, her mood immediately soured. He is not my father. I don't have such a father. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, however, it saved me in the end, right? I don't want it. I don't want it. Since it saved you, you can keep it. I don't want it. I don't want anything from him. Long Wanyu insisted stubbornly. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. All right. In that case, I'll help you keep it for now. Gu Hai stayed in Jinan City for a few days. Venerable Lu Nian adjusted his mood and helped release some of the ghosts. However, Sima Changkong made use of some of the ghosts from Lu Yang's army to break the enemy's morale. Gao Xianji led Legio 6 into battle. Gu Hai sat in his small courtyard, rearranging the 30-pair World Go puzzle. Long Wanyu frequently came to disturb him. On this day, Long Wanyu came again. Brother-in-law, how did you and my elder sister get to know each other back then? Can you tell me about it? Gu Hai put down the ghost stone. Just as he was about to explain with a smile, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Rumble. Suddenly, boundless, surging luck appeared in the air above Gu Hai's small courtyard. The luck surged and rushed at Gu Hai. The surging luck surged in the air above the small courtyard, causing countless people in Jinan City to reveal shocked expressions. Jinmu of Silla and Sima Changkong were discussing the situation at the front lines when they suddenly saw surging yellow clouds in the distance. Luck? This is gathering at Guhai's residence? Jinmu of Silla said in shock. Where did so much luck come from? Sima Changkong also said in shock. In the small courtyard, Long Wanyu watched in amazement as Guhai took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and quickly absorbed the luck that suddenly appeared. The luck that appeared out of nowhere stunned Guhai slightly. As he absorbed the luck, he vaguely heard a voice. People of the Shenlu dynasty, Huangfu Chaoga, have let you down and caused you to live in fear all these years. Huangfu Chaoga, am incompetent, and I don't know how long the Shenlu dynasty can hold on. I am not a competent emperor, and I am not far from the end of my life. The Shenlu dynasty is at the center of war, and the following time will definitely be more chaotic. Today, on my deathbed, I have made the following arrangements. I entrust the country to Guhai of the Han dynasty. It is my incompetence that caused the chaos of war to continue. I hope that Guhai of the Han dynasty can lead you to happiness and stability. People of the Shenlu dynasty, this is the last time I talk to you. I am ashamed to face you all. Your Majesty, we only respect you. Your Majesty, please don't. If you leave, what will we do? Your Majesty, you can't leave us behind. Chapter 299. On the city gate tower of Jinan City, Jinmu of Silla stood with her hands behind her back as she watched the flying ship disappear into the horizon. Guhai left? Jinmu of Silla asked calmly. Yes, Grand Marshal. Guhai took away Gaochen and more than 200 officials from 9-5 Island. Sima Changkong nodded. The fate of the Shenlu dynasty? Huangfu Chaoga entrusted the country to Guhai. Ha! Guhai is really popular. Jinmu of Silla revealed a complicated smile. Huangfu Chaoga pursued Long Xiaoya all her life, and Long Wanqing is Guhai's husband. Love me, love my dog. However, the Shenlu dynasty, it won't be so easy to accept this time. Sima Changkong frowned. Maybe it's good that Guhai went and tried his luck. Jinmu of Silla smiled, faintly. Guhai wants to leave, and Princess Wanyu wants to go with him. However, His Holiness has decreed, and no one dares to let her go far. Hence, Princess Wanyu is still throwing a tantrum. However, I heard that she's preparing to go to the imperial capital to reason with His Holiness. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile, no one could do anything about Long Wanyu, no matter how much she threw a tantrum. Jinmu of Silla nodded. It was a close call earlier, but it was a close call. If anything happened to Long Wanyu, it would be difficult to explain to His Holiness. By the way, Grand Marshal, when Princess Wanyu and Guhai entered Mr. Dongfang's formation, you were paying attention? Sima Changkong asked in confusion. Jinmu of Silla nodded. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the mountain of bones in the distance. That bone mountain is very strange. How did it come about? Sima Changkong asked curiously. Jinmu of Silla stared in the direction where Guhai had left. This Guhai is not ordinary. There are many secrets. Oh, he destroyed the century lifespan immortality peach tree. As for this Bone Mountain region, I don't know how he did it either. However, Mr. Dongfang is not dead. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Oh, to be precise, the Mr. Dongfang that Guhai encountered earlier was only a human-shaped puppet that Mr. Dongfang had refined. How could Mr. Dongfang be so easily destroyed by Guhai, a golden core realm cultivator? Huh. Jinmu of Silla showed a complicated expression as she looked at the mountain of bones in the distance. Sima Changkong frowned and nodded. Now, Destroy Liu Yang's rebellion as quickly as possible. Our matter has just begun. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Yes, Sima Changkong nodded. Jinmu of Silla turned around to leave. However, before she left, her gaze lingered on the mountain of bones in the distance. In the end, she narrowed her eyes and turned around to leave. 10 days later, Silver Moon City, Silver Moon Mountain Villa, Villa Master Yun Mo had recuperated for more than half a year. The citizens of Silver Moon City no longer looked down on Yun Mo's Silver Moon Mountain Villas. Zither was sold in the first Zither Pavilion on this street. It had always been the best location. Hence, its sales were also the highest. Silver Moon Mountain Villa's reputation was slowly recovering. Inside Silver Moon Mountain Villa, Yun Mo brought a few trusted aides and personally received Mu Qinfeng. There was a coffin behind Mu Qinfeng. A few disciples frowned as they looked at the coffin. They were unhappy, but they did not do anything. Leader Mu, what are you doing? Yun Mo asked curiously. Villa Master Yun, the clan leader asked me to send this to you. I hope it will be useful for your zither casting, Mu Qinfeng said politely. Oh, Mu Qinfeng revealed a trace of doubt. A group of disciples opened the coffin. Boom! The coffin lid opened with a loud bang. Ah, dismembered corpse? Ah, what is this? A group of disciples suddenly changed their expressions. They were frightened. Silver Moon Mountain Villa was a family of zither. They played with elegant art. You suddenly sent a coffin of dismembered corpse. Is this an insult to Silver Moon Mountain Villa? A group of disciples immediately looked at Mu Qinfeng angrily. Mu Qinfeng looked at Yun Mo expressionlessly. Yun Mo heard everyone's shouts and frowned. He walked closer to take a closer look. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was even a flash of excitement in his eyes. This is... Yun Mo shouted in surprise. Seeing Yun Mo's surprise, the group of disciples was confused. What was there to see about a dismembered corpse? Why did the Villa Master have such an expression? Villa Master Yun, the clan leader, said that this thing is broken. He hopes it can help you. He hopes that you can revive it one day or create more zither and coffins. Mu Qinfeng smiled. Zither and coffin? Everyone was confused. Thank you, clan leader Gu. Yun Mo said happily. It's great that Villa Master Yun likes it. I'll take my leave too. Mu Qinfeng smiled. See you off, leader Mu. Yun Mo said politely. The group sent Mu Qinfeng away and returned to the main hall. Villa Master, what is this dismembered corpse in the coffin? Villa Master, you mentioned a zither in the coffin. Is this? Everyone looked at Yun Mo expectantly. Heaven-grade zither, put you in. Yun Mo said with a smile. Heaven-grade zither? The group of disciples exclaimed excitedly. Heaven-grade zither were the highest achievement of a zither maker. Silver Moon Villa had a heaven-grade zither in the past, but they couldn't keep it. Now, Guhai had given them another one. Although it was broken, it was still a great treasure for a zither maker. All right, everyone, go back and rest. In 3 days, we will try to repair this heaven-grade zither. Yun Mo said with a smile. Yes, everyone said excitedly. Thousand Island Sea, 9-5 Island. At this moment, there were 3 people standing in front of the Great Han Dynasty's imperial palace. One of them was wearing a black robe with the image of a sun on his chest. The other was a woman in a white robe. She was wrapped in the white robe and had a graceful figure. The third was a burly man with a full beard. Chui Tai, are you sure that this is where that Guhai lives? The black-robed man asked indifferently. Yes, Great Miojin. This subordinate already investigated. This is the place, Guhai of 9-5 Island. The burly man, Chui Tai, said respectfully. The white-robed woman took a deep breath and said, Great Myojin, this Guhai does not seem like what you described. Or rather, he is even more outstanding than you described. Humph, he is just lucky, the great Myojin said indifferently. At the same time, in an underwater palace in the sea region north of 9-5 Island, the Xuanwu clan elder, Miao Chun, suddenly raised his eyebrows, shock flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! Miao Chun instantly charged out of the sea, his figure flashing as he headed for the palace of Dahan. Huh! Someone is coming, the great Myojin said, feeling bewildered. Whoosh! Miao Chun instantly arrived before Miao Chun. Cui Tai. Miao Chun goggled. Elder Miao, long time no see. Cui Tai smiled faintly. Cui Tai, you still have the face to return? Humph. Back then, if not for you, my Xuanwu clan would not have ended up in a state of disunity. Why did you return? Miao Chun glared. Cui Tai said indifferently, Elder Miao, you are a Xuanwu clan elder, and I am also a Xuanwu clan elder. However, a prime fell, and my Xuanwu clan's deity was destroyed. The Xuanwu clan banded together. At that time, how many large races targeted us? What was wrong with me telling everyone to scatter? It is because of you that my Xuanwu clan suffered heavy casualties. Miao Chun said hatefully while glaring. Ha ha, suffered heavy casualties? Without me, who knows if the Xuanwu clan would still be around? I have already found a refuge for the Xuanwu clan. How about Elder Miao, lead your subordinates, and come with me? Cui Tai smiled. Refuge? Miao Chun looked at Cui Tai with narrowed eyes. Solar Divine Palace. What do you think? Cui Tai smiled. However, Miao Chen's pupils constricted. Then Miao Chen revealed a cold smile and said, ha. Back then, when a prime was around, he was never willing to submit to anyone. Solar Divine Palace was no exception. Now, you want to go to Solar Divine Palace to be that person's dog. You bastard. Miao Chen, I worked hard so that the Xuanwu clan could continue to flourish. I do not want to watch you fall into destruction, so I came to advise you out of goodwill. Don't be so ungrateful. Cui Tai said while glaring. There's no need. We cannot accept your good intentions. I have already led my subordinates and agreed to form an alliance with the Han Royal Dynasty, becoming the Han Royal Dynasty's national beast. I firmly believe that my Xuanwu clan can stand up even if we do not submit to anyone. Miao Chen said coldly. Good ambition. The black-clad great Myojin said indifferently. However, Miao Chen looked at the great Myojin with narrowed eyes. You are the great Myojin? Elder Miao, how have you been? The great Myojin asked with a smile. Great Myojin, why are you here at 9-5 Island? Miao Chen glared. We are looking for Guhai, not you. There is no need to worry. However, unexpectedly, Guhai has already established the Han Royal Dynasty in the short time we have not seen each other. To think that there is so much luck floating in the air on such an insignificant island, the great Myojin looked at the surging luck in confusion. Great Myojin, that Guhai must be just lucky. Back then, he was only an innate realm cultivator. It has only been 1 or 2 years. What future can he have? Elder Miao? Ha ha, I do not understand. You already opened a heavenly palace. Why are you messing around with an innate realm brat? Forming an alliance? Ha 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 ha. You are regressing, right? Cui Tai sneered. It is not up to you to interfere in my matters. Ha ha. Cui Tai, it does not matter if you look down on the Dahan. Sooner or later, the Dahan will be like the Sky Chess Pavilion, standing tall in the world. At that time, my Xuanwu race will prosper again. Miao Chen said coldly. The height of the Sky Chess Pavilion? What a joke. With that Guhai, with this 9-5 Island, the 9-5 Island gathering so much luck is already the limit. What about the Han dynasty? What a laughable dynasty. I believe that it will only have so much luck at most until it falls. Chui Tai said in disdain. Are you that sure? Miao Chen demanded coldly. However, Chui Tai wanted to prove himself before Miao Chen and deny him. Naturally, he insisted, I am sure. How many people does the Thousand Islands Sea have? If it can increase, I will be your grandson. Just as Chui Tai finished speaking, rumble! The sky roared. Suddenly, surging luck gathered above the Dahan Imperial Palace from the southwest. The moment the surging luck arrived, it instantly merged with the Dahan's luck. The luck churned endlessly amid loud sounds. In the blink of an eye, the Han dynasty's luck tripled. Chui Tai. Chapter 300. Jinan City. In the study room of Jinmu of Silla, Jinmu of Silla sat in front of the desk, looking at a pile of documents in her hands. In front of her stood a group of strategists and Sima Chongkong. Jinmu of Silla narrowed her eyes as she read. This batch of battle reports. Legio 6 won a great victory. Jinmu of Silla frowned. Yes, Gao Xianji led the most ferocious troops. Every step she took was dangerous, but she won one victory after another. She defeated the most stubborn troops of the Emperor of Great Ing, Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. The most stubborn troops? Jinmu of Silla frowned, slightly. Oh, the other commanders were eager to gain merits and were afraid that this troop would delay them. So they gave it to Gao Xianji. Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Oh, they gave the tough bone to Gao Xianji, and they ate the meat? Oh, ha ha, good, very good. Jinmu of Silla said coldly. However, Gao Xianji set up a clever plan to destroy this stubborn troop in the shortest time possible. She is indeed extraordinary. Sima Chongkong exclaimed. Oh, haha, Gao Xianji? Jinmu of Silla gave a complicated smile. Jinmu of Silla's eyes became sharp as she laughed. Pass this battle report to the other commanders. You always say that you are brave in front of me. Let them see what an outsider of the innate realm has achieved in these 10 days. Humph. Yes, Sima Chongkong replied. Reward Gao Xianji with 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones, a spiritual jade, rui, a nascent soul sword, and 100 elixirs of all kinds below the nascent soul level. Jinmu of Silla said calmly. Ah, why are you bestowing so much? A strategist immediately raised his head and asked in astonishment. Jinmu of Silla turned her head and looked at him coldly. The strategist didn't dare to say anything. Are those ghosts of yours starting to mess with the enemy's morale? Jinmu of Silla looked at Sima Chongkong. Soon, the battlefield is getting closer to Lu Yang's Beiwang City. It's about time. Sima Chongkong nodded. Beiwang City. In the military camp outside the city, a general was rallying the soldiers' morale. Brothers, how does the emperor treat us? Without the emperor, would we be where we are today? In Yingzhou, I only recognize the emperor. The Takashi Ryushin army on the other side is a tyrannical army. We only want to protect our homeland. It belonged to Ying province and the great Ying imperial dynasty. Now, it is back in the hands of the emperor. What is wrong with that? Our brothers all died on the battlefield. Were your brothers included? Roared the general. Yes, the entire army shouted in unison. Who killed our brother? Takashi Ryushin's invading army. They killed our brothers. Should we take revenge? Yes. Pick up your weapons and prepare to follow me to serve the country and avenge our brothers. Revenge! 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 The shouts continued, and the morale of the army was finally raised. After the entire army had been shouting for a while, a group of blue balls of light suddenly appeared not far away. As soon as the balls of light appeared, the soldiers who had been shouting suddenly stopped. Big brother? The general from before looked at the figure in the light in surprise. Senior brother, elder brother, younger brother. There was an uproar in the camp because the blue light was filled with former brothers of the soldiers on the drill ground. Aren't you all dead? Ghosts? What's going on? The general was at a loss. The group of ghosts avoided the bloody aura of the entire army and carefully made their way to the high platform of the drill ground. Big brother, why didn't you reincarnate? We're about to avenge you, the general cried with red eyes. Avenge? Huh? Who are you avenging? Who are you working for? The leader of the ghosts revealed a bitter expression. What do you mean? We all worked for the emperor and the Da-Ing dynasty. We disregarded our lives and fought against the Deqian celestial dynasty. We died on the battlefield. However, after we died, the emperor sold us out. The leader of the ghosts said bitterly. What do you mean? The general asked in shock. The leader of the ghosts recounted the events of the past. When the countless soldiers in the army heard this, their eyes widened. Clang! A soldier's sword fell to the ground. Everyone's breathing quickened. We worked so hard, but in the end, we couldn't even rest in peace after turning into ghosts. We were given to the demons by the emperor to use as fertilizer. The century lifespan immortality peach that the emperor bestowed was refined from the ghosts of our brothers. What I ate in the past was the ghosts of our brothers. My big brother's ghost. On the drill ground, everyone's faces were ashen. The emperor? What did we do wrong? Why did you treat us like this? We fought to the death for you, but we ended up with our souls destroyed. The ghosts cried. Clatter! 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 The sound of weapons falling to the ground rang out. Fighting to the death for the Da-Ing dynasty? Ha ha! Was it worth it? However, the century lifespan immortality peach was eaten by the ghosts of our brothers? No, there were living people sent to be used as fertilizer. Eaten by living people. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore, either. In all directions of the barracks, such dejected voices could be heard. In Beiwang City, a group of strategists stood in front of Liu Yang's study. I was preparing to set up a military formation in Beiwang City. Why did this happen? One of the strategists said with an unsightly expression, It was Gu Hai. Your Majesty, news came from various places. Gu Hai saved the ghosts. Gu Hai released the ghosts to disrupt the morale of our army. Now, only 30% of the army around Beiwang City remains loyal to the emperor. 70% of the army changed sides and surrendered to the Southern Army. The strategists analyzed the situation with unsightly expressions. Liu Yang took a deep breath, and his expression turned sullen. At this moment, he suddenly felt an urge to need Mo Yike. If only Mo Yike were here, he could help me analyze the situation. Unlike this group of strategists who only knew how to complain and panic. Gu Hai? Gu Hai again? Liu Yang showed a ferocious expression. Your Majesty, now that the morale of the Beiwang City Army has fallen, we should quickly return to Ing Capital. That's right, Your Majesty. If we return to Ing Capital, Your Majesty can use the luck of the dynasty. No one can do anything to Your Majesty. The strategists tried to persuade him. Return to Ing Capital, then he would officially announce to the world that his personal expedition this time was a complete failure and that he had to return to Ing Capital. But now, was there still a chance of victory? Liu Yang of Gojoseon thought back to the past. He had Mo Yike, Pejuan, 1,000,000 bronze men, Ao Shun, the Dragon Tribe Army, Mr. Dongfang, and tens of millions of soldiers. But now, all of them had been destroyed by Gu Hai. Completely destroyed. Gu Hai? Just one Gu Hai had put him in such a difficult position. Liu Yang clenched his fists. For the first time, he regretted not listening to Mo Yike and sending the unborn man to assassinate Gu Hai. Of course, there was more resentment. He resented Gu Hai for destroying him. Your Majesty, the strategists tried to persuade him. Return to Ing capital. Liu Yang said unwillingly. Jinan City. Ha ha ha. Grand Marshal, Liu Yang has finally retreated. The soldiers Gu Hai saved are indeed comparable to thousands of soldiers. Liu Yang's army has lost its morale. The hearts of the people are not clear. The Daing dynasty is finished. Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Return to Ing capital? Humph. All troops continue to advance. After them. Jinmu of Silla said with a smile. Yes. On the white cloud flying ship, Gu Hai used the providence from the Shenlu dynasty to refine the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. After the refinement, the providence was transmitted back to 9-5 Island. During this period of refinement, the dragon vein in the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal finally let out a sorrowful cry and was completely refined. The dragon vein closed its eyes and coiled around the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. When Gu Hai's consciousness sank into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, the dragon vein suddenly opened its eyes. It was as if Gu Hai could control it with his consciousness, so it was very peaceful. The Dahan officials on the flying ship learned how to control the flying ship. At the same time, they found a few people in Jinan City who knew the way and had them pilot the flying ship. Your Majesty, the person who knows the way said that we are almost there, an official said respectfully as he looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Something's wrong. Master, there is a situation in Lushan City. We need to slow down. Gao Chen's expression immediately changed. Oh. Gu Hai walked to the front of the deck. The flying ship slowed down. While flying in the clouds, Xiao Chun looked down. The flying ship was still some distance away from Lushan City. However, at this moment, the boundless surroundings had changed. The land was barren for 500 kilometers. In the past, the land was lush and verdant, with countless plants. Now, only withered rocks and yellow earth remained. The land was yellow as far as the eye could see. Where are the plants? The officials asked in shock. Ha 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 ha. Strange noises could be heard coming from all directions. Gu Hai took a closer look and saw red locusts crawling all over the barren land. Locusts? Gu Hai frowned slightly. The locusts were gnawing at the roots of the trees. They were gnawing at all the plants. No, it was not just the plants. Gu Hai saw a swarm of locusts chasing after a cheetah in the distance. The cheetah ran a few steps before it was overwhelmed by the locusts. It screamed and fell to the ground. Before long, all that was left was a pile of bones. As far as the eye could see, there were countless skeletons scattered all over the barren land. Keep going, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The flying ship continued to fly. However, the closer they got to Lushan City, the more locusts they saw. They covered the sky and the earth. Apart from the ordinary locusts, there were also locusts that were 1 foot long. Some were even 3 meters long. They covered the sky and the earth. An army of locusts spread in all directions. Gu Hai saw a swarm of locusts in the distance. They were spitting out the armor of the Lushan dynasty's army. Clearly, they had eaten all the soldiers and spat out the armor that they did not eat. They even gnawed on the bones. The grand formation of Lushan City was activated. However, locusts crawled all over the grand formation and continuously gnawed at it. The city walls were also crawling with locusts. The barren land was filled with locusts. The locusts flew in the sky and crawled on the ground. When the officials of the Dahan saw this, their scalps went numb and they broke out in cold sweat. The luck of Lushan City was gone. They could vaguely see some of the people in the city through the grand formation. At that moment, they all looked terrified. Their eyes were filled with despair. When the locusts passed through, not a single blade of grass grew. Chapter 3:01. The locusts had surrounded Foothill, Divine City. In the north, there was a large locust colony. At this moment, there was a valley burning with flames. Guhai looked over and saw a man in red standing in the center of the flames. However, the man's head was not that of a human, but that of a giant locust. It was obvious that he was the king of the locust army. Guhai and the others looked down from the clouds. The locust king seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned its head to look at the sky. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Gauchen's expression changed. "Charge to Lucian City's gates." Guhai shouted. Boom! The flying boat rushed towards the city gates with a loud rumble. "Huangfu Chaoga, I am Guhai. Open the gates." Guhai's loud voice reverberated throughout the city. "Roar!" The Locust King pointed at Guhai's flying ship. Boom! The locusts swarmed toward the flying ship. However, the flying ship was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the city gates. The flying ship activated its array formation and knocked away a large number of locusts along the way. Countless locusts exploded. The flying ship arrived at the city gates. Boom! The gates opened at the right time. The white cloud crashed into the locusts and barged into the city gates. Clang! The city gates slammed shut again. Rumbling sounds came from the outside. "Quick, help me hold them back. The locusts are ramming into the city gates. We can't let them in." A large number of soldiers in the city shouted. The locusts that had barged in earlier also attacked the soldiers guarding the city. Boom! Finally, the city gates were closed with the full force of a few rockmen. As for the locusts that came in with the flying boats, they were quickly wiped out by the most destructive attacks of the soldiers in the city. Whoosh! Guhai put away the flying ship and looked at the battered soldiers in front of him. "Mr. Good." The leader of the soldiers greeted Guhai respectfully with a worried expression when he saw him. "Oh, I know you. Last time, you were with me and Huangfu Chaoga to destroy the Gungjin sect." Guhai recognized the general in front of him. "Yes, that's me," the general said bitterly. All around, everyone had a worried expression. "Where's Huangfu Chaoga? What was going on? These locusts can't be dealt with?" Guhai asked with a frown. "Mr. Good, come with me. I'll take you to see the emperor," the general said bitterly. Guhai nodded. He had the general board the airship and head for the imperial palace in the city. The general's face was filled with worry. What's wrong? What happened? Wasn't Huangfu Chaoga going to deal with the locusts? Where is Lu Shishun? Guhai asked with a frown. Lu's stone god has already fallen. His Majesty also, the general said bitterly. Guhai raised an eyebrow. He didn't ask any more questions. The airship quickly brought everyone to the imperial palace. As if knowing that Guhai was coming, the soldiers in the imperial palace respectfully led the airship to one of the main halls when they saw Guhai. The civil and military officials waited anxiously outside the hall. Mr. Good, His Majesty has been waiting for a long time." Some of the officials Guhai was familiar with immediately came up to greet him. Guhai frowned slightly and nodded. He had Gauchen wait outside with the others. Guhai was led into the hall alone by the officials. The hall was filled with ice. In the center of the hall was a pool of ice. Huangfu Chaoga sat weakly inside, her hair disheveled. Waves of fire emanated from her body, melting the ice. The ice in the pool kept changing. "Your Majesty, Mr. Good is here," the official leading the way said, respectfully. In the ice pool, Huangfu Chaoga opened her eyes. A trace of bitterness flashed through her eyes. Gu Hai, you're finally here. Mr. Huangfu, what's wrong with you? Gu Hai was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Good, Lu Stone God has fallen. Lu Stone God asked me to give this to you before he died. Huangfu Chaoga took out a jade box and handed it over. Gu Hai took the jade box with a trace of confusion. He opened it gently. Suddenly, a dazzling brown light gushed out of the box. This is, Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. The god of the Lu Stone people, the Earth God. Lu Stone God asked me to give this to you before he died. Please avenge him and protect the Lu Stone people. Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly. Earth God. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. Lu Stone God knows you need it. I don't need it. Hurry up and absorb it. I'll wait for you. Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly. Gu Hai frowned and looked at Huangfu Chaoga. Huangfu Chaoga was extremely weak. She looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. He didn't say much, but his heart was heavy. He reached out to grab the Earth God in the box. The moment the Earth God touched Gu Hai's hand, it entered Gu Hai's body. However, Gu Hai didn't resist this time. Lu Stone God was dead, but the Earth Element God was not. Like Granny Qing, Hua's Wood Element God, it still had a certain level of consciousness. It did not need Gu Hai to refine it. Instead, it took the initiative to help Gu Hai modify his spleen. Rolling Earth Divine Power enveloped Gu Hai's spleen. Gu Hai sat up, cross-legged, and sank his consciousness into his body. His spleen suddenly turned brown, resonating with his golden lungs, green liver, and blue kidneys. The Earth God rushed in and hit the spleen heavily. Boom! The spleen aperture suddenly opened. In an instant, brown divine power filled the aperture. Gu Hai sat there for 4 hours. After 4 hours, a vortex suddenly formed in the spleen aperture. A vast brown earth divine palace formed in the spleen aperture. Gu Hai opened his eyes, and an energy current surged out from his body. 8th tier golden core, spleen aperture open. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Although he had a breakthrough, Gu Hai couldn't smile. It's good that you can break through. Sigh. Huangfu Chaoga sighed. Mr. Huangfu, what happened just now? Gu Hai stared at Huangfu Chaoga. Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly, Mr. Good, you guessed correctly. The Gengjin sect, Greedy Wolf sect, and Great Huang dynasty were all secretly subordinates of Luoyang of Gojoseon. We destroyed the Gengjin sect. However, while you were away, the Greedy Wolf sect and Great Huang dynasty sent experts to destroy our god's foothill. Lu Stone God died because of this. Oh, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. It was Luoyang of Gojoseon's order. I destroyed his Gengjin sect. He wanted revenge, so he sent experts from the Great Huang dynasty and Greedy Wolf sect. Lu Stone God fell into his trap, so Huangfu Chaoga explained. Gu Hai frowned. The locusts outside are the national beast of the Great Huang dynasty, the Fire Locust tribe. Not long ago, the Greedy Wolf sect and Great Huang emperor retreated, leaving only the Fire Locust god and the Fire Locust tribe behind. They wanted to destroy our foothill city, which is what you see now. Huangfu Chaoga smiled bitterly. Fire Locust god. Gu Hai frowned. Sigh. I don't know why the Greedy Wolf sect and Great Huang emperor retreated, but it's enough to leave the Fire Locust tribe behind. I'm poisoned now and am no match for them. My life is in danger, so I had no choice but to pass the country to you. I hope to lure you here and save my people. Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly. What's wrong with you? Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoga worriedly. I've been poisoned by the Fire Locust god outside. All my strength is nourishing the Fire Locust poison until I die from exhaustion. Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly. How do we save you? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Huangfu Chaoga smiled bitterly. There's no need to save me. Save my people first. The city defense formation's energy is about to be drained by the Fire Locust tribe. They're about to break into the city. Once they do, these locusts will eat everything in the city. Gu Hai nodded. I understand. Now, I need everyone in the city to cooperate with me. I've already given the order. You can go out and give the order. The city defense formation can only last for 10 days at most. Huangfu Chaoga said worriedly. 10 days. Not enough. Gu Hai shook his head. He stepped out of the main hall. Outside the main hall, the officials bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Greetings, Mr. Good. The Emperor has ordered us to follow Mr. Good's orders. I need spirit stones. Collect spirit stones from all the people in the city immediately. Record them all and return them to the people in the future. I need spirit stones to set up the formation. I need countless spirit stones. The more the better. Quick, quick, quick. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The group of officials responded. All the officials and people in the city were like ants on a hot tin roof. They waited anxiously. Once the city was breached, they would die immediately. It wasn't that there weren't any reinforcements in the surrounding cities. However, when the reinforcements arrived, they were all eaten by the locusts. When the locusts passed through, not even a blade of grass grew. The formation was almost completely drained. If there was no other way, everyone in the city would be doomed. That was the entire Fire Locust tribe. All the officials were terrified. Now that the order was given, they immediately found their backbone. Gu Hai collected spirit stones. The people generously donated. What was the use of having spirit stones in the face of death? In just one day, a mountain of spirit stones was piled up. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Good, you need spirit stones to set up the formation? But no one can get out. Who can set up the formation? Huangfu Chaoga asked worriedly. I want to release the dragon vein. I hope you don't mind. Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoga. Cough, cough, cough. I don't mind. Release it. I'll withdraw my dragon vein. I'm poisoned and can't move. I'm relying on you. Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly. Gu Hai nodded. In the outside world, the Fire Locust deity looked coldly at Lushan City. His eyes flashed with cold disdain. Although the Fire Locust tribe was not as strong as some of the larger demon tribes, they had not met any opponents so far. All the enemies were eaten. Moreover, they reproduced quickly. It did not matter if they died. Soon, an endless stream of Fire Locust tribe members would be born. Hurry up and break into Lushan City. Everything in the city is yours to eat. The Fire Locust deity said coldly. Buzz. Countless locusts flapped their wings and swarmed toward the city. Roar. On the third day after Gu Hai entered the city, a loud dragon roar was heard. All of a sudden, a huge golden dragon swallowed all the spirit stones that were piled up in the palace. A giant golden dragon that seemed to be tens of thousands of miles long suddenly plunged into the ground. It merged with the ground. Rumble. The entire Lushan city felt as if there was an earthquake. Mountains rose from the ground and collapsed one after another. Gu Hai held the heaven-suppressing divine seal and closed his eyes. He seemed to be commanding the giant dragon released from the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The dragon vein of the Han dynasty was released by Gu Hai. The dragon vein roared with great joy and rushed into the ground. Chapter 3:02. Outside the city. The Fire Locust god's face darkened as he stared coldly at the trembling Lu god city. Ung. The dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and a huge dragon's aura spread out. All the low-level locusts outside the great array of the Lu Divine city stopped moving at the same time, and fear rose in their hearts. The mountains and rivers in the city rose and fell like an earthquake. Soon, the dragon veins of tens of thousands of miles drilled into the ground. When they drilled into the ground, they immediately cheered. Roar, roar, roar. Cheers could be heard everywhere. After all, the dragon veins belonged to the earth. Now that they had entered the earth, it was like the dragons entering the sea. They were like fish in water. The dragon vein immediately drilled out of Lushan City. Roar, rumble. The dragon vein cheered and quickly moved around the city. In a short time, the area outside the city began to tremble. Mountain peaks rose and fell from the ground. Countless locusts were startled by the huge change in the earth vein and quickly flew up. For a moment, the world outside the city was in chaos. The locusts that were resting underground all flew up, covering the sky and covering the earth. The great earth dragon vein continued to move in all directions, spreading outward. Slowly, at the outermost periphery of all the locusts, a ring of huge mountains rose from the ground. The locusts surrounded Lushan City. A ring of giant mountains surrounded the locusts on the periphery. The huge commotion attracted countless people to watch from the high ground. All of them had looks of anticipation on their faces. Is it Guhai's dragon vein, that Guhai whom His Majesty entrusted the country to? The dragon's vein is making a huge commotion. Can it deal with a group of locust demons? Definitely, or else we're dead meat. How many people has the locust demon eaten? Our defensive formation won't be able to hold on for much longer if all of our soldiers are eaten up. Does Guhai have the ability? Definitely, or we'll all die. I only recognize the Emperor. The Emperor entrusted the country to this Guhai. I don't like that to Han at all. No, if Guhai can save us, I am willing to listen to the Emperor. So, what if Guhai was the Emperor? I believe that His Majesty will not trust the wrong person. Countless people clenched their fists and looked outside the city. Outside the city, the fire locust god sneered in disdain. Dragonvein, apart from being able to change the landscape of mountains and rivers, what else could he do? Can you fight with it? Continue to attack. Once the city is breached, everyone will eat, 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 eat. The fire locust god ordered coldly. Ha 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 ha. Countless locusts heard the fire locust god's words and rushed towards the defensive formation, gnawing away at the formation's energy. They wanted to break the formation and eat the humans as soon as possible. Boom. Suddenly, there was a roar in the surroundings. Rolling fog suddenly emerged from the mountains that rose from the ground in all directions. The fire locust god raised an eyebrow. Inside the city, Guhai looked at the boundless dynasty outside and revealed a cold smile. Indeed, the dragon vein can only change the landscape of the mountains. However, the dragon vein can help me arrange the spirit stones in the surrounding mountains. Without mountains, the dragon vein can create a mountain peak out of nothing, a 29-line pair, world ritual array. Rumble. Suddenly, the fog rolled in, covering the sky and the earth in all directions. The locusts were surrounded by a ring of mountains like a border, sealing off everything inside. The city's population of high-grade spiritual stones was a huge number. Huangfu Chaoga treated the people like her own children and hid her wealth among them. The 100 million people had a huge amount of spiritual stones. The 29 heavens and earth array was comparable to that of the Gungjin sect. Boom! White fog suddenly covered the surroundings. The fire locust god's expression changed. He jumped up and looked around. However, There was only fog everywhere. The 29 heavens and earth array had formed a world of its own. There was no north, south, east, or west. In an instant, the locusts lost their sense of direction. Guhai waved his hand. Boom! A raging storm appeared out of thin air and blew toward the Lu Divine City's array. Countless locusts were blown away. Guhai arrived at the city gates. Open the gates, Guhai said in a deep voice. Huh, Mr. Good, there are many locusts outside. The city guards said worriedly. Don't worry. Once you enter my array, you won't be able to escape. Guhai said confidently. Yes, sir. The city guards opened the gates. Boom. The locusts swarmed toward them. Guhai held the crimson saber in one hand and the life ender saber in the other. He stepped forward. The moment he unsheathed the bone saber, a huge energy saber slashed out. In an instant, a large number of locusts were severely injured. Black chi surged out of the bone saber and enveloped the locusts. Close the gates. Guhai shouted. Clang. The city guards closed the gates. Guhai entered the locust sea alone. Mr. Good went out. There are so many locusts out there. Can Mr. Good handle them all? That's impossible. Those locusts eat everything. They even eat protective shields. Mr. Good won't be able to hold on for long. He'll be courting death if he goes out there. Many of the civilians looked worried. Indeed, the locusts ate everything. Unfortunately, Guhai's bone saber only ate the locusts when they were injured. Wherever the bone saber slashed, countless tiny skeletons would emerge from the black smoke and begin to devour the locusts. Keek, keek, keek. The locusts bit the little skeletons. The little skeletons dispersed into black chi and disappeared. The locusts did not manage to bite anything. However, the locusts that were bitten by the little skeletons were instantly devoured. Whiz! Bone spikes appeared around Guhai. They were connected to the life ender saber. As long as they brushed past the locusts, they would be devoured by the black chi. Guhai jumped onto a tall mountain and shouted 29 formations. Follow my command. Wind, wind, wind. Boom. Suddenly, countless tornadoes rose up in all directions. The tornadoes swept up all the locusts in all directions and blew them towards the center of the ancient sea. The locusts were densely packed. There were tens of thousands, tens of millions, billions, and trillions of locusts. The storm surged, charging straight at Guhai. Bone sabers that were hundreds of feet long appeared around Guhai, together with the life ender saber. As long as the locusts touched them, they would be instantly torn open. Then, they would be devoured by the black chi. Keek, keek, keek. The locusts let out miserable cries before they were all devoured. The storms raged. The locusts with low cultivation levels were disappearing at a terrifying speed. The powerful locusts could withstand the storms. However, cloud beasts emerged from the formations one after another. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might is unparalleled. Immediately, a huge locusts crashed toward Guhai. However, the cloud beasts were also attacked by the locusts. Nevertheless, the cloud beasts were defeated. They only scattered into clouds, and the locusts could not eat anything. On the other hand, Guhai was surrounded by black chi like a black hole. He was devouring the locusts crazily. In the city, countless people widened their eyes. The people could not see the bone sabers around Guhai. They could only see the rolling black chi area sucking in the endless locusts like a black hole. Mr. Gu, what kind of move is this? What a terrifying black hole. How many locusts have been blown in? They're gone after being blown in. Black hole technique. We're saved. The locusts are gone after being sucked in. They're gone forever. In such a short time, at least 100 million locusts have been sucked in, right? Mr. Good's formations are so powerful. We're saved. Long live Mr. Good. Countless people cheered in ecstasy. The fire locust deity stood in the air and looked coldly at the black chi area where Guhai was. Bastard, eating my locusts? I've always been the one eating others. No one dares to eat us. The fire locust deity said coldly. Lord Supreme, what should we do now? A locust demon asked worriedly. Humph, I don't believe that he's invincible. I'll transfer my divine power to you. Attack together and break this black fog. The fire locust deity said coldly. Yes, hum. A red light suddenly shot out from between the fire locust deity's eyebrows and enveloped the locusts around him. Suddenly, the locusts expanded more than 10 times in size. Each of them was covered in flames. They were like meteors and fireballs as they smashed toward Guhai's black hole. Good timing, Guhai sneered. Screech. The bone spurs around him suddenly expanded again. He charged forward. Boom. The black fog was enveloped in flames. However, the skeletons in the black fog did not seem to be afraid of the flames. The bone spurs brushed past the locust demons, leaving wounds on them. Roar. The black fog suddenly expanded 10 times. It was as if the black hole had expanded 10 times in an instant. It quickly devoured the powerful locust demons. No, Lord Supreme, help! Help! Ah! The locust demons screamed in fear. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, most of the locust demons were devoured by the black hole. Occasionally, 5 or 6 locust demons escaped. However, the black fog followed them. The more they ate, the faster the skeletons multiplied. In the blink of an eye, all the meteors were devoured. Rumble! The storm continued to rage. In just 8 hours, a third of the locust demons outside Lucian City had been devoured by the black hole. That was hundreds of billions of locusts. Hundreds of billions. In Lucian City, countless citizens were shocked. They looked at the black hole with gratitude and admiration. Mr. Good is too powerful. Maybe joining the Han Dynasty is not a bad idea. Yeah, no wonder the Emperor entrusted Mr. Good to the country. With Mr. Good, we don't have to be afraid anymore. Han Dynasty? Am I going to be a citizen of the Han Dynasty? Countless citizens were looking forward to it. Guhai continued to devour the locust demons. With the help of the 29-line heavens formation and the bone knife, they seemed to be invincible against cultivators below the Yuanying state level. More and more locust demons were being devoured by the black hole. The life ender saber refined the rolling power and fed back 1,000th of it to Guhai. When half of the locust demons were devoured, the terrifying power rushed to the spleen. Boom! A huge ball of earth elemental vital energy formed in the spleen. The True Dragon Golden Core technique was activated. A brown true dragon formed in the dantian of the spleen. Buzz. The brown true dragon carried the earth elemental vital energy and slowly flowed through the meridians in his body. The purple spiritual true dragon, the blue water elemental true dragon, the green wood elemental true dragon, the yellow metal elemental true dragon, and the brown earth elemental true dragon circled the meridians, not interfering with each other. Among them, the earth elemental vital energy was being channeled and slowly formed a sliver of metal elemental vital energy for the yellow dragon. Earth begets metal, metal begets water, and water begets wood. The energy was slowly being converted. Boom! The energy around Guhai surged, and the bone spikes doubled in size. 9th tier golden core realm. Guhai's eyes lit up. The rolling locust demons seemed to have reached a dead end. The fire locust deity took the lead and flew into the sky, trying to escape. However, The 29-line heavens formation was not so easy to escape. The fire locust deity, who was at the peak of the Yuaniing state, could only flee like a headless fly. Chapter 3:03. Continue. The combination of the formation and the black hole was invincible, but no one knew how long it could last. After all, they had a limited supply of spiritual stones. A strong gust of wind blew. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 of the locusts were devoured. This time, not even their flesh was left. The remaining locusts couldn't escape either. "Guhai, you bastard! Let me out!" The fire locust deity roared. Guhai ignored him and focused on devouring the other locusts. The fire locust deity charged again and again, but Guhai purposely used the formation to make him lose his way. In the blink of an eye, he was far away, so he couldn't escape or attack. Even at the 9th tier of the Golden Core realm, there was still a huge amount of energy surging into his body. Guhai gritted his teeth and suppressed the energy. The locusts were terrified and begged for mercy, but Guhai wouldn't listen to them. When they were about to devour the entire city, had they ever given them a chance to beg for mercy? Devour, devour, devour. After a day and a night, all the locusts were finally devoured. Only the fire locust deity was left. No, my fire locust tribe. The fire locust deity cried out in despair. In just a day and a night, his tribe had been wiped out, completely wiped out. Boom! The black gas around Guhai dissipated, and the bone spikes returned to his body. Guhai's clothes were full of holes. However, at this moment, no one in Lu Shin City laughed at him. Instead, they were full of respect. "Thank you, Mr. Good. Completely wiped out. Completely wiped out. Long live Mr. Good. Long live the Han Dynasty." At this moment, all the people in the city had acknowledged Guhai. Previously, when they had entrusted the country to Guhai, they no longer had any doubts. Everyone was filled with hope. Perhaps if they joined the Han Dynasty, their lives would be more stable and happy, because they would have a powerful emperor. Uffed. Guhai's face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Too much energy had gathered in his body, and he almost couldn't take it. You're injured?" The fire locust god's face twisted into a ferocious expression. "Hee, the formation's spirit stones are about to run out. I'll give you the final blow." Guhai sneered. He waved his hand. Buzz. The clouds in the void suddenly condensed, and a new cloud beast was about to be born. Before the cloud beast appeared, a terrifying storm of sword chi surrounded it. A burst of sword intent came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, all of the sword-wielding citizens in Lu Shin City felt their swords vibrate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 10,000 swords hummed in unison as if responding to the cloud beast that was about to be born. What a powerful sword intent. My sword is out of my control. What is that sword intent? What did Mr. Good summon? Countless people revealed looks of horror. The eyes of the generals who had experienced the great battle of the Gungjin sect suddenly lit up. "Sword demon, Duga Chobai?" Someone shouted in ecstasy. A powerful sword intent was brewing. It went straight for the fire locust god. The fire locust god was only at the pinnacle of the Yuaniing state. In the past, the saber-toothed tiger had gathered the strength of the people and reached the level of Sky Palace. Even so, he was not a match for Dugu Chobai, let alone the fire locust god. Dugu Chobai, the fire locust god's expression changed. After all, news of the battle of the Gungjin sect had spread. Boom, crack. The cloud formation around them shattered. Clearly, the spirit stones had reached the limit and were about to run out. The fire locust god turned around and was about to flee. Buzz. Guhai stepped on the cloud beast and appeared in front of the fire locust god in an instant. A burst of sword intent rushed toward him. The fire locust god saw that he could not escape and was instantly enraged. His body shook violently and turned into a giant locust that was 10 feet tall. Divine power gushed out from between his eyebrows and formed a red flame. Roar, divine power unlimited, fire cloud palm. The fire locust god roared. Suddenly, boundless divine power coalesced into a huge, flaming palm that pressed down on Gu-hai from all directions. In an instant, it was as if the sky was filled with palm shadows. It was as if there were tens of thousands of palm shadows pressing down on Gu-hai and Dugu Chobai, intending to destroy them. 9 strategies of the Dugu palm-breaking technique. Boom! Tens of thousands of golden sword chi appeared around Dugu Chobai and pierced into the center of the palm shadows. Bam, 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 bam. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of palm force exploded, and even more sword chi headed for the fire locust god. Roar! The fire locust god roared as his body was enveloped in red flames. It formed a barrier of divine power and blocked the incoming sword chi with difficulty. As the spirit stones were depleted, the 29-line heavens formation began to crumble. It looked like it was about to shatter. Dugu Chiobai's figure turned blurry as if he was about to dissipate. Gu-hai, your formation can't hold on any longer. The fire locust god was shocked, but also agitated. A heavy sword without a sharp edge is useless. Dugu Chobai snorted. Buzz. The sword chi that filled the sky suddenly condensed into a massive dark steel, heavy sword, and flew toward the fire locust god. Roar! The fire locust god roared as his divine power surged out. The flames around him grew tenfold. The fire locust god knew that as long as he could withstand this wave, he would be saved because Gu-hai's formation was about to crumble. The dark steel, heavy sword collided with the barrier of divine power. Hung! The 29-line heavens formation used up its last spirit stone and exploded. Dugu Chobai disappeared along with it. However, the dark steel heavy sword's final attack was too powerful. It slashed down and instantly pierced through the flames of divine power. It also pierced through the fire locust god's body and nailed him to the ground. Bam! The fire locust god's divine power dissipated. The formation dissipated, and so did the dark steel heavy sword. However, the fire locust god had no strength left. There was a huge hole in his stomach as he collapsed in a pool of blood. The fire locust god, looked at Gu-hai with despair in his eyes. He was so close to escaping, the fire locust god's body seemed to be struggling to escape. However, Gu-hai had lost the formation, but he had the blood blade to boost his strength. Gu-hai grabbed the blood blade and the bone blade and landed on the fire locust god's body. He stomped on the fire locust god's body. The fire locust god was terrified. No, it shouldn't be like this. No, the emperor will not let you go. The fire locust god cried in despair. Gu-hai sneered. The fire locust tribe was annihilated, and the fire locust god was heavily injured and suppressed by Gu-hai. The people in the city looked at the scene in shock. Previously, everyone was about to lose all hope. The fire locust tribe ate everything and couldn't get out. The reinforcements outside were also eaten. The city's defensive formation was almost completely eaten, and everyone was about to be eaten by the fire locust tribe. However, Gu-hai alone dealt with the despairing situation of more than 100 million people. They were saved. Countless people were so happy that they shed tears. The fire locust god was chained by a large number of experts. His cultivation was sealed, and he was escorted into the city. Gu-hai was a hero who saved the city. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you. The people in the city didn't line the streets to welcome him, but at least they were grateful. It was sincere gratitude and recognition of Gu Hai. At this moment, the people in the city no longer rejected the Han dynasty and Gu Hai. Gu Hai entered the city and received the gratitude of the people. He shook his head and said, "Everyone!" The grateful people in the surroundings fell silent as they looked at Gu Hai. I, Gu Hai, am not the only one who can defeat the fire locust deity today. Without all of you who generously provided me with spirit stones, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such a great victory. Therefore, the one who defeated the fire locust deity and annihilated the fire locust tribe was not me, Gu Hai, but everyone in this city. It was you who helped me defeat the fire locust tribe. The ones you should be thanking are yourselves. Gu Hai laughed loudly. As soon as Gu Hai spoke, the people felt relieved. They looked at Gu Hai more warmly. Mr. Good is so humble. Mr. Good is so kind. Mr. Good doesn't take the credit at all. He is such a good person. Amidst the praises of the people, Gu Hai brought the fire locust god to the hall where Huangfu Chaoga was. Huangfu Chaoga was still sitting in the ice water. She looked at Gu Hai and smiled kindly. Mr. Good, in just one day and one night, you have won the hearts of the people in the city. It seems that I can finally rest assured. However, Gu Hai's expression turned solemn as he said, "Now that I have captured the fire locust deity, how are you going to treat the flame poison?" Huangfu Chaoga smiled bitterly. Outside, the generals of the God Foothill dynasty were beating the trapped fire locust god. "Speak. How do we cure the fire poison in the emperor? If you don't speak, we will kill you. Beat him up. Beat him until he confesses." The generals of the God Foothill dynasty continued to torture the fire locust god. "Ha ha 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 ha, Huangfu Chaoga, no one can save him. I can't save him either. I am the one who poisoned him, but the fire poison is not mine. If I die, I want Huangfu Chaoga to die with me." Ha 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 ha. The fire locust god laughed savagely. In the hall, Gu Hai's expression darkened. He was about to turn and treat the fire locust god when Huangfu Chaoga said with a bitter smile, "No need, Mr. Good. He is right. My fire poison is no ordinary fire poison." Oh, Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoga in confusion. No matter how strong the fire locust god's fire poison is, I can still escape from it. Back then, even if I did not have the ability, I still had the luck of the dynasty. I could use the power of the dynasty to force the poison out, but I could not force it out. I could only use this method to slow down the spread of the fire poison. This fire poison cannot be killed. Ha ha! Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly. "What kind of fire poison is this?" Gu Hai asked. "Hitorigami's poison." Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly. "Hitorigami?" Gu Hai frowned. "Hitorigami, the king of zombies. Once it appears, the land is dyed red." Ha ha! The king of zombies. Hitorigami's poison? It is indeed domineering. Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly. "Then there is no way to cure it?" Gu Hai asked worriedly. Huangfu Chaoga shook his head. "Mr. Good, the fire locust god has the fire god. You should think about how to subdue it." Chapter 304. Lu God City, Huangfu Chaoga's Palace. Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoga, who was soaking in ice water, were talking about the front line. But when she heard that Gu Hai had taken Long Wanyu to the longevity array, Huangfu Chaoga grew excited. "You've seen Mr. Dongfang? What did he say? Are Long Xiaoya's heaven and earth souls still there? Can she come back to life?" Huangfu Chaoga stood up excitedly. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Huangfu Chaoga seemed to have guessed the result, but her eyes were still full of anticipation. She hoped that Gu Hai could say something unexpected. Unfortunately, that was the truth. Gu Hai didn't hide anything. He told her everything. Plop! Huang Fu Chaoga slumped back into the ice water. Her soul was destroyed. Xiaoya's soul was destroyed. Luyang of Gojoseon. Luyang. Huang Fu Chaoga gritted her teeth. Her eyes were wet. Huang Fu Chaoga didn't seem to be listening to anything Gu Hai said. Gu Hai stopped talking. Gu Hai knew that Huang Fu Chaoga needed time to digest the information. Huang Fu Chaoga's eyes grew redder and redder. Mr. Good, I want to be alone. Huang Fu Chaoga said in a trembling voice. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. He stepped out of the palace. Clang! The door of the main hall closed with a loud bang. Ah! Xiaoya! Huang Fu Chaoga's sorrowful and despairing roar rang out from the closed hall. Outside, a group of Shenlu dynasty officials were beating up the fire locust deity. They wanted to know how to detoxify the drought demon poison, but they couldn't get anything out of it. Let me. Gu Hai stepped forward. Mr. Good. The officials stepped aside respectfully. Gaochen, come here. Gu Hai shouted. Master? Gaochen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Sing to the fire locust god. Torture it and force it to tell me how to cure Huang Fu Chaoga's poison. Gu Hai ordered. Gaochen's expression immediately turned ugly. Master, that's not torture. It's enjoyment. Hurry up and go. Gu Hai kicked him in the butt. Fine. Gaochen grumbled as he went to sing for the fire locust god. Right, set up a sound barrier for everyone. Only you and the fire locust god can hear it. Gu Hai ordered. I'm not happy. Gaochen nodded gloomily. The group of God Foothill Imperial Court officials didn't understand, but since it was Mr. Good's orders, they naturally all trusted him. The fire locust god was shackled by a large number of chains. His dantian was sealed. He could not even commit suicide. Even after being beaten by the God Foothill Imperial Court officials, he still managed to hold on. Humph, the Emperor will come and avenge me. What do you want me to say? Dream on. The fire locust god said coldly. Even if I knew, I wouldn't say a word. Humph, kill me if you dare. Ha 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 ha. The fire locust god snarled. Aren't you stubborn? Let's see how long you can hold on. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph. The fire locust god snorted. Gaochen walked closer, raised his hand, and set up a sound barrier for everyone. He started singing to the fire locust god. Singing? Many of the officials were confused, but some of them paled. After all, those who had experienced the battle at the Gungjin sect knew how Gaochen sang the saber-toothed tiger's collapse. The fire locust god looked at Gaochen with disdain and smirked. However, the moment Gaochen opened his mouth, the fire locust god's smirk froze. He shuddered, and his hair stood on end. What's wrong? What's with the fire locust god's expression? The officials were confused. Those who knew what was going on did not know what to say. Now that Gaochen had saved the emperor's life, were they going to tell their colleagues that Gaochen's singing was bad? Wouldn't that be a slap to Gaochen's face? They could only hold it in. Gaochen slowly got into the mood. The fire locust god was on the verge of breaking down. Stop singing, stop singing. I give up, I give up. Okay? The fire locust god cried out in despair. However, the Gaochen had set up a sound barrier, and no one outside could hear it. Only the Gaochen could. Of course not. I haven't finished this song yet. I've prepared 20 songs. Let's continue. Gaochen refused unhappily. What? 20 more songs? The fire locust god was horrified. The fire locust god looked at Gaochen in despair. But Gaochen had not finished his song. How could he let the fire locust god go? The song continued. The fire locust god's eyes were filled with fear. He turned to the officials outside the sound barrier and begged for mercy. Look, look, the fire locust god's expression. He's scared. He's really scared. Gauchin is so good. There should be no more problems. The officials outside pointed at the fire locust god excitedly. The fire locust god cried out in despair. I'll tell you everything. Stop it. Stop it. The officials outside laughed excitedly. They could not hear the fire locust god's voice at all. During the fifth song, blurg, the fire locust god vomited, his entire body drained. As a professional singer, Gauchin was naturally not affected by the fire locust god. He continued to sing. During the ninth song, the fire locust god's eyes had lost focus. White foam flew out of his mouth. That's enough, Gauchin, stop. Guhai could not bear to watch anymore. The outside of the sound barrier could not hear what was going on inside, but the inside could hear what was going on outside. Master, he hasn't finished yet, Gauchin said reluctantly. He was unhappy before, but after a few songs his mood improved. If Gauchin did not continue, he would not be able to bear it. Guhai was speechless. Under Guhai's repeated requests, Gauchin finally stopped. When the song stopped, the fire locust god shuddered and felt much better. The sound barrier was removed. Fire locust god, are you willing to talk now? Guhai asked calmly. I'll talk. Whatever you ask, I'll tell you. The fire locust god said in horror. The officials were speechless. Was the fire locust god amenable to persuasion, but not coercion? They fought for so long, and he refused to talk, but Gauchin went to sing 2 songs, and he spoke. How do we cure the drought demon poison in Huangfu Chaoga? Guhai asked in a low voice. I don't know. The fire locust god shook his head. Gauchin, Guhai shouted. Don't, I'll talk. There's a valley of death in the great Huang dynasty. Every 100 years, a trace of drought demon poison would leak out from the valley of death. I only managed to collect that portion by chance. I don't know anything else. The fire locust god said in horror. Oh, valley of death. What's in there? Guhai asked in a low voice. I don't know. Guhai said coldly. I really don't know. Once you enter the valley of death, you'll all die. The outside is shrouded in black gas. We can't see anything. Back then, the emperor used the dragon vein to test it. Even the dragon vein was damaged upon contact. We didn't dare to enter. I really don't know. The fire locust god said in horror. You'll tell me. You'll record the map. Guhai ordered. Yes, the group of officials responded. Not long after, the map of the Valley of Death was displayed before Guhai. Mr. Good, what about the Emperor's poison? One of the officials asked worriedly. Let's try our best. Guhai sighed softly as he held the map. After that, the officials asked the fire locust god a few more questions. When everything was clear, Guhai looked at the fire locust god. Fire locust god, I'll give you one more chance to live, Guhai said in a low voice. Oh, you're not going to kill me? The fire locust god was shocked. I can spare your life. However, I need the fire deity. If you provide me with the fire deity to refine your heart aperture and cooperate with me, I will spare your life, Guhai said gravely. Spare my life? Impossible. Ha ha, impossible. The fire locust god said in disbelief. I, Guhai, am a man of my word, Guhai said solemnly. The fire locust god stared at Guhai as if trying to discern the truth of Guhai's words. Actually, I don't need your permission to force the fire locust god. I have Gauchin. I can force the fire locust god slowly. But I'll give you one more chance. I won't kill you, but I want the fire locust god to cooperate with me, Guhai said solemnly. The fire locust god stared at Guhai for a long time before finally nodding. Good, fire locust god. Ha ha, I'll give it to you. Guhai nodded. The fire locust god's forehead trembled slightly. One. a fiery red energy surged out from his body. As soon as the fire god appeared, the surrounding area was immediately filled with flames. The group of officials was immediately forced to retreat by the flames. The moment the fire locust god appeared, it drilled into Guhai's body. Guhai did not resist, allowing the fire locust god to enter his body. The moment the fire locust god entered Guhai's body, the fire locust god's face contorted in anger. Ha ha! You annihilated my entire tribe, and now you want my fire locust god. Guhai, you spared my life? Do you think I'll believe you? The fire locust god has been passed down for 20,000 years. You think I'll give it to you just because you said so? You killed my children, and now you want to kill me. Do you think I'll agree to that? Fire locust god, enter Guhai's body and burn him. Avenge me and my children. Kill him, kill him. The fire locust god roared with a ferocious expression. Bastard, Mr. Good let you go, but you set Guhai up? Beat this bastard to death. Kill him. The officials of the god Foothill dynasty were filled with hatred as they attacked the fire locust god together. Boom. A large number of attacks landed on the fire locust god. The fire locust god was on the verge of death. However, the fire locust god's eyes were fixed on Guhai, hoping to see the scene of Guhai being burned alive before he died. Ong, 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 ong. Suddenly, 5 dragon roars came from Guhai's body. Then, 5 gigantic dragon images appeared and suppressed the red light in Guhai's heart. Guhai did not show any sign of pain. Instead, he said coldly, Fire locust god, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Burn me? Ha! Your fire locust god is powerful, but do you really think it's invincible? Guhai ignored the fire locust god and sat down cross-legged, not far away. The red light in his heart was burning. The fire locust god's consciousness was not extinguished and wanted to burn Guhai. However, there were 5 forces in Guhai's body that were not weaker than the fire locust gods, especially the spiritual mother led by the purple dragon and the water mother led by the blue dragon. Water suppressed fire. The spiritual mother suppressed everything. The 5 dragons suppressed the fire locust god's consciousness and forced it to attack his heart. Boom! With a loud sound, his heart was suddenly blasted open. Chapter 3:05. Boom! Guhai opened his heart acupoint, and the surging fire god energy was quickly refined by the 5 true dragons. Guhai's heart turned scarlet as the heart acupoint opened. A huge fire god palace was slowly formed as the fire god refined it. Previously, the life ender saber had absorbed half of the energy to form the earth elemental true dragon. The other half was stored in his body. Now that he finally had a place to fill up, he immediately rushed to the fire god palace. The red fire attribute, Zhen Yuan, quickly condensed, gradually forming a fire attribute Zhen Yuan sphere. Activating the true dragon golden core art, Lin Fan sent out a strand of his consciousness. Instantly, a red dragon formed within the fire elemental Zhen Yuan. Ong! The red true dragon let out a roar, as if it was responding to the other 5 dragons from afar. 2 hours later, the red light on Guhai's body disappeared. The fire locust god's expression was one of despair. No. Boom. The fire locust deity was killed by the experts of the Shenlu dynasty. Guhai's mind was still immersed in his body. The fire god palace opened, and the fire elemental quintessential essence condensed. The crimson dragon also led the fire elemental quintessential essence to circulate in his meridians. Purple dantian, red heart, golden lungs, blue kidneys, green liver, and brown spleen. It emitted a brilliant light, especially the heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidneys. At this moment, The light seemed to form a cycle. The red true dragon circled around and returned to the heart aperture. Waves of fire elemental energy slowly transformed into earth elemental energy and entered the earth divine palace. The earth elemental energy in the earth divine palace transformed into metal elemental energy and entered the gold divine palace. Metal gave birth to water. Water gave birth to wood. Wood gave birth to fire. Fire gave birth to earth. And earth gave birth to metal. The energy of the 5 elements was transforming with each other. Every time it transformed, it would be purified, making the 5 elements purer and purer. Boom! The energy of the 5 elements rotated, and a wave of air surged out from Guhai's body. Guhai opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. 10th tier of the golden core stage, complete golden core stage. Guhai slowly stood up. The Ing dynasty, Ingdu, Lu Yong returned to the court. However, this time, when they returned, they were exceptionally bleak. It was not because they had returned with great victory, but because they had returned with great defeat. The army behind him hung their heads dejectedly. Clearly, this defeat was a huge blow to them. Not only had all of the armies been defeated, but more importantly, after the appearance of the specters, 70% of the remaining armies had turned traitor. A sense of despair shrouded the hearts of the 3 armies. Lu Yong was also in a bad mood along the way. Thinking back to the past, how glorious was he? Your Majesty, the 36 foreign officials of the left camp have secretly left. The 18 guests of the right camp have also left. An official bitterly reported to Lu Yong. The guests were all people with special abilities that Lu Yong had recruited in the past. For example, the unborn man, Mr. Dongfang, and other special people had all kinds of special abilities and were treated as honored guests. Now that the army had been defeated, they were leaving one after another. Ha he he he. Lu Yong said coldly. Stop. Lu Yong suddenly shouted. The defeated army suddenly stopped. Lu Yong stepped on the balcony of the carriage and looked up at the fate of Ingdu. Why is the fate of the Da-Ing dynasty so little left? Lu Yong said angrily. Everyone looked over. Indeed, the fate of the Da-Ing dynasty was less than 1% of what it used to be. It was extremely thin. Why did it become so little? With so little, how could they use the power of fate to resist the army of the Jinmu of Silla? In the distance, a group of officials stood at the entrance of Ingdu and welcomed them. Where is the fate? Where is the fate of the Da-Ing dynasty? Lu Yong said angrily, Your Majesty, a few days ago, the city lords, soldiers, and civilians rebelled. They no longer respect the Da-Ing dynasty. An official said bitterly, What? This time, His Majesty personally led the army and led the armies of all the major cities. Countless people died on the battlefield. Originally, no one rebelled, but not long ago, countless ghosts from the battlefield were sent to the 4 cities. They said that His Majesty didn't even let the ghosts of the dead go. They worked for you and were betrayed by you in the end. In addition, there were people in the cities who secretly fanned the flames. The people lost the morale of the army, and the civilians rebelled. The official said softly, Ghosts? Sima Changkong? No, it was Guhai. Guhai saved them. Lu Yong said with a ferocious expression. The officials didn't dare to speak, but their hearts were cold. Even now, the emperor still didn't reflect on himself and blame others. Ha 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 ha. My fate of the dynasty was destroyed by Guhai. He forced me to take the throne and destroy the Gungjin sect, Ao Shun's dragon army, Pajuan, Mr. Dongfang, and millions of Qin terracotta soldiers. Now he's destroying my fate. Ha ha ha. Do you think that's all I have? Someone, send a message to the Heavenly Wolf sect and the Da-Ing dynasty. Tell them to merge with the Da-Ing dynasty. Lu Yong said coldly. Ah, Countless officials were shocked. The Heavenly Wolf sect, the De Huang dynasty, merge with the Da Ying dynasty? Could it be that the Heavenly Wolf sect and the De Huang dynasty were secretly nurtured by the emperor? If that was the case, the Da Ying dynasty's fate was endless. Many officials were excited. Lushan City. Gu Hai had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. Huang Fuchaoga also suppressed the emotions in his heart after a great sadness. The two of them started to discuss again. Huang Fuchaoga looked at the map. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was ashen. He smiled bitterly. Valley of Death. It doesn't matter if you save me or not. My heart is already dead. You haven't avenged Lu Shirshan. How can your heart be dead? Gu Hai advised. Huang Fuchaoga said bitterly, you can avenge Lu Shirshan. He gave you his earth god. You have to avenge him. The De Huang dynasty, the greedy wolf sect, the De Huang dynasty is still okay. The strongest is the greedy wolf sect, but you have to be careful. The sect leader of the greedy wolf sect is an expert from the Kai Tian Palace. He's not much weaker than Ao Shun. Oh, Gu Hai was slightly confused. Report. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the main hall. What's wrong? Huang Fuchaoga asked. Your Majesty, the greedy wolf sect sent an urgent report. The guard said respectfully. Oh, just 10 days ago, Li Xinji of the Deqian dynasty led the Xinji battalion and destroyed the greedy wolf sect. The greedy wolf sect is no more. The guard said respectfully. The greedy wolf sect was destroyed by the Xinji battalion? Huang Fuchaoga was shocked. Yes, the Xinji battalion? Li Xinji? Gu Hai frowned slightly. He still remembered the scene when Li Xinji went to 9-5 Island. Back then, Li Xinji used Prime Xuanwu's fragment to lure Miao Chen to destroy 9-5 Island, using him to kill Miao Chen. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun resolved the plan in the end. Li Xinji destroyed the greedy wolf sect, which had an expert from the Kai Tian Palace. Gu Hai instantly gained an extremely high understanding of the Xinji battalion's strength. In capital, Lu Yang had just issued an order and had not entered the city yet. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sonic boom came from the distance. A flying ship quickly arrived. Emperor, Your Majesty! The flying ship stopped before Lu Yang. Why are you here? Lu Yang looked at the guard on the flying ship in confusion. Your Majesty, the Xinji battalion destroyed the greedy wolf sect. The guard said bitterly. What? The Xinji battalion? Li Xinji? Lu Yang's expression changed. Yes, the entire army was wiped out. Li Xinji even nailed the sect master to death on Greedy Wolf Peak with one arrow. The guard said sorrowfully. The Greedy Wolf sect was destroyed. The Greedy Wolf sect was destroyed. The Xinji battalion? Did Qian's arrangement? Old thing, you made arrangements long ago, subduing my Greedy Wolf sect. Lu Yang glared at the north, his anger soaring. Emperor, Your Majesty, the guard said bitterly. Lu Yang turned his head and said coldly. Although the Xinji battalion destroyed the greedy wolf sect, the Xinji battalion did not gain any benefits. The Day One imperial dynasty annexed all the cities controlled by the greedy wolf sect in a day. The guard said bitterly. What did you say? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. The Day One imperial dynasty annexed 20 cities controlled by the greedy wolf sect. To be more precise, 20 cities betrayed the greedy wolf sect at the same time and joined the Day One imperial dynasty. The guard said bitterly. Impossible. The city masters of the greedy wolf sect were all sent by me, Lu Yang said with a glare. The guard did not dare to say anything. Mo Yike? Mo Yike? Someone sent by him. Mo Yike was the one who discussed the arrangements with me. Could it be that Mo Yike is from the Day One Imperial Dynasty? Liu Yang's expression suddenly changed. He staggered. I misunderstood, Mr. Mo. He is not a spy sent by the Deqian. He is not. He was sent by the Day One Imperial Dynasty. He was sent by the Day One Imperial Dynasty to use me to create chaos in the Deqian Celestial Empire. Mo Yike? If Mo Yike is a spy from the Day One Imperial Dynasty, then Liu Yang's expression suddenly changed. Your Majesty! Suddenly, a man not far away shouted. Liu Yang turned his head and looked over. The man immediately knelt down and said in fear, I am a citizen of the Da Huang Empire. I am by your side and can report to you in case something big happens. But, what happened? Speak, Liu Yang said with a glare. The Emperor of the Da Huang Empire used the Destiny Cloud Sea to announce to the world that the entire empire has surrendered to the Day One Imperial Dynasty. All territories will belong to the Day One Imperial Dynasty. The Da Huang Empire has surrendered to the Day One Imperial Dynasty. From now on, there is no Da Huang Empire, but Day One Imperial Dynasty's Huang Province. The man said bitterly as he knelt down. Mo Yike, roar. Liu Yang suddenly roared in depression. Oh no, Your Majesty. If Mo Yike did everything for the sake of the Day One Imperial Dynasty, then Ing Province will also fall. This is because many of the city lords in Ing Province were recommended by Mo Yike. Will those people also submit to the Day One Imperial Dynasty? An official said with an ugly expression. Boom. Ing Province's Destiny Cloud Sea roared, and the Destiny Cloud Sea drained rapidly again. Liu Yang looked at the sky with an ugly expression. A day later, news came quickly. Your Majesty, the city lord of Southern Ing Province has led the entire city to surrender to the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Your Majesty, the city lord of Southern Ing Province has led the entire city to surrender to the Day One Imperial Dynasty. The Day One Imperial Dynasty had not only swallowed the territories of the Greedy Wolf sect and the Da Huang Empire, but it had also swallowed close to half of Ing Province's territory in a short period of time. The Day One Imperial Dynasty was like a hungry tiger, swallowing a huge piece of land in one gulp. This speed of swallowing not only shocked Liu Yang. When the news reached the Shenlu dynasty, Huang Fuchaoga also took in a deep breath. The Day One Imperial Dynasty is finally showing its fangs, Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Camp of the Southern Suppression Army, Jinmu of Silla, also quickly received news from the front lines. The Day One Imperial Dynasty, they finally made their move. Jinmu of Silla squinted her eyes. Ing Province. Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at the providence in the sky. There was less than 1/10,000th of what it used to be, and it was extremely sparse. A look of madness appeared on his face. In the imperial court, less than 1/10 of the civil and military officials had fled. The Ing dynasty was at the end of its rope. In the past, he had the strategist Mo Yike, Ao Shun, Gengjin sect, Greedy Wolf sect, Great Huang Empire, Pejuan, Mr. Dongfang, and a million Qin figurines. He even had the providence of the imperial dynasty. He had an invincible force. However, everything was gone. Everything was gone. Half of Ing Province belonged to the Day One Imperial Dynasty, and the other half was surrendered to the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. Even his own Ing Province had surrendered. Ha, 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 ha. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's face was filled with despair. Report. Suddenly, a flying ship flew over from afar. The guards on the flying ship rushed into the palace and looked at the desolate Ing Province in shock. However, they did not dare to say anything, and only knelt before Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Your Majesty, we found Gu Hai outside Lushan City. Back then, The fire locust deity led the fire locust race to besiege Lushan City. Gu Hai drove the flying ship into Lushan City. When we found Gu Hai, we did not wait for the results and immediately came to report. The guard said respectfully, "Gu Hai is in Lushan City." Lu Yang of Gojoseon suddenly trembled and revealed a sinister expression. "Yes," the guard said respectfully. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's desolation, only boundless hatred was left on his face. A wave of hatred enveloped Lu Yang of Gojoseon, and Lu Yang of Gojoseon's body surged with anger. "It's all your fault, Gu Hai. If not for you, I would not be at the end of my rope. I will kill you, roar." Lu Yang of Gojoseon suddenly roared. As he roared, he stomped his feet. Rumble! The whole of Yingdu was shaken. Countless citizens looked in the direction of the palace in fear. Roar! A dragon-headed peak suddenly emerged from the ground. "Earth Dragon Vein, follow me to Lushan City. I will skin Gu Hai alive." Roar! Lu Yang of Gojoseon roared. Rumble! The dragon-headed peak suddenly flew out of the city and was far away in an instant. Chapter 306. Lu Yang stepped on the Earth Dragon Vein and left Ying City. However, Lu Yang's final roar reverberated throughout Ying City. "Earth Dragon Vein, follow me to Lushan City. I'm going to skin Gu Hai alive." Roar! Going to Lushan City to skin Gu Hai alive? In the city, there was an uproar among the spies. They quickly spread the news in all directions. A few days later, the news reached Jinmu of Silla's camp. Sima Chongkong frowned. "Lu Yang is going to Lushan City personally. Will Gu Hai?" Jinmu of Silla frowned. The Da'ing dynasty exists in name only. Lu Yang leaving on the Earth Dragon Vein, but outside Lushan City. Gu Hai is in trouble this time. The move he used to deal with Ao Shun won't work. Will Gu Hai be able to persuade Lu Yang to retreat? Sima Chongkong was worried. "Prepare the troops. We are going to Lushan City." Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice, Grand Marshal, when two armies are at war, the commander must not leave the camp. Shall I go to Lushan City on behalf of the Grand Marshal?" Sima Chongkong persuaded. Jinmu of Silla shook his head. "Prepare the troops. Follow me to Lushan City." "Yes," Sima Chongkong replied. A few days later, in Lushan City, Huangfu Chaoga's complexion did not improve. Instead, it took a turn for the worse. His black hair had turned white. "Mr. Huangfu, Long Xiaoya is already dead. It's useless to be sad. If she was alive, she would not want you to be like this." Gu Hai sighed. Huangfu Chaoga smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I know. Thank you for your consolation, Mr. Good. But, Sai, just leave me be." Gu Hai sighed slightly, knowing that he could not change Huangfu Chaoga's mind. "Mr. Good, I've already given the order. The remaining 12 cities of the Shenlu dynasty will definitely respect you as the emperor. Please treat these people well." Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai. "Mr. Huangfu, you don't have to do this." Gu Hai sighed. Huangfu Chaoga shook her head. God Foothill dynasty was founded because of Xiaoya. Now that Xiaoya's soul is gone, I don't have the heart to manage it anymore. I hope you can treat it well. After a short silence, Gu Hai nodded and said, "All right, Mr. Huangfu, don't worry. I'll treat the people in these 12 cities well." Huangfu Chaoga nodded and smiled as if a burden had been lifted from her mind. "Mr. Good, you may have sent people to the Valley of Death, but forget it. Really forget it. That's a land of death. I can't let more people die because of me." Huangfu Chaoga smiled bitterly. "Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate." Gu Hai shook his head. "Sai, Mr. Huangfu, if you don't mind, can you tell me the things I need to pay attention to when establishing a dynasty?" Gu Hai requested. Okay. Huangfu Chaoga nodded. Huangfu Chaoga arranged for Lushan City to send a large number of soldiers on flying boats to the remaining 11 cities. In the various cities, the commoners heard that the crisis in Lushan City had been resolved. There were also cheers. The emperor wants us to honor Gu Hai as the new emperor? No, I only recognize the Shenlu Imperial Court. I also recognize the Shenlu Imperial Court. Gu Hai saved Lushan City, and I am grateful to him. However, we will always be the people of the Shenlu Imperial Court. Your Majesty, we don't want the Han Dynasty. We will always be the people of the Shenlu Imperial Court. In the 11 cities, the commoners were all loyal to the Shenlu Imperial Court and were not willing to accept the Han Dynasty. Huangfu Chaoga was close to the commoners in the past, and the commoners loved and respected her. Therefore, although Huangfu Chaoga had already given the throne to Gu Hai, the various cities were still unwilling to accept it. Gu Hai had gained the recognition of the commoners of Lushan City because he had gone through a deadly disaster. Otherwise, who would recognize Gu Hai? The commoners were stubborn, and the various city lords were dejected. Of course, things could not be reversed. Gu Hai had already become the lord of the 12 cities, and the commoners could not accept it immediately. It would take a long time for them to accept it. Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoga had been talking about the operations of the imperial court these days. However, Huangfu Chaoga's situation was getting worse and worse. She had aged a lot, and the fire poison had been corroding her body. More importantly, Huangfu Chaoga's heart had already given up. Once one's heart died, one would age quickly. Gu Hai was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Gu Hai, I have already told you what I need to tell you. Finally, I will tell you a secret. Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly, Oh, apart from the nourishment of providence, the dragon vein of the earth can also devour other dragon veins to strengthen itself. Huangfu Chaoga said, solemnly, Earth-devouring dragon vein. Gu Hai said in surprise. Huangfu Chaoga nodded. Yes, all right. I have told you what I need to say. I feel that my lifespan is coming to an end. I will talk to my old friends. Creak. The door of the main hall opened. Your Majesty, countless officials knelt outside the main hall. When they saw Huangfu Chaoga's thin and old appearance, they all knelt down and cried. I am no longer your emperor. You are my brothers. Call me Big Brother Huangfu, like before. Your Majesty, this is your emperor. Pay your respects to him. Huangfu Chaoga looked at the officials. The officials looked at Gu Hai with red eyes, but no one dared to call him that. Pay your respects to His Majesty, cough, 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 cough. Huangfu Chaoga coughed and shouted angrily. Huangfu Chaoga seemed to be making arrangements for her will, forcing the officials to worship Gu Hai. She was not doing this for Gu Hai's prestige, but for these officials. He hoped that Gu Hai would treat these old friends well in the future. Still not paying your respects. Do you want me to beg you? Cough, 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 cough. Huangfu Chaoga shouted while coughing. Greetings to His Majesty, woo-woo, long live His Majesty, long live His Majesty. The first official knelt down while crying. Long live His Majesty, woo-woo. Countless officials knelt down at Gu Hai while crying. Huangfu Chaoga smiled in satisfaction and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoga and said, Mr. Huangfu, don't worry. As long as these old officials of yours aren't guilty of treason, I will treat them well. I promise you. Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Thank you. I am the one thanking you. Gu Hai shook his head. Huangfu Chaoga shook his head and said, Nothing. He slowly closed his eyes. Clearly, he had said everything he needed to say. There seemed to be nothing left in this world for him to miss. Mr. Huangfu, I know you are sad, but you haven't avenged Long Xiaoya. How can you be so negative? Gu Hai persuaded. Revenge? Xiaoya's revenge? Huangfu Chaoga suddenly opened his eyes, which turned red again. It's too late, too late. I feel that I have reached my limit. Haha, it's too late. Xiaoya's revenge? Huangfu Chaoga suddenly felt bitter, just as Huangfu Chaoga finished speaking. Rumble! All of a sudden, a burst of rumbling sounded from the distant horizon, and the earth seemed to be trembling under the rumbling. Gu Hai, you brat, come out. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Boom! A furious roar resounded through the sky and rushed toward the main hall. Lu Yong? Gu Hai's face darkened. Huangfu Chaoga's dejected eyes suddenly shone with dazzling light and became bloodshot. His breathing also quickened. Xiaoya, ha 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 ha, heaven's will. Heaven gave me one last chance, one last chance. Huangfu Chaoga's voice was bone-chilling, and great hatred filled the entire hall. Walala! Huangfu Chaoga slowly walked out of the ice pool, his body swaying. Your Majesty, you can't come out. The fire poison will burn you as soon as you step out of the pool. An official cried in shock. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes turned cold. What did you call me? The official was about to say. Bastard! Huangfu Chaoga glared. Brother Huangfu! The official knelt and cried. Remember, there is only one emperor, and that is Gu Hai. Huangfu Chaoga said in a low voice. Boo-hoo! The officials complained tearfully. Huangfu Chaoga slowly walked to the entrance of the hall. Some officials wanted to help, but Huangfu Chaoga pushed them away. He walked unsteadily, but each step was very firm. With a ferocious expression, he slowly walked out of the hall. Gu Hai stepped out as well, and the two looked toward the north of the city. Roar! There was a loud roar from underground. Rumble! In the north of the city, many mountains rose from the ground and rose into the sky. The mountains connected together, forming a dragon-shaped mountain range. The leading mountain was in the shape of a dragon's head. Lu Yong wore an imperial robe and stood on top of the dragon's head. He looked toward the palace of Lushan City with a ferocious expression. Lu Yong immediately saw the palace where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai? Lu Yong said with hatred. Lu Yong of Gojoseon. Huangfu Chaoga also shouted with hatred. HM? Lu Yong finally noticed Huangfu Chaoga. However, Huangfu Chaoga's hair was white, his face was wrinkled, and he was extremely thin. He was no longer as mighty as before. You are Huangfu Chaoga, Lu Yong said coldly. I thought I had no chance. I thought it was too late. Lu Yong of Gojoseon, you came yourself. You came yourself. You killed Long Xiaoya and your soul was destroyed. Your soul was destroyed. And you pieced it back together? Lu Yong of Gojoseon. Lu Yong of Gojoseon, Long Xiaoya respected you like a father. Every year, she sent people to give you the treasures she found from all over the world. You are so cruel. So cruel. Huangfu Chaoga roared. You all know. Lu Yong said coldly. The heavens have eyes and gave me one last chance to take revenge. You have a dragon vein. I also have a dragon vein. Come out. Huangfu Chaoga roared. Some rocks suddenly rose from the square in front of Huangfu Chaoga. They lifted Huangfu Chaoga and moved him forward. In the blink of an eye, another dragon-headed mountain rose from the ground. Roar! Huangfu Chaoga's dragon vein suddenly roared and charged out of the city, with Huangfu Chaoga on it. Rumble! As the ground rumbled, Huangfu Chaoga's dragon vein also brought out giant peaks, forming a huge mountain range. Lu Yong and Huangfu Chaoga each stood on top of a dragon vein and looked at each other coldly. Chapter 307. Lushan City. Lu Yong stepped on the earth dragon vein to seek revenge on Gu Hai. Huang Fu Chaoga stepped on the Earth Dragon Vein to seek revenge for Long Xiaoya. The two experts stood on the Earth Dragon Vein and looked at each other coldly. In the city, the officials looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Mr. Gu, Your Majesty, what should we do now? Brother Huang Fu is definitely not Liu Yang's match. Also, Brother Huang Fu's current condition. That's right. Your Majesty, please save Brother Huang Fu. The officials looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Gu Hai looked into the distance and nodded. I won't ignore Huang Fu Chaoga's battle with Liu Yang. However, I can't interfere in their battle. Then what should we do? The officials asked anxiously. I need all of your help. Gu Hai looked at the officials. Your Majesty, will do our best. However, we don't have any spiritual stones left. Otherwise, the officials said bitterly, no need. Just cooperate with me. Gu Hai shook his head. We'll do our best to cooperate with Your Majesty. The officials swore. Gu Hai looked at the officials and sighed in his heart. Huang Fu Chaoga had taken in a group of good officials. He didn't need to guess to know that Liu Yang's officials would have secretly run away after his country was defeated. However, Huang Fu Chaoga's officials had shown their integrity in this time of crisis. They were the kind of officials that the Han Dynasty needed the most. Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine seal. In the name of Gu Hai, I announce to the Han Dynasty that Liu Yang has arrived at Lushan City with the Earth Dragon Vein. Huang Fu Chaoga will fight him. Today, I will help Huang Fu Chaoga to temporarily move the capital to Lushan City. I will move the fate of the Dahan to Lushan City. For my use. Turn. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal trembled violently as a strange energy rippled out from it, spreading across the sky above the Lushan City. Whew! It was as if a gust of wind had formed out of thin air, converging in the sky above Lushan City. All the officials looked at Gu Hai. Your Majesty, moving the capital? Every time you move the capital, you will lose 1/10 of your karmic games. But Gu Hai was still in the process of moving the capital. Providence was extremely precious to a country. Was the emperor willing to sacrifice 1/10 of his providence to save Huang Fu Chaoga? Many thanks, Your Majesty. The officials said gratefully. Huang Fu Chaoga had passed her destiny to Gu Hai, and this destiny could naturally reach the ears of the people of Shenlu Imperial Court. When Gu Hai roared, his destiny naturally reached the ears of all the people. Lushan City. Countless people were already extremely anxious. When he heard Gu Hai's words, he was extremely grateful. Thank you, Mr. Good. No, thank you, Your Majesty. Many thanks, Your Majesty. In Lushan City, the people sincerely bowed. As soon as their thoughts were sincere, new waves of destiny surged toward Gu Hai. At the same time, the voice also spread to the other 11 cities of Shenlu Imperial Court. Liu Yang of Gojoseon is here. The emperor is in danger. And Gu Hai is going to help the emperor? It's Gu Hai's voice. Moving the capital, he wants to move the capital and use 1/10 of his providence to help the emperor? Mr. Good is doing this. He has not let down the emperor's trust. But in the past, the emperor mobilized the power of all the people in the cities, but he was not a match for Liu Yang. Now that the emperor is poisoned, what should we do? Mr. Good, you have to save the emperor. The people in the 11 cities were extremely anxious. 9-5 Island, the great Myojin, Chui Tai, and a white-robed woman stayed at the Royal Casino Holiday Villa for a while. During this time, Miao Chun went to look for Guqin, and Guqin occasionally accompanied him. During this time, the great Myojin, the white-robed woman, and Chui Tai asked about Gu Hai's experiences over the past few days. As Chui Tai listened, he revealed a shocked expression. It had only been 2 years, and a mortal old man had already established such a huge foundation? 2 years. Grandson, now you know why I allied with the Dahan Empire. It has only been 2 years. In another 10 years, it will change to the Imperial Dynasty. In another 100 years, it will change to the Heavenly Dynasty. How can it be worse than you being a servant in Solar Divine Hall? Ha 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 ha. Miao Chun looked at Chui Tai smugly. Chui Tai's expression darkened. He blamed himself for being too quick with his words and making such an unlucky bet. Over the past few days, Miao Chun had been calling him grandson. Every day, the great Miojin held a crystal wine cup as he sat at the side. When he heard Miao Chen's smug words, his surroundings turned gloomy as if he hid a murderous intent. Miao Chen's expression turned cold as he looked at the great Miojin. Great Miojin, what's wrong? You still want to kill Gu Hai? Avert a great disaster? Huh. Gu Hai is a golden core realm cultivator, and he is already a threat to you? The great Miojin drank a mouthful of wine. A threat to me? Huh. You are overthinking. It is a pity that I did not kill him back then. Otherwise, he would not have caused so much trouble for me. Trouble? Without Gu Hai, Queen Hua would have to wait at least 200 years before she could revive. Otherwise, that master of your Solar Divine Hall would not have sent you to thank Gu Hai, Miao Chun said indifferently. It is also because my master is benevolent, the great Ming deity sovereign said indifferently. Miao Chun goggled. Benevolent? That master of yours, Tai Yi, you are saying that he is benevolent? The great Miojin turned his head away. Clearly, saying that his master was benevolent was a little too much. By the way, who is that white-robed woman? Miao Chun looked at Chui Tai. Chui Tai looked at the great Miojin sitting at the side. The great Miojin did not speak. Chui Tai shook his head, unwilling to explain. Miao Chun frowned slightly, but did not ask any more questions. At this moment, a loud sound came from the Sea of Providence clouds above the soaring palace hall. Boom! With a loud sound, the surging Providence suddenly flowed toward the divine continent in the southwest. What happened? Miao Chen's expression sank. Everyone walked out of the villa and looked up at the sky. At this moment, a Dahan official walked over. Senior Miao, the emperor is temporarily moving the capital to Lushan City. He is guiding the Providence toward Lushan City, that official explained. Oh, what did Gu Hai say? The great Miojin was puzzled. The emperor said, in the name of Gu Hai, I announce to the world of the Han Dynasty that Liu Yang has brought the dragon vein to Lushan City. Huangfu Chaoga is going to meet him in battle. Today, I will help Huangfu Chaoga temporarily move the capital to Lushan City and transfer the providence of the Dahan to Lushan City. For me to deploy. Turn. Lushan City is going to fight Liu Yang of Gojoseon. The great Ming deity king was surprised. Impossible. Gu Hai is only at the Golden Core realm. He wants to mobilize the power of the nation, but he is only at the Golden Core realm. Even if countless powers converge on him, can his body withstand it? At that time, it will burst. Chui Tai exclaimed in shock. Lushan City? Since Gu Hai is there, we will not stay any longer. Prepare to leave. The great Miojin said in a low voice. All right. Chui Tai nodded. The white-robed woman who walked out of the house also nodded. Whoosh. The three took out a flying boat and boarded it. Whoosh. Under Chui Tai's control, the flying boat instantly shot into the distance. Miao Chun watched with a frown. In the end, he did not follow. Instead, he quickly found Guqin. Senior Miao? Guqin looked at Miao Chun in confusion. The great Miojin is extremely arrogant. He only obeys one person in the world, the Solar Divine Hall's palace master, Tai Yi. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for Gu Hai. I have been accompanying them for the past few days, trying to get information from them, but I could not get anything out of them. Immediately send someone to inform Gu Hai that the great Miaochen is here." Miaochen said with a frown. Gu Qin shook his head and said, "Senior Miao, don't worry. I have already sent someone to inform him. However, it will take some time for the news to reach Imperial Father." Miaochen nodded. Outside Lushan City, Huang Fuchaoga looked at Lu Yang and revealed a sinister smile of deep hatred. "Lu Yang of Gojoseon? Huh, I still have a chance to fight with you. The heavens are treating me well." Huang Fuchaoga had a cold expression. Roar! The dragon vein under Huang Fuchaoga's feet suddenly surged forward. Huang Fuchaoga's dragon vein was tens of thousands of kilometers long. When it surged forward, it caused countless mountains in the north to churn, filling the sky with smoke and dust. "Huang Fuchaoga, you are courting death." Lu Yang snorted coldly and stomped his foot. Lu Yang's dragon vein was tens of thousands of kilometers long. With a roar, it charged forward. Roar! The two dragons roared and collided brazenly. Boom! When the two mountains collided, the destructive power was extraordinary. With a loud crash, countless rocks flew everywhere. For a time, rocks and debris filled the sky. "Activate the array," Gu Hai instructed. Buzz. Lushan City's array activated. Rumble. Large amounts of rocks and debris fell into the array. Explosions continued in the distance as the battle continued. Large earthquakes occurred one after another. Even with the city's array isolating the city from the outside, the city still felt the violent tremors. Roar! Through the smoke and dust, one could vaguely see two gigantic golden dragons tearing at each other while sticking close to the ground. "You bastard Huang Fuchaoga, you are like a mad dog. Do you want to die?" Lu Yang roared. "Life, my life is used to fight with you. Dragon vein, tear and bite." Huang Fuchaoga roared furiously. "You stubborn thing. How big is your dragon vein? Compared to mine? What a joke." Lu Yang snorted coldly. Roar! Roar! In the rolling smoke, the sound of Lu Yang's dragon vein tearing could be heard, followed by the sorrowful cry of Huang Fuchaoga's dragon vein. However, Huang Fuchaoga's golden dragon didn't care about its own safety and continued to charge forward. The two dragons fought fiercely. The sky darkened, and the sun and moon dimmed. Shattered mountains filled the sky, and rolling smoke and dust covered the surroundings. Whoosh! Suddenly, the first wave of providence came from 9-5 Island. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. "It's finally here. Huang Fuchaoga, you are not my match. Your dragon vein is also not my match." Humph! Lu Yang's furious roar rang out in the smoke and dust. However, the battle in the distance seemed to stop. Rolling rocks fell, and the smoke and dust faded significantly. One could vaguely see what was going on. The dragon vein emerged from the ground, revealing two enormous golden dragons. Huang Fuchaoga's golden dragon was riddled with holes, while Lu Yang's golden dragon was also riddled with wounds. However, the victor was already decided. Lu Yang's golden dragon was much larger in the end. At this moment, it opened its mouth and bit Huang Fuchaoga's golden dragon. It swallowed the tail of Huang Fuchaoga's golden dragon bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, one of the larger golden dragons had already swallowed the smaller golden dragon. Only one of the smaller golden dragon's heads was exposed. Lu Yang stood on the larger dragon's head and looked coldly at the smaller dragon's head that was about to be swallowed. He revealed a sinister expression and said, "You want to fight me with just you?" Huang Fuchaoga was getting weaker and weaker. Her body trembled, and she could barely open her eyes. He lifted his head to look at Lu Yang and suddenly smiled warmly. "What are you smiling at?" Lu Yang asked in a low voice. Lu Yang of Gojoseon? You are not suitable to be an emperor. You are not qualified. You can't even tell that I am seeking death. Ha ha ha. Huangfu Chaoga laughed miserably. Seeking death? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, and his expression suddenly changed. Huangfu Chaoga staggered and looked at the sky. She seemed to recall the time she spent with Long Xiaoye and smiled happily. In that instant, the scenes of the past seemed to replay in her mind. Brother Huangfu, this wreath is for you. Ha ha ha. Brother Huangfu, we are sworn brothers today. I will have you to take care of me in the future. Brother Huangfu, you know me better than anyone else. Only you can hear the sadness in my zither. Thank you for your comfort. Brother Huangfu, I am sorry. I have a sweetheart. If there is a next life and I meet you first, I will definitely fall in love with you first. I am sorry for this life. Brother Huangfu, let me introduce you to some beautiful girls. I promise you will like them. Chapter 308. The Earth Dragon Vein suddenly exploded, and 90% of the Earth Dragon Vein's body was swallowed by Lu Yang's Earth Dragon Vein. At this moment, Lu Yang's Earth Dragon Vein was naturally the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. No, Lu Yang roared furiously. However, the explosion had already started. There was no turning back. The explosion was even more terrifying than the previous battle. The huge shockwave almost sent Lushan City flying. In an instant, countless rocks flew into the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The sky darkened. There was only endless earth and rocks left. It was pitch black. Your Majesty, in Lushan City, both the officials and the commoners knelt down and cried. This time, the world-destroying explosion radiated even further into the distance. The other 11 cities in Lushan Dynasty were more or less shaken. What happened? It's coming from Lushan City. Is this a battle in Lushan City? Impossible. How could it radiate so far? What happened in Lushan City? How is the emperor? The commoners in the various cities were anxious. However, they were too far away. No one knew what had happened in Lushan City. Suddenly, a voice came from the Sea of Providence. Just now, Huangfu Chaoga stepped on the dragon vein and was swallowed by Lu Yang's dragon vein. In the end, Huangfu Chaoga detonated the dragon vein in hopes of destroying Lu Yang and returning peace to the world. Huangfu Chaoga sacrificed herself for the country. Gu Hai's voice came. Wow, the commoners in the 11 cities were in an uproar. Impossible. The emperor can't be dead. Your Majesty, you can't die. I haven't had time to repay your kindness. Your Majesty, Gu Hai, you liar. The emperor won't die. He won't die. Woo woo woo. Huangfu Chaoga had sacrificed herself for the country. The entire country mourned. Countless commoners knelt in the direction of Lushan City. They cried bitterly, unwilling to accept the truth. Outside Lushan City, in the darkness, the common people wept endlessly. The sky full of dirt and stones finally fell slowly. The sky slowly brightened, but the people knelt on the ground and refused to get up. The dust slowly settled and dispersed. Outside the city, there were ruins everywhere. Lushan City looked like it was going to be buried in the earth. As the dust settled, they could see the battlefield clearly. Huangfu Chaoga's dragon vein was blown up and she died without a complete corpse. The power of that explosion was too terrifying. The dragon vein under Lu Yang's feet suffered the most intense impact. At this moment, it was riddled with holes. It lay limp on the ground, emitting a golden aura. He seemed to be on the verge of death. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's dragon robe was in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and his face was deathly pale. There was blood on his chest, but it was also stained with mud. He cut a sorry figure. Poof, poof, poof. Luyang spat out blood several times. His injuries were clearly not light. However, Luyang survived in the end. Huang Fuchaoga's body was smashed to pieces. Cough, 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 cough. Huang Fuchaoga, you deserve to die, Luyang said weakly with hatred. Although he was weak, Luyang did not forget his revenge. He looked coldly at Lushan City. Gu Hai, it's your turn now, Luyang said with a sinister expression. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. He said again, citizens of the Han Dynasty. Unfortunately, Huang Fuchaoga's body was smashed to pieces, and she died without a complete corpse. I want to avenge Huang Fuchaoga, but my cultivation is too weak. I implore all citizens of the Dahan, except for the soldiers guarding the city, to raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Help me destroy Luyang and avenge Huang Fuchaoga. Boom. Gu Hai's voice spread in all directions through the Sea of Providence clouds. First, it spread to 9-5 Island. When the citizens of 9-5 Island heard Gu Hai's voice, they were stunned. Raise your right hand, borrow the Emperor's strength, lend a hand to the Emperor. What does that mean? Many people were confused. However, some people raised their right hand to try. Just as he raised his right hand, it was as if there was a suction force that sucked all the strength from his body away from his arm. Ouch! What the hell? My strength is all gone. I don't have any strength left. The person who raised his hand fell to the ground in horror. Is it the Emperor? Did the Emperor borrow your power? So, that's what he meant. The Emperor wants to borrow our strength. If not for the Emperor, my family would have starved to death during the disaster last year. Not only did the Emperor give us food, but he also gave us land and seeds. This old man has never been able to repay his kindness. Your Majesty, please use my strength. This old woman, my son, my grandson, raise your right hand. Your Majesty, please use my strength. The citizens of 9-5 Island all raised their right hands, and energy surged into the Sea of Providence clouds in Lu Divine City. In the Dahan Imperial Palace, Guqin quickly made arrangements. Aside from the people guarding the Imperial Palace's ritual array, all the officials and guards raised their right hands. Inside a large hall, Montez looked at the sky in shock. The Emperor is going to fight Luyang of Gojoseon? Is that true? Montez slowly raised his right hand in disbelief. Others might not know who Luyang was, but Montez knew him very well. Luyang was an existence that Montez looked up to in the past. Luyang was the master of Ing Province, the sworn brother of the Daiqianqing, and the expert that even Long Xiaoya worshipped in the past. In the short time that the Emperor cultivated, he was already going to fight Luyang head-on. Whoosh! Montez went limp. However, he acknowledged the Han Dynasty even more. The Han Dynasty developed too quickly. What Xiao Qin wanted the most was authority. Now, the Emperor gave him great authority. If Xiao Qin did not work hard, how could he live up to his pursuit? After this battle, recruit more embroidered uniform guards. Montez gritted his teeth as he lay limp on the ground. 9-5 Island's energy quickly gathered. As for the citizens of the Divine Foothill Dynasty's 12 cities, they were still immersed in grief, unable to pull themselves out. However, very few people raised their hands. Gu Hai saw strands of golden energy pouring into the Sea of Providence clouds from 9-5 Island. Boom! 9-5 Island's boundless energy poured into Gu Hai's body. This energy was even more ferocious than the Crimson Sabers. In an instant, Gu Hai's energy soared by countless times. A surging aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body. 9-5 Island had many ordinary people. However, with a large population, its energy was immense. In the distance, Lu Yang's expression changed as he glared at the aura around Gu Hai. This aura is the Yuanying state's energy, the energy of a 5 nascent soul realm cultivator. Ha 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 ha. It is only SOSO. It is only SOSO. Lu Yang relaxed and revealed a cold smile. Dragon, come! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out from the ground. Gu Hai's dragon vein suddenly appeared, carrying Gu Hai as it quickly swam out of the city. Gu Hai's dragon vein was no smaller than Huang Fuchaoga's dragon vein. It was also tens of thousands of kilometers long. Rumble! Gu Hai stepped on the dragon's head and slowly arrived before Lu Yang. Lu Yang's dragon vein was riddled with holes, riddled with wounds, and on the verge of death. However, it was still larger than Gu Hai's dragon vein. Lu Yang looked coldly at Gu Hai and said, Gu Hai, you finally dared to send yourself to death. Ha ha ha. Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Lu Yang, your great Ying dynasty is destroyed? Gu Hai guffawed. Isn't it all thanks to you? Humph. Today, I will use you as a sacrifice to my great Ying dynasty. Although Lu Yang was severely injured, he still had a proud expression on his face. Even though Lu Yang was severely injured, he still had the strength to open the heavenly palace. Gu Hai, on the other hand, was only a 5 nascent soul realm cultivator after gathering the power of the nation. Even though Gu Hai was severely injured, he could still crush Gu Hai to death. Huh, thanks to me? Lu Yang, you bully the weak and fear the strong too much. You are so timid and cowardly, yet you want to start a dynasty? Huang Fuchaoga said that you are not fit to be emperor. You are indeed not fit to be emperor. Without me, you would have destroyed a dynasty sooner or later. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh, what did you say? Lu Yang glared at Gu Hai. Isn't that right? Your country was destroyed, but was it done by me alone? You have a bunch of enemies. Why did you choose me? Why didn't you go to the Jinmu of Silla's southern army? You don't dare, because you are not as good as him. The Day One imperial dynasty swallowed up a large portion of your territory. Why didn't you go and find trouble with the Day One imperial dynasty? You don't dare, because you are not as good as them. You know your place, because you can only bully Golden Core Realm cultivators, because I am only a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Ha 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 ha. You bully the weak and fear the strong. You avoid the strong and target the weak. Tell me, do you still have the heart of an emperor? Gu Hai laughed coldly. Lu Yang suddenly took a deep breath and glared at Gu Hai. Brat, do you think I am Ao Shun? Do you think I will fall for your trick with just a few words? Ha ha, you didn't fall for my trick with just a few words. Lu Yang, think about it yourself. Takeshi Ryushin, Day One Imperial Dynasty. Do you dare to find trouble with them? You don't. You cower in front of those stronger than you. You can only bully those weaker than you. Just like me. Haha, but do you know? Monarchs must first have a strong ambition to create a new world. No matter what kind of experts they face, no matter what kind of difficulties they face, monarchs will face them head-on, conquering them and not running away from them. Do you have this kind of ambition? Gu Hai said coldly. Lu Yang's eyelids twitched. He felt terrible. You don't have the heart of an emperor, but I do. So what if you are the Lu Yang of Gojoseon? As long as I have the ambition, I can trample you under my feet. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, then come at me. Trying to win with words will only make you more ignorant. Lu Yang said coldly. As he stepped forward, Lu Yang's dragon vein moved with difficulty. It seemed like it was going to charge at Gu Hai. Gu Hai suddenly sneered. It is not me who is ignorant. It is you who is ignorant. Lu Yang, you have lost. Huh. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, at this moment, the Providence Cloud sea surged. More energy surged in from all directions, entering the Providence Cloud Sea and quickly pouring into Gu Hai's body. Rumble! This time, the energy was countless times stronger than before. The citizens of the god Foothill dynasty walked out of their sorrow and raised their right hands with boundless hatred. Gu Hai, no, your majesty, use my power to take revenge for Huangfu Chaoga. Use my power to take revenge for the old emperor. Kill Luyang, and I will lend all my power to you. Kill Luyang, and I will be a citizen of the Han dynasty. In the 12 cities, all the citizens and officials raised their right hands. They gritted their teeth and lent all their power to Gu Hai. The process of lending power was also the process of officially acknowledging that they were citizens of the Dahan. Gu Hai used the country's power to win the hearts of the people. Chapter 309. The Southern Army, Legio 6. The Great Ing Army was defeated, and Gao Xianji led Legio 6 to victory after victory. However, with the defeat of the Great Ing Army, Gao Xianji had to face the army from the Day One Empire. The army suddenly met with a strong ally, but this was not a problem for Gao Xianji. The army slowed down, and Gao Xianji began to analyze everything about the defending generals in front of them. This was what she learned from Gu Hai. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. By Liz Han, who was at the side, did not dare to disobey Gao Xianji. He also handed over Legio 6 to Gao Xianji. Bai Lizhan fought to his heart's content, and victory, 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 what a refreshing feeling. In the past, Legio 6 was the most hindrance, but now, under Gao Xianji's command, it was like the help of God. Bai Lizhan also accepted Gao Xianji, but at the same time, he also received orders from Jinmu of Silla. Mr. Gao, you are so good at leading the army. I have not fought to my heart's content in all these years. Bai Lizhan praised. Gao Xianji smiled slightly, but did not pay attention to him, and continued to read the information. Lord Gao, the Grand Marshal has sent another reward, and each reward is better than the previous one. The Grand Marshal values Mr. Gao very much. If Mr. Gao stays in Legio 6, I, Bai Lizhan, will be the first to raise both hands in support. Bai Lizhan said with a smile, Thank you, General Bai Li. I am only temporarily leading the army. Gao Xianji shook his head and smiled. Bai Lizhan was slightly anxious. Mr. Gao, the Grand Marshal is sincerely recruiting you. If you follow the Grand Marshal, your future will be bright. If you are willing, it will not be difficult for you to become a third-rank official in the Deqian Celestial Empire. It is a waste of your talent to stay in the Han Dynasty. Really? Is that a waste of talent? I don't think so. Gao Xianji smiled. By Liz Han. Why was this Gao Xianji not enlightened? The third-rank officials of the Deqian Celestial Empire are on equal footing with the Emperor of the Empire. In fact, their status is even higher, and their authority is greater. That Gu Hai has some ability, but he is only at the Golden Core realm after all. Isn't it a waste of your talent to submit to him? Once you become a subordinate of the Grand Marshal, all the experts of Kai Tian Palace will be at your disposal. Bai Lizhan said expectantly. Gao Xianji shook her head and smiled. Thank you, General Bailey. However, I still like the Han Dynasty. Although the Han Dynasty is not strong now, it will be strong one day. Moreover, if not for my Han Dynasty, how could we have defeated Liu Yang's army so easily? That's right. Gu Hai has indeed done a lot, and he has made great contributions every time. However, no matter how strong Gu Hai is, without the Southern Army, can he deal with Liu Yang alone? Bai Lizhan said unconvinced. Suddenly, Gao Xianji's expression changed. She put down everything in her hands and stood up as if listening to something. What's wrong? Bai Lizhan asked blankly. Gao Xianji suddenly raised her right hand. Huff! Suddenly, all the strength in her body disappeared, and Gao Xianji fell limp. Mr. Gao, are you all right? Bai Lizhan asked in surprise. Gao Xianji smiled. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint General Bailey. His Majesty is now fighting Lu Yang alone. Without the Southern Army, how can Gu Hai deal with Lu Yang? Bai Lizhan said in disbelief. Lushan City, far to the north. Hundreds of flying boats were flying quickly. On the leading boat were Jinmu of Silla, Sima Chongkong, and the others. Everyone was rushing from Southern Army City to Lushan City, so the flying boats were faster and finally arrived. Boom! In the direction of Lushan City, Huangfu Chaoga's dragon vein exploded, overturning the entire earth and darkening the sky. The expressions of everyone on the flying boats changed. Quick! Jinmu of Silla shouted. Whoosh! The flying boats picked up speed and headed to the battlefield in the distance. Outside Lushan City, Gu Hai and Lu Yang of Gojoseon stood on dragons, stalling for some time. In the end, Liang was fooled by Gu Hai. During this time, all the people of the Lushan dynasty raised their right hands and borrowed a large amount of energy for Gu Hai to fight Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Rumble! The Providence cloud sea churned, and golden energy gathered from all directions and poured into Gu Hai's body. Previously, Gu Hai had been infused with energy from 9-5 Island, so his aura was at the 5 nascent soul realm. Now, this aura seemed to be soaring. The increasingly ferocious aura surged, forming a storm around Gu Hai that swept out in all directions. Xiao Chen's aura continued to surge, becoming stronger and stronger. If it were in the past, Lu Yang would not have cared about Gu Hai's increase in strength. However, Lu Yang was currently severely injured, and the strength of the Heavenly Palace was extremely unstable. Gu Hai, how dare you lie to me? Die! Lu Yang roared. His figure flashed as he punched at Gu Hai. Boom! A vast blue manifested fist appeared. The moment the manifested fist appeared, it instantly split apart Gu Hai's storm aura. Even though Gu Hai was severely injured, the might of the Heavenly Palace was extremely great. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he stepped forward and punched. A golden manifested fist crashed into the blue manifested fist. Boom! Countless storms exploded in the air. Gu Hai stomped his foot and blocked Lu Yang of Gojoseon's punch. Uffed! Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, Lu Yang's fist was too powerful. Gu Hai could not take it anymore. Lu Yang's expression changed. Your strength increased by so much. My strength is still at the peak of the Yuanying state, right? I'm still not as powerful as your heavenly palace. However, Liang, is this all you've got? Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. At this moment, Gu Hai's face was flushed red, as if he could not hold on any longer. However, Gu Hai's expression was extremely ferocious. It's enough to destroy you. Lu Yang's eyes were also filled with hatred. No, if that's all you've got, then you've lost. You've lost, Gu Hai said with a red face as he laughed. The power of the people from the 12 cities was continuously increasing Gu Hai's strength. More and more power was gathered. The two fists were in a deadlock. Gu Hai was at a disadvantage. However, as the power of the people increased, Gu Hai's strength increased bit by bit, and his disadvantage gradually disappeared. Lu Yang's expression changed, and he put more strength into his fist. However, the power of Gu Hai's fist was also increasing. You've lost. The power of the people has not been fully gathered, and you've already reached your limit. You've lost, Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. No, I haven't lost. You're the one who's going to die, Lu Yang said with a ferocious smile. Oh, Gu Hai said with a look of disdain. You can use the power of the people. Indeed, you can increase your strength further. However, what about your cultivation? It's just the golden core realm. Your physical body can't handle the power of opening the heavenly palace. Once you reach the power of opening the heavenly palace, you'll explode. Ha ha ha. I'll wait for you to explode. Go ahead and explode. Ha 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 ha. Luyang laughed sinisterly. My physical body can't handle it? That's just what you think, Guhai said coldly. Huh. Luyang's expression changed. Guhai's strength was still increasing, still increasing. Boom. Suddenly, Luyang felt his fist tremble. Guhai's strength had finally surpassed the power of opening the heavenly palace. Guhai's strength was still increasing. His face, which had turned red from Xiao Chen's earlier attack, had now returned to normal. Impossible. You're only in the golden core realm. How can you withstand such a great power? Luyang said in disbelief. Do you think I'm an ordinary golden core realm cultivator? Guhai sneered. Suddenly, Luyang's expression changed. He suddenly thought of Guhai's information that he had seen before. Reached the innate realm through external cultivation, Luyang's expression changed. Internal cultivation refines the qi, while external cultivation refines the body. Guhai's external cultivation had reached the innate realm. His physical body was many times stronger than others. As his cultivation increased, the effects of external cultivation became more obvious. No wonder that old man Deqian had to disperse his cultivation and recultivate. He reached the innate realm through external cultivation. External cultivation refines the body to be the strongest? No, your body is the strongest foundation. What about your 5 viscera? The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are the 5 most fragile viscera. Can they withstand the impact of opening the heavenly palace? Your dantian, your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys will definitely explode. Luyang said in disbelief. My foundation is not just the surface of my body, Guhai said coldly. Boom. Guhai's strength continued to increase. This time, he surpassed Luyang and suppressed Luyang instead. Cough, cough, cough. No, you can't defeat me. I am the great emperor of Ying. Luyang roared with all the strength in his body. I didn't defeat you alone. You see, behind me stands Long Wanqing, Huangfu Chaoga, and countless citizens of the Han dynasty. They defeated you with me. Luyang, you lost, Guhai said with a sinister expression. Luyang was heavily injured. Even if he used his full strength, he wasn't Guhai's opponent. Guhai's strength was still increasing, but Luyang's face gradually turned red. PFFF. The fist collided, suppressing Luyang until he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Am I going to lose to Guhai? Luyang looked at Guhai with a trace of despair. As he looked, he seemed to see Long Wanqing and Huangfu Chaoga standing behind Guhai, looking at him with hatred. He seemed to see more and more citizens of the divine Foothill dynasty standing behind Guhai. 10,000, 100 million, a billion. All of them had hatred on their faces. Just like Guhai's expression, it was an unforgettable expression of hatred. Guhai alone shouldered everyone's hatred, suppressing Xiao Chun with overwhelming force. Die for me, Guhai said hatefully. However, as Guhai shouted, Luyang seemed to hear countless voices. Die for me, Long Wanqing's voice. Die for me, Huangfu Chaoga's voice. Die for me, the voices of more than 1 billion citizens. This was the hatred of the whole world. As Guhai used his strength, he suddenly vented it. Under Guhai's full strength, Luyang's blue fist exploded. The golden fist of Guhai carried a destructive power and instantly hit Luyang. No! Luyang screamed in despair. Hong! Luyang was sent flying by the fist, and crashed into the mountain peak of the dragon vein in the distance. Bang! The huge impact instantly penetrated one side of the mountain and emerged from the other side. Bang! 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 After crashing through 20 huge mountains, Lu Yang's body finally stopped and sank into a mountain. Chapter 310. Boom! 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 After crashing through 20 mountains in a row, Lu Yang's body finally came to a stop and sank into one of the mountains. Roar! Gu Hai's Earth Dragon Meridian suddenly let out a long howl and charged toward the Earth Dragon Meridian, where Liu Yang had been standing. Boom! The two dragons tore at each other. Even though Liu Yang's dragon vein was larger, it was already on the verge of death from the explosion of Huangfu Chaoga's dragon vein. How could it be a match for Gu Hai's dragon vein? In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's dragon vein tore its body apart. Roar! Liu Yang's dragon vein let out a mournful cry as it was torn into two. Roar! Gu Hai's dragon vein opened its mouth and devoured Liu Yang's dragon vein's tail. Even though the other party was massive, Gu Hai's dragon vein seemed to be determined to devour it even if it was stuffed to death. While Liu Yang's dragon vein struggled, it devoured the other party's tail in the blink of an eye. Then, it opened its mouth and devoured the other party's upper body. Amidst the billowing dust, Gu Hai's golden dragon vein emerged from the ground. His dragon claws stomped on the other half of Liu Yang's dragon body as he opened his mouth and continued to bite and devour. Eat, eat, eat. The strong preyed on the weak. At this moment, Gu Hai's dragon vein was a powerful dragon. Gu Hai ignored the earth dragon vein. Instead, he took a step and flew toward the mountain peak, where Liu Yang was trapped. After crashing through 20 mountains, Liu Yang came to a stop. But at this moment, Liu Yang seemed to have reached the end of his life. He was covered in blood and was on the verge of death. He only had one breath left. Cough, 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 cough. Liu Yang kept vomiting blood as he watched Gu Hai slowly approach him. Looking at Gu Hai, it was as though he was looking at the countless people he had killed standing behind Gu Hai. All of them had a huge grudge against him. All of them wanted to eat his flesh and gnaw on his bones. Gu Hai's power surged, while Liu Yang was on the verge of death. The outcome was already decided. It wasn't that Liu Yang could crush Gu Hai to death, but that Gu Hai could crush Liu Yang at any moment. Gu Hai's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Liu Yang. Wanqing. Ha, ha ha, long Wanqing. Ha ho 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 ha. I'm dying because of Long Wanqing? Ha, no, it's Long Xiaoya. It's Long Xiaoya. Liu Yang's eyes were blurry. He seemed to see a woman full of spirit. His mind was filled with countless images. In an instant, Uncle Liu Yang of Gojoseon, Father asked me to bring you a birthday gift. But look, I've prepared a bigger gift for you. Uncle Liu Yang of Gojoseon, your zither skills are amazing. Can you teach me? Uncle Liu Yang of Gojoseon, I voted for you in the tournament of all kings that Father held. I even pulled a few people to vote for you. In an instant, the conversation between himself and Long Xiaoya suddenly filled his mind. On his deathbed, Liu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of warmth. Uncle Liu Yang of Gojoseon, why do you want to kill me? All the images suddenly froze at the scene of Long Xiaoya's death. He had personally killed Long Xiaoya through Li Haoran. The eyes of Long Xiaoya, before she died, suddenly appeared in front of Liu Yang's eyes. Blinded by greed. Ha ha, Xiaoya, Uncle Wang has let you down. Liu Yang's eyes turned red. Pooh! As he spat out blood, Liu Yang shed tears of pain. Who? Gu Hai's fist stopped in front of Liu Yang, because Gu Hai suddenly saw Liu Yang's 5 viscera, dantian, and nascent souls overflowing from his body and dissipating. Even his head seemed to have a nascent soul that turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Liu Yang's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls had dissipated. The previous punch had almost killed Liu Yang. Now, Liu Yang was only experiencing terminal lucidity. He was no different from death. The fist stopped in front of Liu Yang. Gu Hai's face turned gloomy. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. Jinmu of Silla had brought hundreds of flying ships and suddenly appeared in front of them. Jinmu of Silla rushed over with all her might. However, when she reached the outskirts of Lushan City, she saw a dragon vein swallowing the last dragon, head of Liu Yang's dragon vein. Gu Hai's dragon vein. It ate Liu Yang's dragon vein. Sima Chongkong said in surprise. Hiss! Gu Hai won? Behind them, there was the sound of a group of generals gasping. Roar! Gu Hai's dragon vein, which had swelled many times, slowly sank into the ground with a dragon's roar. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Gu Hai. Gu Hai's punch seemed like he was going to kill Liu Yang. Gu Hai, wait! Jinmu of Silla's face suddenly changed as she shouted. Gu Hai defeated Liu Yang? Sima Chongkong was still in disbelief. The countless soldiers behind him were even more shocked. Gu Hai's fist stopped in front of Liu Yang. He did not continue to fight. At this moment, Jinmu of Silla's army arrived. Gu Hai suddenly turned his head. He saw Jinmu of Silla and some of her subordinates flying over. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the army arrived in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai, don't kill him. Sima Chongkong shouted anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Sima Chongkong in confusion. Liu Yang is not dead yet. Whoosh! That's good, that's good. Sima Chongkong heaved a sigh of relief. Grand Marshal? Mr. Sima? Gu Hai frowned. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh came from a mountain not far away. Everyone turned to look. They saw a man in a green robe slowly walking out from the mountain. Li Shinji? Gu Hai's face darkened. Jinmu of Silla had just arrived with her army. When did Li Shinji arrive? Could it be that he had been waiting nearby? Had he been quietly observing? Also, why did he sigh just now? Did he regret that he didn't kill Liu Yang? Greetings, Commander Day One of Shinnan. Li Shinji said respectfully. Jinmu of Silla looked at Li Shinji coldly and said, Li Shinji, are you enjoying yourself? Li Shinji smiled bitterly and said, I just arrived too. I just arrived. Humph, you want to see Gu Hai kill Liu Yang, right? Jinmu of Silla said coldly. Jinmu of Silla, you misunderstood me. I just arrived. Li Shinji insisted that he had just arrived. Humph. Jinmu of Silla snorted. Jinmu of Silla turned her head and looked at Liu Yang, who was dying, and said, Uncle Liu Yang of Gojoseon, Shun Wu is late. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Jinmu of Silla. Sima Chongkong looked bitterly at Gu Hai and said, Liu Yang of Gojoseon should be punished for his crime of rebellion. However, you shouldn't be the one to kill him. In the Deqian Celestial Empire, there are many old officials of His Holiness. They still have a good relationship with Liu Yang. So, Sima Chongkong was worried that those old officials would sabotage Gu Hai in the future. However, Gu Hai didn't care. This was because Gu Hai didn't want to enter the Deqian Empire. Gu Hai didn't throw the last punch. It wasn't because of Jinmu of Silla's shout, but because Liu Yang's soul had already dissipated. He was almost beaten to death. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at Liu Yang with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai had clearly heard what Liu Yang had said earlier. Liu Yang was having terminal lucidity. He regretted it, but what was the use of that? Uncle Liu Yang of Gojoseon, follow me back to the imperial capital as long as you admit your mistake. Father will not kill you on account of our old friendship. Jinmu of Silla shouted. Cough, cough, ha ha, cough, cough, cough. Lu Yang didn't know where he got the strength from, but he slowly stood up. Everyone looked at Lu Yang in shock. Lu Yang slowly tidied his dragon robe. He was so weak that he couldn't even open his eyes. He even tidied his hair. After tidying up his appearance, he turned his head and looked to the north. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty? Ha, sworn brother? Ha, I didn't do anything wrong. I started a rebellion. I didn't do anything wrong. I am the great emperor of Ing. It was because of me that the Qian Empire was formed. Brother? But you have completely forgotten about me. I don't regret starting a rebellion. I won't regret it even if I have to do it again. I want to take back what belongs to me. Even if I die, I want to try again. Lu Yang said weakly. Everyone was silent. The only thing I regret is that I was too ambitious and killed Xiaoya. The only person I am sorry for is Xiaoya. Lu Yang said weakly and bitterly. Jinmu of Silla frowned slightly. I am the great emperor of Ing, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. I treat you as a brother, not as your subject. Have you forgotten the oath we made? I, Lu Yang, am not a bird in your cage. I lost, but I will always be the great emperor of Ing, forever. Lu Yang said weakly but firmly. Lu Yang pulled out the sword on his body. Xing. He pulled out the sword. Suddenly, he placed it on his neck. At this moment, everyone was silent. They didn't stop him, nor did they say anything. Daiqianqing, I am not a bird in your cage. I don't want to be imprisoned by you forever. I am the great emperor of Ing. Death is also the way an emperor should die. Lu Yang shouted for the last time. Xing. With a sword, Lu Yang cut his own neck, blood splattering everywhere. Clang! The sword fell to the ground. Originally, he was in the final radiance of the setting sun. Cutting his own throat with a sword was just a formality. With the last sword, Lu Yang completely fell. There was no sound. There was a long silence. At the same time, the remaining trace of Ingdu's luck completely collapsed. Put the coffin in it and bring it back to the imperial capital. Jinmu of Silla said in a deep voice. Yes. A group of subordinates put Lu Yang's body and the sword into the coffin. They slowly lifted it onto the flying boat. Gu Hai looked at Lu Yang's death. He should have taken revenge and let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, when he saw Lu Yang's death, his heart sank, an ambition in exchange for countless injuries. He understood everything before his death, but what was the use of that? Could a dead person still come back to life? People of the Dahan, Lu Yang is already dead. Thank you for your help. Gu Hai collected his emotions and shouted, boom. His voice instantly spread to the ears of all the people of the Dahan. Woo, Lu Yang is dead. Your Majesty's revenge has finally been avenged. Mr. Good, no, Your Majesty, thank you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Countless people of the Shenlu dynasty in the past bowed and thanked Gu Hai for avenging Huangfu Chaoga. At the same time, at this moment, everyone recognized the Han dynasty and admitted that they were the people of the Han dynasty. Gu Hai was right. This time, they did have to thank all the people for their help. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to defeat Lu Yang. Similarly, Lu Yang wouldn't have died. He was the only one who crushed all of Lu Yang's ambitions and destroyed Lu Yang's 3 souls and 7 spirits with one punch. Only then did Lu Yang understand regret. He gave up all hope and committed suicide in the end. Long Wanqing had been avenged. Long Xiaoya had been avenged. Huangfu Chaoga had been avenged. Everyone had been avenged. However, Gu Hai couldn't feel happy. In the past, when he had avenged Long Wanqing. His heart was filled with hatred. However, at this moment, his heart was empty. Jinmu of Silla left with the army. Li Shinji watched the show and also left quietly. The strength that Gu Hai borrowed from the people slowly dissipated. After all, this was borrowed strength and couldn't be stored for too long. Gu Hai slowly walked toward Shenlu City with a sense of loss. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." At the city gate, a group of officials bowed. Sincerely. "May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Han Dynasty." In the city, the people bowed with great sincerity. The people were grateful to Gu Hai, acknowledged Gu Hai, and bowed to Gu Hai. Their thoughts of gratitude turned into merit. The merit accumulated into providence and charged into the sea of providence clouds. Boom! The loss of providence from moving the capital from 9-5 Island was quickly replenished. It wasn't just Shenlu City. The people of the other 11 cities also bowed with gratitude. "May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Han Dynasty." Surging providence gathered above Shenlu City. Gu Hai officially received the recognition of the 12 cities. At this moment, the Han Dynasty officially stepped into the Divine Continent. The territory of the dynasty expanded to the 12 huge cities of the Divine Continent. Chapter 3:11. Liu Yang had fallen, but Liu Yang's descendants were not capable and could not support the Da-Ing dynasty. Thus, the Da-Ing dynasty was destroyed. The Deqian celestial dynasty and the Daewon imperial dynasty quickly dispatched their troops. They wanted to take more of the Da-Ing dynasty's territory as quickly as possible. For a time, the smoke of war rose in Ing province. Lushan City. After Gu Hai destroyed Liu Yang and returned, the former citizens of the Lushan dynasty all acknowledged Gu Hai. The 12 cities all acknowledged Gu Hai. After Gu Hai took over Lushan City, his first decree was to change the name of the city. Lushan City experienced a great calamity, but Huangfu Chaoga's soul will never be extinguished. From today onwards, Lushan City will be renamed Chaoga. Chaoga City, let us remember Huangfu Chaoga forever and never forget her. Gu Hai's voice spread to all the cities of the Han Dynasty through the sea of providence clouds. Chaoga, the countless citizens and officials were stunned at first. They did not expect Gu Hai to be so bold and decisive right after he took over Lushan City. However, in the next moment, they heard the name change to Chaoga. All the citizens and officials felt touched. "We obey the Emperor's decree," the countless officials called out respectfully. Some people could tell that Gu Hai was trying to win the hearts of the citizens to better control the 12 cities. However, no one could reject such a win. They could only feel grateful. A few days ago, Huangfu Chaoga had told Gu Hai about the quality of the officials in the 12 cities. Although the 12 cities belonged to the Han Dynasty, Gu Hai knew that only Chaoga City was under his complete control. The other 11 cities were still drifting. Hence, the first step was to quickly change the political system. The 200 officials from 9-5 Island were quickly assigned to all the important positions in the 11 cities. However, in order not to stand out, they were all deputy positions. For example, each city only had one city lord, but Gu Hai arranged for the 12 most capable former shopkeepers to become deputy city lords and promoted the original officials to become the second deputy city lord. The position vacated by that official was replaced by someone arranged by Gu Hai. As a result, the authority of the original officials in the various cities did not decrease, and they were even promoted. However, Gu Hai's men were cleverly inserted into the ranks. There was a terrifying amount of information about a country, and it was not something that could be read in a short time. However, time was tight, so Gu Hai could only find another way, and spread out all the information. Xiao Chen's gaze swept through all the information. Between his brows, each Go board had a clone of Gu Hai's consciousness on it. There were more than 9,000 Gu Hai consciousnesses. Gu Hai looked at each piece of information. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen read through all the information. Gu Hai quickly digested the information and continuously sorted out everything about the 12 cities. Orders were sent out one after another. Gu Hai could not stop for even a moment because Gu Hai felt a great sense of urgency. News came in one after another. The Day One Imperial Empire had gone all out this time, swallowing the territories of the Gungjin sect, the Greedy Wolf sect, the Great Huang dynasty, and almost half of Ying province. Now, they were in contact with the Deqian Celestial Empire's southern army. Gu Hai's 12 cities faced the sea to the east, and the south, west, and north were all territories that the Day One Imperial Empire had seized. Now, the 12 cities were surrounded by the Day One Imperial Empire. They were basically food for the Day One Imperial Empire. How could the Day One Imperial Empire not eat them? That was why they did not send an army to suppress the border, and instead focused on seizing more territory in Ying province. Therefore, Gu Hai had to be quick. While the people still had Huangfu Chaoga in their hearts, he had to use her to stabilize the hearts of the people and do his best to preserve these cities. Lushan City was renamed to Chaoga City. The original palace hall was renamed to Huangfu Hall. Gu Hai also arranged for people to erect statues of Huangfu Chaoga in the 12 cities as soon as possible. This was so that the hearts of the people and the army would not forget about Huangfu Chaoga. Of the 200 officials, Gu Hai sent a Lu Shi person to protect them. After all, those who came from 9-5 Island were too weak. On this day, after Gu Hai approved a large number of orders again, he went out and took a deep breath. And Master, the North Star Polaris walked up nervously. Gu Hai looked at Gao Qin in confusion. Master, I have an idea, but I don't know. Gao Qin said hesitantly, just say it. I've been busy these days, and I don't have time to chat with you. Gu Hai said doubtfully, Master, I want to go out and enjoy the scenery. Gao Qin said expectantly, Gu Hai did not react immediately. I feel that my singing has reached a bottleneck. I want to go out and experience it myself. I want to find inspiration and come back to create music that everyone likes to listen to. Gao Qin said expectantly, bottleneck? Find inspiration? Compose music? Gu Hai rubbed his temples. Why was it that when the Gao Qin said those words, it sounded so wrong? I know that I shouldn't do this. I'm only a heaven-class Sither and should follow Master. However, the world is so big. I want to see it. Gao Qin said expectantly. Gu Hai stared at Gao Qin. For a while, Gao Qin felt very nervous. After a while, Gu Hai smiled and said, Gao Qin, do you know? Although I did not like your personality back then, I never thought of changing your way of thinking. Do you know why? I don't know. Gao Qin shook his head. Pejuan, his consciousness was given to him by Lu Yang. All of his will is based on Lu Yang. Although he has a soul, he does not have his own thoughts. Although I did not like your personality back then, it is still you. I will not change you, nor do I want to change you. Everything about you will develop by yourself. I only hope that you can work hard in the direction you like and help me one day. Gu Hai said solemnly, Master, you're letting me go? But I heard you say that there might be a threat from the Day One Imperial dynasty. Don't you want my help? Gao Qin was slightly taken aback. No need. I, Gu Hai, am not someone who can't live without others. Go, before I change my mind, Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Master. You are the best master in the world. I will compose a song on the way back. When I come back, I will sing it all for you. Gao Qin said emotionally, Gu Hai's face darkened. Scram! After Gao Chen left, Gu Hai continued to busy himself. Another 3 days later, Gu Hai's 800 decrees were all sent to 12 cities. However, the decrees that were issued in the past few days left the old officials flabbergasted. The efficiency of the new emperor was too terrifying. 800 decrees in 6 days. The officials suddenly had an intuitive understanding of the new emperor. Although Xiao Chun did not have a good understanding of Gu Hai's character, his ability to govern was extremely horrifying. This gave Xiao Chun even more respect for Gu Hai. Your Majesty, there is a flying ship from Silver Moon City. The leader calls himself Shangguan Hen and wishes to see you. A guard came forward to report. Oh, Shangguan Hen, you have come at the right time. Gu Hai said with a smile. Soon, Shangguan Hen led the first batch of officials that Gu Hai had brought to Silver Moon City to Huangfu Hall to see Gu Hai. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The officials said respectfully, Greetings to the Emperor. Shangguan Hen also said with a smile. After half a year, Shangguan Hen's aura was more restrained. He looked ordinary, but Gu Hai saw a strong self-confidence in his eyes. Obviously, his cultivation had improved tremendously. How is Silver Moon City? Gu Hai asked. Your Majesty, don't worry. Silver Moon City is temporarily guarded by Silver Moon Villa and Mu Chinfeng with the Wood Branch disciples. Everything in the first zither building on this street is in order. An official said with a smile. Tang Chu. Gu Hai looked at the official. Present, the official said with a solemn expression. You have been with me the longest. Before 9-5 Island was established, you were the manager in charge of the country. You are very experienced. Now that you have operated the first zither building on this street for so long, you should have some understanding of the business of the cultivator world, right? Gu Hai looked at the official. Yes, Your Majesty. Tang Chu nodded. This batch of 60 officials is the first batch of officials to operate the first zither building on this street. Here is a batch of information. Go back and take a look. At the same time, I will send a large number of experts to listen to your orders. Tang Chu will be in charge of opening branches for me and expanding my territory. Gu Hai said, Yes. Tang Chu and the other officials answered. Gu Hai handed over a large amount of information to Tang Chu. Tang Chu called the other officials and took the information back to his residence to read it. Silver Moon City is one of our contact points. The news from 9-5 Island will reach Silver Moon City first before it reaches you. This is a letter from the Crown Prince to you. Shangguan Hen took out a letter and handed it to Gu Hai. Gu Hai quickly opened the letter and read it. As Gu Hai read the letter, he narrowed his eyes. The great Myojin. I also heard from the person who delivered the letter that this great Myojin is here to repay your kindness. Shangguan Hen asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Then he narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Repay your kindness? Huh. This great Myojin does not come with good intentions. Oh, he does not come with good intentions. Shangguan Hen raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai nodded. That is problematic. This great Myojin is a troublesome person. Furthermore, he is extremely strong. Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Oh, extremely strong? Opening the heavenly palace. Gu Hai asked. Shangguan Hen nodded. How is he compared to Lu Yang? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Lu Yang? Ha, he is not his opponent. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. Opening the heavenly palace is just a general description of cultivation. Humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. When one cultivates to the 5th physical soul, which is the 5 nascent soul realm, one can attack the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace is the place where the three spiritual souls live. Shangguanhen explained. The three spiritual souls live in the heavenly palace. At the head, Guhai asked doubtfully. Yes, the heavenly palace is divided into 3 levels where the 3 spiritual souls, heaven and earth, reside. Lu Yang only opened the lower heavenly palace where the human soul resides. Perhaps he is at the peak of the lower heavenly palace, but it is still the lower heavenly palace, Shangguanhen explained. The heavenly palace has 3 levels: the upper heavenly palace, the middle heavenly palace, and the lower heavenly palace, where the 3 spiritual souls reside. Yes, back then, Old Man Guanxi opened all 3 levels of the heavenly palace. That was why he was qualified to play chess with the heavens and wanted to become an immortal. Lu Yang has only opened the lower heavenly palace. He is far from Old Man Guanxi. What about the great Miujin? At least he opened the middle heavenly palace. You said at least he opened the middle heavenly palace. At least, what do you mean? I can only be sure that he opened the middle heavenly palace. As for whether he opened the upper heavenly palace, I am not sure. Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. Chapter 3:12. Countless bats were flying in the sky above the former headquarters of the Gungjin sect. The Day One Army was stationed below. A temporary northern expedition city was established. It was the headquarters of the Day One Army's northern expedition. A giant sand table was placed in the main hall of the northern expedition city. A general in red stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the sand table. A group of subordinates carefully explained the situation of the sand table and pointed out the internal layout of the troops. Grand Marshal, this is the city under our control and the direction of the troops. A group of subordinates said respectfully as they pointed at the sand table. The general in red squinted his eyes and revealed a faint smile. The Da-Ing dynasty's troops are so weak. Yes, just now news came from Yingdu. The fate of the Da-Ing dynasty has collapsed. Lu Yang should have died. The news also spread that Lu Yang appeared for the last time and shouted to kill Guhai in Lushan City. Oh, Lu Yang died in Lushan City? The Grand Marshal in red frowned slightly. Report. Suddenly, a bat flew into the main hall. It immediately turned into a human-shaped guard. The Grand Marshal in red had his back facing the guard and did not turn around. Grand Marshal, I was at the border of the Lushan dynasty and found out that Huangfu Chaoga had died. The Lushan dynasty no longer exists and has completely handed over to Guhai. Guhai used the power of the country to kill Lu Yang. The guard said respectfully. Oh, the Grand Marshal in red turned to look at the guard. The guard reported in detail what he saw in one of the cities. The red-robed commander turned his head to look at the sand table where Lu Divine City was located. Chaoga City? Ha! This Guhai really knows how to win the hearts of the people. The Grand Marshal in red said coldly. That's right. Grand Marshal, Mr. Mo sent you a message. He asked you to be wary of Guhai and not make him an enemy. A subordinate reminded him. Be wary? Guhai used the power of the country to kill Lu Yang, who was severely injured by Huangfu Chaoga. That's a huge advantage. Secondly, Guhai can't make the 12 cities united in such a short time. The Grand Marshal in red said seriously. Yes. However, since Mr. Mo said so, we have to be careful. These 12 cities are already surrounded by the Day One Imperial Dynasty. They're considered the Day One Imperial Dynasty's countries. It's only a matter of time before we take them down. However, it seems that Guhai isn't a law-abiding person. Since that's the case, let's take down these 12 cities first, just in case. Solemnly, the Grand Marshal in red said, I request to take down the 12 cities. Suddenly, a pale-faced general stepped forward. Chongming, the Grand Marshal in red frowned as he looked at the pale-faced general. The pale-faced general smiled slightly and said, Grand Marshal, my 8th Army hasn't been touched yet. Let me take it. Don't worry, I won't disappoint the Grand Marshal. Moreover, I've already opened the Sky Palace. The Grand Marshal in red stared at Chongming for a while and said, Chongming, you've opened the Sky Palace, but it's only been half a year. You've only opened the Sky Palace for a short while. Don't bite off more than you can chew. No, Grand Marshal, I know that Gu Hai killed Lu Yang, but what kind of situation was that? Lu Yang was already on the verge of death. Gu Hai only dealt the final blow. Although this is the first time I'm leading an army, it's easy to deal with Gu Hai. As long as we can take down Gu Hai, there won't be any obstacles in the 12 cities. Chongming said confidently. The Grand Marshal in red seemed to be weighing something. After a long silence, he finally nodded and said, All right, thank you, Grand Marshal. Chongming said with a smile. Chaoga City, in Gu Hai's study room. Gu Hai sat behind the desk, holding a cup of tea. He took a sip and looked at the officials in front of him. The leader was Tang Chu, who used to be the manager of Gu Hai. Have you finished reading? Gu Hai looked at the 60 officials and asked, Yes, the 300 pages of information given by the emperor have all been recorded. The officials said respectfully, What do you think? Gu Hai said lightly after drinking a sip of tea. The leader, Tang Chu, took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, the information given by the emperor is not the 12 cities we already control, but the other 12 cities. Continue. Gu Hai smiled after drinking the tea. These 12 cities have a special characteristic. They used to belong to the Shenlu dynasty, but they were later taken over by the Da-ing dynasty, the Genjin sect, the Greedy Wolf sect, and the Great Huang dynasty. Recently, they became the territory of the Day-1 imperial dynasty. Tang Chu said, solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Your Majesty wants us to open branches of the world's #1 zither pavilion in these 12 cities. Do you have any plans for these 12 cities? Tang Chu asked boldly. Gu Hai nodded and took a deep breath. The Shenlu dynasty used to have 25 cities. Tianhe City was destroyed by the Genjin sect, so there are 24 cities left. Half of them are in my hands, and the other half are in the hands of the Day-1 imperial dynasty. I believe that the people there still have feelings for Huangfu Chaoga, so I hope to get all 12 cities back in one go. Is that so? The eyes of the officials lit up at first, but then they became worried. Your Majesty, are we pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth? Will they? Tang Chu said worriedly. I am pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. It is normal for you to be worried about the revenge of the Day-1 imperial dynasty. Ha! If I don't make a move, will the Day-1 imperial dynasty let go of the 12 cities we control? Gu Hai sneered. They won't. Since they won't, why can't I take the risk? Gu Hai said, solemnly. But don't worry. The Day-1 imperial dynasty is not invincible. This war will not last forever. Before the war ends, I want to get as many cities as possible. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials answered. These were all old followers of Gu Hai. Gu Hai could feel Gu Hai's unshakable will with just one look, they would carry out the emperor's orders. Your Majesty, what should we do? Solemnly, Tang Chu asked. This time, you will be in charge of the overall situation. You will lead the 12 cities to open branches of the first pavilion of this street. You will focus on the zither. In the first pavilion of this street, you can also store other goods such as elixirs, treasures, weapons, and go. The business model will not change. Set them up as soon as possible. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. I will arrange for a large number of experts from the divine Lu dynasty to follow you. They will be in charge of completing all the tasks that you have given them. When the time comes, I will slowly teach you how to use a shop to seize a city. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone answered. Your Majesty, we have returned from Silver Moon City with half a year's worth of income from the first pavilion of this street. Respectfully, Tang Chu handed over a ledger. Oh, Gu Hai did not look at the ledger. Instead, he looked at Tang Chu. In the past half a year, we have earned a total of 40 million high-grade spirit stones. Respectfully, Tang Chu reported. Gu Hai nodded and said, Your management is pretty good. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials smiled. In the Han Dynasty's territory of the Divine Continent, 50 flying ships were flying rapidly toward Chaoga City. The Han Dynasty had just stepped into the Divine Continent and had not yet gained a firm foothold. Otherwise, the 50 foreign flying ships would not have been able to enter the Dahan's territory so easily without anyone stopping them. On the leading flying ship, there were 2 flags. One had the word Yuan written in large letters, while the other had the word Chang written in large letters. On the deck of the flying ship, Chang Ming wore a long black robe and sat elegantly on a chair. He held a crystal cup in his hand, which was half filled with a scarlet liquid. If one looked carefully at the layer of blood platelets floating on the liquid, they would realize that this half cup was not filled with wine, but with blood. Chang Ming took a sip elegantly and narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. General, we will reach Chaoga City soon. A subordinate said respectfully. Chang Ming narrowed his eyes and said, I have already seen it. Chaoga City? Ha! Do you think Gu Hai will surrender in fear if he knows that I have the cultivation of the heaven-opening palace realm? That subordinate fell silent for a while, not knowing how to answer. Mr. M.O. and the Grand Marshal told me to be careful of Gu Hai. However, no matter how powerful he is, does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? According to the news from 9-5 Island, Ao Shun must have been deceived because his head was stuck between a door. Only a fool like Ao Shun would believe such a lousy lie. Be careful of Gu Hai? What is there to be careful of? In front of absolute power, all schemes and schemes are a joke. Chang Ming said indifferently. Yes, Lu Yang lost to Gu Hai. At that time, Lu Yang was already at the end of his rope. Why don't you try to get him to deal with me again? Ha! Chang Ming said with a cold smile. General, this is your first time leading an army. Perhaps. Do you think I'm lying to you? Chang Ming's eyes turned cold as he looked at his subordinate. This subordinate does not dare. However, the military is not a small matter. We cannot be careless, that subordinate said with a lowered head. Humph! What do you know? These 12 cities were predetermined to belong to my Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. So what if it is my first time leading an army? The Grand Marshal still let me come because this battle was easy to begin with. I just want to earn some military merits. What do you know? Chang Ming said disdainfully. Yes, at that time, watch me take down the 12 cities without expending a single soldier. Ha 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 ha. Chang Ming laughed confidently. His subordinates were slightly confused, but did not dare to say anything. Chaoga City, Huangfu Palace Hall. Gu Hai wore a dragon robe and a flat imperial crown as he sat on the dragon throne. He looked down at the 2 rows of officials and issued one decree after another. All the officials in the royal court listened patiently. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the hall. Report. The urgent military report could ignore all obstacles and reach the heavens. Reporting to the emperor, the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's army has 50 flying ships and about 500,000 soldiers. They have appeared 20 kilometers south of the city. That guard reported anxiously. What? The Day One Imperial Dynasty's army? The officials were shocked. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up from the dragon throne. Whoosh! He waved his sleeves and slowly stepped down from the dragon throne with his hands behind his back. He walked out of the Huangfu Palace hall step by step. The officials followed Gu Hai and slowly stepped out of the hall. They looked toward the south of the city. The Huangfu Palace hall was very high. They could see the 50 flying ships 20 kilometers south of the city. They were lined up in a row and floated in the air. On each flying boat, there was a large flag with the word Yuan written on it fluttering in the wind. The Day One Imperial Dynasty? They came so quickly? Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Chapter 3:13. Chaoga City. Gu Hai wore a dragon robe and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked coldly at the flying ships in the south of the city. When the officials behind him saw the large Yuan flag above the 50 flying ships, they were worried and turned to look at Gu Hai. When they faced Liu Yang's army back then, it was only the Imperial Dynasty's army. However, the Day One Imperial Dynasty in front of them was a completely different concept. Now, the Day One Imperial Dynasty's army was pressing in. What should they do? Boom! A group of experts flew down from the flying ships and slashed with their swords and sabers. Instantly, 5 mountains were flattened, forming 5 huge plazas. The army on the flying ships slowly landed on the 5 flattened mountains and stood in 5 neat formations of 100,000 soldiers. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. What were these soldiers doing? They were so far away, so why were they in a formation? Were they trying to fight each other? Gu Hai looked at the leading flying ship. There seemed to be a pale-faced man standing on the deck of the flying ship. He was holding on to the deck railing and looking at Gu Hai confidently. "Where is Gu Hai?" A soldier behind the pale-faced man shouted. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes, not knowing what these people wanted to do. "This emperor is Gu Hai of the Dahan. Who are you?" Gu Hai asked indifferently. There was a sound amplification formation outside the Huangfu Hall, and the voice was transmitted into the distance in an instant. The pale-faced man smiled slightly. When he saw Gu Hai, a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. "Our general is the 8th Army Commander of the Day One Imperial Dynasty's Northern Expedition Army. Chongming, Commander Chong," the soldier shouted again. "Commander Chongming?" Gu Hai frowned slightly as he recalled all the information about the Day One Imperial Dynasty that he had read not long ago. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find Chongming. In fact, Gu Hai had looked through all the information about the Day One Imperial Dynasty's army in the past 2 days, but he still could not find Chongming. The commander of the 8th Army? Day One Imperial Dynasty? Could it be a fake? Gu Hai felt a strange feeling in his heart, but he did not show it. "Your Majesty, this subject knows this person." An official suddenly said respectfully. "Oh." Gu Hai looked over in confusion. In the past, this subject was sent to the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Chongming is a descendant of the Day One Imperial Dynasty's Chong clan. The Chong clan is a large clan in the Day One Imperial Dynasty, a family of vampires. The official said respectfully. "Vampire family?" Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. "Yes, this Chongming's face is pale, which is a characteristic of vampires. They call themselves the Blood Clan, and Chongming is the youngest son of the master of the Chong clan. His cultivation is quite fast. The last time I went, it was said that he was already at the peak of the nascent soul realm and was only a step away from leaving the heavenly palace." "Oh, what military exploits and achievements?" Gu Hai asked. "This subject does not know. He should not be famous. This time, The northern expedition of the Day One Imperial Dynasty should be for him to gain military exploits, right? The official shook his head. Never been on the battlefield. No wonder. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming in the distance again. General Chang, I know the reason for your visit to the Han Dynasty today, Gu Hai said indifferently. In the distance, Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai proudly and revealed a faint smile. Gu Hai, this general is here today to give you great riches and honor. Oh, under the orders of the Grand Marshal, I am allowed to do whatever I want with your 12 cities. This general does not want to make a big move, so I will give you a chance to negotiate, Chang Ming said with a smile. Peace talks? Gu Hai's lips curled into a cold smile. The 12 cities belong to the Han royal dynasty, not you, the great commander of the northern expedition. Allow Chang Ming to do whatever he wants? Does he think that the 12 cities are his? Gu Hai suppressed the anger in his heart and looked across with a cold smile. That's right, negotiate. Gu Hai, the Grand Marshal cares a lot about Mr. Good, and this general does not want you to suffer any losses. How about this? I will make the decision. The 12 cities will still be under your control and listen to your orders. What do you think? Chang Ming said confidently. The 12 cities listen to my orders? Gu Hai laughed coldly. That's right. I will grant you the title of provincial governor of the 12 cities in the Day One Imperial Dynasty. These 12 cities will belong to the Day One, and you will continue to control them. What do you think? Chang Ming said with a smile. Gu Hai laughed coldly for a while. General Chang, this means that you are here to offer amnesty? Offer amnesty to the Han Dynasty? That's right. Chang Ming nodded and said. After he finished speaking, Chang Ming stared at Gu Hai as if he was sure that Gu Hai would win. Offer amnesty? The surrounding officials were confused, and the crowd of Chaoga City citizens also frowned and looked into the distance. If they could avoid war, the citizens naturally did not want war. However, they were citizens of the Han Dynasty. How could they be offered amnesty by the Day One? But the citizens all looked at Gu Hai. The officials also looked at Gu Hai, wanting to see how Gu Hai would decide. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. The heavens are virtuous. General Chang also has a compassionate heart. That's right. Gu Hai, a wise man, submits to circumstances. I am giving you a chance. I won't hurt any of your citizens. Chang Ming laughed loudly. Gu Hai's smiling face hid a trace of strangeness. Was this army commander Chang's brain damaged? Why is he so smug? Do you really think that I am happy that you are offering amnesty? Furthermore, even if you are offering amnesty, you shouldn't use such a method. If you don't convince the other party, is it like offering amnesty? When it comes to matters of state, every inch of land is filled with blood. Every inch of land is filled with human lives. You actually want to take down my 12 cities with just a few words. Do you really think that I am a philanthropist? General Chang, I heard that not long ago your cultivation has reached a height that ordinary people can't reach. Gu Hai asked tentatively, as if he had touched Chang Ming's itch. Chang Ming immediately laughed and said, That's right. I opened the Heavenly Palace. That was half a year ago. I didn't expect that it would spread to you. Gu Hai was speechless. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at the official beside him. Are you sure that he is a disciple that the Chang family is nurturing and not a retard? The official beside him. In the distance, Chang Ming was smug for a while. He shouted, All right, Gu Hai, what do you think? Hurry up. Gu Hai looked at the distant Chang Ming, a faint smile flashing in his eyes. You can't underestimate national affairs. General Chang, why don't we have a private chat in the center? Gu Hai pointed 10 miles away. Rumble! The Earth's dragon veins churned. Suddenly, a huge square mountain slowly rose from the ground. It looked like a huge terrace. Oh! Chongming's eyes lit up. A private chat? Gu Hai wants to have a private chat with me? However, Gu Hai's cultivation is much weaker than mine. If he comes alone, why should I be afraid of him? All right. Chongming agreed. Wait for a moment, Gu Hai said calmly. Chongming looked puzzled. Then he saw Gu Hai dispatching a group of officials. All of the officials nodded in agreement and quickly left. They looked for craftsmen in the city and brought a lot of materials to the huge terrace in the center. They started to build a pavilion. It seemed that they were going to renovate the pavilion. They made the bare terrace look very beautiful and comfortable. They also put tea sets and chairs, making it look very elegant and comfortable. Chongming's eyes flashed with satisfaction. So, you need a good environment to have a private chat with me? Gu Hai is more particular than me. Gu Hai quietly left everyone's sight and went to a large hall. He took out countless spirit stones and put them in the hall. However, the spirit stones disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he gave some instructions to the Lu Shi people and officials. Yes, the officials responded with strange expressions. After everything was arranged, Gu Hai slowly walked over. He looked into the distance. Chongming was still patiently looking at the renovation of the terrace. He even sent his subordinates to put a wine rack next to the tea table. Gu Hai's face darkened when he saw the scene in the distance. Where did this weirdo come from? Chongming. He even asked people to cooperate. The renovation soon came to an end. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Rumble! The Earth's dragon veins churned again. Then, around Chongming, the 5 mountains where the 500,000 Day One soldiers were slowly merging. It was as if they were merging into a huge square. The soldiers felt the mountains under their feet move. They frowned and wanted to leave the mountains. Don't move. This is Gu Hai expressing his goodwill to us. He wants the 5 mountains to merge. Don't embarrass me. Chongming said coldly. Yes. The 500,000 soldiers nodded uneasily. Boom. Sure enough, the 5 mountains merged into a huge terrace where the 500,000 soldiers stood. At this moment, the officials and craftsmen sent by Gu Hai slowly returned to Chaoga City after they finished renovating the huge terrace in the center. Bang! The gate closed with a loud bang. The decoration on the terrace was quite beautiful. Chongming's eyes flashed with satisfaction. General Chang, please. Gu Hai said, Ha 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 ha, good. Chongming flew up with satisfaction. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Chongming flew to the gazebo on the terrace. He chose a very comfortable chair and sat on it. With a wave of his hand, the fine wine on the wine rack fell into a crystal cup in front of him. Holding the crystal cup, Chongming looked at Gu Hai in the distance and signaled Gu Hai to come quickly. Gu Hai was speechless. Is this Chongming really retarded? Gu Hai looked at the official beside him and asked again. That official's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know how to answer. Gu Hai, you're still not coming? Chongming waited impatiently in the gazebo. Gu Hai was speechless. It has always been people waiting for me. No one dares to make me wait. Gu Hai, don't you want to be the regional commander? Chongming shouted coldly. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai said, This emperor didn't say that I wanted to go. Chongming's face stiffened. He didn't know how to react. What do you mean? Didn't you say that you wanted to talk to me alone? Boom. Behind them, at the place where Chongming's army of 500,000 was, a thick fog suddenly rose into the sky. In an instant, it swallowed all 500,000 soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the 500,000 soldiers couldn't be seen or even heard. The reason why the dragon vein had merged the 5 mountains wasn't to create a square for them, but to bury the spirit stones used to set up the array. Seeing his 500,000 subordinates disappear into the fog, Chongming sat alone in the comfortable chair with a cup of wine in his hand. For a moment, he couldn't wrap his head around the situation. Chapter 3:14. Recalling Gu Hai's words, many officials and commoners were slightly stunned. His Majesty really didn't say that he would go with us. An official said, strangely. Outside the formation, Chongming's expression also froze. No, why didn't you talk to me? Why did you build a pavilion? Chongming asked anxiously. I've already said it clearly. You can't underestimate the state's affairs. An inch of land and an inch of blood. With just a few words, you want me to hand over 12 cities? The Han dynasty has never been so despicable before. Gu Hai said coldly. So you're saying that you're rejecting the offer? Then why did you want to build a pavilion just now? Chongming asked coldly. Gu Hai was speechless. Not far away, Shangguan could not help feeling speechless as he said, His Majesty's intention is for you to go wherever it is cool. He built a pavilion for you to go and chat with yourself. Yet, you really went there? Chongming. After a period of sullenness, Chongming was about to go crazy. He didn't expect that he would be played by Gu Hai as soon as he arrived. Roar, Gu Hai, you're courting death. Chongming roared. Boom. Behind Chongming, billowing black qi suddenly emerged. As the black qi surged out, it suddenly transformed into countless bats that rapidly fluttered about. Whoosh! There seemed to be millions of bats circling around the formation. All the bats revealed ferocious expressions, and their eyes flashed with ferocity. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Shangguan, who was walking over, was also stunned. Your Majesty, is this vampire here to be a joke? Shangguan asked, in astonishment. Gu Hai looked at the 500,000 Day One soldiers in the distance who were enveloped by his formation. Chongming seemed to have completely forgotten about them, not paying them any attention at all. He was the commander-in-chief of an army, the commander of a legion. Shouldn't he always prioritize the safety of the legion? Now that the formation had just enveloped the area, he could still break it with the strength of the heaven-opening palace, but he didn't care anymore. You want to compete with me? Gu Hai, I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Chongming roared. Gu Hai was speechless. Shangguan also rolled his eyes. If you have that ability, why are you still talking? As expected, Gu Hai ignored him for a long time. Instead, he looked at the formation shrouded in clouds and mist in the distance. Break! Chongming took out a red saber and slashed at the city-guarding array. Boom! Only a small ripple spread out from the formation, but it was completely unscathed. Ha! Gu Hai sneered. How can the city-guarding ritual array be so easily broken? Opening the heavenly palace might be very strong, but you just opened the heavenly palace. No matter how strong the attack was, it would only have the power of 100 peak-stage nascent soul cultivators of the Yuanying state. So what if your attack had the power of 10,000 peak-stage nascent soul cultivators? Back then, it took 1,000,000 bronze men a long time to break this kind of defensive array. Chongming did not manage to slash open the array. He waved his hand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 10 million bats immediately swooped down and landed on the grand defensive formation. Humph, do you really think I can't break it? Absorb. Absorb all the power of the barrier. Chongming said coldly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The tens of thousands of bats immediately bared their fangs and pierced into the edges of the array, slowly absorbing the array's energy. There was a limit to how much he could absorb, but he could absorb it bit by bit. After the bats were full, they flew into Chongming's body and suddenly turned into black gas, transferring their energy to Chongming. Then they condensed into new bats that flew into the formation and continued to absorb. Buzz. After a period of intense absorption, the formation actually trembled slightly. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and was about to make a move. "Your Majesty, let me do it," Shangguan Hen said with a smile. However, Shangguan Hen pointed his finger, and a ray of green light shot towards the place where the countless bats were landing. Buzz. The green light instantly merged with the formation. It dispersed and was then sucked into the mouths of the bats. Squeak, 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 squeak. After the bats absorbed the rays of green light, their bodies suddenly turned green. Then their eyes rolled back, and like a rolling gourd, they tilted to the ground and flowed towards the edge of the barrier. Chongming was slightly stunned. Why did his bat subordinates turn green and fall down? Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. "Snake venom." Shangguan Hen explained. Gu Hai was slightly surprised, but he nodded. Gu Hai could tell that these bats were not real bats. They were similar to the little skull in the black smoke of his life ender saber, which was an illusion of energy. But this snake venom could even poison it. The Xuanwu was divided into the black tortoise and the black snake. Shangguan Hen had swallowed the snake head of the former Lord Xuanwu, so he had obviously inherited some abilities. Commander of the Day 1 Corps, he doesn't seem to be a big deal. Yeah, I was worried for a long time. This group of bats was all taken down by the Dahan officials with just a finger. What's the use of that? This Chong Ming doesn't seem to be very capable. The people were relieved, and the officials weren't as nervous as before. It seemed that there was nothing to be afraid of. Above them, more and more bats were taken down. Thousands or even millions of bats were taken down. Chongming's face darkened. "That's impossible. My bat subordinates aren't real. How can they be taken down? Come back." Chongming waved his hand, and the fallen green bats were instantly sucked into Chongming. Suddenly, they collapsed, and all the energy absorbed by the bats entered Chongming's body. Shangguan Hen suddenly opened his mouth wide, showing a shocked expression. After absorbing the poisonous bat's energy, Chongming's body suddenly turned green. "He was poisoned?" Gu Hai said in shock. Okay, I think so," Shangguan Hen said in confusion. Gu Hai was speechless. The Dahan officials. Gu Hai, you poisoned me?" Chongming's body swayed as he pointed at Gu Hai and roared in shock. Gu Hai was speechless. Shangguan Hen was speechless. "No one poisoned you. You absorbed it yourself. You want all the energy of those poisonous bats. Who can you blame for being poisoned?" Whoosh! Countless bats flew into the sky. They opened their mouths and roared at the formation, but they didn't dare to take in any more. Chongming waved his hand and absorbed all the intact bats into his body. The remaining 100,000 poisonous bats, however, didn't dare to take in any more. Uffed! Even so, Chongming still spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. "What kind of poison is this? Gu Hai, you despicable person. How dare you poison me? I won't let you off." Chongming roared at the top of his lungs. Gu Hai was speechless. Gu Hai turned to look at the official beside him. "Are you sure that he's a disciple that the Chong family specially nurtured?" The official's face twitched. The effect of the snake poison was extremely strong. It made Chongming feel weak. He flew into the distance, but he didn't attack the city anymore. At this moment, Chongming suddenly remembered something. Right, where are the 500,000 soldiers? He turned to look at the fog formation in the distance. Humph! Chongming immediately flew into the formation in the distance. break for me. The red saber in his hand slashed down again. Boom! Under the tremendous power, the great cloudy formation exploded with a loud bang. Cough, cough, cough. Suppressing the poison, he coughed and looked at the broken formation. General, save me! General, save me! Shouts came from the formation that was filled with smoke and dust. When he looked carefully, he saw more than a dozen soldiers being pushed into the ground by a group of Lusher people. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the Lusher people were underground. General, why are you only here now? Why are you only breaking the formation now? Ah! The last soldier shouted as he was pulled into the ground by the Lusher people. Rumble! The soil on the ground churned, and the cave disappeared. He was one step too late. Bastard! How did this happen? Break for me! Boom! Chong Ming roared and slashed the saber into the ground again. Soil was lifted from the ground, but Lu Shirin and his 500,000 soldiers were nowhere to be seen. Chong Ming! How did this happen? Chong Ming turned to look at Gu Hai in front of Huangfu Hall in the distance. His face was full of hatred. Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen were also silent for a long time. Your Majesty, this is the first time in my life that I have met such a strange general. He can lead soldiers, but he forgot about his own soldiers and threw them away? Is he really the commander of Daewon's army? Shangguan Hen was speechless. Where are my soldiers? Gu Hai! Chong Ming roared as he endured the poison. Commander Chong, go back and report to the commander of Daewon. Just say that the 8th Army is temporarily a guest in Chaoga City, and that I will not make things difficult for them. When the war with the Deqian Celestial Empire is over, I will return these 500,000 soldiers. Gu Hai said, You, who wants to be a guest here? Chong Ming glared at him and said angrily, Commander Chong, do you still want to continue attacking the city? Lu Yang came here and died in Chaoga City. Do you really think that I don't have the strength to deal with your Kaitian palace? The 500,000 Daewon soldiers are invaders. I said they were guests because I was giving you face. Now, they are prisoners. If you dare to act rashly, I will immediately behead them. You believe me? Gu Hai said coldly. You, cough, cough, cough. Chong Ming glared at him as he endured the poison. Commander Chong, I forgot to tell you, this snake poison of mine ferments once every 3 days. If it is not forced out in time, the poison will double in 3 days and double again in 3 days. Shangguan Hen said. Chong Ming's expression suddenly changed. Despicable man, Gu Hai, just you wait. Today you secretly poisoned me. In the future, I will teach you a lesson. Chong Ming roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Chong Ming shot in a certain direction into the distance. Chong Ming came in high spirits and left in disappointment. Countless officials and citizens of Chaoga City were at a loss. Many people still couldn't believe what had just happened. Are my eyes blind? Is the Daeyuan army filled with such trash? Chapter 3:15. Northern Expedition City. The Daewon Empire's Northern Expedition General Daewon rested for a while after processing a batch of battle reports. He held a cup of tea and stood at the sand table again, looking at the changes in the military forces on the sand table. Any news from Chong Ming? The Grand Marshal looked at the 12 cities of Dahan. I heard that General Chong should be heading straight for Chaoga City. A subordinate said respectfully, Oh, heading straight for Chaoga City? You want to get it done once and for all? The marshal smiled slightly. The subordinate on the side frowned and said, Grand Marshal, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. It's like a bone in my throat. It's a little. Say it, the Grand Marshal said lightly. We've been in contact with that Chong Ming for a while. How can someone like him lead an army? We've deduced a few times, but what did he say? He's stubborn and blind. Such a person will only lead the army to destruction. Why did the Grand Marshal make him the commander of the 8th Army? 500,000 soldiers were given to him, but I just can't accept it. How can a person like him harm the army? Just because he's from the Chang family? The subordinate said unhappily. The Grand Marshal smiled slightly and shook his head. Self-righteous, self-opinionated, and self-opinionated. He thinks he's very powerful. I know that too. Then why did the Grand Marshal? The Grand Marshal sipped his tea and shook his head. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You saw Chong Ming. He seems to be unrealistic and has no ability. He thinks he's very powerful, but he's actually a good-for-nothing? You're mistaken." Oh, the subordinate was surprised. If he's a good-for-nothing, why does the Chong family value him so much? He's the youngest son of the master of the Chong family, and he's not the son of the first wife. Why does his status in the Chong family seem to be higher than all his brothers? Are those old monsters of the Chong family all fools? The Grand Marshal chuckled. I don't know. Please enlighten me, Grand Marshal. The subordinate was shocked. He's an idiot, but you can't blame him. Everything has been going too smoothly for him. The Grand Marshal frowned. What do you mean? This Chong Ming was born with evil intentions. It's as if he's blessed by the heavens. His luck has always been extremely good. Everything he does is very smooth. So smooth that everything is decided by luck. He has never met a worthy opponent. It's so smooth that he can find a treasure when he goes on an excursion. He can pick up a peerless secret manual when he falls into a valley. Even if he encounters a situation of certain death, he can get through it with the least loss. The Grand Marshal frowned. How could there be such a person? Luck? The subordinate was at a loss. The Grand Marshal narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes, luck. Luck is also a kind of strength. However, Chong Ming was uncannily lucky. It was also because of his good luck that everything he did was smooth sailing to the point that everyone was jealous of him. Therefore, with such smooth sailing, there were many times when he did not need to use his brain. In this way, in your eyes, many of his ideas were like a straw bag. But to him, so what? He seems to be blessed by the gods. No matter how idiotic his ideas are, they're better than your foresight." The subordinate was speechless. This kind of person belongs to the category of people blessed by the heavens. Any family that produces such a person would treat him like a treasure. Why didn't the Chong family send anyone else in this northern expedition? It's because of this Chong Ming that the Chong family gave all the opportunities that could bring about military merits to Chong Ming. It's all to protect him. The entire Chong family didn't participate in this battle and gave Chong Ming the position of commander of the 8th Army. Do you still think it's a waste? The Grand Marshal laughed. The subordinate was silent for a while. Then, can he take down the 12 cities? The subordinate frowned. The Grand Marshal shook his head and said, "Originally, the 12 cities were already under our encirclement, so I wasn't in a hurry. Everything could be done slowly. However, Gu Hai destroyed Lu Yang, so we had to move forward. Otherwise, if he completely took over the 12 cities, we would have to pay a huge price. Moreover, Mr. Mo's message repeatedly reminded us to be careful of this Gu Hai, someone that even Mr. Mo has to be careful of. Do you think he's easy to deal with?" It's good that Chong Ming is going. He's very lucky. If he can deal with Gu Hai, that would be the best. If it's a situation of certain death, Chong Ming's luck will make him retreat. Moreover, this time, Chong Ming asked to go. Let's wait for the results. The Grand Marshal said in a low voice, Yes, Jinan City. Jinmu of Silla's study room. Jinmu of Silla sat behind her desk, and a group of strategists stood in front of her. Holding a battle report in her hand, Jinmu of Silla narrowed her eyes. Gao Xianji again. Sima Chongkong, who was beside her, said bitterly, "That's right. The Da-ing dynasty cities have all been divided equally between us and the Day One Imperial Dynasty. A group of Legion commanders have also started to interact with the Day One Imperial Dynasty's legions. Legion 6 was the first to defeat the Yuan army and took back the first city from the Yuan army." Jinmu of Silla's face was gloomy, and the strategists in the study room were also bitter. "Grand Marshal, the Legion commanders haven't officially shown their strength yet. Right now, they're waiting to attack. They will soon surpass Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji is just using tricks," a strategist said softly. "Tricks? Why don't you let them try? Humph, what I want is results, not waiting to attack." Jinmu of Silla said coldly. The strategists were silent. "Grand Marshal, there's no need to be angry. We still don't know who Gao Xianji will serve in the future," Sima Chongkong persuaded. Jinmu of Silla suppressed the anger in her heart and nodded. "Gao Xianji is a sharp blade that can open up new territories. She alone can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers." Sima Chongkong nodded. The strategists wanted to refute, but they didn't know where to start. "Liu Yang's corpse has arrived in the capital," Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Sima Chongkong nodded and said, "Yes." Along the way, all the big cities closed their doors and refused to see Liu Yang's corpse. None of the city lords let Liu Yang's corpse enter the city. "Ha, now you know how to avoid suspicion?" Jinmu of Silla laughed coldly. "Grand Marshal, what about Liu Yang's descendants?" a strategist asked curiously. Jinmu of Silla squinted her eyes. "We have to eliminate the roots. His Holiness won't do it, and we can't do it either. Let the Day One Imperial Dynasty be the evil ones." "Yes," everyone answered. "Eliminate the roots and shift the blame to the Day One Imperial Dynasty." Everyone avoided talking about it. "Oh, right, Grand Marshal, news just came from Chaoga City. Day One Imperial Dynasty's 8th Legion, 500,000 soldiers, is attacking Chaoga City," Sima Chongkong suddenly said with a frown. "Oh, Day One Imperial Dynasty's 8th Legion? Chaoga City has gone through a few disasters and is at the end of its rope. Can it still resist?" Jinmu of Silla was slightly stunned. Sima Chongkong nodded with a bitter smile. Day One Imperial Dynasty's 500,000 soldiers were all wiped out. Only the Legion commander, Chong Ming, escaped. The 8th Legion was wiped out. The main commander escaped alone? Chong Ming? I don't think I've heard of this person. How did Gu Hai do it? How much did the Dahan pay? Jinmu of Silla was shocked. Sima Chongkong was silent for a while. Everyone looked at Sima Chongkong. "Mr. Sima, did the Han Dynasty suffer heavy losses?" a strategist asked curiously. Sima Chongkong shook his head. "The Han Dynasty didn't suffer any casualties." Everyone was slightly stunned. "What do you mean by no casualties?" Jinmu of Silla frowned. Sima Chongkong was slightly bitter as he described the information obtained by the scouts. In the study, everyone was puzzled. Where did Day One find such a good Legion commander? How can such a person be a Legion commander? Jinmu of Silla was confused. Northern Expedition City. Day One's commander frowned as he read the report from a subordinate in front of him. "Is the information reliable?" Grand Marshal frowned. "Yes, when the people of Chaoga City came out, we sent someone to investigate. The information we obtained was that the 8th Legion was all captured by Gu Hai. General Chang is also nowhere to be found." The subordinate said bitterly. "Grand Marshal, Chongming is going to be punished by military law. He didn't come back to report such a huge defeat. Where is he hiding? Is he dead? The other subordinates immediately became impatient. Grand Marshal shook his head and said, "With his luck, he won't die. But this defeat is all his fault." A general shouted angrily. Grand Marshal shook his head. "Maybe this Chaoga city is more dangerous than we thought. Chongming leaving in such a huge defeat may be the best result. At least the commander came out alive." The subordinates' faces froze. Was the Grand Marshal trying to absolve Chongming? Grand Marshal's face was gloomy. He looked at the sand table in front of him again and fell silent. Could it be that this Chaoga city is hiding a monstrous killing plot? Grand Marshal looked at the sand table with a gloomy face. Then what do we do now? Grand Marshal, let me go and destroy Chaoga city," a subordinate said with a battle intent. Grand Marshal narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "No need. You will die if you go." Impossible. Grand Marshal, I won't be like that idiot Chongming." "I said no need." Grand Marshal turned his head and looked at the subordinate with a cold face. That subordinate lowered his head and said, "Yes, please forgive me." Grand Marshal nodded and said, "Now, the front line has begun to contact Takashi Ryushin's army. We must focus on contending with Takashi Ryushin. Daewon's plan for so many years is in this battle. We can't be distracted. As for the 12 cities of Guhai, they are after all my Daewon's states within states. I'm not afraid that they will run away. After this battle, we will deal with the 12 cities." "Yes, sir," the subordinates answered. "Send someone to search for Chongming. If you find him, tell him to come and see me immediately," Grand Marshal said in a deep voice. "Yes, sir." Chapter 316. Above a sinister valley at the border between the Daewon and the Dahan. How can it be like this? What poison is this? I have never lost before. No. Chongming flew over weakly. Chongming's entire body turned green. After fleeing for some time, he could not return to Northern Expedition City in time before he fainted in the air. Bang! Chongming landed in the valley, kicking up a large amount of leaves. He seemed to have fainted. "There's food again." A spirit-assimilated cultivator. An aged voice suddenly came from the valley. After some time, Chongming slowly opened his eyes from his unconsciousness. What entered his eyes was a gloomy valley. Inside the valley, there were countless rotting leaves. Above them, there were layers of shadows, and on a damp wall, a wet wall covered the wall with talisman scripts. 4 chains came out of the talisman scripts, locking up a dirty savage with disheveled hair and rotting clothes. I must be dreaming. I am so elegant. Is this how? Chongming felt slightly stunned. "Little child, it is still too early to dream." TSK. A spirit-assimilated cultivator, or a second-generation spirit-assimilated cultivator, the dirty savage said while clicking his tongue. Who are you? What do you want?" Chongming said in horror as he goggled. "Why are you afraid of me? If not for me, you would have been poisoned to death long ago." "Brat, you are really lucky," the savage said with a smile. "Poison? My poison is all gone. How can that be? I am an expert of the Heavenly Palace. Why can't I suppress that poison?" Chongming exclaimed in shock. "Expert, my ass. You are just a brat who just opened the Heavenly Palace. And you call yourself an expert? What poison is that?" "That is the poison of a prime. Less than 5 people in the world have such a poison. You are already lucky to be alive. You still want to suppress it? The savage sneered. Is the poison very powerful? Powerful? If I am not wrong, this should be snake poison. Furthermore, snake poison of this level would poison even the people of the heavenly palace to death quickly, not to mention you. Aren't you lucky to be able to live until now? The savage sneered. Oh, is that so? Chongming was slightly stunned. Brat, don't be so ungrateful. I've saved you, so take me as your teacher. I'll teach you Tongtian's skills. I'm going to reincarnate. The savage shouted. You're going to teach me a skill? What can you teach me? I'm a member of the blood race. Do I need you to teach me? Chongming said disdainfully. Bloodling's my ass. Isn't it just your father who was demonized by the bats? The human soul has long been swapped, and the descendant is just a vampire. Moreover, the human soul is forever under the control of that bat demon. He is your ancestor. If he wants you to die, you have to die. The savage sneered. Chongming frowned slightly. Don't worry. I am also a spirit-assimilated cultivator. However, I killed my primogenitor. It's more than enough to teach you, brat. The savage said calmly. You teach me? Why teach me? Because I was crippled by a human, no, a beast. Damn it. I've been trapped here for 1,000 years, unable to advance for so many years. It's no different from dying. The savage said sullenly. With these chains, I'll help you cut them open. Hey, cut my ass. Do you know what these are? All right, cut the crap. I already have an inheritor, so I can reincarnate. When I return after reincarnating, I will take revenge. Look into my eyes. The savage shouted. Chongming turned his head to look. Buzz. The savage's eyes seemed to have a magical power. They immediately gave off a strange light. Chongming seemed to be bewitched, becoming motionless. Buzz. A red light seemed to surge into Chongming's eyes, and his body instantly turned transparent. There seemed to be a clump of black bat light trembling behind his head. Brat, I've re-refined your human soul. Your human soul is no longer under the control of that bat spirit. However, if you want it to be perfect, you need to kill that bat spirit and consume its human soul to make up for what you lack, the savage said. Chongming cried out in pain. Just like that, 2 hours passed. Buzz. Chongming's head trembled before recovering. Then he looked up at the savage. At this moment, the savage was so thin that he looked like a bag of bones. You directly sent these cultivation techniques into my head. Who are you? Chongming looked at the dying savage in shock. Who am I? Who I am is no longer important. I've had enough of this life. My body is also crippled. Leaving behind an inheritor can be considered fulfilling my wish for the past 1,000 years. Damn it! After 1,000 years, a vampire finally arrived, the savage said with a smile. Hey, senior, the cultivation techniques you passed to me seem to be the blood race's cultivation techniques. Are you one of them too? *T. I'm not a vampire. It's easy for you to know who I am. You'll definitely know in the future, because you've received my inheritance. You'll also have a great enemy. This is for you. That bastard will come for you sooner or later, the savage said with a cold smile. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a black bead. The bead looked ordinary. However, since the savage valued it so much, it must be an extraordinary treasure. This thing, you can study it yourself. That enemy will come for you. Hang in there for a while and wait for me to reincarnate. I'm leaving. The savage's figure slowly dissipated. Chongming grabbed the bead and said blankly, Say, Senior? All right, Master, can you at least tell me who your enemy is? He's called Mosquito Darren. This bead is called Chaos Bead. The savage said at the end. Whoosh! The barbarians suddenly disappeared. When the savage disappeared, the talisman inscriptions on the mountain walls and the chains that shackled him also disappeared. Chang Ming was left holding the chaos bead, in a daze for a long time. The 16th of the 16 magic treasures, the chaos bead. Chang Ming looked at the black bead in his hand with a shocked expression. This was the 16th chaos bead, since ancient times. As long as the news of the chaos bead spread, the world would be shocked. Everyone would act upon hearing the news. Everyone, including Dai Qianqing, would act. The strongest people in the world would not be able to resist coming. Who is Mosquito Dowran? I've never heard of him. Chaos bead? Is it the chaos bead? Damn, I'm so lucky. I thought I was unlucky when I went to Chowga City this time. I actually got this treasure? Damn, there are so many cultivation methods. Guhai, you despicable person, you're dead. Ha ha ha. Chang Ming laughed loudly. Qinglu City. Guhai and Tang Chu looked at the streets around them. Your Majesty, you guessed right. Although Qinglu City is occupied by the Day One Imperial Dynasty, there are still some families who miss and are grateful to Huangfu Chowga. Although it is difficult to get in touch with them, they are still willing to cooperate with us on account of their friendship with Huangfu Chowga. Moreover, the officials you arranged to get in touch with them are inextricably linked with the families here. Tang Chu said, respectfully, how is the situation in Qinglu City now? Guhai asked. The Day One Imperial Dynasty's army has replaced the original defending army. The original defending army has all been imprisoned. As for where they are imprisoned, no one knows. However, the Day One Imperial Dynasty's army has posted a notice saying that there will be no problems if they are released after 10 years. Tang Chu said, solemnly, 10 years? The people will have forgotten about Huangfu Chowga in 10 years. At that time, there will be no problems if we release the army. Guhai smiled coldly. Yes, in 10 years, the Day One Imperial Dynasty will completely control these cities. There will be no need to be so cautious. The Huangfu Chowga that the people miss is already dead. The people do not have a sense of belonging to the Dahan. They can only play the emotional card that Huangfu Chowga entrusted the country to you. However, the effect may not be good. It is not a possibility, but it will definitely not be good. I spent a lot of effort to win the hearts of the people in those 12 cities. Naturally, it will be more difficult here. Then, Your Majesty, what should we do? The nostalgia for Huangfu Chowga will slowly fade in the hearts of the people. In 10 years, it will completely disappear. Therefore, before the nostalgia completely disappears, we must let the people's nostalgia completely erupt. Let the people reject the Day One Imperial Dynasty and miss Huangfu Chowga. The hearts of the people are the heart of the city. What is the use of the Day One Imperial Dynasty's army occupying the city? However, when the hearts of the people belong to the Dahan, occupying the city is a small matter. Guhai said confidently. Yes, Your Majesty. First, we must find the 1 million former garrison soldiers who are imprisoned. Once we find them, we will have an additional 1 million troops. Guhai said, solemnly. But no one knows where they are imprisoned. Those families that are willing to help me have already sent people to investigate, but there is no trace of them at all. Tang Chu said with a frown. It doesn't matter. Even if you can't find them, can't the Day One garrison soldiers find them? Guhai said with a smile. Tang Chu's expression changed slightly as he looked at Guhai. This time, I have also brought a group of prisoners on death row from various cities. Have they settled down? Your Majesty, are those prisoners all devils who indiscriminately kill the innocent? Indiscriminately kill the innocent? You underestimate them too much. The sins they have committed are not enough to kill them 10,000 times. The law of the past did not have the death penalty when Huangfu Chaoga founded the country, but the Han Dynasty does. Qinglu City, after a few changes of hands, Qinglu City fell into the hands of the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Although the people felt uncomfortable, the Day One army did not oppress their lives, and the people did not resist much. Moreover, after Huangfu Chaoga's death, many people gave up. They did not care about this and continued to live as they should. Perhaps life in the Day One Imperial Dynasty was not bad. The people comforted themselves. Suddenly, one day, 10 dried corpses slowly floated in a river outside the city. There were 2 bloody holes on the corpses' necks, and all the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry. The 10 dried corpses were wearing the military uniforms of the former garrison soldiers of Qinglu City. Imprisoned garrison soldiers? Their blood has been sucked dry. Vampires? Suddenly, someone saw the corpses and revealed a look of horror. Soon, a crowd gathered outside the city. Batch after batch, the people quickly entered the city. "Auntie Zhang, is your son a garrison soldier?" "Yes, they said that he would be imprisoned for 10 years. I wonder how he is now." An old woman smiled bitterly. "Quickly go outside the city and see if it's your son. Sai, he might not even be able to recognize his own mother. What's wrong? Go and see for yourself." Sai. The news could not be suppressed at all. After all, many people's relatives were garrison soldiers. The news of the garrison soldiers being sucked dry and thrown into the river outside the city instantly exploded in the city. Could it be their relatives? Immediately, countless people rushed out of the city. Chapter 317. Qinglu City. The dried corpses outside the city were fished out, and more people gathered around. There were 2 bloody holes on their necks, and their blood had been sucked dry. Who knows who these 10 dried corpses are? They're so shriveled and soaked in water. Who can recognize them? But they must be the garrison of Qinglu City. Weren't they imprisoned by the Yuan Dynasty soldiers? These bloody holes were bitten by the bat demons. No, the vampires? Vampires? Those Yuan Dynasty soldiers? Countless people discussed. Tang Chu put on a simple makeup and stood in the crowd. Not far away, a group of people seemed to be adjusting their expressions. Tang Chu looked at the small group of people. She nodded gently. That group of people seemed to have received a signal. "My son, why did you die so miserably?" "It's my nephew. He had just broken through to the Golden Core realm that year." The Yuan Dynasty soldiers went back on their word and only said that they were imprisoned. It was all a lie. The Yuan Dynasty soldiers were eating them. After they finished eating my nephew, they turned around and attacked us. "You blood-drinking demons, give me back my grandfather." Woo woo woo. The group of people kept crying and slandering the Yuan Dynasty soldiers. For a moment, the surrounding people panicked. Were the million garrison soldiers really eaten and not imprisoned, eaten for 10 years? 10 years later, will they make a move on us? They drank human blood. "Auntie Zhang, these dried corpses are already like this. Can you recognize your son?" Someone questioned. "I don't know, but can you guarantee that it's not my son?" "Huh. These dried corpses were only discovered. Can you guarantee that my son is not among the undiscovered ones?" "Huh." Back then, the Gungjin sect sent troops to Qinglu City. My 3 younger brothers and 1 son sacrificed themselves to protect Qinglu City from being massacred by the Gungjin sect. Now, my youngest son has been sucked dry by the Yuan Dynasty soldiers. My life is so hard, and you still doubt me? Woo-woo. Auntie Zhang cried bitterly. The people who questioned Auntie Zhang were also reprimanded by the surrounding people. "Inhumane thing, what did Auntie Zhang do to you? You're always exonerating the vampires. Bah, do you have any shame? Back then, our city was almost massacred. How many people in Auntie Zhang's family died to protect the city? Do you still doubt her? Yuan Go. Cold-blooded animal. Immediately, the questioning voices disappeared. Tang Chu specifically found some family members who were crying and complaining, but they were all crying and screaming. This sadness and fear quickly spread to the city. More and more commoners were attracted over. Those who did not come had also received the news and were looking forward to seeing how the city lord would respond. The news quickly spread to the city lord mansion. A large number of officials were invited to the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Bang! The city lord knocked over a vase and looked coldly at his subordinates. Who is it who couldn't control their own mouths? Don't you remember the imperial edict? His Majesty asked us to do our best to appease the people and assimilate them, who couldn't control their mouths and actually sucked the blood of the defenders. Aren't prisoners enough for you to drink? Why would they throw their corpses in the wilderness after drinking? Who is it? The group of officials did not dare to speak. City Lord, now that there's such a huge commotion, why don't we seal up the 10 dried corpses outside the city? That will prevent the people's resentment from growing. Do I need you to say that? The dried corpses definitely need to be sealed up. However, sealing them will cause a huge backlash. Investigate and find out who it is. I want him dead. The city lord roared. The group of officials did not dare to speak. Originally, they were sent to assimilate Qinglu City. It was a lucrative job. 10 years later, all of them would have a good resume with countless contributions. However, if they made a mistake, His Majesty would definitely blame them. At that time, it would no longer be a matter of merit, but a serious dereliction of duty. Report. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the main hall. Everyone looked over. Reporting to the city lord, news just came from Qinglu prison. None of the 1,036,425 prisoners are missing. The guard reported, The expressions of everyone in the main hall changed. None missing? Then, who are the 10 dried corpses outside the city? They are even wearing the uniforms of the defenders? The city lord said with a frown. Someone did it on purpose? To frame us? Everyone in the main hall was shocked as they looked at the city lord. Go and count them again. Count them carefully. The city lord said. Yes. Where did those dried corpses outside the city come from? Could it be that the Deqian dynasty framed us? It is very possible. Only the Deqian dynasty would dare to play such a trick. City Lord, what should we do about the dried corpses outside the city? Don't touch them. Since those dried corpses are framed, don't touch them first. Investigate who did it. Also, investigate thoroughly to see if there are any outsiders. Yes, the news of the dried corpses continued to spread. The attitude of the people in the city was different. Some were inexplicably terrified, while others did not believe it at all. However, no matter what, in a short period of time, the news of the dried corpses had spread to all parts of the city. Almost all the adult citizens had heard the news. The news could not be suppressed at all. Of the 1 million prisoners, only 300,000 had families. The 300,000 families came to investigate immediately. All of them were worried. Among them, there was a large group that kept crying. They organized and headed to the city lord's residence. City Lord, let go of my family. Murderous demon, return my son. Kill me too if you dare. Kill him. You said that my son is still alive. Let me see. Let me see. We can visit the prison too. Why can't we? Everyone. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the city lord's residence. It was amplified and spread in all directions. All the people in the city went silent. I promise everyone that your family members are all safe and sound. The dried corpses outside the city are all part of a scheme. The city lord's voice was heard. What about my son? What about my grandfather? Countless relatives of the prisoners shouted. From tomorrow onwards, you will be allowed to visit the prison in batches. 100 people will visit the prison every day. Go to the torture hall to register. Those who arrive first will be allowed to visit the prison first. The city lord's voice was heard. Boom. The relatives of the prisoners immediately rushed to the torture hall to register. A vampire storm instantly vanished like smoke in thin air. Since the prison visits were allowed, what the city lord said should be true. Did someone deliberately frame the city lord? However, the relatives of the prisoners were ecstatic. Guhai stood in the first building of the street. He looked in the direction of the city lord's residence and revealed a faint smile. Your Majesty, the prison is about to be exposed. Tang Chu smiled respectfully. Go and arrange it. Also, record every batch of relatives. Get ready to start. Guhai nodded. Yes, the prison visits in Qinglu City began. The other 11 cities were also doing the same thing. The prison visits had completely resolved the crisis. The Yuan army could sit back and relax. Everything returned to normal. In the face of facts, all conspiracies and tricks were jokes. However, the city lord of Qinglu City still wrote the news in a memorial and sent someone to send it back to the Daewon's capital and the Northern Expedition City. The first batch of 100 relatives was sent to an extremely remote area in the city. A group of Yuan army soldiers watched over them, and they saw their relatives. The first batch of 100 relatives came out of the prison happily. How is it? How is it? Countless people outside were waiting expectantly. It's okay. My son is living well in the prison. It's just that his cultivation is sealed. He has been an ordinary person for 10 years, and he is fine. No one is injured. My grandfather wants me to cultivate well and check on my cultivation after 10 years. When the first batch of 100 relatives came out, the last trace of worry in the hearts of the people disappeared. It turned out that everything was fake. The second batch and the third batch of people went to visit the prisoners one after another. The people were no longer worried. The prison area, it was like a living area for ordinary people. Millions of Yuan army soldiers lived together. Among them, the few who had been visited gathered at a small mountain pass. Our family had sent a letter to ask us to cooperate. What do you think? One of them whispered. Although the family head did not mention who will help us, I will definitely listen to him. Me too. Humph, my family put in a lot of effort to make me a military officer. Now that I am a prisoner, I will have nothing in 10 years. My family is thinking of ways to help us break the seal. Brothers, we killed the enemy together in the past. Now we have to cooperate from the inside and take back what we have. You dare? Of course we dare, but not everyone thinks that way. Right now, our 1,000,000 people are like a sheet of loose sand. My family gave me a plan of rebellion. The first clause is to persuade the old city lord. He is also imprisoned here, so he must be full of resentment. The condition is that he will continue to be the city lord. I don't believe that he will not be moved. If he is not moved and does not cooperate with us, we will find a way to replace him. We will use the old method of organizing the army and manage it layer by layer. The plan of rebellion states that we will try to instigate the defection of some prestigious generals. After we get out, all of them will be restored to their positions. We will reward them according to their merits. As for the other soldiers, we will not let them know for now to prevent too many people from gossiping. Time is limited, so do it as soon as possible. Okay. The plan of rebellion in the prison was in progress. The prison is heavily guarded. Guhai looked at the fog-shrouded prison area in the distance. Yes, a large number of Yuan dynasty soldiers guard the place. Furthermore, they set up a ritual array. The ritual array covers the underground. Even if we dig a tunnel, we will not be able to enter. Tang Chu explained. Guhai nodded and smiled. Now that we know where it is, it will be easy. Yes. Have you found a way to break the 1 million prisoner army seal? Guhai looked at Tang Chu. The family clans and the prisoner army have already discussed it. This seal is the same as the seal that His Majesty placed on 95 Island's Great Phone Mafia family. It can be undone with the lightning luring platform. Tang Chu said respectfully. Guhai nodded. Since this is resolved, the plan of rebellion must have started. We just need to instigate a group of generals. We will be done in 10 days at most. All right. Since that is the case, let's begin. Unexpectedly, it is easier than expected this time. I hope it will succeed. A determined look flashed in Guhai's eyes. Accumulating resentment and offending the authorities? With 10 days to ferment, it should be about time. Tang Chu nodded and smiled. However, Guhai remained silent for a while before saying, We cannot bully the people's hearts. We had no choice this time. When we capture the city, we will properly compensate the citizens of the city. Yes, Tang Chu's expression turned solemn. Chapter 3:18. Jinan City, Jinmu of Silla's study. A group of strategists stood respectfully in front of Jinmu of Silla's desk. At this moment, all of them were smiling. Grand Marshal, the various armies have sent back reports of victory. Although the Yuan dynasty has taken over the major cities of Yingzhou, the battle line is too large this time. They have taken over too many cities, and there are not enough guards in each city. The cities of Yingzhou are slowly being taken back. If you eat too much at once, it's only natural that you won't be able to digest it. However, Sima Chongkong said. Everyone looked at Sima Chongkong. Grand Marshal, although the Day One has taken over half of Yingzhou this time, there are not many guards. At least 300,000 Yuan soldiers. It is very difficult to control the entire city and defend against the enemy. After all, the Day One has taken over too many cities this time. The Great Huang Dynasty, the Greedy Wolf Sect, the Gengjin Sect, and even half of the Shenlu Dynasty are not enough to take over Yingzhou. Therefore, they don't seem to be preparing to take over Yingzhou. Looking at the battle reports, although the Yuan dynasty has taken back the cities, the Yuan dynasty did not suffer many casualties and retreated. Sima Chongkong said with a frown. The Yuan dynasty was not determined to take over Yingzhou from the beginning. Jinmu of Silla asked in a low voice. Half of Yingzhou, to be precise, was prepared to exhaust our army. When we take over all of Yingzhou, we will no longer have the strength to continue south unless His Holiness sends another army. However, it seems that His Holiness will not start a bigger war. Sima Chongkong said with a frown. Are you saying that when we take over all of Yingzhou, the war will end? Jinmu of Silla asked in a low voice. Yes, although the Day One has made a big move this time. They did not invade the Deqian Celestial Empire. The cities of Yingzhou were taken from Luyang, weren't they? If we take over Yingzhou, no one in the world will dare to say anything. However, if we continue south after that, it will be the Deqian Celestial Empire's invasion. His Holiness will not send troops because there are other Deqian empires around us. If we cannot take over the Day One in one bite, the Deqian will not be an army without a clear path. This is to avoid trouble for others. That is why His Holiness gave you the title of Commander of the South instead of Commander of the South. Solemnly Sima Chongkong Sima Ing. King Shimu squinted his eyes. The Daiyuan Imperial Dynasty has really thought this through. The Yuan army has the advantage of defensive formations. Although they lost time and time again, they did not lose much. After giving up on Ingzhou, the Daewon still managed to take over 60 or 70 cities, increasing their territory by a third. This is an unprecedented victory. Emotionally, Sima Changkong said, "Humph, it is all Liu Yang's fault for being bewitched by Mo Yike." Jinmu of Silla sighed softly. "Therefore, when we take over the remaining cities of Ingzhou, we must obtain the greatest returns with the least amount of casualties. Otherwise, we will be the ones suffering losses." Emotionally, Sima Changkong said, "Speaking of the least amount of casualties, which legion has the least amount of casualties?" Jinmu of Silla asked in a low voice. The strategist stammered, feeling slightly bitter. Gao Xianji's Legion 6 fought the most ferociously and took the most cities, but they suffered the least amount of casualties. They lost no more than 1,000 men in each battle, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Jinmu of Silla had a gloomy expression. This time, Gao Xianji took 7 cities in a row. Her battle style is too classic. She is invincible, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Rewards must be given. The reward given to Gao Xianji last time will be increased tenfold. Send it to Gao Xianji's camp. Solemnly, Jinmu of Silla said. Tenfold. The strategists were flabbergasted. Last time, they were already shocked. This time, it was tenfold. Reporting. A guard rushed into the study. HM? Everyone looked at the guard. Reporting to Grand Marshal, urgent report from the front lines. Gao Xianji took the 8th city and arrived at the border of Ingzhou. She led 1,000,000 soldiers and killed her way into the depths of the Daewon Imperial Dynasty. She has entered the former territory of the Shunlu Imperial Dynasty. The subordinate said respectfully. She took the 8th city so quickly? She entered the depths of the Daewon Imperial Dynasty? Oh no! Outside of Ingzhou, the Daewon Imperial Dynasty's troops will be concentrated. According to Mr. Sima's analysis, outside of Ingzhou, the Yuan soldiers are extremely concentrated. The number of Yuan soldiers who escaped from Ingzhou increased. Gao Xianji is courting death by going straight in. The strategists looked at Jinmu of Silla. Gao Xianji didn't say anything? Jinmu of Silla asked. No, she just led the soldiers to continue taking cities. The guard shouted. In Ingzhou, the people's hearts are with the great Qian dynasty. Gao Xianji has taken advantage of the people's hearts time and time again to break through the city, sweeping away all obstacles. Outside Ingzhou, the Yuan army is everywhere. He only has 1,000,000 soldiers, and he is completely surrounded. Grand Marshal, tell Gao Xianji to come back. Yes, Grand Marshal, tell Gao Xianji to take the cities of Ingzhou as soon as possible. The strategists shouted. Jinmu of Silla looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong shook his head slightly and said, Sirs, you may be right, but when it comes to war, Gao Xianji should be more experienced than all of you. The strategists frowned slightly. Jinmu of Silla nodded, but did not give any orders. Just as Sima Changkong said, Gao Xianji did not need them to teach him how to fight. I am just a little curious. Why is Gao Xianji so stubbornly going straight in at this time? The Northern Expedition City. Just as Sima Changkong had guessed, the Northern Expedition City was not set up in Ingzhou. They were preparing to return Ingzhou to Deqian. Deqian had taken over 60 to 70 cities outside of Ingzhou. Including half of Ingzhou, they had more than 100 cities. If they did not return the cities of Ingzhou to Deqian, they would definitely be wiped out in this battle. It was just that everything was done in secret. The cities of Ingzhou were lost so quickly. With the protection of the formation, 1/3 of the cities of Ingzhou were lost. The Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition said coldly, Yes, the enemy's Legio 6 is even more ferocious. News has come that they seem to have reached the border of Ingzhou and have crossed into the border. A subordinate said respectfully, Legio 6. Mr. Mo's news did not say that the Legio 6 was very powerful. The Grand Marshal frowned. Grand Marshal, I request for battle. Let's take down the Legio 6 completely. I request for battle. They have entered an area where we have many troops. They can't escape, even if they have wings. I request for battle. The group of generals all requested for battle. The Grand Marshal frowned slightly and shook his head. No. The war can only be controlled in Ingzhou. We can't let it escape. Legio 6, we have to fight, but we can't destroy them. We just have to beat them back to Ingzhou. We can't let them die there. The Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Why? Because the war can only be fought in Ingzhou. If we destroy the Legio 6, we will definitely drag the battlefield here, the Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Everyone was silent for a while, then nodded. My Legio 6 is in charge of encircling the Deqian Legio 6. Beat them back. If we can't beat them back, we have to drag them back, the Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Yes. Although the news of the 10 dried corpses in Qinglu City had spread, it would take some time for the news to reach the northern expedition city and Daewon's capital. During this time, Gu Hai would not give the two sides a chance to react. On the 4th day of the prison visit, help, help, help! With a shout, a man in a sorry state ran in from outside the city in horror. What happened? Someone at the city gate asked in confusion. Vampires, Xianan Village has been sucked dry by vampires. They're all dead, all dead. The man shouted in horror as he rushed into the city. This person was naturally arranged by Gu Hai, but he was a descendant of one of the families that had surrendered to Gu Hai. He fled into the city in a panic, and after attracting the attention of countless people, he knelt in front of the family gate. Patriarch, not good, not good. The Xianan village has been eaten by vampires. It was not easy for me to escape. It was not easy for me to escape. My father, my mother, our entire village died so miserably. Patriarch, the Xianan village is your property. We work for you to cultivate spiritual materials. You have to make a decision for us. That person shouted. His shout could be heard clearly by dozens of people in the surrounding streets. The people were waiting for news, but there was no news. There was really no news. The person who had called for help entered the family gate and never appeared again. Many of the citizens revealed curious expressions. They went to investigate. Everyone, disperse, disperse. Nothing happened. The family head came out to refute the rumors. The city lord's mansion was also very sensitive and sent people to investigate. You're overthinking. Officials. There are no vampires. No, there really are no vampires. Don't worry, we won't act recklessly. The family head shouted. The official who came to investigate frowned slightly and also left. The surrounding people were shrouded in a shadow. They didn't know what was going on. Just as they were about to forget about this matter, the family was covered in a thick fog that night. The next day, everyone disappeared. The family was in a mess, as if there had been a great battle. There was blood everywhere. The whole family seemed to have suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. The strange thing made the people who were about to forget what happened yesterday panic, and all kinds of guesses came out. Where are the Zhang family members? Why did they disappear overnight? Have they been slaughtered? Vampires? Could it be vampires again? I went to Xianan village last night. Like the Zhang family, everyone in Xianan village disappeared. The more the people thought about it, the more strange it was. Although there was no evidence, the blame was all pointed to vampires. Vampires destroyed the corpses? Countless people who received the news shuddered. They looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion, and their faces suddenly darkened. No, it shouldn't be vampires. Didn't someone go to the garrison prison to check it out? It's okay. Vampires don't dare to do such a thing. What about the people in Xianan village? Where are the Zhang family members? Maybe they went on a trip. Bah, is this how your family goes on a trip? With Gu Hai adding fuel to the fire. Although he did not have any conflict with the government, the people were shrouded in a layer of dark fog. The people didn't cause trouble, and the city lord didn't care about this kind of thing. The next day, help, help! Master, the Middle West village was eaten by vampires. They held a vampire banquet last night. Master, you have to avenge our entire village. Woo-woo, there were so many vampires. I hid in the latrine for an entire night before I managed to escape. Master, woo-woo, the Middle West village is all Master's property. The same thing happened again. Yesterday it was the Zhang family. Today it was the Li family. They wanted to keep the peace. But on the third day, the Li family played the same scene as the Zhang family. In one night, washed clean by blood, everything was gone. Everyone was gone. A kind of white terror shrouded the whole city. Your Majesty, there are 100 million people in the city, but only a small number of people know about this kind of propaganda. And it's all kept a secret. When others hear about it, it's just gossip. Tang Chu frowned. Sometimes gossip spreads faster than the public. We didn't say anything. Everything was guessed by them. Isn't that right? Gu Hai smiled. In the next few days, gossip spread from 6 or 7 small families, but it spread like a virus. In just 10 days, the news had spread to the whole city. This kind of mysterious disappearance. Will it fall on my head one day? I don't even know how I died. Will my whole family be wiped out? And then there's nothing left. Vampires? Must be vampires? Countless people suddenly felt a sense of fear. It was as if there were pairs of eyes staring at them, and those eyes belonged to vampires. Living here, he was merely being raised and raised, until the day they were fattened up, they were eaten by them. Qinglu City was like a demon's den. That group of demons imprisoned us. Fear pervaded everyone. Many people wanted to escape from Qinglu City. They didn't want to stay here anymore, but their families had lived here for generations. How could they just leave like that? Some people left Qinglu City in fear. As soon as they left, they were misunderstood by the people around them that they were eaten by vampires. The panic continued. Don't be afraid. Someone must be framing Yuan Jun. Aren't the prisoners in the prison fine? Good news comes every day. They're fine. Their blood isn't being sucked. No. Auntie Zhang went to visit the prisoners 2 days ago. She's gone? Huh. I think my cousin went to visit the prisoners. When she came back, she said everything was fine. She's gone too? Gone. In the past 10 days, there were more than 1,000 visitors, right? Where are they? Did anyone come forward? The people who visited the prisoners earlier had all disappeared. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. In that case, no one could prove the innocence of the city lord and the others. I don't want to live here anymore. Boo-hoo, my cousin was eaten by vampires. My cousin is in the prison. He must have been eaten by vampires too. I want to leave the city. I want to leave these demons. Someone cried. Gu Hai arranged for dozens of such sobs to be spread throughout the city. Day 1 Imperial Dynasty? Is this a nation of demons? If only the Shenlu dynasty was still here. If only the emperor was still here. Waves of panic and resentment accumulated, but the hearts of the people suddenly became anxious. Chase the demons out of Qinglu City. Chase the demons out. Someone shouted, "We don't want to be eaten. Chase the demons out. Demons, get out of Qinglu City." Shouts came from all directions. The citizens who were originally fearful slowly became fervent. Under Gu Hai's arrangement, some families sent people out to parade and shout slogans. Instantly, they attracted the attention of the entire city. City Lord's mansion. The city lord's face was gloomy. What's going on? Didn't you say that there was no problem? Where are those people? It's a conspiracy, City Lord. A group of subordinates said anxiously. Humph! The City Lord flung his sleeves and snorted. City Lord, there must be some people causing trouble. I've sent people to suppress them. Arrest them all. Another official shouted. What? Bastard! Are you trying to cause a riot by arresting them now? The City Lord shouted and rushed out of the hall. Sure enough, a group of Yuan dynasty soldiers rushed to arrest the people parading on the streets in a few blocks. The vampires are killing people. I'll kill you. The vampires are going to silence people again. Kill them and get out of Qinglu City. Amidst the shouts, the former experts of the Xunlu dynasty sent by Gu Hai clashed with the Yuan dynasty soldiers. Bang! There were vampires among the Yuan dynasty soldiers. They were immediately beaten up and turned into hundreds of vampire bats to escape. Don't let them escape. It's that vampire. Kill him. The city was in chaos. Some places were even set on fire. The whole city was in chaos. The City Lord stood above the floating island and looked at the chaos with a gloomy face. My subjects, please calm down. I've restrained the vampires with all my strength. There are no cases of vampires hurting people. There's no problem with the prison. Anyone can monitor them. The City Lord's voice spread throughout the city. He's lying. Where are the families of the soldiers? They were all killed by them. Drive the demons out of the city. If we don't drive the demons out today, we'll be sucked dry by them tomorrow. Everyone, let's drive the demons out together. The city was in chaos. The Yuan dynasty soldiers fought with the people. Of course, the people leading the fight were the families loyal to Gu Hai. The City Lord looked at the chaos in the city with a gloomy face. City Lord, what should we do? We must suppress them quickly and capture the troublemakers. The City Lord said coldly. Yes, a large number of Yuan dynasty soldiers were about to move out. At this moment, the sound of war drums came from outside the city. Dong, dong, dong. The City Lord's face changed when he heard the war drums. War drums? Someone is attacking the city. Not good. Defend the city with all your strength. The City Lord's face changed. Day one bastard, return my Qinglu city. People of Xunlu, don't be afraid. We're here to carry out the will of the old emperor. Even if the emperor is dead, we can't let the people of Xunlu fall into the hands of the demons. I'm Lu Shi. We're here to destroy the city. Roar. A loud roar came from outside the city. Lu Shiren's friendly voice seemed to warm all the anxious and fearful people in an instant. Did the emperor send people to save us? The emperor is already dead. Those aren't the emperor's soldiers. They're from the Han dynasty. The Han dynasty also carried out the emperor's will. I don't want to be a demon's subject. Since the emperor chose the Dahan must be the same as the previous Xunlu dynasty. Lu Shi broke into the city. Lu Shi is here. Brothers, follow me and open the city gate. Let Lu Shi in and destroy the demons. Open the city gate. Quick. Under the encouragement of some families arranged by Gu Hai, a large number of people immediately rushed to the 4 city gates. Stop them. Bastards, stop them. The mayor immediately shouted. This was not only to defend against the enemy, but also the civil strife of the people in the city. In an instant, the situation became very bad. Ah, demons killed my brother. Demons killed my brother. Ah, kill the demons. Kill the vampires. As long as one person died, the resentment of the people increased tenfold. Could these Yuan soldiers who killed the people lead us? If we don't chase the demons away now, should we wait for them to eat us slowly in the future? Demons, I'll kill you. Outside the city, Lu Shi charged at the city gate. Inside the city, the people charged at the Yuan soldiers. For a moment, it was chaos. Although there were 800,000 Yuan soldiers guarding the city, there were hundreds of millions of people. In the blink of an eye, they were drowned in the crowd. The mayor anxiously stood on the city gate tower. Indeed, he saw two Lu Shi people attacking the city. There were only two. In the distance, the fog churned. He could not see how many soldiers there were in the fog, only the sound of war drums. The 800,000 Yuan soldiers in the city were isolated and without reinforcements. It would be fine if they did not attack ruthlessly. However, once they did, the people would beat them to death. Of course, there were many experts that Gu Hai had brought from Chaoga City among this group of ordinary citizens. These were the elites of the Divine Foothill Dynasty. Now, they worked together in the city, forcing the 800,000 Yuan dynasty soldiers to retreat. When the people were angry, what was the point of having more soldiers? At this moment, Gu Hai's group arrived at the prison. Raise the array, Gu Hai said. Boom. The spirit stones buried in the surroundings immediately formed a 28-line pair world array for Gu Hai, surrounding the prison. Break, Gu Hai shouted. The array formed Xiang Yu, the cloud beast, and chopped down with its halberd. Boom. The halberd immediately broke open the prison. How dare you? Who is it? A large number of prison guards immediately charged out. Humph! Xiang Yu swung its halberd, and the Day One general of the Yuaning state was instantly chopped in half. Xiang Yu continued to charge forward. As for the weaker prisoners, they were all subdued in the blink of an eye by the large number of experts behind Gu Hai. In the outside world, the city lord also noticed the thick fog in the prison. Oh no! Someone is trying to break into the prison. Quick, quick, quick! The mayor roared. However, the Yuan soldiers in the city were being attacked by the people. Occasionally, they would run out, but they were instantly surrounded. They could not help the prison. The 28-line pair world array, even if some people rushed in, their numbers were limited. Xiang Yu was more than enough to deal with them. Inside the prison, the countless prisoners were at a loss. The former mayor of Qinglu City and a group of former generals walked forward. They looked at Gu Hai with complicated expressions. This is the Han Dynasty's Gu Hai. You should be familiar with him, right? Back then, he was the one who destroyed the Gungjin sect with Emperor Huangfu and helped us out. Before Emperor Huangfu died, he entrusted the country to Gu Hai. Now, Lushan City has become Chaoga City. Everything is the same as before. This time, Gu Hai is here to save you. Why aren't you greeting the emperor? A family head shouted. When the family head shouted, the family members immediately shouted, "Greetings, Emperor! Greetings, Emperor!" A large group of generals had already received the news and knelt down. The mayor of Qinglu City frowned and knelt down as well. "Greetings, Emperor!" "Qinglu City Lord, you may rise." Gu Hai helped the mayor up. The 1 million soldiers were stunned. "Everyone, Gu Hai is not talented, but I will regain control of Qinglu City." Gu Hai assures everyone that what you did in the Shenlu dynasty will not change in the Great Han Royal Dynasty in the future. Huangfu Chaoga has always asked me to save you. Today, I will fulfill my promise to her. I, Gu Hai, promise that I will not force you. After 10 years, if you feel that I am not worthy of controlling Qinglu City, I will let you choose your own country and will not stop you. Gu Hai shouted. Emperor Huangfu's request. Emperor Huangfu will not forget us even when he dies. Countless soldiers' eyes turned red. "Greetings, Emperor." A large group of soldiers knelt down. Nearly everyone in Qinglu City knew about the relationship between Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoga. Now that Gu Hai had come to rescue everyone on Huangfu Chaoga's orders, everyone felt grateful. Many people kowtowed. Many people followed suit. Everyone, Qinglu City belongs to the Qinglu people, not the Yuan dynasty soldiers. Outside, the Yuan dynasty soldiers are bullying and killing your loved ones. Everyone, quickly undo your seals and go out to help your loved ones. Protect the citizens of Qinglu City and repel the ruthless Yuan dynasty soldiers. Gu Hai shouted, "What? Yuan Go is bullying and killing the people of Qinglu City? Bastard, release my seal. I will go and kill them." A large number of lightning stations were set up, and the soldiers of Qinglu City were released. Kill Yuan Go. The 1,000,000 soldiers of Qinglu City charged out of the formation and met with a group of Yuan soldiers. Kill. Boom. The resentment of the people boiled. The 1,000,000 soldiers of Qinglu City charged out and killed the Yuan soldiers. The sound of war drums and the shouts of the people of Qinglu City gave the people and soldiers in the city confidence to overcome all fear. The city lord of Day One looked around blankly. It's over. It's over. The 1,000,000 soldiers charged out, and the resentment of the people attacked. Many of the 800,000 Yuan soldiers were killed or injured. In a panic, they fled to the outside in flying boats. 2 of the 4 city gates outside the city were breached by the people of Qinglu City. The city lord of Day One also saw the thick fog behind him when he fled. There was no army, only a few dozen people beating drums, only this few people. No. Whoosh. As the city lord shouted in grief, the flying boats had already fled far away. After a mass uprising, Gu Hai quickly arranged for people to treat the injured. He gave a large number of spirit stones to all the injured people and soldiers. Gu Hai quickly compensated all the losses of the people. The resentment of the people slowly dissipated. The people of Qinglu City entered the city. There were not many of them, but they gave the people in the city a familiar feeling. The Xunlu dynasty came to take back the city, but Emperor Huangfu had died. Many people were disappointed again and turned to look in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Han dynasty? Gu Hai? This time, he chased away the people of the Day One imperial dynasty and joined the Han dynasty, right? All the people in the city, Gu Hai, thank you for your bravery. Just as Huangfu Chaoga said, you are not afraid of any difficulties or enemies. Day One imperial dynasty chased away, and Gu Hai is not talented enough to temporarily take over Qinglu City. Before Huangfu Chaoga died, I accompanied him every day. He could not forget you all and felt sorry for you all. He asked me to do everything I can to help you all escape from the clutches of demons. Today I did it. I don't know if I can do as well as Huangfu Chaoga, but I will do my best. Qinglu City will be governed by Huangfu Chaoga in the past. All the laws and city rules will be returned to the past. Perhaps many people still doubt my ability and the Han dynasty, but it doesn't matter. I, Gu Hai, promise everyone that please give me 10 years. After 10 years, if the Han dynasty still can't win everyone's approval, the Daehan is willing to let Qinglu City freely enter and leave. I will not stop you. A monarch's words are not a joke. Please remember my words today. Gu Hai said. His voice spread through the entire city through the loudspeaker. He used I instead of I throughout the speech, hoping that the people would recognize him faster. Wow. The city was filled with discussion. Was Gu Hai speaking the truth? Was there really no change at all? Of course, today, I will also announce a new city rule. Gu Hai said, Many people frowned and looked at the floating island. Nothing would change just now. And now there was a change. In the next 10 years, All tax revenue will not be handed over to the state treasury. All of it will be used for the people's livelihood. It will be used to build public cultivation areas covered by arrays, to improve the poor people's bad living conditions, to open schools, and to provide free education to young children. It will be used for those who are nearing the end of their lives. Gu Hai announced. The moment the announcement was made, the people who doubted Gu Hai widened their eyes. Their rejection of Gu Hai disappeared in an instant, and countless people recognized the Daehan. All accounts will be made public for everyone to see at any time. Gu Hai said again. Thank you, Your Majesty, some people said excitedly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although they were still unfamiliar with the words, countless people called out gratefully. All tax revenue for the people's livelihood. This was a huge gift for the people. Gu Hai said that he would give back to the people, and now he did it. Standing on the floating island in the city lord's residence, Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. Finally, Qinglu City returned. Gu Hai believed that not only Qinglu City, but the other 11 cities were also almost done. The old city lord of Qinglu City stood beside him. The old city lord took back everything he had and heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still looked at Gu Hai with a frown. Your Majesty, Qinglu City is back, but the Day-One Empire won't let this go, right? They should. The old city lord said worriedly. Gu Hai smiled and said, Don't worry. Since Qinglu City is in the Dahan Empire, we won't lose it. Not to mention the city's defensive array, I still have the First Legion, which has formed a barrier. If the Day-One Empire comes for revenge, the First Legion will help us stop them. The Han Dynasty's First Legion? Which general is it? Do I know him? The Qinglu City lord asked curiously. The First Legion's commander, Gao Xianji, Gu Hai said with a smile. Chapter 319. What happened to Qinglu City happened to the other 11 cities at the same time. The Han Dynasty took control of the cities at the same time. All the former officials were restored to their positions, just like in Chaoga City. However, some additional positions were added to the original foundation to promote the family members and trusted aides from Gu Hai who cooperated this time. The Great Han Empire's 12 cities was a far cry from the Great Yuan Empire's 60 to 70 cities. However, this also depended on the original strength of the Great Han Empire. After all, the Great Han Empire was too weak, and their foundation was too shallow. Conquering 12 cities could be said to have doubled the size of the Great Han Empire. They had just been recognized, but everything was still uncertain. They had to do their best to appease them. After appeasing Qinglu City, Gu Hai headed to the other 11 cities without stopping. At this moment, the memorials sent by Day-One City Lord were sent to Day-One City and Northern Expedition City. Northern Expedition City. Northern Expedition Commander Day-One looked at the memorials in front of him and was confused. 10 dried corpses of prisoners appeared outside Qinglu City. The number of prisoners in the city didn't decrease. The city lord did well. All misunderstandings can be solved by opening the prison visits. Northern Expedition Commander Day-One nodded. Suddenly, the memorials from the other 11 cities arrived. 10 dried corpses of prisoners again. This city has them too? After reading the 12 cities, Northern Expedition Commander Day-One's expression changed. If it was only Qinglu City, it could be an accident. However, why did something happen to all 12 cities at the same time? Something is going to happen. Northern Expedition Commander Day-One's expression changed. Grand Marshal, what's wrong? His subordinates were confused. Grand Marshal passed the memorials to his subordinates. It was definitely not a coincidence for something to happen to all 12 cities at the same time. Gao Xianji led the troops into this region. Did Great Gon Dynasty purposely cause such a situation to occur in the 12 cities? Do they want to go south? Northern Expedition Commander Daewon's expression darkened. His subordinates all looked anxious. Quick, send people to investigate these 12 cities. If there's any news, report back immediately. Yes. Gao Xinji? No, we must defeat Gao Xinji as soon as possible. Inform the Legio 6 to attack with all our might. Don't show any mercy. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Grand Marshal shouted. Yes, Grand Marshal, do you think it's the Deqian Celestial Empire? If it's not the Deqian Celestial Empire, who else could it be? Daewon's eyes widened. The capital of Daewon. Mo Yike's residence. Mr. Mo also saw the 12 reports. Mr. Mo, Her Majesty has asked me to show you these 12 reports. An official stood respectfully in front of Mo Yike. Oh no, it's Gu Hai, the Han Dynasty? Haha, what a big appetite, swallowing the 12 cities in one go. Mr. Mo's expression changed. Ah, that's impossible. Mr. Mo, Gu Hai, has not even grasped the 12 cities firmly. How can he snatch our 12 cities? He doesn't have the military strength. The official didn't believe it. Mo Yike didn't want to waste time with him. His face was gloomy. Let's go. I want to see Her Majesty. Northern Expedition Commander Daewon. I told him many times to be careful of Gu Hai. Did he just ignore it? Who? Mo Yike didn't care about the official's confusion and stepped out of the residence. Gu Hai was busy comforting the 12 cities that had just been recovered. Chaoga City was experiencing a great disaster at the moment. Squeak, 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 squeak. Rolling bats flew all over the sky, densely covering the sky above Chaoga City. There were more bats than when Chongming came last time. A group of black-robed men stood in the sky, coldly looking at Chaoga City, which had been activated by the Great Formation. Gu Hai, get out here and return my young master. The leader of the black-robed men said coldly. Gu Hai was outside, not in the city. A large number of officials gathered at the entrance of Huangfu Hall, looking anxious. Mr. Shangguan Hen, what should we do now? The officials looked at Shanghai Hen. Last time, Shanghai Hen defeated Chongming's endless bats with a green light. Now the emperor was not here, and a large number of Chaoga City's elite powerhouses had been taken away by the emperor, leaving only Shanghai Hen. How should they face it now? The number of bats now was more than when Chongming came last time. Was Chaoga City a city in trouble? Shanghai Hen looked at the sky coldly. The Chong family? Shanghai Hen said coldly. Who are you? A group of black-robed men said coldly. Chongming? Ha! If I'm right, he should be dead by now because of my poison. Why don't you look in this direction? Maybe you can find his body. Shanghai Hen sneered. How dare you, bastard! Our young master will be fine. Our young master hasn't shown up for so many days. He must have been caught by you. Let go of our young master. If you don't, we'll slaughter your Chaoga City. We'll suck everyone's blood. Leave no one alive. Roar. The 50 black-robed men all roared with ferocious faces. The people in the city were worried. What should they do now? Where was the emperor? Many people looked at Shanghai Hen. You can try? Ha! Shanghai Hen said coldly. Gu Hai took a large number of elite powerhouses and left Shanghai Hen here to protect Chaoga City. Shanghai Hen naturally had to stand at the front. Humph, you asked for it. Watch me slaughter your city. I don't believe Gu Hai won't come out. Humph. The leader of the black-robed men said coldly. With a wave of his hand, about 50 million bats swooped down. At this moment, a flying boat suddenly flew over from afar. Boom. The flying boat flew from the northeast at a very fast speed. Soon, It arrived outside the city. There were only 3 people on the flying boat. They were the great Myojin and his companions. Chui Tai was in charge of driving the flying boat. The great Myojin was in a black robe and stood in front of the deck with a white-robed woman. Great Myojin, the city in front of us is Lushan City. We've arrived, Chui Tai said with a smile as he drove the flying boat. The great Myojin held the railing and looked into the distance. A white-robed woman beside him said softly, "Huh, vampires? There are quite a lot of them. Are they from the Day One Imperial Dynasty?" Day One. Gu Hai really knows how to find trouble. Huh, the great Myojin said lightly. The flying boat continued to fly toward Chaoga City. It immediately attracted the attention of the vampires and the people in the city. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless bats blocked the flying boat. "Who are you? Get out of the way!" A vampire immediately shouted. "Huh, you want me to get out of the way?" The great Myojin sneered. Chui Tai didn't care. The flying boat continued to fly. In the distance, Shanghai Hen's voice suddenly came from the city. "Guests from the outside world, please be careful. Chaoga City is currently being harassed by small demons. Wait a moment, and we will deal with these small demons. Everyone come again." The great Myojin was slightly surprised by Shanghai Hen's voice. "Oh, small demons? Huh. It seems that other than Gu Hai, there are quite a few people in Dahan who talk big." The great Myojin sneered. The vampires glared at him and said angrily, "Humph, small demons? Ignorant child, you think you are invincible just because you know how to use poison? I will be the first to eat you later. And all of you scram back to where you came from. Otherwise, none of you will leave." The vampire turned his head and looked coldly at the great Myojin. Whoosh! Chui Tai didn't care. He controlled the flying boat and continued to fly toward Chaoga City. How dare you? You are courting death. Since you want to die, then you will be buried with Chaoga City. Go, drain all of your blood." The vampire shouted. Squeak, 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 squeak. The overwhelming number of vampires flew quickly toward the great Myojin. Huh! The great Myojin sneered. The great Myojin, who was standing at the front of the deck, suddenly raised his right thumb and middle finger. He flicked it gently while the vampires were still in a daze. Buzz! Countless officials and citizens in the city were confused. Did the person on the flying boat want to die? There were 50 million vampire bats outside. How dare he charge in? Only the Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes. It's him? That proud peacock? However, the great light sovereign deity flicked his finger. A green halo seemed to emerge from his fingertip and spread in all directions. Bang! The 50 million bats paused at almost the same time, and then exploded. Blood splattered all over the sky like blood-red fireworks. Boom! All of the vampires also exploded with a loud bang. For a moment, the sky was filled with bloody mist. 50 million vampire bats and 50 vampires all exploded. The black-robed man only flicked his finger. Hiss! Countless people in the city sucked in a breath of cold air. Who is this? With just a flick of his finger, the vast army of vampire bats was annihilated. Isn't this strength too terrifying? It's quiet now. The great Myojin said lightly as if he had done something insignificant. Chui Tai's face turned serious as he controlled the flying boat to continue flying. Great Myojin, your flick of the finger is getting more and more exquisite. The woman wrapped in a white robe said with a chuckle. The great Myojin didn't say much. Instead, he looked at the city not far away. They were getting closer and closer. Mr. Shangguan, what should we do now?" An official asked worriedly. It's the emperor's guest. Open the city gates and welcome the guest. Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. Ah, the emperor's guest? All the officials were shocked. The emperor knew such a powerful person. They opened the city gates wide and allowed the flying boat to fly into Chaoga City. The flick of the finger was so shocking that countless citizens would never forget it. Everyone watched curiously as the flying boat slowly landed in front of Huangfu Hall. Shangguan Hen greets the great Myojin on behalf of the emperor. Shangguan Hen said with a slight bow. Oh, you knew that I was here? That means that Miao Qin didn't tell me the truth back then? The great Myojin asked. It's not that he didn't tell the truth. It's just that Miao Qin did not know where the emperor was. He sent me a message. So I came to find the emperor. Everyone, please. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Gu Hai is not here? The great Myojin asked. The emperor personally led an expedition to expand the territory. He will return to the imperial court soon. Shangguan Hen said while shaking his head. Cui Tai showed an uncomfortable expression. Since the great Myojin knows about the great Myojin, he must know that I am here as well. It's one thing for the white-clad woman not to reveal her identity, but did Miao Qin not mention me? Personally led an expedition to expand the territory? Ha ha! We heard the news along the way. The Han Dynasty's 12 cities were gifts from Huangfu Chaoga. Aside from the sea, the Day One Empire surrounds them. Do they want to expand the territory and snatch food from the Day One Empire? What a joke! The Dahan only has that bit of accumulations. How can they fight with the Day One Empire? Cui Tai sneered. This is Cui Tai, right? I remember that Miao Qin said in his letter that you already lost the bet with him on 9-5 Island. What's wrong? Is it not enough? Shangguan Hen smiled, faintly. Huh, what did you say? Cui Tai said angrily as he glared. Oh, it looks like I said something wrong. Shangguan Hen smiled. Humph. Last time, Gu Hai was unlucky. Huangfu Chaoga gifted him 12 cities. That was why he had such luck. Now, will the Day One Empire do the same? Snatch the cities from the Day One Empire? What a joke. If I can really snatch them, I will admit that I am Miao Chen's grandson. Cui Tai retorted coldly. Boom. Suddenly, the providence in the sky above Chaoga City churned. Waves of providence quickly gathered from the west and rushed into the sky above the Sea of Providence clouds. All the ordinary people raised their heads, showing stunned expressions. That is the direction of Qinglu City. The emperor recaptured Qinglu City? An official immediately exclaimed joyfully. Cui Tai. Chapter 3:20. Outside Gao Xinji's army. Release the arrows! Gao Xinji shouted. Rumble! A large number of arrows rained down on a distant valley enveloped by a large array. A raging fire burned in the valley, and miserable cries rang out. Ah, save me! Squeak! 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 A large group of Yuan dynasty soldiers and a large number of bats were trapped in the valley. The fire burned, and the arrows rained down. Outside the valley, Bai Lizhan and a group of soldiers were fighting with a group of Yuan dynasty soldiers. However, most of the Yuan dynasty soldiers were trapped in the valley, and only a small number of them were fighting with Bai Lizhan's group. The sky was filled with bats, but Bai Lizhan's army was also extremely ferocious. Kill the commander! Kill the commander! The Yuan dynasty commander in the distance roared at the top of his lungs. However, Gao Xianji was surrounded by peerless experts, and the Yuan dynasty soldiers were constantly being killed. Let me go! Spare me! Countless Yuan dynasty soldiers roared in despair in the fire. Legio 6 of the Northern Expedition Army "Ha! You wanted to ambush me, but I ambushed you instead. Now, take your remaining soldiers and leave. Otherwise, the fire here will not stop. You have already lost. Are you going to watch your subordinates die in front of you?" Gao Xinji said coldly. The expression of the commander fighting by Liz Han in the distance changed. "Let's go." Whoosh! Immediately, a flying ship appeared, and the remaining Yuan dynasty soldiers quickly flew into the distance under the pursuit of Gao Xinji's army. Whoosh! Suddenly, the great battle stopped. "Ha ha ha ha! General is mighty! General, we won again!" The soldiers cheered. Gao Xinji waved her hand, and the fire in the valley below suddenly disappeared. The rain of arrows also stopped. Bai Lizhan immediately took a rough look and said excitedly, "General Gao, less than 100 people died in this battle, but we captured about 500,000 Yuan dynasty soldiers. We killed more than 300,000 Yuan dynasty soldiers. Only 100,000 of the Legio 6 escaped. Ha ha ha! When the news of this victory reaches the Grand Marshal will send a large amount of rewards again." "That's right, General. It's all thanks to you that our legion has been able to win every battle. The reward that the Marshal gave you is also much more than the other legions. Victory is victory is victory. General, you really know how to predict the enemy's moves. Those enemies are like your puppets in front of you. They do whatever you want them to do. It's so satisfying to fight with you." The soldiers shouted excitedly. Gao Xinji, on the other hand, ordered his men to seal the enemy captives in the formation before checking on the wounded. "Where are my medicinal pills? Give them to me quickly." Gao Xinji shouted. Grand Marshal, you used your own again? Our medicinal pills are not good enough, but they can be slowly cured. Those medicinal pills of yours were all given to you by the Grand Marshal. They are all first-class medicinal pills. One of them is more precious than 100 of our medicinal pills. How can you? A military doctor said worriedly. "Why are you talking nonsense? They were injured because of my command. The medicinal pills of the military doctor are slow to cure. What if there are sequelae? Hurry!" Gao Xinji frowned. The military doctor took out the medicinal pills that Gao Xinji stored with him, and then carefully applied medicine to the wounded soldiers and fed them. Although less than 100 people died in the battle, many were injured. As the military doctor applied medicine, he frowned and said, "General, although the Grand Marshal gave you a lot of medicinal pills, we can't afford to waste them like this. There are almost none left. I will say it again. This is not a waste. The lives of my soldiers are the most precious. We have to use the best medicinal pills to save them. They have already given their lives to me. Why should I care about this little bit of medicinal pills?" Gao Xinji scolded. Yes, the military doctor lowered his head and applied the medicine. "Thank you, General." The wounded soldiers were all moved. The soldiers who were not injured did not say anything. However, when they looked at Gao Xinji, they approved of her even more. It was worth it to follow a general like this. As for the other treasures and weapons that the Grand Marshal bestowed upon me, I will convert them all into spirit stones at the next city and send them to the families of the brothers who died. Gao Xinji sighed slightly. Everything else?" A young soldier said in surprise. "That's right. But they have pensions. The Grand Marshal has already set the standards for pensions." The young soldier said with a frown, "No amount of pensions is enough for my soldiers. But don't talk nonsense. My words are military orders." Gao Xinji shouted in a resounding voice. Yes, the group of soldiers responded. That was a huge amount of wealth. Pensions to the families of the deceased. The gazes of the soldiers towards Gao Xinji also changed. This bat poison is not easy to deal with. Who is going to help me? The military doctor suddenly frowned. Everyone looked over and saw a large, swollen pustule on one of the young soldiers' leg. It looked extremely disgusting. What's wrong? The Grand Marshal has forced most of the bat poison into this pustule. However, a little vibration can make the poison return to the body and rush to the heart. Then he can't be saved. How do we cure it? You need to suck it out with your mouth. Suck it out carefully. But the surrounding people looked at the disgusting pustule and kept quiet. Even the military doctor was unwilling to suck it out. It was too disgusting. The poisoned person was extremely weak and groaned. Gao Xianji immediately bent down and opened her mouth to suck out the pustule. General, you can't. General, you can't. Let me do it. General. The surrounding soldiers cried out in alarm. Bah! Gao Xianji had already sucked out the pustule and spat it out. Quickly treat the wound. Gao Xianji ordered. Yes. The military doctor lowered his head in shame. Gao Xianji ignored the crowd and arranged for them to stay temporarily. In the study, Gao Xianji rinsed her mouth. Bai Lizhan no longer persuaded Gao Xianji to surrender to the Jinmu of Silla. He looked at Gao Xianji with respect. Jinan City, Jinmu of Silla's study. Information from all sides of the battlefield was quickly gathered, including the news that Gao Xianji had personally sucked out the pustule for a young soldier. Gao Xianji, pustule? He is a general, but he personally sucked the pustule from a young soldier's leg. Jinmu of Silla narrowed her eyes. What Gao Xianji sucked was not the pustule, but the young soldier's life. Sima Changkong said bitterly. All the strategists in the study looked at Sima Changkong. Once Gao Xianji sucked out the pustule, the young soldier would definitely fight to the death for him. Not only the young soldier, but the other soldiers would also completely submit to Gao Xianji. Sima Changkong said bitterly, "Is he trying to win people's hearts?" One of the strategists frowned. Yes, he is trying to win people's hearts, but what can you do? When Gao Xianji first joined Legio 6, other than Bai Lizhan, who listened to the Grand Marshal's orders and reluctantly listened to Gao Xianji's orders, the rest of the Legio 6 didn't even acknowledge this innate realm brat. But now, do you all still think that Legio 6 rejects Gao Xianji? Not to mention the rewards. Just by sucking out the pustule, the lives of Legio 6 are completely in his hands. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Impossible. Legio 6 is Grand Marshal's army. How can it become Gao Xianji's private army? All the strategists shook their heads. Then let's wait and see. Gao Xianji smiled bitterly. Gao Xianji? It's such a waste to leave this person to Guhai. Jinmu of Silla sighed. The strategists on the side nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too. In terms of war, I think that Guhai might not be Gao Xianji's opponent." "Oh, why do you say so?" Sima Changkong suddenly smiled. "Isn't it obvious? In just 4 to 5 months, Gao Xianji has been winning and conquering 8 cities. He even defeated the Legio 6 of Daewon's Northern Expeditionary Army. This battle record is extremely rare even in our Deqian Empire. Does Gu Hai have such ability other than playing a little tricks?" The strategists said in disbelief. Unfortunately, not long ago, Gu Hai took less than a month to conquer 12 cities from the Daewon Empire. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. "Impossible. Mr. Sima, don't spout nonsense. How did Gu Hai do it? How come I didn't know? He has nothing. How could he do it?" The cities that Gao Xianji conquered had few Yuan soldiers. The cities around the Han Dynasty all had a large number of Yuan soldiers. How could he conquer 12 cities in a month? The strategists said in disbelief. "Take a look for yourselves. This is the news that just came in. This is the truth. Sima Chongkong took out the battle report and passed it to everyone. The strategists all widened their eyes. Jean Mu of Silla seemed to have known this before, and now her face darkened. Gao Xianji's goal is clear. He crossed Yingzhou and went south to support the Han dynasty. Jean Mu of Silla said in a low voice, "Yes, now the Legio 6 is completely under Gao Xianji's command. No matter what order Gao Xianji gave, they would do their best to repay it." It seems that when Gu Hai recommended Gao Xianji to be the leader of the Legio 6, he had expected this to happen. He led the Legio 6 to help Gu Hai deal with the Day One Empire's revenge. Sima Chongkong frowned in shock. Northern Expedition City. Main Hall. The Northern Expedition Grand Marshal Day One led a group of subordinates and looked at the guard in front of him. "What did you say? Say it again." The Grand Marshal said with a gloomy expression, "Qinglu City and the other 12 cities have all been lost. They were taken by the Han dynasty. The 12 city lords are kneeling outside the city, waiting for the Grand Marshal's orders." The guard said bitterly. Bang! The Grand Marshal smashed the tea table with his palm. "Bastard, how long has it been? How long has it been? The people I sent to investigate the 12 cities have not returned yet, and they have already lost the 12 cities? How dare they lose the 12 cities? Bastard!" The Grand Marshal was furious. In the main hall, the subordinates were also in disbelief. Gu Hai had nothing. How could that be possible? Previously, in everyone's hearts, the Han royal dynasty should be holed up there, waiting for the time when they would have the time to destroy it. How was it possible for the Han royal dynasty to swallow the 12 cities all at once? This was not right. But the 12 city lords are kneeling outside. You have to believe it. Then the 12 city lords, they can go to hell. The Grand Marshal was furious. "Grand Marshal, we have also found out that Deqian's Legio 6 commander is Gao Xianji. He is Gu Hai's official." The guard said softly. "Gu Hai's official? Gao Xianji? Gao Xianji is going south. He is here to protect Gu Hai. Gu Hai has a plan for the 12 cities." The Grand Marshal's expression changed. The subordinates in the main hall started to discuss. Every one of them had a look of horror on their faces. If Gu Hai had predicted this, it was too scary. Mr. Mo told us many times to be careful of Gu Hai, but the subordinates looked terrible. "No, the 12 cities belong to me, Day One. No one can take them away. Deqian is not qualified, and Gu Hai is even less qualified. Inform Legio 6 to beat Gao Xianji's army to death." The Grand Marshal said fiercely. "Report." Another guard rushed into the main hall. The Grand Marshal looked at him coldly. "Grand Marshal, Legio 6 was ambushed by Gao Xianji's army and lost. 350,000 died, and 500,000 were captured. The Legio 6 commander is kneeling outside the city with 100,000 wounded soldiers to ask for forgiveness from Grand Marshal." The guard reported. What? Chapter 321. After obtaining 12 cities at the same time, Gu Hai immediately went to each city to appease the people. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the last city, Heaven-Mending City. After Gu Hai appeased the people, although it was not enough to make them yearn for the Dahan, at least they no longer rejected the Han dynasty. Huang Fu Chaoga's kindness had not faded, and Gu Hai's welfare had caused the people to temporarily accept him. On the floating island of Heaven-Mending City's City Lord Manor, Gu Hai stood at the edge of the floating island, his hand on the railing. Looking at the cities in the distance that the people approved of, he let out a long breath, a smile on his face. Behind him stood the city lord of Heaven-Mending City and Tang Chu. "Your Majesty, the cities have been appeased. Should we return to the court?" Mr. Shangwan has sent news that the great Myojin has arrived. Tang Chu respectfully said. Gu Hai nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. His eyes were bloodshot, and veins appeared on his hands that were holding the railing. In the distance, he saw a group of crane carriages flying not far from the floating island of the City Lord Manor. At the front was a white-haired, youthful old man with a face full of vigor. Seeing that white-haired, youthful old man, Gu Hai's breathing suddenly quickened. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Tang Chu asked in confusion. Gu Hai suddenly looked at the city lord with cold eyes, his voice full of cold, killing intent. Who is the city lord of Heaven-Mending City? Plop! The city lord suddenly knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. This subject deserves to die. I should not have been blinded by greed. The city lord said in panic. Gu Hai was slightly startled. Your Majesty, in the past, the divine Foothill dynasty did not have the death penalty. However, there were some unpardonable evildoers. Locking them up was a waste of the city's military power. So we sold them to the Heaven-Mending sect. Not long ago, we were rescued and our positions were restored. However, there were many officials who wanted to continue selling evildoers to the Heaven-Mending sect. Heaven-Mending sect. Sell the heinous criminals to the Heaven-Mending sect. Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. Your Majesty, you didn't know? The Butian city, Lord's expression suddenly changed. If the Emperor didn't know about this, why did he look so scared just now? I was so scared that I told you everything. The Butian city, Lord wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Tang Chu looked at the back of the red-crowned crane carriage. Indeed, there were many cages. The outside of the cages was covered with a large cloth. Are they dragging the heinous criminals behind the crane carriages? Tang Chu asked doubtfully. Yes, Butian City's city, Lord wanted to cry, but had no tears. Did he ask for it? Heinous criminals, sold to the Heaven-Mending sect. Are you disregarding the law? They let the criminals go, and if they continue to harm the heavens, you will not be able to absolve yourselves from the blame. Tang Chu said coldly. No, Lord Tang misunderstood. We have an agreement with the Heaven-Mending sect. We will sell the prisoners to them, and after a while, they will send the corpses over. Not a single criminal escaped. The city lord immediately explained. Tang Chu frowned. The Heaven-Mending sect opened a large casino. They use heinous criminals to fight in the bestial battle arena and let the gamblers participate. In the end, when the criminals die, they will send the corpses back to us. We have solved one of our worries. After so many years, there has never been a problem. The Heaven-Mending sect also buys prisoners from other cities. The city lord immediately explained. Bestial battle arena. Gambling? Tang Chu looked at Gu Hai in surprise. This was not unfamiliar. In the past, 9 Five Islands Dafeng mafia family did this. The difference was that the Dafeng mafia family's evil people were not real, but the Heaven-Mending sect's evil people were real. I am asking you, who is that white-haired, ruddy-faced old thing? Gu Hai looked coldly at the city lord. He is the Heaven-Mending sect master, Hu Dong Tian. The city lord immediately said, Heaven-Mending sect master? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Now that he knew who this person was, Gu Hai was not afraid that he would escape. In the distance, the Immortal crane carried Hu Dong Tian and the others as it slowly flew toward the city gate. Heaven-Mending sect. What is the Heaven-Mending sect? Gu Hai looked at the city lord. In the past, when the Heaven-Mending sect was at its peak, it was rumored to have reached the level of a mid-tier sect. However, it declined with each generation and eventually fell to the bottom of the lower-tier sections. Before the divine Lu dynasty was established, they only controlled one city, which was our heaven-mending city. After the divine Lu dynasty was established, this last heaven-mending city was lost. They only open a mountain gate in a beautiful forest outside the city. They open a large casino. To be more precise, it is now at the border between the Han dynasty and the Daewon imperial dynasty. The city lord immediately explained, "The heaven-mending sect master is so weak now." Gu Hai asked in a low voice, "Yes, however, the heaven-mending sect master, Hu Dongtian, has a special ability. He can repair magic treasures. If someone's magic treasure is broken, they can find him to repair it. After he repairs it, it will be no different from the original magic treasure. Therefore, he is on good terms with us city lords. When he opens a casino outside the city, no one will find trouble with him." The city lord explained. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he watched the immortal crane carriage fly away and disappear in the direction of the city gate. This time, because of the changes in the city, Hu Dongtian personally came to pick up the heinous people. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we definitely did not sell the wrong person. Every one of them is heinous and has been recorded." The city lord immediately expressed his stance. "All right, you may rise." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Yes." The city lord still looked at Gu Hai in fear. Tang Chu immediately sent a message. "Tell all the idle Lu Shi people to gather at Heaven Mending City." Gu Hai looked at Tang Chu and said, "Yes." Although Tang Chu did not know what was going on, he still answered, "Heaven Mending City Lord." Gu Hai looked at the city lord of Heaven Mending City. "Here. The Han dynasty has a death sentence. Therefore, I will not pursue your previous dereliction of duty. However, I hope there will not be a next time." Gu Hai said coldly. "Yes, this official knows his mistake." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The city lord immediately said gratefully, "Go and find me all the information on the Heaven Mending sect. I need all of it." Gu Hai said in a low voice, "Yes." The city lord answered. The two left, leaving only Gu Hai standing at the railing of the floating island. His eyes flashed with hatred. The railing under his hand had already been crushed by Gu Hai. After taking a few deep breaths, Gu Hai finally suppressed the anger in his heart. "Ha! Ha 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 ha! I finally found one. I finally found one. Hu Dongtian?" Gu Hai revealed a ferocious expression. "Xian Air, it has been more than 10 years. I finally found one of your enemies. Although this Hu Dongtian was the most inconspicuous of the group, with him I can find the others. Don't even think about escaping. Don't even think about escaping. My Xian Air, is your spirit in heaven guiding me?" Gu Hai looked at the sky, his eyes gradually turning red. 5 days later, Gu Hai brought Tang Chu to the Heaven Mending sect. They entered the gambling area and looked at the clamor around the beast fighting arena. Just like the great Feng Mafia family, the beast fighting arena conducted gambling. Cultivators from all around came here to spend money. Your Majesty, this Heaven Mending sect's strength is considered the weakest among all the sections. There is not even a bit of luck in the sect. According to the information, this Hu Dongtian's cultivation has only entered the Yuanying state for less than 50 years. However, are all the Heaven Mending sect masters experts in repairing artifacts? Tang Chu looked around and asked in confusion. Gu Hai also frowned slightly. They just entered the Yuanying state, but they did not follow that big shot and are willing to stay here and open a small casino. Huh. At this moment, the battle in the beast fighting arena had reached its end. In the blink of an eye, an evil person was defeated. However, he did not die. After the battle ended, they prepared to enter the next one. Your Majesty, we have been looking through the files these past few days. The deaths of the evil people in the beast-fighting arena were all very strange. They were all killed by a sword through the heart. Tang Chu said in confusion, "I also saw it. It should have been someone else who killed the evil person after the battle ended." However, this subject does not understand. If you don't understand, then don't think about it. You will know soon. Start setting up the formation. Surround the entire heaven mending sect. Don't even think about leaving. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes, Tang Chu answered. A large number of elites of the Han dynasty quickly followed Gu Hai's instructions and started to fill up the spirit stones. No matter how strange the heaven mending sect seemed, Gu Hai was still very careful. Half a day later, boom, fog suddenly appeared all around the heaven mending sect. What's going on? Hu Dongtian, what are you doing? Why is the fog filling the sky? Is this a formation? The expressions of the surrounding gamblers suddenly changed as they cried out in alarm. The disciples of the heaven mending sect also suddenly panicked and ran toward the sect, shouting, "Sect master, not good." Some of the cultivators wanted to charge through the formation, but they circled around the formation and came back. "Who is it? Come out," the surrounding people shouted. In the outside world, Gu Hai looked at the formation in front of him, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Hu Dongtian of the Heaven Mending Sect has violated the laws of the Han Dynasty. Today, we are here to capture Hu Dongtian. This has nothing to do with anyone else, so do not act rashly. We will let you go later. Please cooperate. If anyone dares to act rashly, they will be treated as accomplices. Tang Chu's voice suddenly sounded from inside the formation. Capture Hu Dongtian violated the laws of the Han Dynasty. The anxious cultivators slowly calmed down. They cooperated and no longer acted rashly. After a while, Hu Dongtian's shocked voice sounded from the Heaven Mending Sect. "I don't know which lord of the Han Dynasty it is, but I am Hu Dongtian. I have not violated the laws of the Han Dynasty. I am also friends with the Heaven Mending City Lord. Please investigate." "Your Majesty, he is speaking nonsense. I am not familiar with him." The Heaven Mending City Lord said bitterly. "It has nothing to do with you." Gu Hai shook his head. "Whether he is guilty or not, this official will investigate thoroughly." "Sect Master, Hu, do you want to surrender and come with us, or wait for us to capture you?" Tang Chu's voice sounded from inside the formation again. At this time, Gu Hai had already set up an inescapable net. Hu Dongtian would not be able to escape. Within the Heaven Mending Sect, Hu Dongtian narrowed his eyes, and his face gradually darkened. Chapter 322. Heaven Mending Sect. It was divided into the residential area for tourists, the gambling area, and the inner area of the sect. Only Heaven Mending Sect disciples could live in the inner area of the sect. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter, and there was one mountain peak that not even sect disciples could enter. That was Sect Master Hu Dongtian's private area, and anyone who entered without the sect master's permission would be killed. The mountain peak was called Heaven Mending Peak, and above it was the Heaven Mending Hall. The head of the Heaven Mending Sect, Hu Dongtian, had countless disciples, but he didn't have a single direct disciple. This was the custom of the Heaven Mending Sect. Only when the head of the sect was about to die would he choose a direct disciple. The Heaven Mending Sect wasn't large, but its reputation wasn't bad. When experts' magical treasures were damaged in the outside world, Hu Dongtian would always help them repair them. Even though he would collect a bit of fees, in the end, it was still a good karma. Meanwhile, those who opened the Beast Battle Arena to fight were all wicked beyond redemption, so it didn't draw any ill will from others. A few days ago, Hu Dongtian brought back a group of villains from Heaven Mending City and received a special guest. Until now, he had not seen anyone else. The doors of the heaven-mending palace were tightly shut. In the depths of the heaven-mending palace, there was an entrance that led underground. The entire heaven-mending peak had been emptied. Who, Dongtian, you dare to treat me like this? I'll kill you. You know who I am? If anything happens to me, my master will definitely chop off your head. A sorrowful and indignant female voice rang out. If Guhai was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this woman was none other than the all-powerful fairy Wan of Silvermoon City. The song Les Miserables had almost cut off the five senses of the hundreds of millions of people in the city. Later on, Pajuan also forced the Jinmu of Scylla's army to be unable to advance. However, at this moment, his 4 limbs were bound by 4 ropes that appeared from the wall. Although his face was still covered, he was bound. The sweat from the struggle drenched the thin veil on her body, but she was still unable to break free. Her eyes were filled with infinite panic. The place where the fairy Wanner was bound was like a gorgeous room. There was all kinds of furniture inside, including a large bed. Not far away, there was a staircase that seemed to lead downstairs. No, don't. Ah. Who? From one floor below, there were sounds of delicate panting, but it sounded like there was a man and a woman making love downstairs. However, there was only one male voice, while there were more than 10 female voices. Fairy Wanner, stop arguing. It's useless. Wait until I'm done sucking. Then I'll come and spoil you. Ha 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 ha. A man's voice sounded from the floor below. Hu Dongtian, don't you dare. The fairy Wanner opened her eyes wide and screamed at the top of her lungs. Do you dare? Didn't you see it for yourself? Ha 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 ha. A fire cauldron body is truly an excellent cauldron for dual cultivation. I will take good care of you. You can help me condense a fire-nascent soul, and the fire cauldron will refine my fire-nascent soul. Ha ha. Perhaps I will be able to reach the highest level in the history of my heaven-mending sect. Ha! Hu Dongtian's excited voice sounded from downstairs. No, master, don't. A woman's pained voice came from downstairs. Upstairs, Fairy Wanner's expression changed drastically. How do you know that I have a fire cauldron physique? How would I know? I already told you. My heaven-mending sex cultivation method is one of the best dual cultivation methods in the world. The last time I saw you, my cultivation method was sensitive enough to sense it. Who would have thought that I would still have a chance? Ha 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 ha, Hu Dongtian said, excitedly from downstairs. No, master, no. The woman's terrified cries sounded from downstairs. In the blink of an eye, there was no sound. Little Dai is dead. Master, don't choose me, woo-woo. Let me go. Master, I don't want to end up like Little Dai and Little Exian. I don't want to die like them. The terrified cries of women sounded from all around. Dual cultivation. You're just harvesting Yin to nourish Yang, not dual cultivation. They're all dead. Shangguanwan said in horror. It's their good fortune to die under my treasure. These 50 golden elixir realm female slaves could have been given to me for a year to cultivate, but for you today, I'm willing to give up everything. Hee hee. Hu Dongtian's voice came from downstairs. Heaven Mending Peak is your base. You're searching for female cultivators to be your cauldrons, harvesting Yin to nourish Yang? Shangguanwan's eyes flashed with disgust. Ha 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 ha, so what if you know? Do you think you can escape from here? I don't have any other skills, but I know how to repair treasures. Do you know how many broken treasures I've recovered? Those treasures are coveted by even Heaven Mending Palace's cultivators, but they're all broken. I can get them easily, and they're all fixed in my hands. My Heaven Mending sect is filled with traps, and it's even stricter than the imperial palaces of other dynasties. No, imperial dynasties. You can't escape. Just like now, you can't use any strength, right? With your cultivation suppressed to the golden core realm, you can't use any treasures or magic power. Escape? Ha 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 ha. Hudongtian laughed coldly. No, I can't. Master, spare me. Another woman's voice sounded from downstairs. Little San is also dead. Master, spare me. No, master, no. Woo-woo, master, spare me. A group of women begged for mercy from downstairs, accompanied by the clanking sound of chains. It seemed that no matter how they begged, they couldn't escape from Hudongtian's evil clutches. Fairy Wanner, don't worry. You have a fire cauldron body, and you're still a virgin. I don't dare to touch you now. Otherwise, once your primordial een enters my body, it won't be helping me form a fire-nascent soul, but burning my heart. Wait until I've gathered enough power. Then I'll come and spoil you. I guarantee you'll like it. Ha ha ha. Hudongtian's voice sounded. You dare. Fairy Wanna glared. Aren't I preparing? Ha 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 ha. My master won't let you go. Your master? Speaking of which, last time I sensed that your master is also I can't say for sure, but her body isn't any worse than yours. You have a fire cauldron body, so you should be able to cultivate fire elemental martial arts easily. By the way, what kind of martial arts does your master specialize in? Hudongtian asked curiously. Bastard, how dare you talk to my master like that? Fairy Wanner said, angrily. So what if I tell her? She won't know. It's like, so what if I sucked your primordial een? She won't know. Isn't that right? Who asked you to barge in? Heh. Hudongtian said with a perverted smile. Fairy Wanner panicked. It's all Guhai's fault. That's why I took the risk to play the forbidden song. If it wasn't for the risk, my Guqin wouldn't be broken, and I wouldn't have come to you to fix it, and you wouldn't have fallen into my hands. It's useless to complain. You have a fire cauldron body, and if you don't give it to me now, another man will take advantage of you in the future. Hudongtian continued to laugh. Fairy Wanner's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She had been smart all her life. How could she be stupid this time? How could she fall into this villain's trap? Huff, dead again. Panting sounds came from downstairs, accompanied by the deaths of the golden core slaves. Fairy Wanner's panic grew stronger and stronger. It was already the third day, and Hudongtian had been forcibly taking her primordial een to replenish his yang. But now, Fairy Wanner wanted to break free, but she didn't know what treasure this room used. But a force field suppressed her, and she couldn't use any of her magic power. Her magic treasures also didn't listen to her, and she was powerless. Hudongtian, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Fairy Wanner screamed in despair. Below, the last woman let out a scream. There was no sound. Ha 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 ha. All right, I'm already at the peak of my yang energy. Ha ha ha. Become a ghost. I'll make you a romantic ghost. Ha 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 ha. Hudongtian laughed. Thump, 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 thump. Footsteps came from downstairs, and the fear in Fairy Wanner's eyes grew stronger and stronger. She saw Hudongtian walk up, naked. His lower body was shining like a soldering iron, and it was covered in blood. Hudongtian's hair was white, but his face was very young. It was the effect of absorbing een to replenish yang. You. Fairy Wanner was shocked and angry. What about me? The fire cauldron body is also my good fortune. My heaven-mending art is difficult to cultivate, and if I absorb your primordial een, I won't have to worry about the fire-nascent soul. Ha ha ha. My energy has reached the peak, and now I can bear your body. Ha ha ha. Hudongtian said excitedly. You dare, I'll kill you. Fairy Wanner said in fear. Hudongtian waved his hand, and a pink ball suddenly flew from the bed, not far away. Wang. He gently moved his hand, and the pink ball floated above the underground palace. Waves of pink smoke instantly covered the entire underground palace, and some of the pink gas entered Fairy Warner's nostrils. Suddenly, Fairy Warner felt her blood boil, and she felt completely different. "What is this thing?" Fairy Warner said in fear. "This is my heaven-mending sex, inherited treasure, the heaven-mending orb. The pink gas on this heaven-mending orb will make you like dual cultivating with me more and more. It is also because of this orb that you can't use your Dharma power or Dharma treasures, because of this heaven-mending orb. Hey, how is it? Do you feel it? Is it wet down there?" Hu Dongtian walked over step by step with a lecherous smile. You just kill me. Just let me die." Fairy Warner said in fear. "Don't worry. I'll make you want to die in a moment." Ha ha ha. Hu Dongtian slowly walked closer. Slowly, he undid the chains on Fairy Warner's body. Pa! Fairy Warner struck out with her palm, but it was a soft palm, as if she had no strength left in her body. Her eyes became hazy. "Ha ha 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 ha. I'll take good care of you. Don't worry, don't worry." Hu Dongtian slowly carried Fairy Warner to the bed not far away. "No, no, no." Fairy Warner revealed a look of despair. However, Fairy Warner could no longer control herself from the reaction of her body. Only despair remained in her eyes, and 2 streams of tears fell. As they fell, her consciousness became more and more blurred. Scenes of her past kept appearing in her mind. In the end, the image stopped at the most annoying Gu Hai. He was clearly inferior to her, so why was he able to beat her in every aspect? Under the heaven-mending orb, Fairy Warner's consciousness slowly became blurred. She breathed deeply and was incomparably alluring. "I'm coming. Ha ha ha, let me see what you look like first." Hu Dongtian was excited and was about to uncover Fairy Warner's veil. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from outside. Sect Master, this is bad." A disciple anxiously shouted. Hu Dongtian's expression changed, and his eyes flashed with displeasure. Something happened outside, but he couldn't bear to leave Fairy Warner in front of him. He hadn't even touched her yet. "Sect Master, there's an enemy attack. Sect Master, someone has trapped our heaven-mending sect with a formation. Sect Master, come out quickly. Sect Master, this is bad." The shouts outside made Hu Dongtian very irritated. He wanted to uncover Fairy Warner's veil several times, but he couldn't do it. Why did something happen outside at this time? They really know how to pick the time. Hu Dongtian was very irritated. Several times he wanted to ignore the outside world, but the urgent shouts from outside disturbed Hu Dongtian each time, until he heard Tang Chu's voice outside. "The heaven-mending sex, Hu Dongtian, has violated the Han Dynasty's laws. Today, we're here to capture Hu Dongtian. This has nothing to do with anyone else, so don't act rashly. We'll let you go later. Please cooperate. Anyone who dares to act rashly will be treated as an accomplice." Hearing this, Hu Dongtian's expression sank, and he coldly harumphed. Looking at Fairy Warner, who was constantly writhing on the bed, Hu Dongtian's expression was gloomy. "Humph, wait for me to come back, and I'll properly pamper you." Hu Dongtian's expression was very irritated. Hu Dongtian hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out with a sense of displeasure. Chapter 3:23. On the square of the heaven-mending palace, Hu Dongtian's expression darkened when the other party still refused to give up after using the name of the heaven-mending city lord. Surrender without a fight. What a joke! How is that possible? However, he had been keeping up appearances for the past few years. How could he have offended the Han Dynasty? "Sect Master, what should we do?" A group of disciples gathered at the heaven-mending peak. Gu Hai's group also stepped into the fog. However, while Gu Hai could see the other party, The other party could not see Gu Hai's group. Hudong Tian, surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Tang Chu said coldly. Impolite? Humph, you dare to mess around in my heaven-mending sect. I'll make sure you don't leave. Hudong Tian said coldly. Capture Hudong Tian. Gu Hai said coldly. He waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, giant cloud beasts appeared in the great cloud mist formation. A group of Dahan soldiers stood on top of the cloud beasts. Rumble! The cloud beasts walked step by step toward the heaven-mending sect. Instantly, a commotion broke out among the gamblers. Everyone, don't move. This has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere. The general controlling Xiang Yu shouted. The gamblers' expressions were complicated. Humph! A group of cloud beasts dare to barge into my heaven-mending sect, attack together, and destroy this cloud beasts. Hudong Tian shouted. Yes, the group of heaven-mending sect disciples answered, and were about to charge forward. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is unparalleled. Xiang Yu's cloud beast shouted. As it shouted, its halberd slashed toward a mountain. Boom! The huge mountain was split in half. The heaven-mending sect disciples who were about to charge forward immediately stopped. This time, we're only capturing Hudong Tian. This has nothing to do with the others. Move aside. Tang Chu shouted coldly. The group of heaven-mending sect disciples looked at Hudong Tian. Sect master, this cloud beasts is at least at the 4 nascent soul realm, right? Maybe 5 nascent soul realm. Sect master, you're the strongest, but you might not be able to defeat this cloud beasts. What about us? Sect master, cooperate with them, and we'll be fine. A group of heaven-mending sect disciples said worriedly. Humph, a bunch of trash. Hudong Tian snorted coldly. Hudong Tian extended his hand and took out a cross-shaped pole. Not good, that's a marionette pole. He fixed it? That's impossible. Didn't he say that he couldn't fix it? The heaven-mending city lord suddenly cried out. Butian City Lord, you're here too? Humph, how much does my heaven-mending pavilion give you every year? And now you bring an army to encircle me. Hudong Tian glared and shouted. Hudong Tian waved his hand. Boom! Countless transparent strings burst out of the marionette pole, scattering in all directions in an instant. He shuddered. Ah, my body! Bastard! Hudong Tian, what are you doing? Almost all the gamblers, including the Dahan elites on the cloud beasts, froze in place. Marionette pole, all of you are my marionettes. A monster from the Han Dynasty? It's not that impressive. Why don't you try cutting yourself? Ha 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 ha. Hudong Tian laughed. His hand shook. Xiang Yu's halberd suddenly slashed at one of the cloud beasts. The 2 Dahan elites' expressions changed. Humph! Gu Hai snorted and waved his hand. Bang! All the cloud beasts suddenly disappeared, and the Dahan elites fell to the ground. However, they were still controlled by the marionette pole. Ha, no more monsters? I'll still let you kill each other. Hudong Tian snorted coldly. Under his control, the Dahan soldiers immediately started killing each other. The marionette pole can control people's behavior? Gu Hai looked at the heaven-mending city lord beside him. Yes, as long as one's soul is entangled by that string, it will be like a puppet controlled by him. This was originally a heaven-opening palace expert's treasure, but it was broken. Last time in Mending Heaven sect, he asked Hudong Tian to fix it, but Hudong Tian couldn't fix it. In the end, Hudong Tian used another treasure to replace the broken marionette pole, saying that he would study it himself. But it turns out that he can. What other characteristics does it have? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. It can only be used once. Oh, It means that when you throw it out now, you can control as many people as you want. You can't throw it out again unless you release everyone's control and throw it out again. The heaven-mending city lord explained. I see. Then it's nothing. Get another batch of cloud beasts, Guhai said in a low voice. Immediately, another batch of Dahan soldiers rushed out. Boom. The cloud beasts that had just disappeared appeared again. In the distance, Hu Dongtian's expression changed. Unstoppable might. One of the generals controlled Xiangyu to charge at Hu Dongtian. Humph! Hu Dongtian reached out and pulled the marionette pole. Instantly, everyone was pulled over. Ah, bastard! Hu Dongtian, what are you doing? Are you trying to drag me down with you? Bastard! Don't drag me! The gamblers screamed in fear. Not only the gamblers, but the Dahan soldiers who had been controlled earlier were also pulled over to block Xiangyu's heavenly halberd. Clearly, Hu Dongtian had used the marionette string to pull countless people when he threw it out earlier. With his comrades around, the heavenly halberd was forced to stop. Ha 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 ha, come on, come and kill me. Hu Dongtian laughed coldly. The cloud beasts were huge. When they charged at him, Hu Dongtian immediately controlled some people to die for him. Even though those people kept cursing him, Hu Dongtian did not care at all. Boom, boom, boom. The cloud beasts all stopped, worried that they would hurt their comrades. Sect Master, why are we being controlled too? Sect Master, don't! The heaven-mending sect disciples shouted in fear. Being pulled around by the marionettes, the heaven-mending sect disciples were also terrified. Humph, you bunch of trash. I took pity on you and let you join the heaven-mending sect. Now that the heaven-mending sect is in trouble, you cower? What use do I have for you? Hu Dongtian said coldly. Hu Dongtian, let me go. Otherwise, my family will destroy the heaven-mending sect. Bastard! Hu Dongtian, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. Did I offend you? You want me to die for you? The gamblers screamed in fear. The cloud beasts wanted to go forward, but the scapegoats were all blocked by the marionettes. The cloud beasts could not go forward. Hu Dongtian said with a gloomy expression, you must have used a lot of spirit stones to set up such a formation, right? Ha! Let's see how long your spirit stones can last. City Lord Mending Sect, don't kill me. I am a citizen of the Dahan. I just came here to gamble. I am also a citizen of the Dahan. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am also a citizen of the Dahan. Long live the Dahan. Don't kill me. The scapegoats were terrified. They were afraid that the halberd would come down on them. Your Majesty, Tang Chu looked at Guhai with a frown. A citizen of the Dahan. Naturally, we cannot attack him. Hold him down first, Guhai said in a low voice. What do we do now? Tang Chu, you take control of the formation, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, Lu Rock Men. Yes, the 10 Lu Rock Men answered. Take me to the mountain peak and walk out of the heaven-mending palace. Catch Hu Dongtian from behind, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, the Lu Rock Men answered. Your Majesty, can't we just let the Lu Rock Men go? Tang Chu asked in confusion. Since there is a marionette pole, there might be other treasures. I will go and take a look. Guhai shook his head. Guhai's eyes were full of hatred as he looked into the distance. The revenge of Chen Xian was still vivid in his mind. Guhai naturally wanted to capture Hu Dongtian himself. Yes, Tang Chu seemed to see Guhai's hatred. He did not ask anything and only nodded. Buzz. The 10 Lu Rock Men took Guhai and slowly sank into the ground, heading towards the heaven-mending peak. Burrowing into the ground, everything went smoothly until they reached the heaven-mending peak. Buzz. The 10 Lu Rockmen paused. Your Majesty, something is wrong. The Lu Rockmen shouted. Oh, the soil of this mountain peak is a little strange, one of the Lu Rockmen shouted. Continue, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, Buzz. The group of Lu Rockmen continued to enter, but as soon as they stepped inside, their bodies shook. Dang! All the Lu Rockmen were suddenly unable to move. What? Why did the soil suddenly turn into metal? And there is a solidification array in the metal. We can't move. One of the Lu Rockmen shouted. The other Lu Rockmen also trembled for a while, but all the soil around them had turned into metal, and they could not move. In the outside world, Hu Dongtian, who was controlling the marionette, had a slight smile on his face. You want to use the Earth escape to attack me from behind? Ha! You have Lu Rockmen. Do you think I don't know? Humph! My heaven-mending sect is full of traps. Hu Dongtian sneered as he looked into the distance. As long as this dragged on, when the array's energy ran out, these people would be at his mercy. Humph! Underground. The group of Lu Rockmen could not move, but they still protected Guhai in the center. You can't use the Earth escape now that the soil has turned into metal? Will this hurt you? Guhai asked worriedly. No harm. We can hold on for a year or so, but we are now trapped. The Lu Rockmen said bitterly. It's good that you are fine. Wait here. I will take Hu Dongtian first. Guhai said coldly. Yes, the group of Lu Rockmen said bitterly. Buzz. The moment the life ender saber appeared, Guhai swung his saber forward. Shing! The incredibly sharp life ender saber immediately cut open a path of metal. Guhai squeezed his way forward. However, he had just squeezed his way forward when he seemed to pierce through a wall, revealing a space inside. Oh, the mountain was hollowed out. Guhai showed some shock. The life ender saber quickly cut open a hole, and Guhai stepped in. Hiss! Guhai sucked in a breath of cold air. This space was lit up by night pearls. Nearly 3,000 female corpses were laid out underground. Most of them had rotted to the point that only bones remained. However, some were dried corpses. Guhai raised his eyebrows. He held his breath and walked to a nearby flight of stairs. There was a small door at the top. Guhai extended his hand and pushed it open. The second floor was also like purgatory. At this moment, the 50 female corpses were shriveled up as if all the water had been sucked out. Their lower bodies were tattered and chains hung around their necks. Their shriveled faces showed horror and despair. Clearly, they had been tortured inhumanly when they were alive. Plucking Een to replenish Yang, Guhai suddenly recalled a piece of information he had read in the past. Did someone use an evil cultivation technique to pluck all these women's energy? Hu Dongtian. Guhai's eyelids twitched wildly. The 3,000 corpses on the first floor were all the women Hu Dongtian had killed in the past. As for these 50 corpses, they had been killed recently. Guhai showed a ferocious expression. Hu Dongtian looked decent on the surface, but why did he secretly cultivate such an evil cultivation technique? Guhai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger and hatred in his heart. Then he stepped onto the third floor of the underground palace. There was a small door on the third floor. Guhai gently pushed it open and immediately heard a woman's panting. Fairy Wana? Guhai said in surprise. Guhai stepped forward and entered the third floor. Just at this moment, a strand of pink gas suddenly entered Guhai's nose in the third floor's underground palace. Chapter 3:24. A wisp of pink gas entered Guhai's nostrils. Guhai suddenly felt his mind heat up, and his mind went into a trance. Unlike the hazy feeling of drowsiness, there was a feeling of excitement. His consciousness was not muddled, so the heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows did not move. In a trance, Guhai felt all the blood in his body suddenly heat up. Not far from the room, there was a soft moan. It was as if Guhai's memories of the past 10 years had been awakened. Cienair. Guhai was slightly startled. He turned his head to look. Not far from the bed, Fairy Wanner's body was twisting uncomfortably, as if she did not know what to do. She was also in a trance. Even from far away, Guhai seemed to be able to smell the fragrance on her body. And it was this fragrance that seemed to ignite a strange flame in Guhai's heart. Looking at Fairy Wanner, but in the trance Guhai's eyes, that was Chen Xianer's appearance. Cienair, is that you? Guhai walked over step by step. Fairy Wanner's eyes were as charming as silk. After a period of torture, her entire body seemed to have melted, and there was a strange desire. The moment she saw Guhai, she hugged him. With a hot and tender body in his arms, Guhai did not need the only answer in his heart. More and more of the pink gas entered Guhai's nostrils, and the heat became more and more intense. This was the first time Fairy Wanner had experienced this, but Guhai was someone who had experienced it before. Rip. The sound of clothes being torn came from the room. Ah! Fairy Wanner cried out in pain. Soon, rhythmic crashing sounds could be heard in the room. Outside, Hu Dongtian manipulated his marionette pole and pulled everyone around him to be his cushion, blocking the cloud beasts. Hu Dongtian's expression was gloomy. Humph, once I enjoy that fire cauldron body, I will leave this place. Heaven-mending sect. Wherever I am, it is the heaven-mending sect. Hu Dongtian thought to himself. Ha ha ha, come on, Dahan officials, why don't you behead them? Hu Dongtian laughed coldly. No, I'm a citizen of the Dahan. Don't kill me. Hu Dongtian, I'll kill you in the future. Sect leader, please spare me. The people who were being controlled were all anxious. Tang Chu stood in the fog with a group of Dahan experts behind her. Beside her was the city lord of Heaven-Mending City. Lord Tang, His Majesty has already been inside for half a day. Will something happen to him? The city lord asked worriedly. Nothing will happen. How can something happen to the emperor? Tang Chu shook her head. But at this time, the emperor should have stepped out of the Heaven-Mending Palace and dealt a fatal blow to Hu Dongtian, right? The Heaven-Mending City Master said worriedly. Tang Chu frowned slightly and shook her head. Perhaps the emperor was delayed by other things. Besides, what can he do now? Hu Dongtian shamelessly used these innocent people as scapegoats. Should we kill them all and then deal with Hu Dongtian? Those are the people of the Han Dynasty. Butian City's city lord was slightly startled and nodded his head. However, when he looked at Tang Chu and the great Han Dynasty's soldiers, he suddenly approved of them even more. At the very least, when facing their own people, the emperor and his officials prioritized protection and defense. They did not use unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. This was the same as Huang Fuchaoga. Guhai had a dream. It was as if he had returned to the days when he was with Chen Xian. The two of them put aside all the disturbances of the outside world and enjoyed their time as husband and wife. Suddenly, there seemed to be a huge force rushing into his body from the place where the two of them merged. Buzz. A hot force entered Guhai's body. This hot force seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Guhai felt that his whole body was about to burn up in an instant. The hot force rushed straight to his heart. Boom! The sky was filled with rolling flames. In an instant, it seemed that Guhai's heart was going to be completely burned. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar sounded in his heart. The red true dragon roared and suddenly opened the door to his heart. Boom! The rolling flames instantly filled the entire heart. If it was the heart of an ordinary golden core realm cultivator, this fire would be able to completely burn up. Even the heart and internal organs would be burned up. However, Guhai's heart was different. How could the foundation of Guhai's heart be compared to others? It had already been refined into a fire god palace. From the inside to the outside, it was the toughest type of heart aperture. The fire was huge, but it was still contained by the fire god palace. The fire burned everywhere, but it did not harm the fire god palace. Instead, it seemed to be nourishing the fire god palace. As the fire entered, there was a fiery red, nascent soul. It was Fairy One, Ur's nascent soul. At this moment, her consciousness was hazy, and she was hugging Guhai's ball of vital energy. There was also a pink energy in the surroundings. It seemed to be promoting the relationship between the nascent soul and the ball of vital energy. The rolling flames surged towards the ball of vital energy. In an instant, the ball of vital energy suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. The red true dragon inside seemed to be enjoying this huge force. With the help of the nascent soul, Fairy One, Ur's primordial Een energy rapidly matured Guhai's ball of vital energy. The red true dragon slowly shrunk into the ball of vital energy. After the ball of vital energy absorbed the nascent soul, it slowly solidified into a red solid ball. It was like an embryo floating there. The rolling flames quickly entered the embryo. Fairy One, Ur's nascent soul hugged the embryo as if it was hugging its true love. Waves of Een-type nascent soul energy entered the embryo. The embryo suddenly moved as if it was nurturing a little life. After absorbing the Een-type nascent soul energy, it gave back a trace of Yang-type nascent soul energy. The two forces blended and promoted each other. After an unknown amount of time, Fairy One, Ur's nascent soul, reluctantly left Guhai's fire god palace. She looked longingly at the embryo floating in the fire god palace, then slowly retreated back along the path she came from. In the outside world, Guhai and Fairy One, were entangled together. Separating, fusing, the two's consciousness became clearer and clearer. After an unknown amount of time, Fairy One suddenly let out a high-pitched moan, and the movements in the room suddenly stopped. Only Guhai's heavy breathing and Fairy One's slightly twitching moans were left. In the outside world, Tang Chu and the Butian City Lord were worried. It's been a day and a night. Why is there still no movement from the Emperor's side? The Butian City Lord said anxiously. Tang Chu also frowned. This formation is about to collapse. In the distance, at the entrance of the Butian Palace, Hu Dongtian sneered. "Ha ha, are you waiting for someone to sneak up on me from behind?" HM? Tang Chu and the others' expressions changed. "There's no need to wait. It's been a day and a night. You've all turned into lumps of metal, right? And your formation has reached its limit, right?" "Ha ha 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 ha," Hu Dongtian said proudly. "Do you think you can understand my treasures? Han Dynasty? Ha ha ha, that's all there is to it. You dared to cause trouble in my Butian sect, so you should know the consequences." Hu Dongtian sneered sinisterly. "You know, there's someone underground," Tang Chu shouted anxiously. "Humph, this is my Butian sect. Everything is under my control. Why don't you continue to try? After killing this group of scapegoats, I still have treasures to deal with you. Do you believe me?" "Ha ha ha ha," Hu Dongtian said proudly. "Oh no, I should have thought of this. Hu Dongtian must have many treasures. The Emperor is in danger," the Butian City Lord said with an ugly expression. "Something is going to happen to the Emperor. No, we can't wait any longer. Quick, do it," Tang Chu shouted anxiously. "It's too late. Your formation's spirit stones are about to be used up. Let's see what you have to fight me. Now, you don't have anything. What can you do?" "Ha ha ha ha," Hu Dongtian laughed maniacally. At that moment, a girl's scream suddenly came from the Butian Palace. "Ah, The girl's scream was very penetrative, instantly reaching everyone's ears. Slap. Immediately after, the sound of a slap was heard. Gu Hai, I'm going to kill you. The girl's shrill voice carried a trace of despair. Almost everyone in the outside world stiffened at the sight. What was going on? Those fading cloud beasts were about to attack, but Tang Chu's expression suddenly changed. Don't move. Wait a little longer. The emperor is fine. Of course, it did not matter. Although this woman's voice sounded very anxious, anyone could tell that she had suffered a great loss. Furthermore, the other party that caused her to suffer a loss was the Gu Hai that she had called out a second time. If the emperor could make that girl suffer a loss, then would the emperor still be in danger? Tang Chu immediately called for everyone to stop. Bang! The last piece of spirit stone was consumed by the formation, and it exploded with a loud bang. The cloud beasts all disappeared. Originally, Hu Dongtian should be happy that the formation's last spirit stone was used up because everything was going according to his plan. His goal was to deplete the opponent's formation's energy, and now that he had done it, shouldn't he be happy? But what was with the Fairy Wanner's voice just now? What was going on? Fairy Wanner woke up? Impossible. She can't wake up without leaking her primordial Yin. Impossible. My fire cauldron's primordial Yin. What happened? Hu Dongtian's expression changed drastically. After all this trouble, wasn't it all for the fire cauldron's primordial Yin? What happened? Was it leaked? Someone else got it first. He risked offending the sect behind Fairy risked giving up the entire heaven-mending sect to fight against the Han dynasty, all for the fire cauldron's primordial Yin. Everything was for it. And now, someone else got it first? Gu Hai? Fairy called out Gu Hai just now? No, that's mine, no. Hu Dongtian roared in grief and indignation. He waved the marionette in his hand, and all the people under his control immediately started fighting each other. Save me. I don't want to kill them. Everyone was shouting and fighting each other. Hu Dongtian anxiously rushed into the heaven-mending palace. Boom! The door of the heaven-mending palace slammed shut, and a light blue barrier enveloped the outside. Quick, separate everyone. Don't let them continue fighting. Tang Chu ordered. Yes. The other Dahan soldiers rushed forward. Hu Dongtian, who had rushed into the palace, had a ferocious expression. He was filled with grief and indignation. No, how did Gu Hai get in? My primordial Yin, mine. Chapter 325. Boom. Hu Dongtian kicked open the door of the underground palace and stepped in. The argument in the underground palace stopped abruptly. The pink mist still shrouded the underground palace, but the two people in the underground palace were completely awake. No one knew what happened in the underground palace, but the tables, chairs, and cabinets had all fallen over. Pieces of Fairy and Gu Hai's clothes were scattered everywhere. It was a mess. The bed was a mess. The moment the underground palace was kicked open, Wanner pulled the blanket over her naked body and wrapped it around her. The veil was gone, revealing a delicate and pretty face. Her eyebrows were like willows, her eyes were like the moon, her nose was high, and her mouth was cherry. She seemed to have an indescribable elegance. Her fair neck was dazzling, and her messy hair added a mature charm to her. On the other side, Gu Hai had put on his underwear. His upper body was naked, and his back was full of claw marks. A faint red light was emitting from his heart. Almost at the same time as Fairy Gu Hai turned to look at the entrance of the underground palace. Hu Dongtian felt his head explode. It's over. It's real. Someone got the fire cauldron primordial Yin before me. It happened while I was fighting the enemy outside. ****. I'm going to kill you. Hu Dongtian's expression was ferocious, as he struck at Gu Hai with his palm. He struck out with his palm, and an energy palm appeared in front of Gu Hai in an instant. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He reached out with his palm to meet the attack. Oh no, other than Hu Dongtian. Everyone else has to suppress their cultivation to the Golden Core realm. Be careful. Er's expression changed. Boom. The two palms collided. Gu Hai paused, but he was not sent flying by Hu Dongtian. Instead, he took the attack with a ferocious expression. Hu Dongtian was about to go crazy. He stared at Gu Hai's glowing red heart with wide eyes. No, she has the fire cauldron body. I've taken her in countless times to nourish my yang, but I didn't dare to touch her. How can you be fine and even have a nascent soul? The nascent soul? Hu Dongtian asked in despair. Gu Hai's expression was ferocious as he blocked Hu Dongtian's palm. His eyes were filled with hatred. Why aren't you burned? How is it that you're fine, even though you haven't taken in to supplement yang? You haven't strengthened your yang yet. Hu Dongtian roared. I'm stronger than you, so I don't need any supplements. Hu Dongtian, we meet again. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Hu Dongtian's face was full of hatred, but he did not recognize Gu Hai. Humph. You've ruined my plans, Hu Dongtian said. You've been suppressed to the gold core stage by my heaven mendorb. Bastard couple, you're going to die together. Boom. When the two palms collided, another huge force was released, but Gu Hai was still able to withstand it. A vein popped out on his forehead. How could Gu Hai block it with his golden core realm cultivation? Is Hu Dongtian affected as well? Fairy Wanner was shocked. She reached out from the blanket and hit Hu Dongtian with her palm. You're courting death. Hu Dongtian glared and hit with his other palm. Boom. Ah. Fairy Wanner was sent flying by the palm. She was wrapped in the blanket and crashed into the wall not far away. How could this be? Fairy Wanner was shocked. How could Gu Hai block it? Fairy Wanner was not the only one who was shocked. Hu Dongtian, who had gone mad, also noticed that something was amiss. You're only at the Golden Core realm. How could you block my palm? I'm already at the too nascent soul realm. Hu Dongtian stared at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai blocked Hu Dongtian with one hand and grabbed the crimson blade with the other. Why is the crimson blade's power gone? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. That's the heaven mending ball. It's suppressing your cultivation and cutting off your ability to cast spells. All your Dharma treasures can't be used. Fairy Wanner shouted from not far away. How could you block my palm? How could you? Hu Dongtian was in disbelief. Hu Dongtian could feel that Gu Hai's strength was increasing bit by bit. He was only at the Golden Core realm. Not counting the newly formed nascent soul, Gu Hai was indeed at the Golden Core realm. However, how could Gu Hai's Golden Core realm be compared to an ordinary Golden Core realm cultivator? As for the Dantian and Five Gods palaces, even if the Fire God Palace did not use its full strength for the sake of the fetus, it still possessed the purest quintessential essence. It was so pure that even at the Golden Core realm, it could match Hu Dongtian, who was at the too nascent realm, without being defeated. How did you block it? How did you block it? Hu Dongtian was horrified. That was because Gu Hai's strength had surpassed his. He was getting stronger and stronger. Hu Dongtian could not take it anymore. Break! Gu Hai roared. Hu Dongtian's palm energy exploded. Gu Hai's palm landed on Hu Dongtian's body. Boom! Blarg! Hu Dongtian was sent flying and crashed into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. You're only at the Golden Core realm. Hu Dongtian struggled to get up. Arg! Not far away, Fairy Wanner's scream suddenly rang out. Gu Hai turned around and saw Fairy Wanner trying to break the heaven-mending ball in midair to recover her cultivation. However, the heaven-mending ball knocked her back into the wall. Gu Hai picked up the life ender saber that he had thrown on the ground. He jumped up and slashed at the heaven-mending ball. "Ha ha! No one can break my heaven-mending ball," Hu Dongtian said with a ferocious expression. He took out another Dharma treasure. Boom! There was a loud sound. The heaven-mending ball knocked Gu Hai away again. However, the life ender saber was strange. It emitted billowing black smoke that surged toward a small opening. Roar! Rolling skulls surrounded the sky-mending orb as if it was some kind of extraordinary tonic. What? Hu Dongtian was stunned. Gu Hai did not care about the heaven-mending ball anymore. Instead, he charged at Hu Dongtian again. Golden Core, Realm, look at the Emperor Dynasty's imperial seal that I collected. Suppress. Hu Dongtian took out an imperial seal and pressed it against Gu Hai. Break. The life ender saber slashed forward. Boom. The sharp life ender saber seemed to be able to cut through everything. In an instant, the Emperor Dynasty's imperial seal was cut in half. It did not stop there. It charged at Hu Dongtian. No. Hu Dongtian took out a shield and blocked it. Boom. Blarg. The shield was cut in half. Hu Dongtian was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. My treasure. My treasure. How could this be? Hu Dongtian slammed into the wall in shock. Gu Hai stomped his feet and arrived in front of Hu Dongtian in an instant. He punched with all his strength into Hu Dongtian's abdomen. Boom. Hu Dongtian's clothes on his back exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Gu Hai's punch was so powerful that all the bones in Hu Dongtian's body shattered. Bam! Gu Hai stepped on its head with one foot. Hu Dongtian, I've been looking for you for more than 10 years. I finally found you. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. More than 10 years. Cough, cough. I don't know you. I don't know you. Hu Dongtian said weakly. On the other hand, Fairy One sneaked into the second floor of the underground palace to change her clothes. When she stepped into the second floor, she saw 50 dried corpses that had been robbed of their Yin energy. Fairy One's expression changed. Although she hated Gu Hai, would she have ended up like this if not for Gu Hai? Hu Dongtian, I'll make you wish you were dead. Fairy One said with a ferocious expression. She took out a set of clothes from the storage space in her bracelet and put it on. However, the pain in her lower body made Fairy One frown. Gu Hai, I won't let you off either, you bastard. Fairy One wanted to cry but had no tears. In the upper floor of the underground palace, Gu Hai stepped on Hu Dongtian. Don't you remember me? Ha ha. Think again. Hu Dongtian. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Hu Dongtian tried to recall, but he could not remember. Just as Hu Dongtian was in a dilemma, boom! Suddenly, the sky-mending orb exploded into countless pieces. The bones in the life ender saber's black aura quickly devoured the pieces. The sky-mending orb is the heirloom of the heaven-mending sect. No, you can't have broken it. Hu Dongtian yelled in shock. You're about to die. Why do you care about a broken orb? Gu Hai said coldly. Bang! A roll of silk fell from the sky. It was stored in the sky-mending orb. It only fell when the sky-mending orb broke. Oh, there's a secret manual in this broken orb? Gu Hai reached out and caught the silk scroll. A secret manual? Why is there a secret manual in the sky-mending orb? The sky-mending orb was left behind by the founder before he died. Did he seal something in it? Hu Dongtian was shocked when he was stepped on. The Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. Gu Hai read the name at the beginning of the silk scroll. What? My heaven-mending sex lost heaven-mending Great Compassion prose? Impossible. Why is it in the sky-mending orb? Why didn't the founder pass it down before he died? Why did he refine it in the sky-mending orb? All the sect masters of the past have cultivated incomplete cultivation techniques until they self-destructed. Here? So, it's here. Give it to me. Give it to me. Hu Dongtian went crazy. Boom. Even though all the bones in his body had been broken by Gu Hai, he somehow managed to break free from Gu Hai and snatched the silk scroll from Gu Hai's hand. When Gu Hai broke free, he immediately jumped to his clothes. With a flip of his hand, he placed the silk handkerchief into a storage bracelet and put it on his hand. The Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. What a long name. It was the first time Gu Hai had heard of a cultivation technique with such a long name. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Hu Dongtian was on fire as he tried to grab Gu Hai. Gu Hai flipped his hand and grabbed the crimson saber on the ground. At this moment, the heaven-mending orb shattered. Gu Hai could immediately use his immense strength. His figure flashed, and he appeared behind Hu Dongtian. Boom! Hu Dongtian smashed through the walls of the underground palace and weakly fell to the ground. It's mine! It's mine! Hu Dongtian was still thinking about that cultivation technique. Hu Dongtian, look at who I am. Don't you recognize me? Gu Hai shouted. Hu Dongtian looked at Gu Hai in despair. However, this was indeed the first time he had seen Gu Hai's face. I don't recognize you. Hu Dongtian said with hatred. You don't recognize me? Ha ha, let me help you remember something. 12 years ago, Thousand Islands Sea, 9-5 Island. Gu Hai said coldly. Hu Dongtian's mind raced. He had been to 9-5 Island once, but he had never seen Gu Hai. Suddenly, an image froze in his mind. But he was actually a 60-year-old man. That old man looked a lot like the Gu Hai in front of him. However, at that time, he didn't care about a mortal old man and didn't care. Was it him? You remember? Do you remember me when you killed my wife? Gu Hai's eyes were bloodshot. It's you? It's you? That old man? You're here for revenge? No, it's not my fault. It's them. It's them. Hu Dongtian shouted in horror. Who are they? Who's the leader? Gu Hai stepped forward and looked coldly at Hu Dongtian. Hu Dongtian was so shocked that he was sweating. It had only been a dozen years. How did he become so strong? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Speak. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Hu Dongtian's expression changed drastically. I was only called to repair my artifacts. It's not my fault. It's Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor, he summoned us. Qing Emperor, save me. Qing Emperor, I know you have cast the Tongtian Earth penetrating perception technique on me. Qing Emperor, save me. Save me. While Hu Dongtian was shouting, Gu Hai was confused. Tongtian Earth penetrating perception technique. Weng. However, Hu Dongtian's body suddenly glowed with a green light. The aura around him suddenly surged. A moment ago, he was only at the nascent soul realm. In the next moment, his aura rushed towards the Sky Palace opening realm. What's wrong? Gu Hai was surprised. Xing. Suddenly, a red sword light shot out from nearby and chopped off Hu Dongtian's head. No. Hu Dongtian let out a final cry of despair as the green light around him dissipated. It was Fairy Wan, who had changed her clothes and walked up from the lower level. With a swing of her sword, she killed Hu Dongtian. You. I didn't have time to ask. Gu Hai looked at Fairy Wan, with a changed expression. There's no need to ask. I know who the Qing Emperor is. If he was really possessed by the Qing Emperor, you wouldn't even know how you died. Humph. Fairy Wanner snorted. Chapter 3:26. You don't have to ask. I know who the Qing Emperor is. If he was really possessed by the Qing Emperor, you wouldn't even know how you died. Humph. Fairy Wanner snorted coldly. You know, the Qing Emperor? Who is he? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Why should I tell you? Fairy One looked at Gu Hai with a face full of anger. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Previously, when he was confused, he did not want to think about it. At that time, he was confused and mistook Fairy One for Chen Xianer. I will take responsibility. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Responsibility? Who wants you to take responsibility? Fairy One glared at him and said angrily, Gu Hai, listen to me. Nothing happened today. You and I never. Anyway, you want to forget what happened before. Take responsibility? I don't need you to take responsibility. Humph. Fairy One snorted angrily. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Although he was confused and couldn't tell who was who, what happened at that time was deeply engraved in his mind. Even the nascent soul in the Fire God Palace felt close to Fairy One. Not only Gu Hai, but one of Fairy One's nascent souls also felt the same. This was why Fairy One was the most angry. What I said will always be effective. You. Gu Hai shook his head and said, I don't want it to be effective. Bastard. I said that nothing happened between us. Humph. Fairy One stepped forward and was about to leave this embarrassing place. However, just as she reached the entrance of the underground palace, she turned back. She walked to the bedside. The bed was a mess. In the center of the bedsheet, there was a small patch of bright red blood. Humph! She snorted coldly. Fairy Wanner put away the bedsheet and walked out of the underground palace. You haven't told me who Qing Emperor is. Gu Hai shouted. Go and find it yourself, you big bastard. Fairy One shouted and rushed out of the underground palace. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. However, he did not give chase. Indeed, since he knew the name, he would slowly investigate. Qing Emperor? It should be easy to find them. Turning his head, Gu Hai glanced at the decapitated Hu Dongtian again. His face was gloomy as he reached out and took off the bracelet. Boom! A loud noise came from outside the hall. The Fairy Wanner had broken the enchantment from the inside with a loud bang. Along with the marionette pole on the enchantment, it was cut in half. With a loud bang, it flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the horizon. Emperor! Tang Chu and the others quickly rushed into the underground palace. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head. In the outside world, when the marionette pole was broken, everyone was free. Some people ran away in fear, while others rushed in exasperatedly, wanting to take revenge on Hu Dongtian. However, when they rushed into the underground palace, they saw that Hu Dongtian's head was separated from his body. Dead. He got off too easy. Everyone was exasperated. Not far away, there was a lower level. Someone stepped in curiously. Someone cried out in alarm. What's wrong? Everyone rushed over. Hiss! Everyone who entered sucked in a breath of cold air. Plucking in to nourish yang, Hu Dongtian cultivated an evil technique. This woman is shriveled up. But isn't she the Zhang family's woman who disappeared half a year ago? Everyone was shocked. Another cry of alarm sounded. They had entered the lowest level of the underground palace. At the lowest level, there were 3,000 corpses. They were obviously used by Hu Dongtian to cultivate an evil technique. Heaven-mending sect, evil sects. Everyone has the right to kill. If it wasn't for the emperor, who knows how many women would have been killed by him. I was wondering why the city guards were looking for Hu Dongtian, but it turns out that he is a demon. The disciples of Heaven-mending sect are all demons. No, we didn't know. We really didn't know that the sect leader would do such a thing. The disciples of Heaven-mending sect were shocked. Thank you, Emperor Dahan. Thank you, Emperor, for eradicating evil. Thank you, Emperor, for loving your people like your own children. You didn't hurt us when you fought against Hu Dongtian. Thank you, Emperor. Uh, Everyone was grateful to Gu Hai. However, they despised Hu Dongtian's corpse. Gu Hai nodded and led the soldiers of Dahan into the third level of the underground palace. After searching slowly, they found a golden bead. Golden bead of the Midas touch. Hu Dongtian fixed it. The city lord of Heaven Mending City was surprised. You know it? Yes, this is one of old man Guanxi's treasures. It can turn earth and stone into metal. The city lord of Heaven Mending City explained. Oh, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Did that mean that there was a heavenly go piece in there too? He carefully put away the golden bead, and the metal below turned back into earth. Rumble! The Lu Stone people could leave safely. Announce Hu Dongtian's crimes to Heaven Mending City. Hang his corpse outside the city for the people to despise. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes, the city lord of Heaven Mending City replied. Hu Dongtian was dead, but Gu Hai still didn't think it was enough. He wanted to hang his corpse outside the city for the people to despise. Gu Hai didn't deal with the other disciples of Heaven Mending sect. Gu Hai didn't blame them. After dealing with the matters of Heaven Mending sect, Gu Hai left with the officials of Dahan. The city lord of Heaven Mending City also returned to Heaven Mending City. In the end, Heaven Mending sect was razed to the ground by the angry gamblers. He didn't stay in Heaven Mending City. Gu Hai led the army back to the capital. The flying ship flew towards Chaoga City. It would take some time to fly. Gu Hai sat in the palace of the flying ship and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. He looked into his body and saw the changes in the Fire God Palace. An embryo. It was as if there was a small life inside, moving and moving as if it was breathing. Every breath was 10 times faster than before, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body. It was not just a little bit faster than when he was in the Golden Core realm. From this embryo, Gu Hai could also sense that he could use a scorching flame. The first stage of the Yuanying state, the nascent soul. I've finally entered the Yuanying state. The first nascent soul, fire nascent soul, I didn't expect it to be because of Fairy 1. Gu Hai opened his eyes with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, Gu Hai flipped his hand, and a huge piece of silk cloth appeared in his palm. He gently spread it open. Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang, Merry Karma, Mending Heaven's Great Compassion prose poem. What a long name. Gu Hai revealed a hint of Gu Hai. This is a cultivation technique. Gu Hai, read it carefully. There were 129,600 words in the entire technique. They were densely packed and difficult to understand. However, Gu Hai's chess soul clone in the space between his eyebrows was close to 10,000 copies of Gu Hai. He read it all in the blink of an eye and analyzed it quickly. The cultivation technique was too obscure. Gu Hai analyzed it for 3 days before he could understand it. Shock flashed in his eyes. How did the Heaven Mending sect end up in such a miserable state with such a ridiculous cultivation technique? Gu Hai said in shock. Gu Hai widened his eyes and read it carefully again. Only then did he confirm that he wasn't dreaming. Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang intercourse, forming karma, and mending heaven mending great compassion prose poem. Taking the words from the beginning and the end and calling it talent. The work of talent. Is this a cultivation technique bestowed by the heavens? A cultivation technique nurtured by heaven and earth? It can't be, right? Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. The entire technique was too strange. It was the first time Gu Hai had seen a cultivation technique described with the tone of the heavens. Yin and Yang intercourse. This is a dual cultivation technique that connects the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The foundation of cultivation is to form the true God, and the nascent soul of the dual cultivation Tao partner is the God Empress. For example, my fire god palace forms the fire god, and Fairy One Ur's nascent soul enters my fire god palace to form a dual cultivation technique with the fire god. From then on, they are bound together for good or ill. Fire god Empress. The fire god's cultivation Tao partner can only be Fairy One Ur. Guhai frowned slightly. The pink aura of the heaven-mending ball had already guided him to dual cultivation with Fairy One or once. No wonder he had broken through the yuanying state so easily. According to the cultivation technique, the more dual cultivation techniques, the faster his cultivation would improve. Oh, right. There are also requirements for cultivating this cultivation technique. The stronger the foundation, the smoother the cultivation. The purer the energy in each acupoint, the easier it is to cultivate. The different types of energy can't be mixed up, or it will conflict and explode. No wonder the previous sect masters of the heaven-mending sect cultivated to death. Who can compare to me in terms of pure energy? Cultivating the body externally and cultivating the 5 deity palaces internally is the purest energy. This cultivation technique seems to be tailor-made for me. Guhai was slightly stunned and smiled bitterly. A while ago, Guhai was still looking through all kinds of cultivation techniques in the yuanying state. After all, Huang Fuchaoga had collected a lot of them in the past, but he hadn't found one that he was satisfied with. He reluctantly chose a few and was hesitant about whether to cultivate them. Now that this cultivation technique was out, Guhai didn't care about the other cultivation techniques. Using karma to nourish the heavens, cutting off karma, and gathering heavenly power, is karma the cause and effect of all living beings? The evil karma of the evildoers is the most obvious. Hu Dongtian opened the bestial battle arena to make it easier for him to kill the evildoers and resolve their evil karma. Using the heaven-mending power to repair all kinds of magic treasures? Guhai was slightly stunned. Heaven-mending power? Guhai had never seen it before, but Hu Dongtian was famous for cultivating magic treasures. It shouldn't be fake. Moreover, the cultivation technique he cultivated was incomplete. Repair everything? Can it even nourish the heavens? Guhai narrowed his eyes and was shocked. He continued to study the cultivation technique for a while. Guhai shook his head slightly. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, karma nourishes the heavens. Great compassion poem. I can understand the yin and yang intercourse, and karma nourishes the heavens. However, I can't see anything from the names of the heaven and earth and great compassion poem. Moreover, I only have a rough understanding of this cultivation technique. Although Guhai had not completely comprehended it yet, he was already determined to cultivate it based on what he saw earlier. He read it 10 times carefully to make sure he didn't remember wrongly. Bang! He reached out his hand, and a large amount of flames gushed out from the fire god palace and burned the silk cloth. The silk cloth and the cultivation technique on it were completely burned to ashes. This cultivation technique couldn't be revealed. Since I don't understand the heaven and earth and great compassion poem, I'll call you the great compassion poem of heaven and earth until I fully understand it. To prevent it from being leaked, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth has 9 levels of heavens. I wonder if the first level of heaven is difficult. Guhai took a deep breath. He cleared his mind and adjusted his state of mind. When everything was perfect, Guhai slowly cultivated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Chapter 3:27. On the airship, Guhai had been in seclusion all this while. He was practicing the great compassion fu of heaven and earth. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth was extremely complex. A single cultivation technique was superior to countless other cultivation techniques. Others would need a cultivation technique for their dantian and 5 orifices, but Gu Hai's great compassion fu of heaven and earth covered everything. Gu Hai was surrounded by high-grade spiritual stones. Huff! Suddenly, Gu Hai's body was like a black hole, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones. In an instant, tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones were sucked dry and turned into dust. The energy from tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones rushed into his body. A portion of it went straight to the nascent soul in the fire god palace, while the rest went to his dantian. In his dantian, the spiritual progenitor turned into a small purple pool. However, this pool was very strange. It had 2 sides, like 2 bowls stuck together back to back. The top of the pool rotated clockwise while the bottom rotated anti-clockwise. It was very strange. The top is the heaven mending pool, and the bottom is the transformation pool. Transformation, heaven mending pool. It is formed just like that. The first level of the great compassion fu of heaven and earth doesn't seem to be difficult. Gu Hai opened his eyes with a trace of doubt. After analyzing for a while, Gu Hai shook his head. No, it is because my foundation is good. The true yuan in my dantian is formed by the spiritual progenitor. The spiritual progenitor is the mother of all spirits, the origin of all kinds of spiritual energy. That is why it is so easy to form the transformation heaven mending pool, although it is just a prototype. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. A trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty. Suddenly, Tang Chu's voice came from outside the door. Gu Hai was slightly puzzled. He got up and walked out of the hall. Squeak, 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 squeak. In the outside world, countless bats were flying in all directions. Your Majesty, look, Tang Chu said with an unpleasant expression. Then he saw countless bats flying around a large town in the distance. They were savagely attacking the townsfolk. Help! Don't kill me! Vampire! Save me! A series of shouts sounded. Vampire? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Yes, they seem to be attacking the people. Tang Chu said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai looked down and saw 20 black-robed men standing in the distance. Don't worry, we won't kill you all. We will leave 10 people alive to report to your emperor. The leader of the black-robed men sneered. Elders of the Blood Clan, we didn't provoke you. A cultivator below said anxiously. You didn't provoke me, but Gu Hai did. Go and report to Gu Hai. Quickly release Chongming. Otherwise, we'll slaughter every town. I don't believe that Gu Hai doesn't care about you Dahan citizens living outside the city. The leader of the black-robed men said coldly. What? The 3 neighboring towns were all killed by you? The Xiozha below exclaimed. Humph. As long as Gu Hai doesn't hand over Chongming, I will make all the people in his territory suffer. If you want to blame someone, blame Gu Hai. The leader of the black-robed men sneered. Gu Hai looked down from high up in the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, Are you looking for me? The Yuanying State's Gu Hai's voice was so loud that it shook the area below. Countless bats paused and turned to look at the sky. The 20 black-robed men below also seemed to have just noticed. Huh, Gu Hai? The leader of the black-robed men revealed a shocked expression. Your Majesty? Your Majesty, save us! The people below who were attacked by the bats screamed in horror. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold, and the Fire God Palace's nascent soul surged with energy. Gu Hai gently waved his right hand. Bang! The overwhelming fire instantly covered everything below. Squeak! 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 Countless bats suddenly fled in horror. What kind of fire is this? The black-robed men's faces changed as the fire burned their bodies. Gu Hai controlled the fire so well that it didn't burn any civilians. However, countless bats were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye amidst their screams. With a wave of his hand, millions of bats were burned to ashes. The civilians below the city were shocked. A group of Dahan soldiers stood on the flying ship. At this moment, all of them were staring with wide eyes as they knew that Gu Hai was only a golden core realm cultivator in the past. Your Majesty just came to the Yuanying state. What? What kind of fire is this? Why is it so domineering? The soldiers looked at Gu Hai in shock. The fire seemed to stick to the black-robed men and couldn't be extinguished at all. This is the divine fire that the demonic beasts cultivate. The undying divine fire. Gu Hai, you refined the fire god into your body. The 20 black-robed men below desperately tried to extinguish the fire on their bodies. Undying divine fire? The divine fire that can't be extinguished by those who don't open the sky palace? Your Majesty seemed to have refined the fire locust deity previously. Is it because of the fire locust deity? That's not right. Divine fire? Aren't humans unable to control divine fire? Moreover, even the supreme demonic beasts can only use a limited amount of divine power. Back then, the fire locust deity didn't have the ability to use the undying divine fire. How did your Majesty? The soldiers looked at Gu Hai blankly. Gu Hai also looked at his own performance in amazement. Below, the fire filled the sky. After incinerating countless bats, Gu Hai pulled them all back with a wave of his hand. The undying divine fire could be retrieved. Why could he use this kind of divine fire? Gu Hai understood. It was because of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. The 20 black-robed men below screamed in pain. No matter what they did, they couldn't extinguish it. Gu Hai, I'm going to kill you. Kill Gu Hai, and the fire will be extinguished. Kill him. The 20 black-robed men soared into the sky in pain. Gu Hai flipped his hand, and a blood saber appeared. The 20 black-robed men approached him in the blink of an eye. Humph! Gu Hai slashed with his saber. When he was in the Golden Core realm, he could already use the power of the Yuanying state with the blood saber. Now, Gu Hai was in the Yuanying state. Boom! One of the black-robed men was instantly split in half. Then his body was quickly incinerated. The moment he killed the black-robed man, Gu Hai acutely felt that a strange force seemed to have entered his dantian. To be precise, it entered the transformation pool in his dantian. No, why am I here? Am I dead? The strange force screamed in horror. 3 souls? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. The 3 souls of the black-robed men he just killed were sucked into the transformation pool. The transformation pool rotated counterclockwise. It was as if a stone mill was grinding the 3 souls. No. The 3 souls screamed in agony and gradually disappeared into the transformation pool. The heaven-mending lake at the top rotated clockwise and slowly emitted traces of 9-colored mist. Only a little bit. Heaven-mending energy? Gu Hai was surprised. He killed Big Brother? Kill him, or we will all be burned to death. The group of black-robed men rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold, and he slashed with his blood saber again. Rumble! Gu Hai killed the 15 black-clad men in the blink of an eye. The 3 spiritual souls of all the evil men that Gu Hai killed entered the karmic transformation pool. Then they all turned into heaven-mending energy, which entered the heaven-mending pool. Those who are killed by me can't be reincarnated. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and analyzed. The remaining 5 black-robed men fled in fear. However, the inextinguishable divine fire enveloped their bodies and could not be extinguished. After fleeing for a while, they finally fell from the sky and died. Even though they had flown far away, their 3 souls and karmic powers entered the transformation pool. A light flashed in Guhai's eyes. This cultivation technique was strange and unfathomable. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." The townspeople below all knelt down gratefully. If it were not for Guhai, the town would have been massacred by the vampires. "Everyone, please rise. It's because of my incompetence that the vampires dared to invade our territory. However, please believe that the Dahan will become stronger and stronger. One day, all the enemies will be terrified and will not dare to disturb your peaceful lives." Guhai comforted them. "Yes," the townspeople answered. Guhai nodded and waved his hand. The flying boat continued to head toward Chauga City. Guhai had killed a group of vampires so easily just now, but the soldiers of the Dahan were stunned. The emperor was becoming more and more mysterious. Guhai returned to the main hall where he had been in seclusion before. After closing the door, he slowly took out the marionette pole that had been cut by the fairy Wan. The marionette pole had been cut in half and was completely broken. After joining the 2 halves of the marionette pole together, a dignified look flashed in his eyes. He reached out a finger and gently touched the broken part, releasing the heaven-mending power that he had just refined from his fingertip. The heaven-mending power was in the form of a mist. When it touched the broken part, it was hazy and went into the broken part. When his finger left the broken part, the heaven-mending power in the form of a mist also went into the broken part. At this moment, the broken part disappeared. It was strangely repaired. The heaven-mending power just now was consumed in the blink of an eye. What he got in return was Guhai's astonished expression. "It's repaired. The marionette pole is repaired." Guhai looked at this magic treasure in amazement. The broken part was very smooth, as if it had never been broken before. Everything was restored to normal. The shocked Guhai gently activated it with his magic power. Buzz! The marionette pole emitted a faint golden light. Guhai could sense strands of transparent silk waiting for him to throw them out. Heaven-mending power? What a strange heaven-mending power. "It's repaired." Guhai looked at the magic treasure in his hand in amazement. Another 5 days later, in front of the deck of Guhai's flying boat, there was a dragon chair. Behind the dragon chair stood Tang Chu and a group of soldiers of the Dahan. This time, they had opened 12 cities and returned to the capital. All of them looked excited. On the dragon chair, Guhai sat, holding the armrests of the dragon chair with both hands, looking at the panicked fate of Chauga City. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at Chauga City," Tang Chu said with a smile. Chapter 328. Chauga City. Before Guhai left, he had made proper arrangements. Shangguan Hen wouldn't intervene in the affairs of the imperial court, except for major events. After receiving the great Myojin and his entourage, Shangguan Hen stayed away from the 3 of them. However, Chui Tai found Shangguan Hen again. In a pavilion in Shangguan Hen's mansion, Shangguan Hen received Chui Tai's visit. In the pavilion, Shangguan Hen poured a cup of tea for Chui Tai and himself. "Mr. Chui, may I know why you are here?" Shangguan Hen asked with a smile after drinking a mouthful of tea. Chui Tai drank a mouthful of tea and said with a sneer, "Mr. Shangguan, you are easy to find. I couldn't find you these days. If the great Myojin didn't remind me to stay here, I wouldn't know how to find you. I am busy, so it is normal that you can't find me, but you are waiting for the emperor to come back. Why are you looking for me?" Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Chui Tai's expression turned serious as he stared at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen was as calm as ever. Who are you? Why do you give me a familiar feeling? Are you a member of the Xuanwu clan? Cui Tai asked with a deep voice. Maybe my face is more common? Shangguan Hen said lightly. No, it's not your face, it's my feeling. I have looked for information about you these days. You are the 7th son of Guanxi's 9 sons. But I don't believe that Miao Chen, who was preparing to destroy the Han dynasty, suddenly calmed down when he saw you. Who are you? Cui Tai's face turned gloomy. Shangguan Hen drank a mouthful of tea and said with a cold expression, Mr. Cui, who I am has nothing to do with you. No, that aura on you is the aura of a paragon. The paragon is already dead, but why do you have that aura on you? Could it be? Cui Tai's eyes gradually turned red. Could it be what? Shangguan Hen said coldly. God, the god of the Xuanwu clan, am... Cui Tai looked at Shangguan Hen with bloodshot eyes. Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes. You really know how to think. However, no matter who I am, what does it have to do with you? Haven't you already become a slave of the solar divine palace? No, the god of my Xuanwu clan must have been destroyed by the heavens. Maybe it was a fragment of the god. Let me see. Cui Tai immediately stood up, as if he was going to pounce on Shangguan Hen. Ugh. But just as he got up, Cui Tai's figure suddenly swayed, as if he was about to lose his balance. There's poison in the tea. You poison me? Cui Tai glared at Shangguan Hen. Mr. Cui, please conduct yourself with dignity. After all, this is not your slave. I can spare your life. But if you act recklessly again, don't blame me for being impolite. Shangguan Hen said coldly. This is the black snake poison. You are indeed from the Xuanwu clan. Who are you? What is your relationship with the paragon? Do you have a fragment of the god on you? Cui Tai asked while swaying. Shangguan Hen said in a low voice, Great Miojin, you've been watching for a long time, right? Is this your slave? Are you the one who wants to test me? In Chaoga City, on a floating island in the distance, the great Miojin and the white-robed woman were playing Go. Shangguan Hen, this is a matter of your Xuanwu clan. I'm not testing you. But I'm curious, who are you? Do you have a fragment of the god, Xuanwu? The great Miojin said indifferently. Although they were far away, the great Miojin's voice strangely reached Shangguan Hen's residence. I said no, but you didn't believe me. But I didn't expect that Cui Tai would be reduced to such a state of being a slave. Regardless of whether I have a fragment of the god Xuanwu or not, he actually dared to provoke this matter in front of outsiders. Shangguan Hen looked at Cui Tai with narrowed eyes. If you have a fragment of the god Xuanwu, you don't have the qualifications to have it. Cui Tai shouted while swaying. Oh, I don't have the qualifications, but you do? Shangguan Hen's face showed a trace of coldness. Shangguan Hen turned his head and said, Great Miojin, I remember that you owed the paragon Xuanwu a favor back then, right? What, now that the Xuanwu clan has declined, you want to add insult to injury? On the distant floating island, the great Miojin's hand suddenly paused. It seems that you are indeed related to the paragon Xuanwu. You even know this. You are from the Xuanwu clan, and Cui Tai is also from the Xuanwu clan. How about this? I won't interfere in the matters of your Xuanwu clan. You and Cui Tai can deal with it yourselves. The great Miojin said indifferently. Oh, you won't interfere, even if I kill this traitor? Shangguan Hen said in a low voice. I won't interfere. However, Cui Tai has been with me for some time, so I won't interfere in his matters. However, I can help him detoxify the poison in his body once. The great Miojin said indifferently. As he spoke, he suddenly threw the chess piece in his hand. The chess piece shot over like a meteor from afar and landed on Chui Tai in the blink of an eye. Uffed! The chess piece struck Chui Tai's abdomen, and Chui Tai immediately vomited a mouthful of green liquid. Then he crashed into a house. Boom! Chui Tai crashed into a house, creating a cloud of dust. However, Chui Tai was inexplicably excited amid the cloud of dust. Ha 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 ha! Many thanks, great Myojin. The poison is detoxified. Black snake poison? Shangguan Hen, let's see where you can run to now. Chui Tai roared as he charged out of the rubble. Buzz! A large cloud of fog suddenly rose from Shangguan Hen's residence. It was the formation that Gu Hai laid in the past. Strength to pick up mountains, might conquers the world. The guards of Shangguan Hen's residence immediately controlled their cloud beasts to charge over. Humph! You want to be impudent before me? With this level of strength? Break for me! Chui Tai shouted. Boom! Chui Tai punched with all his might. Immediately, the Xiangyu cloud beast exploded. It was not just the Xiangyu cloud beast. Even the entire formation exploded. Even Shangguan Hen's residence exploded. Shangguan Hen, come out! Chui Tai turned his head to look around the rubble. Shangguan Hen had already disappeared. Chui Tai had opened a heavenly palace after all. Although it was just a low-level heavenly palace, he still opened a heavenly palace. His destructive power was extremely ferocious. Whoosh! A flying ship flew out of the city. Shangguan Hen, where are you going? Chui Tai shouted and quickly gave chase. Whoosh! The flying ship was very fast, and so was Chui Tai. In the blink of an eye, the two rushed out of the city. The destructive power of the heavenly palace was too strong. If they fought in the city, the civilians would suffer. Whoosh! Suddenly, Chui Tai's figure flashed and blocked the flying ship. In the southern part of the city, Chui Tai blocked Shangguan Hen and revealed a sinister smile. Shangguan Hen, seeing that you and I are both from the Xuanwu clan, if you really have a god fragment, give it to me, and I can spare you. Chui Tai, back then, supremacy's biggest mistake was to spoil you too much. Shangguan Hen said coldly. As he spoke, rolling green fog suddenly appeared around Shangguan Hen. It was clearly poison gas. Humph! Poison? Previously, when my two bodies merged, you succeeded. Do you think it will still work now? Chui Tai snorted coldly, and his figure flashed. Boom! Chui Tai turned into a 500 zhang tall Xuanwu. 500 zhang tall Tongtian covered the ground. It was incomparably vast. When the black tortoise and black snake merged, a huge heavenly palace aura burst out, forming a storm. The moment the Xuanwu appeared, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Countless people in the city turned their heads to look in shock. On the floating island in the city, the great Myojin stopped playing chess and looked into the distance. The black tortoise looked ferocious, while the black snake opened its mouth and sucked in the green fog. My black snake body can even absorb supremacy's poison gas. It's a great supplement for me. Why don't you continue? Oh, your poison gas does have a hint of supremacy's aura. You really did obtain the inheritance of the Xuanwu clan. Do you have a god fragment? The black snake roared excitedly. Shangguan Hen's face turned ugly. Shangguan Hen didn't have a Xuanwu god fragment, but a complete body. He did have some Xuanwu god's secret techniques, but if he used them, he would be exposed. Most importantly, Chui Tai, a scum of the Xuanwu clan. Forcing him to make a move? If he didn't use his divine power, he would only be part of the Yuanying state. However, if he used it and exposed himself, it wouldn't be just Chui Tai who would be in trouble. Countless supremacy monster beasts would want to snatch his god fragment. Chui Tai, this is the Han dynasty. You're going against me in the Han Dynasty. Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Han Dynasty? Shangguan Hen said coldly. Han Dynasty? Ha ha ha. What bullshit Han Dynasty? Today, I want you to hand over the Xuanwu God fragment. What can you do to me? So what if that Gu Hai is in front of me? I can squash him to death with a single finger. Do you believe me? Cui Tai said coldly. Shangguan Hen was about to explode in anger. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. You think you can squash me to death with a single finger? What a boastful tone. The black snake and black tortoise were confused. Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen's face lit up with joy. Your Majesty is back. Your Majesty is back. Your Majesty is back. Countless worried citizens and officials in the city were overjoyed. After all, Shangguan Hen had poisoned Chongming and saved the city. Now that he was being cornered by Xuanwu, everyone was worried about Shangguan Hen. However, there was nothing they could do. Gu Hai? On the floating island, the great Miojin said in a deep voice. The white-robed woman stood up slowly. That's Gu Hai? She saw a flying boat slowly approaching from afar. In front of the flying boat was the dragon throne. Gu Hai was sitting on the dragon throne. Gu Hai had just returned. As soon as he came back and saw the surging luck of Chaoga City, before he could feel happy, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. It was the huge Xuanwu in the distance bullying Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai commanded the flying boat to fly over with a gloomy face. Gu Hai, it's useless for you to come back. Stay aside. This is the business of the Xuanwu clan. Cui Tai said coldly. Humph, everything in the Dahan is my business. Who do you think you are to humiliate the people of the Dahan in my Chaoga City? Gu Hai snorted coldly. As he snorted, he flicked his hand. The heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly flew out and enlarged 100 times in an instant. Roar! Suddenly, the underground dragon vein responded with a long roar. All the luck moved toward the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Humph, you want to suppress me with a mere imperial seal? The imperial seal is more like it. What a joke! The black snake swung its tail to the sky as if it wanted to smash the heaven-suppressing divine seal with its tail. Buzz! The black chess piece on the heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly emitted a faint black light. Luck from all around suddenly rushed into the heaven-suppressing divine seal, which enlarged 100 times. At the same time, a golden dragon rushed out from the underground dragon vein and floated in the sky. It seemed to be carrying countless mountains on its back as it merged with the heaven-suppressing divine seal and pressed down on the black snake's tail. The black snake's tail was instantly smashed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal, and it smashed onto the black turtle's back. Boom! The huge suppressive force caused the ground to shake violently, and that area suddenly sank. Kaboom! Along with Cui Tai's scream, the turtle shell suddenly broke into pieces. Blood instantly spurted out from the inside. What? The great Miojin in the distance said in a deep voice. Cui Tai has the power to open the heaven palace. How can Gu Hai? The white-robed woman on the side was also shocked. Shangguan Hen also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He had just used the great compassion fu of heaven and earth's treasure-controlling technique to activate the heaven-suppressing divine seal, but he did not expect the effect to be so strong. The power of the great compassion fu of heaven and earth. No, it should be the power of the heaven-suppressing divine seal itself. The heaven-suppressing divine seal carried the luck of the Han Dynasty and the power of the underground dragon vein to suppress Cui Tai. Of course, there was more or less the power of the black chess piece. Chapter 3:29. Cui Tai roared in pain. His tail was crushed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. The black tortoise's body was also suppressed to the point that it could not move. The extremely hard tortoise shell was actually smashed into pieces. No, that's impossible. You're just a golden core realm cultivator. I'll open the sky palace. No. The black tortoise roared with wide eyes. Roar. The black tortoise, whose tail was broken, suddenly rushed toward Gu Hai. Be careful, your majesty, Shangguan Hen exclaimed. Chui Tai was the weakest lower sky palace cultivator, but he was still opening the sky palace. The heaven-suppressing divine seal's effect was surprising, but the emperor only had one imperial seal. What should they do if the black tortoise charged at the emperor? In the distance, the great Ming deity king and the white-robed woman stared at Gu Hai after recovering from their initial shock. The black tortoise soared into the sky with a majestic aura. In an instant, countless lightning bolts followed the ferocious snake head. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Hai, as if it wanted to bite the flying boat into pieces. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Do you think I can't do anything without the heaven-suppressing divine seal? However, they saw Gu Hai slowly take out the repaired marionette pole. While everyone was puzzled, he gently swung it. Buzz! Suddenly, the menacing and ferocious head of the serpent came to a stop. The lightning bolts in the sky suddenly disappeared. The black tortoise's eyes widened as it froze in the air. Countless officials and commoners in the city also looked at the snake head in shock. What? The snake head is scared just because the emperor took out a cross pole? Great Myojin, you have the insight. What kind of treasure is that? It looks like. The white-robed woman was puzzled. The great Myojin said in a deep voice. That cross pole emitted transparent threads that controlled the black tortoise's soul. It looks a little like the cross in my sun god shrine. A replica of the 10-direction annihilation? The white-robed woman was surprised. That's right. It's one of the 16 great artifacts of history, the 10-direction annihilation. This is just a replica, but it has some effect. The great Myojin said in a deep voice. In the distance, the Dahan soldiers on the flying ships were stunned. Wasn't this marionette broken by Fairy Wanner? His Majesty fixed it. What's going on? Why can't I move? Mysterious Snake asked in shock. Gu Hai stared coldly at Dusk Snake. You think you can kill me with one finger? Ha! Roar. The mysterious snake wriggled its body madly. In an instant, his body swayed rapidly, as if he was trying to break free from the strings of a marionette. The marionette in Gu Hai's hand shook. His eyes turned cold as he waved his other hand. Boom! The raging flames instantly burned the dark serpent. What kind of flame is this? Bastard! The mysterious snake shouted in horror. This is the undying divine flame. Gu Hai was a demonic beast. That's not right. The white-robed woman said in surprise. The black tortoise below was pressed down by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. It was also rapidly twisting and turning, trying to break free. The mysterious snake could have broken free, but with the interference of the flames, he couldn't break free. Go, bite yourself. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Boom. Under the marionette, the mysterious snake writhed in pain and bit at the black tortoise. No, bastard, Gu Hai! The black tortoise roared. Boom! The mysterious snake bit off a chunk of the black tortoise's flesh. Let me go, bastard, Chui Tai said coldly. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent rushed toward Chui Tai. What are you doing? Great Myojin, save me! Chui Tai screamed. Roar! Shangguan Hen suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The great Myojin's voice deepened. He reached out his right hand as if he was about to attack. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Chui Tai's mysterious snake body was sucked into Shangguan Hen's mouth. That several hundred zhang long body seemed to shrink into Shangguan Hen's mouth. When Shangguan Hen opened his mouth, Gu Hai also withdrew his hand. The marionette pole and the undying divine flame were both withdrawn. He ate it? That Shangguan Hen is indeed suspicious. It's definitely not just a fragment of the Xuanwu divine flame. The white-robed woman exclaimed. At this moment, the heaven-suppressing divine seal was also put away by Gu Hai. Shangguan Hen opened his mouth and sucked towards the black tortoise. Humph! The great Myojin snorted and pointed his finger. Wang! A green light shot toward Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai's face turned cold. The heaven-suppressing divine seal that just flew up did not return. Instead, it flew toward the great Myojin's green light. Boom! The green light was like a pillar that actually blocked the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Wang! The black chess piece on the heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly emitted a faint black light. Boom! The green light was instantly crushed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal and exploded. The great Myojin's face darkened. In a flash, he appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. At this moment, the heaven-suppressing divine seal shattered the great Myojin's green light and returned to Gu Hai's hand in an instant. On the other side, Shangguan Hen also swallowed Chui Tai's tortoise body. No, no! Chui Tai screamed in fear in Shangguan Hen's mouth. The moment Shangguan Hen closed his mouth, Chui Tai seemed to see a shining figure in the darkness. God Xuanwu! God Xuanwu! You're still alive? That's impossible. That's impossible. Chui Tai exclaimed. However, Shangguan Hen had already swallowed Chui Tai, and Shangguan Hen quickly refined all the energy in Chui Tai's body. How dare you? The great Myojin immediately shouted at Shangguan Hen. Great light sovereign deity. A shout rang out from Gu Hai. The great Myojin, who was preparing to attack Shangguan Hen, suddenly looked up. A cold, murderous intent came from his black robes. Ha ha! I saw that Miao Chen sent a message saying that you are here to thank me on behalf of your master, Tai Yi. You are thanking me just like that? Tai Yi's words are just farts to you? Gu Hai retorted coldly. How presumptuous! The great Myojin snorted coldly. Boom! A vast aura spread out from the great Myojin's body. This aura was ferocious, and it instantly scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. Sand and pebbles flew up from the mountain peaks below. Gu Hai coldly looked at the great Myojin, not backing down at all. Shangguan Hen, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, Great Myojin, are you going back on your word? Who said earlier that he would not interfere in the matters of the Xuanwu race. How long has it been? And you're already going back on your word. I said that I would not interfere in the matters of the Xuanwu race. However, I did not say that I would let others interfere. The great Myojin said coldly, The Xuanwu race is the national beast of the Dahan. The Han dynasty and the Xuanwu race are one. If the emperor interferes, it is an internal matter of the Xuanwu race. It is not up to an outsider like you to interfere. Humph! Shangguan Hen snorted coldly and slowly flew toward Gu Hai's flying ship. Gu Hai held the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in one hand and the marionette pole in the other. He coldly looked at the great Myojin. The two sides coldly stared at each other. It seemed that a great battle would break out at any moment. Swish! At this moment, a white light flew out from the city and instantly arrived at the center of the two sides. Great Myojin, please calm down. Emperor Dahan, please calm down. The white-robed woman stood between the two sides. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the white-robed woman. Great Myojin, Gu Hai is right. You promised the Lord and Shangguan Hen. Do you want to go back on your word? Moreover, Chui Tai only has himself to blame. Why do you care so much about him? This kind of person who doesn't know how to respect himself will only cause trouble for the Solar Divine Palace. It's fine if he dies. The Solar Divine Palace doesn't need him, the white-robed woman advised. The great Myojin said in a deep voice. Gu Hai, who was at the side, revealed a trace of doubt. The white-robed woman in front of him was actually on his side. Ha, Bingheim, are you already speaking up for Gu Hai? The great Myojin said coldly. Have you forgotten the Lord's instructions? Have you forgotten the reason I came here? Do you want me to recall it for you? The white-robed woman suddenly said in a deep voice. Her tone was actually tit-for-tat with the great Myojin. Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Weren't these two supposed to be on the same side? Why were they in conflict? The great Myojin stared at the white-robed woman, Bingheim. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. Bingheim, you can really take the role? From the moment I stepped out of the Solar Divine Palace, my identity was already different. Bingheim said indifferently. Humph. The great Myojin snorted coldly. The great Myojin turned around and flew back into the city. Bingheim turned her head to look at Gu Hai. She suddenly bowed slightly and said, Emperor Dahan, the great Myojin has a strange temper. I hope you can forgive him. Oh, no problem. Gu Hai shook his head in confusion. Bingheim's attitude was too strange. She came with the great Myojin and Chui Tai. The great Myojin and Chui Tai were hostile to the Han dynasty. However, Bingheim's attitude was very amiable. Emperor Dahan, may I board your flying boat? Bingheim asked solemnly. Please. Gu Hai put away the treasure with a flip of his hand and nodded. Whoosh. Bingheim landed on the deck. Bingheim, I don't think there's someone like you in the Solar Divine Palace. Shangguan Hen looked at Bingheim with a frown. Mr. Shangguan, do you know the Solar Divine Palace like the back of your hand? Bingheim asked indifferently. Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes and said, I can't say that I know the Solar Divine Palace, but I've heard a lot about it. You haven't shown your true appearance recently. Why? However, Bingheim slowly lifted her hood. The instant Xiao Chen lifted her hood, everyone's vision blurred. In that instant, it seemed like the world turned dark, and Bingheim's face lit up the entire world. She had a delicate and pretty face, bright red lips, snow-white skin, aqua blue hair, and dark blue eyes. She looked exceptionally gorgeous and fresh. Xiao Chen's faint smile seemed to bring out countless beautiful things in the world. Bingheim greets Emperor Dahan. Bingheim said with a slight bow. After Bingheim spoke, everyone recovered their wits. However, Bingheim's appearance was indeed exceptionally beautiful. She also gave off the feeling of an iceberg. However, her cold aura instantly attracted countless people. Miss Bingheim is too polite. However, I wonder why the Solar Divine Palace's palace master sent you here? To thank me? I wonder if Xiao is doing well? No, it should be Queen Hua. Gu Hai said solemnly. However, Gu Hai was not mesmerized by Bingheim's beauty. After all, Chen Xian, Long Wanqing, and Fairy Wan were all different, but they were not inferior to Bingheim. Queen Hua? She is doing well. Furthermore, there are not many people in the world who can harm her, Bingheim said, shaking her head. Then, the Solar Divine Palace's palace master sent you here? Gu Hai asked with a frown.